Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10800 under Committee Report number 335. This is the bill on the 2025 General Appropriations Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, consideration of the aforementioned bill is now in order. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: the Dangerous Drugs Board, the Mindanao Development Authority, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, the National Amnesty Commission, and the budgetary support to government corporations, particularly the Southern Philippines Development Authority, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of Subcommittee C of the Committee on Finance, Senator Ronald De La Rosa, for his opening statement, and later to interpolate Senator JINGGOY Estrada.
Any objection? Chair hears none. The sponsor of the budget of the aforementioned agency, Senator De La Rosa, is recognized for his opening remarks in regard to the budget of the said agencies, and thereafter, our Senate President Pro Tem for his interjections. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, for the record, your Senate Committee on Finance recommended budget for Dangerous Drugs Board is 421,370,000 pesos in new appropriations. For the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency is 3,820,266,000 pesos in new appropriations. For the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity, or OPAPRO, is 7,094,978,000 pesos. For the National Amnesty Commission is 144,383,000 pesos in new appropriations. For the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, it is 334,515,000 pesos in new appropriations. For the Southern Philippines Development Authority, or SPDA, is 80,029,000 pesos in new appropriations. With that, Mr. President, I am now ready to respond to the questions of this august body.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Our Senate President Pro Tem is recognized for his interjections. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this representation as chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation sponsored and steered the adoption of resolutions granting amnesty to members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, the Moro National Liberation Front, the Revolutionaryong Partido ng Manggagawa ng Pilipinas, and former members of the Communist Party of the Philippines during the first quarter of this year. Mr. Sponsor, I just would like to know, I just would want to be updated about the application process for amnesty. When did the National Amnesty Commission start accepting applications for amnesty?
Mr. President, Your Honor, it's March 13, 2024, after the concurrence of the Senate.
When was this signed by the President? When was this signed by the President?
It was signed by the President November 23, 2023.
Last year.
Mr. President, yes, sir.
All right. Former members of the subject groups granted with amnesty through the proclamations must first apply for amnesty with the National Amnesty Commission or with its frontline office, the Local Amnesty Board. How many local amnesty boards have been created so far, Mr. President?
At present, we have 9 local amnesty boards, and with the adoption of this proposed budget, we are hoping to add another 6 local amnesty boards, Mr. President. 10 10, sorry.
Nationwide?
10, nationwide.
Where are these located? Do you know?
At present, Mr. President, the local amnesty boards are established in the following areas: National Capital Region, the central office; Bacolod City, Iloilo City, Cagayan de Oro City, Cotabato City, Pagadian City, Davao City, Isabela City, Basilan, and Hulo-Sulu. And additional local amnesty boards that is proposed with the passage of this budget is it will be in the major cities in the following regions: Cordillera Administrative Region, Region 1, Region 2, Region 3, Region 5, and Region 8, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Metro Manila, wala.
Meron na, yung pinakauna, National Capital Region.
All right. Are these all functional? And are they currently accepting applications?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, they are functioning right now.
Okay, may I know how many applied for amnesty for each of the rebel groups so far? Like, for example, the MILF or the Moro Islamic Liberation Front.
Here is the breakdown of applicants, Mr. President, Your Honor. As of November 13, 2024, a total of 1,559 applications were received, with the breakdown as follows. For local amnesty board in CR, we have 12 coming from the RPA-ABB, 20 from the CPP and PNDF, 66 from MILF, 114 from MNLF, a total of 212. From at Iloilo, we have 7 RPA-ABB, 198 CPP and PNDF, 0 for MILF, 0 for MNLF, with a total of 205. For local amnesty board, Bacolod City, we have 0 for RPA-ABB, 220 for CPP and PNDF, 0 for MILF, 0 for MNLF, total of 220. For local amnesty board, Cagayan de Oro, we have 0 RPA-ABB, CPP and PNDF, we have 70. For MILF, we have 15. For MNLF, we have 0, and a total of 85. For local amnesty board, Pagadian, we have 0 for RPA-ABB, 231 from CPP and PNDF, 11 from MILF, and 0 for MNLF, total of 242. For local amnesty board, Davao, we have 0 from RPA-ABB, 185 for CPP and PNDF, 1 from MILF, 1 from MNLF, and a total of 187. Local Amnesty Board, Cotabato, we have 0 for RPA-ABB, 59 from CPP and PNDF, 169 from MILF, and 7 from MNLF, a total of 235. Local Amnesty Board, Basilan, 0 for RPA-ABB, 2 from CPP and PNDF, 38 MILF, 42 MNLF, total of 82. From Local Amnesty Board, Hulo-Sulu, 0 RPA-ABB, 0 CPP and PNDF, 0 MILF, 91 MNLF, for a total of 91. And the total of number of applicants per rebel group, a total, lahat-lahat, Mr. President, Your Honor, is 1,559 as of November 13, 2024, Your Honor.
Right. Thank you for answering my question, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, how would the Commission describe the process so far? Are they happy with the turnout?
Yes, Your Honor, they are happy.
And do you think we will achieve the target number of beneficiaries? What do you think?
Yes, Your Honor, we are
Because I
optimistic.
understand that the National Amnesty Commission is given 2 years until March 2026 to accept applications. Then after which, wala na?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, the
So-
life span of this commission is 2 years only, and we are very optimistic that we will reach our target.
they are optimistic that they will achieve the target number of beneficiaries?
With a caveat, Your Honor, once the 10 additional local amnesty boards will be established soonest, as soon as possible.
Sapat na ba yung pondo para for the establishment of the 10 local amnesty board? Or are you still seeking additional funds from Congress?
Actually, Your Honor, kulang talaga. They were asking for 16 additional local amnesty boards, but the budget that we were able to, to juggle as of this moment is good for only 10 local amnesty boards. So, may kulang pa tayong 4.
So,
But
so problema mo na yun, Mr. Sponsor.
with the help of the Senate President pro tempore, I think we can produce.
Of course, in my capacity as the pro temp here in the Senate, of course, I will fully support you. And as
Yes,
your chairman of the Committee on National Defense, of course,
Thank you, thank
this is
you.
my pet bill, and Secretary Galvez knows about this. Anyway, did you start the vetting process in coordination with the various agencies like the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the National Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the Armed Forces of the Philippines are also a member of the Local Amnesty Board.
Okay, what are the roadblocks or the challenges that they encountered or they experienced so far, Mr. President?
The initial roadblock that we have identified, Your Honor, is the issue on the rebels with outstanding warrants of arrest. But right now, it is being cured because the President approved the issuance of safe conduct pass for these rebels covered with the warrants of arrest.
Can you kindly educate this representation about the safe conduct pass?
Yes, Your
Can you
Honor.
kindly educate this representation?
Sino mag-issue? It was approved by the President, Your Honor, and
Yes, for the better understanding of our people here in the gallery.
an amnesty applicant can still be arrested by law enforcement agencies. The ECP shall only be given the privilege of protection from warrantless arrest and prosecution for crimes of rebellion or other crimes committed in pursuit of political beliefs that are covered and committed before the issuance of the amnesty proclamations and suspension of the reward for his or her capture. Since rebellion is a continuing crime, an amnesty applicant will enjoy the benefits of the ECP and he shall not be arrested. But if the applicant has already a pending criminal case before the court and a warrant of arrest issued by court, the appropriate remedy is to file a motion to suspend proceeding and recall warrant of arrest before the court.
May I know, Mr. President, who issues these safe conduct passes?
The issuing agency is the National Amnesty Commission, Mr. President, Your Honor, but it has to be, the authority is coming from the President.
So that is the legal basis.
That's the legal basis.
It's coming from the Office of the President.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. President, I do not have any more questions, and I would like to manifest my full support in the budget of the National Amnesty Commission and all the executive officers concerned, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
We thank the Senate President Pro Tem for his interjections. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel Jr. is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Meron pa. Meron. Session is suspended. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Po, maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pong pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minasyaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Isang magandang hapon po sa ating pong sponsor at sa amin pong idolo, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Before the gentleman continues, Senator Padilla is recognized for his interjection. You may proceed, sir.
Meron lamang po akong katanungan po sa DDB at sa PIDEA. Ginoong sponsor, neto pong the World Health Organization ay nagrekomenda po sa Commission on Narcotic Drugs. Ang counterpart po nito ng DDB ay ang United Nations. Ang sabi po dito to allow CBD with 0.2% THC to be reclassified in the 1971 United Nations Convention on Psychotropic Substances as Schedule 4, or substance with currently accepted medical use in treatment and has a low potential for abuse. In December 2020 po, the United Nations voted to reschedule cannabis, downgrading it by one level from the list of the world's most dangerous drugs. Those deemed to have no therapeutic value and which require special governance protocols due to their uniquely high-risk profile. The most significant change to the body's policy on the plant in 60 years. Ang tanong po, noong nagkaroon po kami ng mga pagdinig patungkol po sa medical cannabis, ang nangako po sa amin, nagbigay po ng salita ang DDB at ang PIDEA noong panahon na yon, na babaguhin po nila at susunod po sila kung ano po ang naging advice ng WHO tsaka ng United Nations po na pag-reschedule ng cannabis. So ang tanong po, Ginoong Pangulo, kailan po namin makukuha ang permiso o ang papeles galing po sa DDB at PIDEA na kanila pong susundin yung kanilang ipinangako na downgrading it by one level?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor, PIDEA is, wala pong problema sa PIDEA. They are willing to do everything to downgrade marijuana. But the problem is we really have to amend the law, RA 9165, before we can do otherwise, because it was marijuana is annexed in this law as one of the prohibited substance. So, ang gagawin natin daw, Your Honor, Mr. President, is that i-amend muna natin itong RA 9165.
Okay po. Parang sinasabi po ba ng DDB tsaka ng PIDEA na unahin nating amendahan yung batas bago po itong pagre-reschedule nila? Downgrading? Ganun po ba ang mahal na sponsor? Di kaya maging chicken and egg yun?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, because the power of DDB, as far as the as far as is stipulated in the section 93 of RA 9165, which is reclassification, addition, or removal of any drugs from the list of dangerous drugs, should be anchored in legal framework for the regulation and control of dangerous drugs, including the authority to reclassify. Ang problema kasi, Your Honor, is that pwede sila mag-reclassify kapag hindi siya naka-annex dito sa RA 9165. Pero in this case, marijuana for that matter is annexed in the RA 9165. So, yung limitation ng kanilang power to reclassify ay dapat matanggal muna sa annex ng RA 9165 ang marijuana bago sila makapag-reclassify, Your Honor, Mr. President. But as far as the willingness, as far as their approval, as far as their cooperation is concerned, they're very much willing to do everything. Officially, they have manifested their willingness to cooperate with the move of the good gentleman from Camarines Norte as far as reclassifying marijuana from or downgrading marijuana. So, ang gawin lang natin, Your Honor, is i-amend muna ang batas para matanggal siya sa annex. Then, they promise, they are in full support with our efforts.
Apo.
It is not only your effort, also my effort. Kaisa tayo dyan sa ating hangarin na ma-develop yung medical marijuana dito sa ating bansa, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Apo, maraming salamat po. Yun lamang po ang gusto natin marinig, opisyal. Opisyal po na tayo po ay makikipagtulungan po sa atin ang PIDEA at ang Dangerous Drugs Board. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Mabuhay po. Thank you po.
Thank you,
Thank
Your Honor.
you, Senator Padilla. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, last to interpolate will be our Minority Leader, Senator Pimentel. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Pimentel, our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, is recognized for his interjections. You may proceed, sir.
Sige po, maraming salamat, Mr. President, to our sponsors. We are discussing the budget of six institutions.
Yes, Mr. President,
Sige
Your
po.
Honor.
Wala silang commonality, so talon-talon tayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po. Let me start with Mindanao Development Authority. So 300, our committee report gives them 334 million. Rounded off, no? 334 million pesos budget nila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can the new head, I think the new head is Mr. Leo Magno, give us a little story? Ano bang nangyari dyan? Bakit nagtampo si old head si Ma'am Acosta? Ano bang, what's the issue there?
According to the current head, Mr. President, Your Honor, is that the former head of Minda was questioning or is questioning the appointment of the new because she is claiming that her appointment is fixed.
Wala, ano bang under the law? Is it a term? Are you appointed for a term?
Yes, doon sa law, Mr. President, Your Honor, fixed terms siya. Pero may decision na ang there is a decision coming from the lower court that yung position is the current appointee can serve at the pleasure of the President.
Sige, so there's an ongoing case pa rin. Hindi nyo na-settle?
The former chief of Minda has not yet appealed to the latest ruling of the local court, Your
Sige.
Honor.
Sige, pero umabot tayo sa decision of the court. It was not amicably settled na lang. So she did not accept the explanation. But at any rate, let's go back to the budget. Our committee, led by our very able and very studious chairman, increased, para alam ni Minda, increased the budget of Minda by 67 million. Bakit po?
Your Honor, that's correct. We increased that at the committee level for 67.155 million. The increase covers Minda Digitalization Innovations Program worth 30 million. Then support for the sustainable operations of the Mindanao River Basin Program, 10.155 million. Strengthening the indigenous peoples in Mindanao Program, Year 2, 27 million, Your Honor.
Bakit meron palang Mindanao River Basin? Is that considered as one river basin only in Mindanao?
Your Honor, yes, the Mindanao River, home to over 4.5 million people, is the second largest river system and home to the largest wetland ecosystem in the country.
Very specific pala. Where is that located?
It runs through Region 10, Region 12, and BARM. Malaki ito, Your Honor, Mr. President.
River Basin. So kasama si Cagayan de Oro River dyan?
Hindi po.
Hindi, no?
Region 10, Cotabato area.
Yeah, Region 10 is our
Yeah, Region 10, Cagayan de Oro.
No, can we
Kasama
get,
pala.
that's why I want to understand so is that funding for different river basins, or we consider them all as one river basin and we call it the Mindanao River Basin?
This is an ongoing program studying the river basin systems in the Mindanao, and this is already our third year, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, separate po yung pag-aaral sa mga
Ilang river basins po yan?
8 river basins,
Eight
Mr.
river
President.
basins.
Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
8.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then, I just noticed the increase in the representation expenses. So, ibig sabihin na magiging aktibo siguro itong Minda to host some foreign guests, foreign delegates from BIMP Iaga. I think that's my conclusion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sige, good. Alam ko. Tama po ba? That's the reason why we're.
That's one of the reasons, Your Honor.
Okay. So aktibo na tayo sa BIMP Iaga, hosting them. And then what is the ending? What is the end result that we are anticipating?
We are strengthening the trade between BIMP Iaga member countries, Your Honor. In fact, we are going to have a senior ministerial meeting within the month, Your Honor.
Doon. It's going to be held in Mindanao.
This year in Malaysia and next year in Mindanao.
Okay, correct.
Tayo ang mag-host.
Yes, ang gusto ko lang palabasin, when we are hosting, we do not do it in Metro Manila. We do it there in Mindanao.
Correct, Your Honor.
Maganda po yun. Meron sa news kasi that Japan is going to help us replicate their resiliency center. Can Mr. Magno tell us more about this? Disaster prevention systems of Japan. Do you want to bring it here?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, sa Mindanao lang po ang wala pang ganong klaseng disaster resiliency and resource center. Meron na daw dito sa Luzon, meron sa Visayas, sa Mindanao na lang wala. So, with the help of Japan, we can develop
So what is that? What is that? A building, a structure with computer systems? Ganun pa ba? Monitors? Ganun?
Yes, Your Honor. Yun po ang nakalagay sa plano. Building with computer systems. That is why late tayo nakapag-develop sa Mindanao dahil very rare lang kasi mangyari yung kalamidad sa Mindanao. Always, most of the time, ang tinatamaan, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao was formerly safe from all these calamities. But right now, Mindanao is starting to get hit by this calamity. So, we have to adjust.
Saan po manggaling ang funding? Kasali na sa 2025? Wala pa.
Yes, Mr. President, meron silang proposal for budget for next year. For next year, but all others, maybe source from other agencies. Magpapatulong sila sa OCD, magsasabit sila ng... Nagsubmit sila, Your Honor, Mr. President, pero luckily hindi sinama sa NEP.
Sa NEPCAM.
Hindi
So,
nasama.
what is the ballpark figure for this? This particular lang.
Yeah,
Ito pinag-usapan natin, yung plano nyo for a Mindanao Disaster and Resiliency Center.
It's around 1.5 billion spread in 3 years, Your Honor.
So, hindi siya na-accommodate even by our committee report.
No, Your
Sige
Honor.
po. Thank you. Thank you for that. And then ito pong isa, at least alam natin yun. Ano? Itong isa, you're also making the announcement that 19 out of the 69 DOTR infrastructure flagship projects will be implemented in Mindanao with a budget of 748 billion pesos. Did you make this announcement? Billion? Is this billion? Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor. It was announced by the DOTR.
Yes, but are you monitoring? Dapat Minda should monitor now the budget of DOTR kasi ang nangyayari nga number one, si DOTR ang malaki ang inihingi, hindi nakasali sa NEP, tapos nasali na sa NEP, binabawasan pa. So now, yung itsura ng committee report namin on DOTR, paano naapektuhan ngayon yung 19 na sinabi ninyong kasama sa DOTR flagship infrastructure projects? You should monitor that. Kung hindi kayo ready ngayon, I understand. But just a word of advice, you monitor it kasi nga, sino man nag-defend ng DOTR? I think ito si Senator JB. So he remembers we described the budget of the DOTR like a roller coaster. Pag ganon. So, Mr. President.
Yeah, but before Senator JB interjects, Your Honor, I would like to inform the body that last month, nagkakaroon na ng pirmahan, memorandum of agreement or understanding between MINDA and DOTR na kasama na ang MINDA sa monitoring team ng mga flagship projects ng Mindanao. Your Honor.
With the permission of Senators De La Rosa and Pimentel, Senator JV is recognized for a brief manifestation.
Thank you, Mr. President. In line with the Minority Leader's point, no, being the one who defended the DOTR, my concern, Mr. President, is that a lot of the priority projects na push down, no, from the program to the unprogrammed funds, and one of which is the Mindanao Railway System, which, although it is presently on hold, but my concern is that this is approved by NEDA, and I'm sure that this will somehow push through. No? But the prerequisites, the preparation, and a lot of things has to be done at present. So I'd like to ask the Mindanao Development Authority if they would support, or what's the position if this would still remain, the Mindanao Railway System would still remain as one of the flagship projects of our government and administration.
Yes, Your Honor. Their position is to the affirmative.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. President, and I'm their minority leader. I hope that we can put some budget, no, for the preparation and the prerequisites in preparation for the loan agreement or the ODA in the future.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito. Senators De La Rosa and Pimentel once again have the floor.
Yes, the chairman mentioned that MINDA is now part of the monitoring. Pero yun na, sinasabi ko, yung excitement din nyo ba? I mean, the MINDA excitedly announced nga that 19 out of the 69 DOTR infrastructure flagship projects will be implemented in Mindanao. So, advice ko lang nga. Example, sinabi ninyo, the new airport for Zamboanga. Sama, oh. Ngayon, tignan natin ngayon yung kung is it one of the, can LBRMO help us? Oh, is the new airport for Zamboanga one of the projects transferred to push down to unprogrammed?
Your Honor, please give us a little
Yes, ganun lang.
time. We have to
Pero ganun lang yung
confirm.
ganun yung ano ko, direction ng questioning ko po. Opo. Sige lang po, basta tignan lang po natin yan kasi kunyari ito. One of the 19, ito, i-confirm mo na to ng head ng MINDA, is one of the 19 na nasa isip nyo is the Cagayan de Oro BRT project. So BRT means bus rapid transit or transport. Oh. So is that one of the 19? I don't think naka-funding yan. Tingnan mo. Wala yan sa budget.
Your Honor, would like to manifest that all these projects were announced by DOTR
Correct.
itself. Hindi po ang MINDA nag-announce, kaya getting the information from DOTR, inabsorb ng MINDA, Your Honor. But unluckily, kung may mga project man dito na yung sinabi nating 19 na tinanggalan ng funding, ginawang unprogram yung kanilang funding, then that's beyond the control of the executive already, Your Honor. Kung dumaan na ito sa lower house, sa paglabas ng GAB nila, ay gano'n nangyari.
Yes, ini-inform ko lang ang MINDA to also take a second look para alam niyo what you will say.
Thank you for that advice, Your Honor.
Kasi baka ma-hype eh. Baka ma-hype and we are all excited.
Ma-excite ang mga Mindanaoan.
We will all be excited about it
Yeah,
and then hindi
correct.
darating.
Tapos wala pala.
Opo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, MINDA also, nasa news din, MINDA also partnered with the Bangsamoro Planning and Development Authority, and you are supporting the DOTR in BARM's development in terms of land and air transportation. Kilala ko pa naman yung Minister for Transportation sa BARM, very, very close friend of mine. So, what role will MINDA play?
MINDA partnered with the different agencies since 6 months ago. Kasama ng DPCA para makasama yung MINDA sa monitoring at pagdala ng mga projects. Kasama na yung projects sa bahay.
Well, Your Honor, the role of MINDA there is that it is included in the one of the monitoring agencies in the implementation of this project. So, BARM sits in the MINDA board as one of its board members. MINDA entered into memorandum of cooperation with the Bangsamoro Development and Planning Authority. MINDA designated a focal person for the BARM, and BPDA is provided with an office in Minda for their use in Mindanao. So, meron silang...
So si Minda accommodates the BARM in the overall planning of Minda. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, don't say-
And BARM also accommodates Minda in their
so
own planning.
In the BARM planning, merong Minda input? You can give your input sa BARM planning? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's good. Sige po. And then, I've been informed that Minda will be 15 years old in 2025. Tama po ba yun? 2010 ba So, siguro, if we could request, I'm sure you have some publications on your achievements, on your upcoming projects and plans. Pakibigyan na lang po kaming lahat siguro so that we'll be more familiar with what's happening with Minda.
Yes, Your Honor.
Para kung binibigyan kayo ng chairman namin ng 67 million peso increase sa budget, supportive kami kasi
Yes.
well-informed tayo on what their achievements are. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you to Minda. So let's go to the to the sige, mag-Mindanao muna tayo. We have the SPDA with us, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
SPDA is a budgetary support. We're giving it a subsidy of 80 million pesos. Meaning to say SPDA has other sources of funds. May we know if that is correct, and what would be the amount of their other sources of funds which they intend to use in 2025, Mr. President?
Yes, we have other sources of income, but it is not really sufficient because some of our income generating from the yes, until now we can take because our loans for the
Yes, Your Honor. We have other sources of income like the Marawi Resort. But unluckily, no income has yet been generated doon sa Marawi Resort because our members of our representative to the board was never appointed. And
we cannot assert
And-
our over it because the charter of Marawi Resort says that the chairman of the board will be elected by the board. So without the board appointed, I cannot be appointed to see.
yeah, because the charter of the board says that the chairman of the board shall be appointed from among the members of the board, and ngayon wala tayong representante doon, so wala tayong control sa board, Your Honor. Hindi na-appoint.
Yes. Kinaklaro ko lang. Kung ano yung ibibigay sa GAA, yun lang yun. That is now the totality of the funds at the disposal of SPDA. Yun. Sir, Mr. Chairman. Yun. So theoretical lang.
Sama natin? Your Honor, we also have corporate funds.
Okay.
Corporate
Ano yun?
funds.
Parang savings po yun.
Or no, from the sale of our property.
From the sale of our properties. For 2025, we have
Magkano?
68,984,000. Plus the 80 million subsidy funds.
Okay, so at least alam natin na SPDA will be operating on a 149 million budget for next year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero yung corporate funds mo ba, nandyan na, or is that a projection? To be earned or hawak na natin?
For collection, Mr. President.
For collection.
For collection.
But basically, you'll be able to collect that amount, yung projected amount na yun. What is the
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige po. Sige po. So, pero, okay, is SPDA still asking for something else? Do you have a wish list while we're still at the at this the interpellation stage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or kasyang-kasya na yung 149 million, happy na kayo doon?
Marami po, Your Honor. Kung tutuusin, ang wishlist namin dito is umabot ng 1.3 billion.
Okay. Sige, I'm sure the chairman went over the wish list before finalizing the subcommittee report.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige pa. At isa po, pero natutuwa po ako, Mr. Chairman, itong SPDA, meron siyang project na establishment of an abaca production processing plant as well as marketing the abaca products. Meron siya. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
We signed an agreement with former agrarian reform cooperatives.
We signed an agreement with the former agrarian reform beneficiaries in Basilan.
correct, and they're producing abaca kasi I sounded the alarm or the concern for the abaca farmers when our BSP shifted from our banknotes, 1,000 peso notes from abaca, cotton with abaca or cloth, paper with cotton and abaca to polymer, basically plastic. So sabi ko, maapektuhan ng ating mga abaca farmers. And we are glad that SPDA, tinatrato nating isang maliit na government body, agency, they're helping our abaca farmers, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor. It's 100 hectare
Yes, 100 hectare.
abaca plantation.
So congratulations to SPDA.
And in fact, last weekend, Your Honor, I was their guest of honor in the inauguration of their poultry farm in my home province in Sulup, Davao del Sur. Napakalaki po yung project nila doon na poultry farm. So hindi po nasayang yung ating pundo na nilalagay sa kanilang GAA. They are really working hard to alleviate the living standards of the people in the mga tao sa laylayan, Your Honor.
Yes, tama po yun. Tama po yun. Actually, same with Minda, if I can ask for some publication from SPDA, and I'm sure you have a magazine-type publication announcing your projects.
Yes, Your Honor, we will be sending brochures to your office, Your Honor.
Yes, they have Fish Pond Estate Project, maganda, may Pinya Fiber Project.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, hindi na nila tinutuloy sa 2025. Wala nang laman. So, kung malaman ito ni Senator Loren, and Senator Nancy, they will put funding in your Pinya Fiber Production Project.
Nagkaroon lang ng parang delay sa implementation because the market was supposedly in Ukraine. Ang market ng bumili. Pero because of the war in Ukraine, so parang na-standby.
Nagkaroon lang, Your Honor, ng problema dahil sa war in Ukraine, dahil yung ating buyer is based in Ukraine. Nung nagkagira sa Ukraine, yun. But still, we will continue on that project, Your Honor.
There must be a way kasi merong other government bodies already focusing on fiber and also on pinya fiber. So there must be a way na saluin yung lost market siguro nito, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, we have gotten in touch with the Phil Fiber.
Yun, tama.
Yeah.
Tama. Yun ba yung PIFIDA? PIFIDA?
Philippine Fiber
Yes,
Development Authority.
Yung kagabi yun, the head was interpellated last night.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, tama po yun. Okay, yun po yun. And then one more commendation because this is what I got information. Si SPDA is also helping the administration's pambansang pabahay para sa Pilipino, yung controversial 4PH program naman ng at least tinutulungan ng SPDA by making available one of your properties for that project. So,
Yes, Your Honor.
okay. So, although hindi na alam ni administrator ito na medyo, siyempre, inano namin, anong tawag mo doon? Sinubject namin to, yes, to intense examination yung 4PH, but you are helping making it a success, no, as far as from the point of view of the proponent. So, binenta niyo yung property niyo or did you
In fact, Your Honor, SPDA properties with informal settlers to be offered to the present occupants for acquisition, ownership in coordination with DSUD. So, yun po, Your Honor. Ganun po kabait ang SPDA. Bininta diretso doon sa mga informal settlers currently occupying the said piece of land.
Okay, so
So that no Filipino should be a squatter in our own country.
So, yan po yung preferred na way of giving housing to our marginalized brethren, community mortgage program. Hindi siguro good. Mabuti kung ganyan ang gawin, hindi yung controversial condominium type.
Ay, hindi po, Your Honor.
Good. So most likely ganun nga ang gagawin. So I commend the SPDA and just request for the
Brochure.
for the publication. Yes. Can we now go to the Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Can
sir.
we now go to the National Amnesty Commission?
Yes, Your
Very modest naman itong ating budget na binibigay, but I think our committee is also helping the commission by giving them an increase of 30 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the purpose, sir?
For the establishment of additional 10 local amnesty boards in the different regions of the country, Your Honor.
Actually, Mr. President, I appreciate how the NAC is presenting its budget. Maganda. They are also representing it or presenting their budget through key result areas approach. Maganda po ito kasi
Yes,
we
Your
can
Honor.
really by next year masusukat mo yung kung worth it yung binigay, kung nabigay yung mga results na expected with the amount that we give them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I got a message that they have a wish list, but I cannot find it anywhere that they are requesting for an additional amount.
Meron ka?
Meron po ba sa records po ninyo?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a wish list totaling to 349 million pesos broken down as follows. 60 million for creation of and operation of additional 12 local amnesty boards, including Bohol and Mimaropa. 259 million for additional 246 positions. 10 million for community engagement expenses and 1.52 million for digitalized system for National Amnesty Commission on Amnesty. And meron pang 2 million for implementation of the NAC Learning and Development Plan, Training Plan. 11 million for information campaign. 10 million for processing and issuance of amnesty. 7 million for procurement of information and communication technology, ICT. So that's the wish list, Your Honor, amounting to 349,607,000.
Okay, thank you for that. We just make that of record, and then I do not know the chairman will kasi ano ba to paramihan ba ng boards ito just to make it convenient?
Yes, Your Honor,
For
to
the-
make
for
it
the appli- for the
accessible
applicant?
to all
Accessible,
the
yeah, accessible.
rebels, Your Honor. The more local amnesty boards we have, the more chances for them to apply, to avail of the amnesty program, Your Honor.
Sige po. So that's the reason why, no? Na,
Because we are expecting, Your Honor, ito yung expectation natin, with the 2-year lifespan of the commission, we are expecting around 40,000 decommissioned combatants from MLF, 2,000 from MNLF, 1,200 from RPA-ABB, and 39,000 plus surrenderies from CPP, NPA, NDF.
yes. So ginawa na sila yung beneficiaries. We need to reach out to them. So sige, we'll get our lead from the chairman. Paano ba yan? Kasi 2 years lang dito. 2 years lang ang lifespan.
2 years application lang pala, sir. But the commission will stay. Will stay. 2 years application of this program.
Yeah, oh yes, pero ano yan, may value pa rin yung 2 years. We need to say after the 2 years, we need not maintain the boards, the local amnesty board, tama? We still maintain
We will
them?
still maintain.
Okay. I get.
To process the applications.
Correct,
Continued
correct,
pa rin yung kala existence.
Okay, the board and then pataas ba? To the commission. Sige pa. So thank you for that. The better we understand the workings of the commission, the more we appreciate the request for additional budget. Let's now go to the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity. If we look at the budget, parang malaki kasi 7 billion. But when I look at the components, 5 billion doon is an infrastructure project. So that's the pamana. Can we get more information about pamana? Over the years, magkano na po ba ang binudget natin sa pamana? And then, ilan na po ang beneficiaries or LGUs or communities na nabigyan po natin ng pamana? Pamana is an infrastructure project. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hindi po siya dole out or give away or loan or grant, no? It's a infrastructure. Sige po.
Yes, Your Honor. We have, it covers 13 regions, 31 provinces, and 88 municipalities. For Luzon, we allocate 1 billion. For Visayas, 1.2 billion. And for Mindanao, 2.7 billion worth of pamana projects.
Every year po to.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the level is around 5 billion every year.
No. Saan dyan?
This is not the NTFL cap.
Every year, Your Honor, pero nagbabari po yung halaga. Uh, 2024, nag-start yung 5 billion level, 5.26B. 2025, naging 526 billion. Pero previous to that, year 2023, 260 million lang. 2022, 390 million. And 2021, zero.
Okay.
So, yun po ang history ng pamana
Yes. Okay,
program.
good. So, bumuhos tayo for this year. Okay, so what's our accomplishment report or achievement report for this year so far?
We were able to, our rate of disbursement is 90.15%, Your Honor.
90%. As
90%.
of today. So, November na. Okay, so ano pong itsura nito mga to ng projects natin? At ano pong recipients?
The project types, Your Honor, are the following. We have social protection projects, roads and bridges, water supply systems, flood control system, evacuation center, fish port.
Yes.
And the recipients are combatants and their families, Your Honor.
So you are like the do you do the construction yourself, or you bid it out, or you let the DPWH do it?
DPWH and LGU, Your Honor.
Will do it.
Will do it.
You're just a manager of the funds. You identify the beneficiaries.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have a sinking fund to the tune of 5 billion pesos. Okay. Kasi ang special yung beneficiaries natin dito. Okay. How would you differentiate this project to the Barangay Development Fund under the concept of NTF-LCAC? Kasama din po naman yung mga communist rebels dito sa coverage ng OPA-PRU eh.
Your Honor,
Magkano yun?
itong pamana program is we concentrate on the municipalities and the provinces. And while the NTF-LCAC concentrate on the barangays.
Okay.
And yung NTF-LCAC covers only for the combatants of the CPP, NP, NDF or barangay affected by the CPP, NP, NDF, while
Yes.
itong pamana covers everything. MNLF, MILF,
Correct.
and CPP, NP, NDF.
Correct. And the NTF-LCAC is managed by what government agency, if our secretary knows?
LGU.
DILG.
It's LGU. LGU. Your Honor.
DILG.
NSA and DILG.
NSA and DILG. Okay. Pero
With the permission of Senator Pimentel, may the chair inquire from the sponsor? So, I understand the origins of Pamana as opposed to the BDP, but so meron na tayong block grant, meron pa tayong SDP, principally para sa Bangsamoro, at ang pinakamalaking portion ng Pamana sa Bangsamoro pa rin?
More on right now, more on the NPA, Your Honor.
I heard
Especially
you,
Caraga areas.
I
Caraga
heard you
area.
make mention earlier. So, mas NPA na to, hindi na to hindi na to MILF? Because BDP is also with respect to influenced barangays. In fact, BDP was bigger. It was at 22 billion before it was reduced to about 5. So, tama si Senator Pimentel, parang overlapping yung programa sa ngayon. How would you distinguish it?
Your Honor, the differentiation runs this way. Barangay development projects under the NTF-LCAC focuses on the barangay itself, while the Pamana program, Pamana projects, is concentrating on the municipal level and the provincial level.
Sir, how much is an average project of Pamana in the municipal level? How much?
Around 50 million, Your Honor, 20 to 50 million.
A 20 million project, a 50 million project can only be implemented in one barangay in that municipality as well. Whether it's a flood control program, whether it's a road, an evacuation center, It would apply to only, it would be implemented in one barangay as well. But I won't belabor the point, Minority Leader. Just to clarify further.
Yes, yes.
Who bids out the project? Sino po nagbibid out ng project? Sino nag-implement ng project?
Normally, it's DPWH and the LGU, Your Honor.
It cannot be both. It should only be one. Who bids out the project?
DPWH?
Certain amount?
100 million and
Yes.
above, it has to be implemented by DPWH.
And
While
is-
below, it has to be implemented by,
By the
local LGU.
And is this bottoms-up budgeting like the BDP? Ibig sabihin, nag-identify po na ba ng project yung munisipyo? O kayo po nag-identify ng project?
It's the municipalities and the provinces are the ones identifying these projects, Your Honor.
Are they the ones doing the program of work as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
What if it's going to be implemented by DPWH? Who does the program? It's still the LGU?
It's DPWH, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pardon the intervention, Minority Leader. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you for pursuing the subject matter, Mr. President. Kasi para lang alam din natin lahat, we're conscious no na the difference might be more in form. Nasasabihin nyo lang province and municipality, tas yung isa barangay. But basically, the spirit of the program, the objective, are the same. Basically, kasi, and Pamana has 5 billion pesos, while NTF-LCAC, the Barangay Development Program, correct me if I'm wrong, our staff has 7.8 billion pesos.
2.8 na lang daw, Your
Ilan?
Honor. 2.8. Kinat ng House.
Hindi,
So,
but what's our committee report?
2.8 still, Your Honor.
So, ayan po. So, I think we, as a matter of policy, mag-isip na tayo. Kunyari, isuma total ko na yun, 5 plus 2.8, di 7.8. Baka nga ganun yung spirit nun. 7.8 si original sa NEP, tapos kita nila may 5B dito, binaba nila to 2.8B para suma total 7.8B. So, mag-isip tayo sa matter of policy. Maganda yung proyekto to help our combatants, but not really personal, but you help their community para collectively maramdaman yung benepisyo. Whether at the barangay or the municipality or province level, ano pa rin yun, ang tinutulungan mo dun is the community na eh. So, tignan natin ang record. Sino yung mas magaling sa utilization at saka sa ano ba tawag mo doon? Yeah. More or less, more of utilization or obligation rate. Parang gano'n. Kasi pagkaalam ko, yung barangay development program, malaking problema noon, ang bagal. So, kung nakita na natin which is the more efficient agency for the same purpose, why not? Why not just give it to that particular agency na lang? Achieving the same results, hopefully.
Actually, Your Honor, they are being ranked, department's obligation rates from highest to lowest as of June 30, 2024. Luckily, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity ranked number 1.
Congratulations to the OPAPRU.
Number 1, Your Honor.
Tama. Mukhang malaki yung budget nila pero 5 billion pala doon will go to Pamana, and Pamana is practically fully utilized. Tama? 90% na siya with 1 month to go.
Correct, Your Honor.
Apo. So, yeah, but the list of projects under Pamana, pagdating sa infra, they look like the infra projects of the DPWH. Ganun more or less kasi we're really limited, no? Roads, bridges, water supply, flood control, evacuation center, fish ports, etc. Okay, ito po sa news din po, you recently awarded educational assistance to children of the commissioned MILF combatants in Marawi City. Can you tell us more about this? Mga good news. Oh.
Yes, Your Honor. It's around 1,500 beneficiaries, and we're giving them 25,000 per semester, 50,000 per year. So, ganun po ang binibigyan natin. Only the families of the combatant.
Yes, yes. Hindi, you pay the school. Do you pay the school? Or you give the cash to the... You pay the school.
We give the cash to the school,
school, you
Your
pay
Honor,
the school.
particularly my school, Mindanao State University.
Because you have an educational assistance program? Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maganda po ito. Yes.
Including indigenous people, Your Honor. We are supporting 12 doctors.
Yes, thank you for that information. Pati sa housing, kayo ay nag-turn over ng 200 modified shelter units sa MNLF ex-militants and their families. Tamo, dapat ang DSUD, tignan niyo mga successful housing projects ng SPDA as well as the OPA-PRO. Mga single detached siguro to modified shelter units. This is not in a condominium
Yes. Single
Concept.
detached, Your Honor.
Yes.
Dahil sa Muslim standards is that at least 3 bedrooms.
Yes,
Single
so yan.
detached.
Sana i-share ninyo sa DSUD yung mga projects na ganito, very successful, or sana may initiative si DSUD to learn from the other agencies ano yung mga successful housing projects ninyo. Although smaller in number kayo, but sila larger scale. But you know, kung hindi na mag-work sa smaller scale, paano mag-work sa larger scale, Mr. President? So ito
Yes,
po
Your
yung mga good news natin sa OPA-PRO. I saw your wish list. I think you're asking for mga 3 billion pa ata more. So we'll just take our guidance from our chairman. And still, you're still asking for 2 billion more for Pamana. So ganun siya ka-desired na project, ganun siya ka-effective, no? That you...
Yes, Your Honor, that is earmarked for Cordillera because as of now, our Pamana projects in Cordillera is only around 500 to 600 million. So, kung madagdagan sana per our wish list, mas marami tayong may bigay doon sa Cordillera.
Pero why the sudden realization? Noong 2023, sinabi po ng chairman natin, 260 million lamang ang budget natin for Pamana. Bakit all of a sudden, parang 5 billion na Pamana, puro Pamana na tayo?
We've been requesting that every year, ever since, Your Honor, but talagang to no avail, hindi na bigyan ng pundo. So last year lang nabigyan
What
ng
happened
pundo.
last year, Mr. Chairman? What happened last year na naka-afford tayo na we increased it by 4 plus billion pesos? Nakahanap tayo ng fiscal space?
Yes, Your Honor, it's through the help of Secretary Rasol of DBM. Amina Pagandaman. Amina Rasol. Amina Pagandaman of DBM and DPWH. Secretary of DPWH.
So, sinabi, good. Okay. So, kasi nagbago focus eh.
Yes, sir.
260 million, 5 billion. So, ibig sabihin nun, it's now a flagship program of the OPA-PRO.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, congratulations to our OPA-PRO. Keep us informed of your achievements and your plans, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, the two other agencies would be drug-related agencies, no? Yung PDEA, ilan ang tao ng PDEA? Ang PDEA, how many are the personnel of PDEA as of the moment?
At the moment, Your Honor, the total personnel of PDEA is, the current strength is 3,299, Your Honor.
And Dangerous Drugs Board, ilan po ang kanyang manpower or personnel?
For DDB, 180 personnel, Your Honor.
180?
180.
180. Okay, so kaya ko po tinanong yan kasi si DDB ay policy and is that 180
Personnel.
personnel level already the ideal for DDB? Yan na ba yun? When we wrote the law, ganyan lang ba kalaki yung ahensya na nasa isip namin?
We were smaller than Your Honor, but
Yes.
na-approve yung reorganization by 2017, kaya dumami tayo, umabot tayo ng 180.
Yes.
And meron pang pending proposal for expansion.
Why?
Creation of project management office, Your Honor, because DDB is the lead agency in the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drugs Strategy.
Kaya nga, so
By virtue of AO 66.
hindi ba sila brain power? Why do they need such a large agency in terms of personnel, Mr. President? Di ba sila ang tagaplano and tagasulat ng polisiya at programa on drug prevention and control. Pero ang tagatugis would be PDEA.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, kaya nga.
Correct.
That's why dyan ako nag-umpisa eh. I mean, para maklaro. Then I'll ask PDEA pagdating sa manpower nila eh. When we wrote the law, ano naman yung ideal na nasa mind natin?
Yeah, Your Honor, per EO 66, DDB is the lead implementing agency of the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drugs Strategy.
Correct.
So aside from policy making, being a policy making body, they're also implementing this strategy.
Okay.
Yeah, but as far as the drug demand reduction strategy is concerned, yung mga programs na yan under that demand reduction strategy ay sila po ang nag-implement. Kasi yung PDEA is for law enforcement, more on the demand reduction strategy.
So si PDEA, pagdating sa penal provisions of our anti-illegal drugs laws, sila taga-enforce.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Si DDB would be also the policy, the plans, and then they implement their strategy as far as what? Issuing. They issue regulations.
Regulations.
Kung ano yung bawal or ano ba, pati ba mga standards ng evidence, sila din ba 'yon? Yung chain of custody ng evidence, sila rin ba ang gumagawa ng regulations na 'yon?
Their implementation effort, Your Honor, is more limited on demand reduction strategies. Because this is not quite a law enforcement function.
Okay. So
Demand reduction.
educational approach,
yeah.
doon nyo
Rehabilitation, prevention, treatment.
rehab. But our rehab centers, are they operated by DDB?
It's
Or by
operated
DOH?
By DOH,
Yes, yun na
Your
eh.
Honor.
So, okay, example lang natin. For example, itong feedback sa chamber nito mismo na ang paggamit ng drug rehab centers natin, napaka-cumbersome because we need to resort to court orders.
Correct,
To
Your Honor.
commit somebody or
Yes.
even to release somebody who is already committed sa drug rehab center. Okay. Now that you know that feedback, is it your responsibility to try to fix the situation? Is it DDB or iniiwan ninyo sa legislature yan?
Sir, may policy recommendation si DDB to revisit yung particular provision na yan under the comprehensive dangerous.
Yes, Your Honor, DDB submitted a policy recommendation na ma-revisit yung particular provision of the law na yan. At in fact, we were able to hear it during the last Congress at the committee level. Yung pagtanggal ng provision, if you can remember, tanggalin yung provision na kailangan pa ng court order para ma-admit yung isang drug dependent or drug victim, drug dependent doon sa facility. Kasi nga, ang comment ng mga addict noon, sabi nila, offer kayo mga gobyerno, taga-gobyerno, offer kayo ng rehab dyan. Tapos ako mismo, nag-volunteer na ako na magpa-rehab. Ayaw niyo akong tanggapin dahil kailangan ko pang pumunta sa korte para kumuha ng court order. So discouraging po on the part of the drug dependent na hindi maabel kaagad right away, kahit na voluntaryo. Kasi nag-iingat rin yung mga administrator, yung management ng mga drug rehab center na hindi sila
Correct.
makakasuhan.
Oo, kaya nga,
Ayaw
oo.
lang tanggapin without
Yes.
court order.
Tama. Ako nga, bigla ko nga na-realize yung reason why. Pero ang gusto ko sabihin, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, did the DDB call the attention of legislators to this practice sa baba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
In fact,
okay.
during the last Congress, they proposed amendment to that RA 9165. And we heard it at the committee level,
Okay,
but luckily, hindi lang nag-progress.
Correct. So, yan ang naramdam natin yung presence and then the vigilance and the proactive stance of the DDB. Ayan po. Pero dun pa sa release ni Senator Robin kanina na kunyari it's a cannabis extract like CBD. Sabi nyo, you cannot do anything about it because although it is just an annex to the law, didn't we delegate to the DDB administrative? The power to issue administrative issuances so as to supplement the law, especially an annex to a law?
Wala, sir, hindi.
Annex lang yun eh.
Pero ito yung mechanism niya under Section 93.
Your Honor, under Section 93 of the Republic Act 9165 or the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 provides the legal framework for the regulation and control of dangerous drugs, including the authority to reclassify, add, or remove substances from the list of dangerous drugs based on their medical utility, potential for abuse, and the risk they pose to public health and safety.
Binigay namin sa DDB?
Provided, Your Honor, yung substance ay hindi yung kasama doon sa naka-annex doon sa RA 9165.
Okay.
That's the limitation of the Dangerous Drugs Board.
Meaning to say you can add to the annex, the DDB add to the annex, to the enumeration in the annex as banned, prohibited, or regulated or controlled substance. You can
Yes, Your
add.
Honor. Yes,
That's
Your
your
Honor.
interpretation of the law. You can add. You will issue a circular adding to the list.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But you cannot
Remove.
issue a circular to remove from the list.
Yes, sir.
Why
Yes,
is that
Your
the
Honor.
interpretation?
Yes, sir. Kasi, sir, we reviewed yung legislative
Kunin nyo nga yung section.
Yeah, Your Honor, because when they reviewed the archives, the legislative archives, lumabas na yun ang intensyon na wisdom ng framers of RA 9165. Nung time na yan. Lumabas daw doon. Na they can add but they cannot remove without amending the law.
Ito ka, participate ka rin.
With the permission of the gentleman who have the floor, what is the pleasure of Senator Padilla?
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. For ano lang po ito, for clarificatory, ano lang po, Ginoong Pangulo.
The gentleman may proceed. You are recognized, sir.
Meron lang po kasi dito, sinasabi po ng ating sponsor na doon daw po sa batas may annex. Saan po ba yun? Kasi kanina pa po namin re-review yung batas. Kasi dito po sa batas malinaw na sinasabi na ang IDEA at ang DDB, sila yung pwede na silang mag-reclassify. At sila po yung bubuo ng magpo-promulgate sila. At sila po yung magre-reclassify. At sila po ang sasuggest, sila po ang magsasabi sa Kongreso doon po sa ginawa nilang aksyon. Pwede pong malaman sa kanila kung nasaan po yung annex, kasi kanina pa po kami naghahanap.
Your Honor,
Section 93, sorry po, Section 93, wala po talaga.
naka-annex siya na, Your Honor, 1988 United Nations Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs. 1961 United Nations Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs as amended by the 1972 Protocol. Number 22 po sa list na yun, yung annex na list na yun is cannabis and cannabis resin and extracts and tinctures of cannabis.
Wala pong nakalagay sa tanong. Ginoong Pangulo, pwede pong humingi ng suspension sandali? Opo.
Session is suspended.
Mr. President, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
With the permission of Senator Padilla, Chair recognizes Senator Zubiri.
Thank you very
You may
much.
proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd just like to, no questions, but a manifestation of support to, of course, Minda, Leo. Minda's one of my babies. I sponsored that together with Senator Ed Angara. I was the author and he was the principal sponsor of Minda. As well as I'd like to give my full support to the Office of the Presidential Peace of the OPARU. And we'd like to thank, of course, the good gentleman, Secretary Galvez, for all his hard work in keeping the peace. I just wanted to announce, yesterday I had a dinner meeting with members of Parliament of Thailand. I think you're supposed to be meeting them, Sec, no? And they're using, Mr. President, they're using the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region or the BOL, the Bangsamoro Organic Law, as their template. And they were asking me how we were able to do it. And talagang nakakatuwa dahil nagkakagulo dun sa southern Thailand. Because southern Thailand is boundary to Malaysia. So they have about 5 million Muslim Thailanders. And they're in conflict. Marami palang namamatay dun. Hindi lang nailalabas sa news kasi kontrolado po ng Thai government. And you know the Thai government is headed by military. Half the members of parliament are military. Hawak nila yung media kaya hindi lumalabas. Apparently, meron na palang mga over 7,000 deaths in the past how many years of fighting in the southern part of Thailand. Pero they can really cover it up because mahilig tayo, mga tourists pumunta ng Thailand, di nila alam, may mga putukan pala dun sa baba. So, they were really happy that I was able to come, Mr. President, and share with them the experiences we had in the crafting of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So we gave them feedback. But of course, I told them to see you, Mr. Secretary, and to see also the Chief Minister, and to talk to the local government units. But they have a full range of experiences that can be shared to them. But they were so happy how, they could not believe it, how our military would agree to a peace process. They could not believe it, Mr. President. Ang sabi talaga nila, you know, Senator, sa amin, yung military, ayaw. Talagang when you talk to them about a peace process, they think we are copping out, they think we are surrendering, and we are, it's treason. Sabi niya, the word used, it's treason to talk about the peace process. Then I had to explain to them, Mr. President, that our system here is different from Thailand. Sabi ko, Mr. President, sabi ko sa kanya, Your Honor, Your Excellency, dito kasi civilian rule over military. So at that time, former President Duterte really wanted to pursue the peace process that was being set forth by many presidents already, Presidente ng Pilipinas. So that was one. Number two, I said, we were able to convince the military that peace is for their best interest because sila pong namamatay. And I told him, case in point, the leader now of the peace process, the one in charge of the government's peace process, is a former general who was the liberator of Marawi. And so sabi ko, that experience was the one that opened our eyes that we needed a long-term political solution. Kaya po, nagpapasalamat po ako kay Secretary for continuing the faith and the fight for peace. I know a bit difficult it is, definitely, but we can claim that we're doing a yeoman's job, no? The whole government. And just for the record, Mr. President, because of the almost 6 years of lasting peace from the passage of the BOL, we have now brought down the poverty incidence of BARM from 55% to now 23%, 24%. Half, Mr. President, kalahati. We were able to erase 20+% of poverty incidences from Maguindanao, from Lanao Sur because of this process. At the same time, Mr. President, finally, they are no longer in the top, not all of them are no longer in the top 10 in the poverty list. At the same time, the GDP growth rate of, and it can be confirmed by Sir Leo, who is the head of Minda, the GDP growth rate now of BARM has almost doubled from negative to almost +2, +3%. Malaking bagay po yan, Mr. President, because if all the regions of the Philippines can contribute to high growth rate, the average growth rate of the Philippines will also increase. So, yun lamang po, Mr. President. I just want to give my full support to the budget and any initiatives by this Senate to even give them more to be able to continue the peace and order situation, not only in Mindanao, but throughout the country. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. With the permission of Senator Pimentel, we'll just dispose of some of the agencies so that we can concentrate on the agencies at hand. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: Mindanao Development Authority, Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, National Amnesty Commission, and the Southern Philippines Development Authority be deemed submitted for the bodies concerned. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Congratulations to the aforementioned agencies.
Minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of the budgets of the Dangerous Drugs Board, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency, and recognize once again the sponsor, Senator Ronald Bato de Rosa, and our minority leader, Senator
I
Aquino
believe
Poe.
Senator Padilla
Senator
was the
Padilla,
one who asked for a
likewise.
recess.
Senator Robin.
Senator Padilla is recognized with the indulgence of Senator Pimentel.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Gusto ko lamang pong linawin, Ginoong Pangulo, na wala po akong kontra. Ako po ay nakasuporta sa budget ng PIDEA at ng DDB. May mga nililinaw lang po akong mga issue. Katulad po nito, nagkasundo po kami na meron po kasing hindi magkasundo sa usapin sa batas at sa IRR. Pero nagkasundo po kami na lang ang nagkasundo na kami pong dalawa ay magtatrabaho para magkaroon na po ng kaliwanagan itong patungkol po sa medical cannabis. Sa matagal na panahon, ito po kasing medical cannabis, ito pong cannabis, ay pinagbintangan at ginawang napakasama. Panahon pa ho yun, 1961 pa ho yun, 2024 na po. Gusto ko pong malaman ninyo, marami na pong mga bansa ang nagtatanim at nagpapalaki ng mga tinatawag nating marijuana. Opo, ano? At meron pong mga bansa dito na pinapayagan na po nila yung tinatawag na hemp. Diyan po sa Canada, sa China, sa France, sa USA. Ito po yung tinatawag natin na ginagamit po para po makapaggawa ng mga hemp concrete, hemp wool, fiberboard. Hindi po ito puro usapin ng hinihitit o kaadikan. Ito po ay industrial. Ginagamit na po ito. Kahit po ang Japan, meron na po siyang ganitong hemp industry. Ito po, Australia, meron na rin po siyang hemp industry. Gusto lamang po nating liwanagin na hindi po porket sinabing marijuana, ito po ay lagi na lang usapin ng hinihitit. Luma na po yun, laos na po yun, iba na po ngayon, industry na po ito. At ang medical cannabis po ay isa ng ekonomiya. Kaya ako po ay nagpapasalamat sa DDB at dito po sa PIDEA sa kanila pong pagbubukas ng kanilang isip at tayo po ay makasunod na rin sa mga bansa po. Unang-una na po dyan, yung mga progresibong bansa na tumatanggap na po sa paggamit ng tama ng hemp at ng medical cannabis. Yun lamang po, maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Pimentel is recognized for the continuation of his interjections. Senator Pimentel, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nandun tayo sa DDB and its functions and its practices. Yun po ating ini-examine. So, and in the course of our interpellation, Section 93 of RA 9165 was mentioned, which when read, actually, the impression that you get is para may delegated authority talaga sa DDB to remove an item listed in the annex, Mr. President. Let me just read the first sentence of Section 93. Ito ba yung binasa ng chairman natin? Section 93, reclassification, addition, or removal of any drug from the list of dangerous drugs. The board shall have the power to reclassify, add to, or remove from the list of dangerous drugs. Period. Ang board dito is the DDB. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
And then they're telling us that the interpretation of the DDB is they can add but they cannot remove.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kasi sir, under section 19, may nakalagay yung sa cannabis, yung napansin niyo sir, sa treaty natin siya, 1961.
Tapos, habang nag-aaral...
Yeah, Your Honor.
yes.
Your Honor, it says here, Section 93.
Yes, yun na.
The board shall also take into accord the obligations and commitments to international treaties, convention, and agreements to which the Philippines is a signatory. And the Philippines is a signatory to the 1961, which is, we consider this, we annex it as Annex B.
Right.
1961 United Nations Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, as amended by the 1972 Protocol. List of drugs included in Schedule 1. It says here, number 25, cannabis, number 26, cannabis resin extracts and tinctures. So that's
Yes, we were talking about the list of dangerous drugs, di ba?
yes, Your Honor.
Mentioned din siya sa definition eh. Section 3J. Andun yata siya, okay.
Section 3J.
Sa definition of terms kasi sir, nakalagay din.
Kasi, Mr. President, ito na lang, just to, siguro nga, anyway, we are not going to resolve this issue sa budget hearing, but we are just probing into how the DDB thinks and functions. Ang treaty kasi, in my opinion, and the treaty provisions have the force and effect and the character of municipal law, domestic law, para na siyang pinasa na batas. Ngayon, lalo na dito, in-incorporate pa natin siya sa isang batas at sinabi natin sa Section 3J na yung listahan na to, schedules na ito, are part of this act. Therefore, we can amend it because they're part of this act, or since we delegated to under Section 93 the power to add, or reclassify, add, or remove to the board the list of dangerous drugs, kung nakasama yung listed dun sa schedules, I think we also delegated the power to you to remove from the list, not from the treaty. You're not removing from the treaty. You're removing from the list that we annexed in our law to be treated as dangerous drugs. Ganun po sana kasi otherwise paulit-ulit yung phrase na reclassify, add or remove. Paulit-ulit as a power given to the board. So, I don't know if you can pursue that kind of a reasoning. We are not asking you to amend the treaty, which you cannot do. Yes. But we incorporated nga, the schedules in the treaties are now defined as dangerous drugs. Hindi sila, ayun, linista ngayon sila. Now, they're part of the law. So, Congress may amend that list, and that's not tantamount to amending the treaty because we made them part of the act. But since Section 93, we delegated to you the power to reclassify, add, or remove from those lists attached as annex. Therefore, you have that power. That's how I understand now the how this could be interpreted. Do not worry, you are not amending the treaty. You're amending the act. The list of dangerous drugs mentioned in the act.
Yes, Your Honor. We perfectly understand
Yes.
your explanation, and we will look into the process of
Yes,
doing this.
Kasi I think a couple of years ago, I think sa budget hearing, I also brought this to your attention. Naawa ko dun sa mga in good faith bumibili sa available sa market in other countries na CBD, which is a cannabis extract, di ba? Nasa listing yun eh. In good faith bumibili doon kasi available sa market yun, dinadala rito. And then I think I asked kung ilan ang incidents na may nahuhuli. So I think noon meron, but up to now, may nahuhuli pa ba?
Meron pa rin daw.
Meron pa rin nga,
Your
kaya nga
Honor.
medyo unfair sa kanila, although they're just implementing the law. But the point is, our law, ayaw nga natin itaga sa bato yun eh. Kaya nga, that's why nandun yung flexibility. So, it's either kasi sobrang lalim ng understanding ninyo sa cannabis extracts that you know something that the other countries, the Western European countries do not know, or they know something that you do not know. Or even though you know, your interpretation of the law is probably mistaken. Because andun yung flexibility. If you look at the law, ang purpose ng mga paulit-ulit na linalagay yung phrases na yun is for flexibility. Kasi po nagbabago eh. Science moves, our knowledge based on science also changes. I don't know, Mr. Chairman.
they will be
Yeah. Okay, pero meron
acting on it accordingly, Your Honor.
but there's a procedure. So yung mga
Yes,
gusto rin look at the procedure. I mean, there's a petition, whatever. So gawin din po natin 'yan. Apo.
Yeah.
So, PIDEA, being the implementing arm of the DDB as well as the law enforcer of our anti-drugs laws, yun ang pagkaintindi ko. Actually, ang pagkaintindi ko, inalis sa PNP. Bibigay talaga sa PIDEA. What is now the current, your current level is 3,299 personnel, manpower. Have you reached your ideal level as far as manpower is concerned? Nung sinusulat namin yung batas na ang in-envision ng policymaker ibigay sa PIDEA lahat ng law enforcement on anti-illegal drugs.
Well, we are far from our ideal personnel strength, Your Honor. Right now, yung mga tauhan natin sa PDI hanggang provincial level lang. Wala pa sa municipal level. So kung i-build up natin yung up to the municipal level, I think the ideal, this is the ideal strength. We should have 19,704 personnel, Your Honor. So minus 3,000.
Yes.
So
3,200,
we
yes.
still need around 15,000 personnel, Your Honor.
Okay, kasi ang PIDEA is actually your PNP against illegal drugs. Ganun siya, lumalabas eh. So, opo. So, ang problema, Mr. Chairman, at buti na lang ang chairman natin is also former chief PNP, hindi yata binibitawan ng PNP yung concern or involvement nila sa anti-illegal drug operations because we still have the PIDEG.
Your Honor, actually, by operation of law, dapat binitawan na talaga ng PNP yan.
Kaya nga.
But then, PDEA mismo ang humingi ng suporta from PNP. That's why yung anong tawag yan, sir? Yung operate na parang paano yun? That is why PNP is always involved in the anti-drug operations because it is a known fact really that hindi kakayanin ng PDEA to conduct nationwide anti-drug operations.
Pero ganito ba na-envision natin, pag ma-achieve na, let us say, ng PIDEA ideal strength nila na lagyan na lang natin, i-round off na lang natin, 20,000 strong, ang expectation natin, of course, plus budgetary support, no? Ang expectation natin, all drug, all anti-illegal drug law enforcement would be PIDEA, exclusively PIDEA now.
Yes, Your Honor,
That's the
ideally.
plan.
Ideally.
Yes.
But remember, if we look back in our history, prior to the assumption of President Duterte, 2016, the level of drug problem in the Philippines was so high. And if you can just imagine, PIDEA, we adopted a whole of nation approach. Andyan ang PIDEA, which is 3,000 plus, o 2,000 pa at the time, 2,000
Yes,
plus. Tapos plus the PNP, during my time, we were about almost 200,000, 198,000. Plus NBI, plus Bureau of Customs and other law enforcement agencies, nagtutulong-tulungan yan sa ating war on drugs. Plus the local government units, from barangay to the municipal level, to the provincial level, nagtutulungan yan lahat, pati mga barangay tanod. And still, look, anong nangyari sa ating war on drugs? Hanggang ngayon, nandiyan pa rin yung problema sa droga. Dahil nga, hindi kinaya the magnanimity. How do you call that? Anong term yan?
Magnitude.
Magnanimity. The magnitude of the problem itself, napakabigat po. Kaya, itong 19,000 na ideal, ay pwede siguro ito kung still, eventually, later on, masusulo na ng PDEA yung problema ng droga.
Correct, correct.
Dandahan na mag-exit ang PNP. Pero ito nga, Your Honor, nakalagay dito sa, the PNP still possess authority to conduct anti-illegal drug operation provided that the case shall eventually be transferred to the PDEA based on Supreme Court decisions in People of the Philippines versus Santa Maria, GR number 1710319, and People of the Philippines versus Rasamia Hernandez et al. Hence, PDEA deputation is no longer necessary or required for PNP personnel assigned with anti-drug units. So, meron pong Supreme Court...
Sa ngayon po yan. Sa ngayon. Kaya nga, ang expectation nga natin, you're talking about PIDEA ngayon, binabudgetan natin ng PIDEA.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang policy of the law is pag ma-achieve na natin yon, even with the ideal manpower requirement nila, they are the primary. Di ko sinasabing exclusive, primary, but of course PNP will act but only upon invitation or deputization of the PIDEA.
Yes, Your
Tama po
Honor.
ba yun?
Correct, Your Honor.
So that's yun yung medyo malayo pa tayo ron.
Ideal.
Ngayon, baliktad pa halos, Sige po, opo. Ngayon, anyway, pagka mag-hearing na lang tayo ulit sa Duterte administration's war on illegal drugs, I hope we get the commitment of the PIDEA chief and the Dangerous Drugs Board head to attend and
Yes, Your Honor.
give us information. Ako rin, ang aking expectation is you hold all the information about war on drugs. Dapat hawak niyo yun. If I give you cut-off dates, dapat alam din niyo anong hawak ninyo na figures, ilan ang casualty, ilan ang baby volume, volume of confiscation, etc. Dapat hawak ninyo yun. I hope hawak ninyo yun.
Yes, Your Honor.
Apo. Sige po. And then, just another observation, Mr. President. Meron tayong ginagastusan na Philippine Anti-Illegal Drugs Strategy. Merong entry ito sa Dangerous Drugs Board, 115.9 million. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama, no? More or less?
Yes.
Okay. Meron din ito sa PNP. 500 ito. Is this 5? 546.2 million pesos. So kung makikita natin, katulad kanina, pinakita natin Pamana versus Barangay Development Program, dito rin, even sa anti-illegal drugs strategy, gumagastos din tayo ng daan-daang milyon sa dalawang ahensya. Ngayon, dapat mag-policy decision na tayo rito. Ibibigay ba natin sa specialista? Ang specialista rito is the Dangerous Drugs Board. Specialista or sa isang general organization, general purpose organization like the PNP. Unless the DDB head can tell us may difference ba?
Your Honor, DDB is the lead agency.
Correct.
But all other government agencies are mandated by law to institutionalize the PADS. So kasama na dyan yung PNP. Kaya meron silang pundo.
Pero mas malaki. Pero mas malaki po just for the information ng DDB. Mas malaki ang binigay na budget sa PNP for the PADS, Philippine Anti-Illegal Drugs Strategy, 546.2 million. Sa inyo, 115.9 million. So sino ngayon ang premier agency?
Still the DDB, Your Honor, but sa implementation nitong strategy na ito, this is a whole of government approach sa implementation. So PNP being the biggest agency, law enforcement agency of the land, naturalmente talaga na the bulk of the fund goes to the PNP dahil mas marami silang units involved sa anti-drug operations up to the municipal level, Your Honor. All other agencies, we have Department of Health, meron din silang pundo for PADS. Department of Interior and Local Government.
Meron kayo, do you have the amounts nila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sige, pakibigay na lang listahan.
Yes, Your Honor.
But PIDEA, wala. Meron din.
Meron din, Your Honor.
Ano ba yung bakit? Pakalat ka lang. Sige po, we will just go over the list. So,
We will submit the list, Your Honor.
at any rate, ito lang, reminder sa PIDEA. I will never forget yung traumatic experience natin dun sa mall sa Quezon City, where there was a shootout between PIDEA and PNP. I hope we have learned thousands of lessons there na hindi na ito mauulit. I was not there. I was traumatized through the news. But paano pa kaya yung mga ibang naandun na taktakbuhan sa mga CR doon, may buntis pa ata doon, nakita ko sa news. These people are traumatized. Government versus government. Nangyari yun. Ano nangyari doon? Ito, Mr. Chairman, sa kwento-kwento lang sa akin. Ang isa doon, ang isang ahensya ng gobyerno, by bust, ang point of view nila. Ang isang ahensya daw ng gobyerno, sell bust. May sell bust ba? So, yun ang tanong. So, kaya nag-enkwentro. Because one agency was undertaking a buy bust. One agency was undertaking daw a sell bust. Kaya sila nagtagpo. Ngayon, from PIDEA na lang, meron na bang comprehensive report on why this happened? Has any agency investigated that particular incident and come up with a comprehensive report why that happened?
Well, Your Honor, as a result to that, that incident, nagkakaroon tayo ng joint memorandum circular between PNP, PIDEA, and other law enforcement agencies to enhance the coordination mechanism between drug law enforcement units by providing clear-cut guidelines that will guide anti-drug units in the conduct of anti-illegal drug operation. It aims to eliminate misunderstanding, miscommunication, and misencounter between drug law enforcement units. All requests for certificate of coordination and other documentary requirements as mentioned for the conduct of anti-illegal drug operation shall be forwarded to and processed only at the PIDEA Regional Operation Center. So, ito po yung resulta noon, Your Honor, that unfortunate incident.
Merong mga micro changes sa relationship. Pero before that time, may relationship na eh. Meron na supposed to be coordination yun eh. But still, it happens. So, I hope that the micro changes that we made will really prevent the happening again of such an incident.
Yes,
siguro DDB, magsalita na rin kayo. There's no such thing as a cell bust. Okay.
There's they call it reverse buy bust, Your Honor. Reverse buy bust.
Mr. President, I mean,
So that's bawal.
marami
So that's bawal now.
tayo natatawa, pero I think marami yata namatay nung insidente na yun. I think not less than 5 ang namatay doon. Imagine, government versus government. Mr. President. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, may phoned-in question lang kasi ako. One more topic. You need chemists. Kasi who needs chemists? Is it the board or PIDEA? PIDEA, di ba?
PIDEA, Your Honor.
You need chemists. May Magna Carta for chemists ata kayo. Just make sure that you observe it or implement it because yung rate daw ng attrition or resignation or anong tawag mo doon? The rate that chemists are leaving the agency mataas. So, you need your chemists because even yung law na binasa natin, may mga laboratories na binabanggit doon eh. So, take care of your chemist and I think you have sufficient equipment already. Balak nyo pa bang bumili pa ng more equipment? I mean, sana kung may pera kayo, invest in your people, especially your scientists, your chemists. Yun po, suggestion ko na lang po, Mr. President.
Yes, we'll take in, Your Honor, your advice to PIDEA.
No, but kasama ba sa budget ng PIDEA is the purchase of more laboratory equipment? Are these But are you purchasing the same equipment that you already have, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, it's listed in number 5, capability enhancement of PDEA laboratories
Magkano
nationwide.
po yun? Magkano?
Capital outlay, Your Honor, it's 176.
176
Million.
million. Opo. Sige po, basta kung although CEO yun, CEO, hindi mo naman mapapataas yun, no? But invest in your people, especially your scientists and your chemists, your laboratory workers, Mr. President. Critical yata sila because otherwise, pagdating sa kaso-kaso, baka ma-dismissan din kayo ng kaso or acquitted because mismo yung material na confiscate, baka doon pa lang reasonable doubt na pagdating sa classification niya.
Correct, Your Honor.
Sige po.
Yung the issue on yung mabilis yung pag-alis ng mga chemist natin is that greener pastures are waiting for them outside. And we cannot just adjust our pay scale because of we're controlled by civil service.
Yun, precisely, ito lang, Mr. President, for the information of everybody. Ang isang agency na naayos niya yung pagdating sa pay scale is DAR. Meron siyang ginawa, magpatulong na lang tayo kay Secretary Estrella. I don't know if you can take advantage of this concept na scrap and build down. That's what he did. Kasi ang parati nating na-encounter na hindi tayo maka-attract would be lawyers, ang baba daw. Psychiatrists, bababa. So, kung makita mo, pagdating sa mga psychiatrists, yun yung may mga science na. So, chemist, yun yung mga science field na po ito eh. Oh. And I'm sure doctors din siguro, hindi attractive ang mga pay scale. So, find out how DAR was able to do it. Lawyers ang naayos niya because problema nila titles eh. Land title. So, lawyers ang na-attract nila. Okay? They collapsed positions and then they produce a better paying one na tatanggapin na po ng mga professional, scientists, yan po. So,
Yes, Your Honor. One example cited by the Director of PDEA is that when a chemist is applying to the law enforcement community, ang pinakauna talaga niyang applyan is PNP. Because yung chemist sa PNP is salary grade 14. Sa PDEA, pagpapasok ka as chemist, salary grade 11 lang.
Okay.
So kung matanggap siya sa PNP, mawala na ang PDEA ng
Correct,
chemist. Pero kung hindi siya matanggap sa PNP, apply siya sa PDEA. Pullback position niya yung PDEA, but a lower pay grade, grade 11, salary grade 11.
But I'm sure there must be a solution na ipantay na lang because PDEA is the PNP for illegal drugs.
Yeah, we will make the necessary adjustments, Your Honor, and your recommendation, the DAR model.
Hindi ko alam yung sagot, pero may nakasagot. Yun ang gusto kong sabihin.
Yes.
It's a whole-of-government approach. Sabi ng chairman, pa-advise tayo rin sa ibang ahensya ng gobyerno na naayos nila yung problema nilang ganyan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your
Good
Honor.
luck to our anti-illegal drugs team and family. And I think Senator Tulfo will also question them. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpolate is Senator Rafi Tulfo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Rafi Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. I'd like to put it on record that I fully support the budget of the DBB and PDEA. However, I have some few clarificatory questions, which are very basic, and I'm sure it's very easy for the good sponsor to answer this, being a veteran law enforcement member. My first question is about doon sa tinatawag na drug watch list and order of battle. Paano po nailalagay sa listahan ang isang tao doon?
Your Honor, it started from the barangay level. The information was collected from the barangay level, then binabalidate up to the municipal level, provincial level, regional level, hanggang sa nabuo yung watch list at the national level, Your Honor.
Okay. So meron ho bang pagkakaiba sa listahan ng mga drug user versus drug pushers?
Yes, Your Honor. May separate list po yan, yung mga users at saka yung pushers.
Okay.
But sometimes, nakakategorize sila. Pero sometimes may isang tao na he's a user at the same time, a pusher. So kasama siya sa dalawang listahan doon. User na, pusher pa.
At meron din po ang PDEA listahan ng mga supplier at manufacturers.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The reason why I asked that, Mr. President, the good sponsor, years ago, ilan ng mga napunta sa aking mga complainants na nailagay ang pangalan nila sa drugs watch list samantalang malinis naman sila. So ang duda nila, meron silang kapitbahay o merong galit sa kanila na may connection sa barangay, sa law enforcement, kaya inilagay ang pangalan nila doon. In some cases, in the past, may napapatay pa dahil dyan. So paano po maiwasan natin na mangyari yan ulit?
Yeah, Your Honor, if kung nangyayari daw yan noon, right now, mahirapan na daw mangyari yan dahil all law enforcement agencies involved in anti-drug operations are strictly comparing notes at binabalidate nila. Noon, posibleng mangyari yan, pero ngayon, mahirap na daw. Dahil nga, ang validation process ay periodic at palaging ginagawa, Your Honor.
So halimbawa po, Mr. President, good sponsor, ang isang taong nagtatrabaho sa barangay at sabihin natin officials ng barangay at meron siyang galit na tao sa kanilang barangay. So ilalagay niya sa listahan yung isang taong yon and then may connection siya sa PNP at i-validate yung sinabi nung taga-barangay na naglagay sa listahan ng kagalit niya. And so my question then is, what degree of proof ang kailangan para ma-ensure na yung ginagawa nitong barangay official na ito dahil galit lang siya sa isang tao ay hindi makakalusot at hindi dumating sa hindi kanais-nais, which is ma-raid yung bahay niya, mahuli siya, maplantahan siya, etc. Kasi in some cases, siguro alam niyo po ito, good sponsor, marami sa mga kababayan natin, especially yung mga mahihirap, na napagdidiskitahan, hinuhuli, at alam naman natin, wala sila talagang kasalanan, at pinaplantahan.
We understand those unfortunate incidents, Your Honor, pero as of now, the PDEA Director General is giving us the assurance na mahirap na daw yan mangyari ngayon because the management of the watch list, this is identification and validation of individuals involved in the illegal drugs and formulation of PDEA, PNP certified BADAC, Barangay Anti-Drug Abuse Council's watch list. This is for the purpose of identifying individuals to be recommended for appropriate intervention programs such as treatment and rehabilitation of persons who use drugs and reformation program for qualified posers. Posibleng mangyari yan talaga, Your Honor, kung may mga tao na may masamang intensyon na magbigay ng wrong information doon sa PNP or sa PDEA para yung kalaban ba niya sa negosyo, kalaban ba niya sa politika, or na gusto niyang maisama sa listahan, posible yan, makarating yan doon, pero with the very stringent validation process being conducted by these agencies, PDEA, PNP, local government units, and the barangay and the municipal drug abuse councils, baka mahirap na yan mangyari ngayon, Your Honor.
So, thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. So, yung listahan ng PDEA at ng PNP pagdating sa drug watch list or order of battle, magkapareho or in some ways magkaiba?
Yes, Your Honor. Magkaisa na po yung listahan dahil kinukonsolidate nila, nagko-coordinate sila palagi, yung NBI, PNP at PDEA, iniisa na yung listahan. And we are no longer using the term order of battle, Your Honor. Watch list na lang yung nakalagay doon sa
Drugs watch list na. Kasi in the past, sikat na sikat yung salitang order of battle.
Military term yan.
Pag nilagay ka doon sa listang order of battle, delikado ng buhay mo.
Yes,
It's either
Your Honor.
mapaplantahan ka at makukulong ka or sementeryo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So ang sa akin lang po kasi, gusto ko lang maiwasan na yung mga inosente, of course, galit po ako sa droga, tulad natin lahat dito, sana yung mga maliliit nating kababayan, yung mga talaga inosente, hindi mapagplantahan, mapagbintangan at makulong dahil sila ay napagdiskitahan lamang at sila ay nasa kulungan. And I'll tell you, it's a fact na napakaraming mga kababayan tayo dyan sa city jail na nagaantay ng kaso nila ma-resolve na inosente, believe it or not. Napakarami yan, and you know that the good sponsor, number one, pinantahan sila. Number two, wala silang pampiyansa. Number three, mahirap sila. Yun yung tatlo, kaya hanggang ngayon nabubulok sila sa city jail. So, having said that, sana maging careful ang ating mga taga-PDEA, law enforcement, sa pag-qualify ng isang taong whether he's a drug user, drug pusher, or not. Para naman masara po yung mga inosente doon sa mga talagang totoong mga pushers. Now, nagsusuot ba ng body-worn camera ang mga PDEA operatives tuwing sila po ay pupunta sa field? I mean, at 100% rate. Kasi sa PNP, sa 10 na gagawa ng operation sa field, yung isa salamat kung meron, tapos sira-sira pa yung camera at hindi pa umaandar. Sa PDEA, hindi ba ganon?
PDEA has a 100% body-worn camera to all its operatives during anti-drug operations, Your Honor.
100%, right?
100% complete.
Very good, excellent. Very nice to hear. Now, yung pong mga nakukolekta na ebidensya ng mga operatives sa field, saan po dinadala yun? Saan po ini-store?
We have evidence custodian, Your Honor, na nagtatago sa mga ebidensya, provincial offices, regional offices, Your Honor. Doon po nakalagay yung mga nakatambak yung mga ebidensya.
Okay. Gaano ka-secure po yung evidence room, kung tawagin if you will, na masiguro hindi po malulusutan yun, meaning wala pong mga loko-loko sa PDEA ang kukuha ng ebidensya doon, makakuha ng ilang droga doon para i-recycle tulad ng ginagawa ng ilang taga-PNP na nababalitaan natin.
Pwede recycle or pwedeng gamitin mismo, Your Honor.
pwedeng
yung
gamitin mismo.
Mga drug
Sponsor.
abuser na mga tao.
So how secured?
Security measures in safekeeping evidence. Installed the following for safety and added security. CCTV cameras inside the evidence room and its vicinity. Fire extinguishers with proper labels and instructions of use. Metal grills were installed around the facility. Double doors were metal instead of wood. The doors were secured with 3 sets of locks which are in the custody of 3 authorized laboratory service key holders, such that the absence of a key holder makes access to the evidence room impossible. Biometrics will also be installed outside the evidence room to control access to the facility. So, napaka-secure na po yung kanilang evidence room, Your Honor. Dahil 3 may hawak ng susi. Kung hindi present yung 3, hindi ma-open yung evidence room. And so, chances are na yung 3, hindi yan magkakaisa na gumawa ng kalokohan. May mga, kuha yan, mga safety features na ginagawa, kaya hindi sila magkakaisa.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. Good sponsor. Now, pagdating po doon sa pagkukolekta ng mga ebidensya sa field o yung nakukuha ng mga ebidensya sa field, up to the point na yun po ay ilalagay doon sa storage room, ano pong mga procedure ang ino-observe para masiguro, for example, may nakuha silang 1 kilo sa field at pagdating po doon sa storage room, 1 kilo pa rin papasok na wala pong nangumisyon o nag-cut ng kalahating kilo along the way.
Your Honor, according to the PDEA, the chain of custody of evidence is strictly being observed by every operatives of PDEA, Your Honor.
Wala ho bang third party? Kasi kung mga PDEA, sila lang, pwede po magsabuatan yun. Dapat po may third
Your
party.
Honor,
Halimbawa, taga-media.
always during operations, we seek the presence of local government officials and members of the media as witness in the conduct of our operations as required by law. So sila yan mismo, yung mga taga-media, mag-iingay yan kapag meron silang naobserbahan na mga ginagawang hindi maganda, yung mga operatiba natin sa field, Your Honor. Lalong-lalo na yung mga sinatawag natin na savings, mabubulabog yan dahil mayroong outsider coming from the media and coming from the local government o barangay na magbabantay doon sa ginagawa nila, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, good sponsor. Ang ibig ko rin kasi sabihin, the good sponsor, Mr. President, yung bang pag-transport ng ebidensya from point A, doon sa field, to point B, doon po sa storage room, na-observe ng hindi lamang ng mga taga-PDEA, kundi third party, halimbawa taga-media, na yung 1 kilo na na-collect sa field, dapat 1 kilo din ang pumasok at yun din po yung mismo, yung mga droga na yun ang talagang nakuha at exact na timbang pa rin. At same pa rin ang laman nung kung yun po ba yung mga sachet, yun po ba yung supot, etc. Kasi
Your
pwede
Honor,
magkaroon ng switching eh.
Yeah, mahirap talaga daw na pakialaman yung pag namarkahan na dahil the inventory is right there at the crime scene. Pag gawa ng inventory doon sa crime scene, namarkahan yan kung ilang pounds, ilang grams yan, pagkarga doon sa evidence van, papunta doon sa evidence room, ay sigurado yan na pagdating doon, the same pa rin. Kasi chine-check naman nung magre-receive na evidence custodian doon sa evidence room, kung anong nakalagay doon, kinikilo, tinitimbang niya uli doon pagdating, Your Honor. Kaya mahirapang galawin ng mga tao. Meron ding nagbibideo, mga pictures, kaya sinisiguro natin na hindi nila matamper yung evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Now, let's talk about destroying the drugs. Kapag natapos na po yung kaso sa korte, I would assume na yung mga drugs na yun ay kailangan i-destroy. Paano po yung destruction process na ginagawa?
The procedure of destruction, Your Honor, goes this way. First, we have to secure court order for the destruction from the court or written order from the Director General PDEA. If there is no case filed, Number 2, take pictures of the evidence. Number 3, reweigh the evidence. Number 4, re-examine the evidence. Number 5, take representative samples pursuant to the provisions of Board Regulations Number 1, Series of 2002. And number 6, burn dangerous drugs using thermal method.
Okay. Yes, I understand. Now,
Yes.
doon po sa burning na proseso, sino-sino po ang present at nag-observe para masiguro na yung mga sinusunog ay yung pa rin po yung mga drugs na nanggaling doon sa storage na may court order na pwede na i-destroy?
Your Honor, the witnesses prescribed by law, accused or counsel for the accused, DOJ, representative, media representative, elected public official, and civil society group cannot proceed to the destruction site at a short notice. Moreover, the said witnesses cannot proceed to the destruction activity on an almost daily basis. So, but still, pinagsisikapan na ito, pag lalong-lalo na yung destruction ng malakihan, Your Honor, nire-require talaga na yung presensya nito mga tao na ito.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Ano pong ginagawa ng PDEA na para masiguro yung monitoring ng kanilang mga agent na hindi mapasok sa pagbebenta ng illegal na droga or mismong sila ay gumagamit na pala ng droga?
We have continuing counterintelligence efforts, Your Honor, meaning we are monitoring all our personnel as far as their daily activities is concerned. And yun naman sa paggamit ay nagkakaroon tayo ng mga random drug testing to our personnel from time to time para mahuli yung mga gumagamit. Lalong-lalo na yung mga suspected na tingin natin ay gumagamit na, we require them to undergo a drug test, Your Honor.
Thank you. So far, ilan na po yung mga PDEA agents ang natanggal sa trabaho, nasibak dahil sila po pala ay later on, they were found out to be drug users na?
Your Honor, our data here for internal cleansing data, calendar year 2011 up to October of 2024. Dismissed, we have 96 PDEA agents. Suspended, 164.
96 and 164. So ito po mga PDEA agents na nakitaan or napatunayan na sila pala ay later on ay gumagamit na ng droga.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So na-determine ng PDEA the reasons bakit nangyari ito. So ano po mga programa ginagawa ang PDEA na para ma-ensure na hindi na maulit to? Of course, sinabi nyo may mga random drug testing. Wala ho ba kayong ginagawang studies bakit ang isang PDEA agent ay nalululong sa droga at na-involved sa drug trafficking? At yung na mga follow-up question, yung mga po na-dismiss na binanggit nyo ng mga numbers, na-dismiss sila because are they drug users, drug pushers, o naging drug suppliers na rin?
Your Honor, bihira na po tayo nagkakaroon ng solid PDEA personnel na nag-operate, Your Honor. Most of the time, pag nag-operate ang PDEA, it is together with other law enforcement agency like PNP or NBI para mas maiwasan yung mga, kung may plano silang gumawa ng kalukuhan, Your Honor, may counter-checking among and between law enforcement agencies.
Thank you. Good sponsor. Last question.
Your Honor, last question?
Hindi, sa operatives.
Can I have 1 minute break, Your Honor? Siya lang ko sandali.
1 minute break, yes. Go ahead.
Mr. President, 1 minute break.
Session suspended for a minute. Senator Tulfo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor. Out of the 95 dismissed, 164 suspended, 4 fined, 103 admonished from 2011 to 2024, ilan po doon ang dahil sa drugs?
Ilan? Lahat, Your Honor, yung 22, puro drug-related ito.
Lahat doon, napakarami.
Positive sa drugs.
So, suspended, 164 positive sa drugs to. So, when you say suspended, so naibalik sila. And admonish, 103.
Pag drug-related, Your Honor, dismiss kagad, tanggal. Hindi pwede yung suspension. Itong mga suspension na ito, mga minor administrative
Okay.
violation siguro, Your Honor.
Okay. So,
Kaya
itong
sila
95
suspended.
ang dismissed.
Yes, Your
Ang
Honor.
involved sa drug kasi 95. Okay, at hindi na po sila naibalik.
Hindi na ibalik.
Okay, great. Now, let's talk about the reward system, Mr. President, good sponsor. Paano po yung procedure sa pagbibigay ng reward? Ito ho ba, I would assume, ay sa mga tipster?
Your Honor, there are two kinds of reward system. One is for the tipster, yung informant, nagbigay na impormasyon na nag-positive yung operations. At pangalawa, yung mga lumen, yung mga operative mismo, AFP, PNP, PDEA, lahat binibigyan ng monetary reward, Your Honor.
Okay. Kaya ko po natanong yan, so paano po natin malaman na yung binigyan ng reward ay kapitbahay lang pala ng isang operative at siya naman talaga ang nagtrabaho kaya natumbok niya yung isang, say, drug den, and then after na matumbok niya, sabi niya, para kumita ko rito kasi kung idideklara niya siyang nakita, ibibigyan siya ng medalya versus kung sabihin niya may tipster siya, magkakaroon pa siya ng pera. So ang gagawin niya, tatawag siya ng kapitbahay niya o kainuman niya, pre, tuta, tatakulban naman yung mukha mo eh. Papalabasin ko na lang ikaw ang tipster ko at mabibigyan ka ng milyones. So paano natin masiguro na hindi po nangyari yun sa PDEA?
Your Honor, merong board po na nag-deliberate dito sa mga bibigyan ng reward. Hindi lang po ito, ang board is not purely composed of PDEA officers, but merong taga-academ, merong taga-religious sector, may business sector. There are 4 sectors being represented here, Your Honor, aside from the law enforcement. Dalawa from the business daw, Your Honor. So sila po yung bibet ng nagkakandak ng vetting process doon sa mga tatanggap ng rewards, Your Honor. At kasama doon sa betting is to see to it na hindi ito hausyaw na tao, personality na ginamit lang ng pulis para ultimately yung reward mapupunta lang din sa pulis. Mga civilian po ito, Your Honor. Hindi po makalusot yung mga diskarte ng mga law enforcement na gano'n na scheme, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, from the very start na dinedevelop ng kanilang informante, yung isa pong pinaproject nilang say drug den, nakalista na po yung pangalan ng informante yon hanggang sa naging positive yung pag-raid at naging successful doon na sa drug den, saka ibibigay reward dun sa informante yon dahil siya yung nasa listahan from the get-go mula sa umpisa hanggang sa naging successful yung pagkahuli o pagka-raid ng isang drug den na project.
Not necessarily, Your Honor, yung pangalan niya mismo makuha, no, malista. But from the very start, the fingerprint of that tipster is already being taken from him. Hanggang sa matapos, the same fingerprint pa rin yung ginagamit para pag-claim ng reward. Kasi there are instances wherein informants, yung tipsters, ayaw nila mabulabog yung kanilang identity. So hanggang kuwan lang tayo, yung right thumb fingerprint, Your Honor.
Okay, hindi po ako namimaloso po, good sponsor, Mr. President.
Yeah, but the handler, of course, the handler, Your Honor, kilala niya yung tao, yung
Kaya nga
handler.
po.
Aside from the fingerprint, personal identity niya, kilala ng handler.
Kanyari, si Mario, isang PDEA agent, at meron po siya na-discovery na isang malaking bahay ng supplier, drugs. Alam niya na yon. Dahil, siyempre, sa kanyang experience and all. And then sabi niya, maging successful ang pag-grade ko rito, ito ay magbubunga. So tatawag siya ng kanyang kapitbahay at ipapapingerprint niya para sabihin niya na kapag ito ay naging successful, ikaw ang sasabihin kong informante ko rito para kumita, kahati tayo sa kita. Yun po ibig sabihin. So paano natin maiwasan na mangyari po yun na talagang legit yung informante, talagang nagbigay siya ng tamang impormasyon at hindi nakihati o nakikomisyon lamang yung PDEA agent.
Your Honor, during the deliberation of the rewards, ay mahuhuli po yan dahil sa interview portion. In-interview, although hindi pinapakita yung mukha, in-interview siya at malalaman ng mga members ng board kung ito ay drama-drama lamang or kuwan lang ito, scripted yung kanilang papel doon sa drug bust na yun, Your Honor. Malalaman po, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Good sponsor. Now, nais ko palang pasalamatan ng PDEA kung hindi ko pa kayo napasalamatan nung gumawa po ako ng surprise visit sa mga bus stations at sumama po ang ilang PDEA agents at nag-conduct ng drug testing at isa nga doon naging positive. Now, doon po sa drug testing, ano po yung nahuli doon? Is it shabu lamang? Kasama ba doon yung cocaine, marijuana?
Your Honor, yung test kit na ginamit doon sa request mo na testing ay 4. Shabu, marijuana, cocaine, ecstasy, Your Honor. Pwede daw magiging 6 or 7 pero mas mahal. Mahal yung test kit na yon kung i-cover pa yung ibang types of drugs. Pero sa atin, yung prevalent na drug abuse is by the use of shabu, marijuana, cocaine, and ecstasy, Your Honor.
Okay. Marijuana, cocaine, ecstasy, and shabu.
Yes, Your Honor. Isang kit lang yun, pero all those 4 substances can be tested and can be found out kapag ikaw ay positive doon.
Ecstasy,
Sa 4 yan.
kasama po yung ecstasy.
Kasama, Your Honor, ecstasy.
Paano po kung heroin addict po yung na-test?
Wala. Hindi kasama doon sa 4.
Hindi
diba?
kasama.
Hindi kasama sa 4, Your Honor.
Paano kung PCP addict siya? Hindi rin kasama, lusot siya. Paano kung codeine and morphine addict siya? Lusot din siya.
Pinoprofile daw, Your Honor, yung ina-drug test natin. Halimbawa, malaman sa kanyang background na yung kanyang involvement ay nandoon sa ganitong klaseng drug. So, yun ang gagamitin po na test kit.
Mahirap po yung profiling. Kailangan po talaga yung scientific, science. So siguro po, sabi niyo may kamahalan, baka pwede tayo mag-invest na yung 7-panel coverage na doon sa lahat na nabanggit ko. Especially kung ito po ay mga taong may kaya sa buhay.
Yes, Your Honor. And even the follicle test that you've been advocating, Your Honor. Is,
Yung hair follicle test,
hair
yes.
follicle test is
Hanapan po natin ng budget yan na sana po magkaroon tayo ng...
ay still being developed, Your Honor. Development of hair follicle drug testing, 13 million. So they developed that, Your Honor.
Billion o million?
Million. 13 million.
Mura lang.
Mura lang, Your Honor.
Sige po.
Development stage ba, Your Honor? Hindi ba alam? Baka later may additional na gasto pa ito.
With the indulgence of the Senator Tulfo, is there any private hair follicle center here in Philippines?
Right now, Your Honor, we have the high precision diagnostic laboratory, pero pag hair follicle testing daw, Your Honor, dinadala pa sa abroad, doon pa tinitest yung sample.
So you will know the results by how many weeks or how many months?
Average 2 weeks daw, Your Honor, yung hair follicle test.
Doon sa private.
Doon sa private.
Alright. So wala pa tayo sa ano, no? Sa
Sir?
government agency, wala tayong, we do not have any hair follicle testing center.
Right now, Your Honor, for the information of the body, wala pang na-accredit ang DOH ng hair follicle testing center o laboratory dito sa Pilipinas.
Alright.
So wala pa. Magiging first pa itong dinedevelop ng PDEA pag ito ay naging successful.
Thank you. Senator Tulfo, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, good sponsor, dumako tayo dun sa mga dredging vessels. During my last hearing sa Public Services, tinanong ko po yung DOTR and even the Bureau of Immigration and Coast Guard, pag may dumating na foreign vessels na gagawa ng dredging dito, sometimes from China, tinanong ko sila kung anong klaseng inspection ang ginagawa nila na para masiguro na walang droga may papasok. So, sila daw ay umaakyat doon at gumagamit ng K9. And then in-inspection po yung maleta. Wala ho bang presence ang PDEA doon para kapag halimbawa may naamoy yung aso na kahina-hina lang, suspected drugs, agad-agad ang PDEA ang gagawa ng confirmation because they're the agency na may capability makapagsabi na kung drugs ba yun o hindi. Hindi yung Coast Guard.
Right now, Your Honor, wala doon talaga. Wala silang presensya doon sa nagbo-board sa vessel na nag-inspection. Purely custom.
Wala ho ba kayong balak na makipag-MOA sa DOTR para ma-involve po kayo sa pag-aakyat sa mga barko na gagawa ng dredging dito? And these vessels came from countries na suspected source of drugs coming to our country.
We will coordinate, Your Honor. Sa ngayon, wala talaga. So, but we are interested on that subject and we will coordinate with the OTR.
On a weekly basis kasi po, maraming dumarating dito ng mga vessels from other countries to do dredging. At malalaking barko po ito at marami po mga crew dito. So pwede pong isiksik yung mga supot-supot o saku-sakong drugs kung saan-saan yan, sa engine, sa ilalim ng kama, o what have you. So kung may kasamang PDEA at Coast Guard, magsanib puwersa, masiguro natin 99% na pumapasok ay walang drogang karga, hindi makakalusot yung droga papasok ng bata.
Yes, Your Honor, it's very possible to happen, but right now, we are planning to coordinate with kung anong agency yung nagko-control ng mga dredging vessels na yan para makasama ang PDEA sa boarding party to conduct the inspection.
Okay. Last na lamang po.
Yes.
Mr. President, good sponsor. May presence po ba ang PDEA sa Bureau of Customs compound?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po yung ginagawa ng PDEA doon sa Bureau of Customs? Ano po yung kanilang mga duties and responsibilities sa loob po ng Customs compound?
Ang ginagawa niya. Your Honor, the presence of PDEA can be observed in the airport and the NAIA airport and the MICP. Kasama po sila doon sa interdiction team with the PNP, Bureau of Customs, NICA, and PDEA. Aviation Security of the PNP, Your Honor, kasama po sila doon sa interdiction team para mag search ng mga parcels na dumarating.
Okay. Kasi sa Bureau of Customs, Your Honor, may tinatawag na X-ray. Okay. Yung dadaan sa yellow lane and red lane, yun yung nafa-flag down na possible may problema. Especially kung ito ay galing sa mga bansa, itong container na ito, na hotbed ng drugs. So, dapat, ibig sabihin, nandun yung PDEA na randomly magbukas ng mga container at gumamit ng K9 para amuyin yung mga kargamentong yon. Yun po ba'y ginagawa na ng PDEA? At kapag ginagawa, bakit po nakalusot yung magnetic container na kilo-kilo, daan-daang kilong shabu? Meron.
Your Honor, pagdating kasi dyan daw sa yung portion na yan, it's a purely customs area and sila po ang nasusunod dyan. The only thing that PDEA can do is to be there once their presence is requested by the customs. Hindi po sila na on their own, papasok doon sa custom zone at maghahanap randomly ng target, Your Honor. Kailangan talagang dadaan pa sila sa customs authorities for coordination purposes.
Exactly. So, wala ba bang balak ang PDEA na makipag-MOA sa Department of Finance, the DBB and the Department of Finance, kasi yung Customs is under Department of Finance, para maobliga yung mga taga-Bureau of Customs, payagan po yung mga taga-PDEA na magkaroon ng presence sa loob ng compound nila for the purpose of looking out for drugs na possible na na-smuggle papasok ng bansa.
We will try to coordinate with the Department of Finance, Your Honor. If it is feasible, we will try, Your Honor. Maganda po talaga yan. Maganda po talaga yan. Kailangan talaga yung proactive approach pagdating dyan. Hindi yung nakatambay nga ang PDEA doon sa loob ng MICP or sa loob ng NAIA, pero maghihintay lang kung kailan kailan itatap yung services nila by the Bureau of Customs. Dapat on their own sana, kung pwede, meron silang information na narinig, na natanggap na itong particular container ba na ito, posible itong may laman, dapat on their own, kaya na nila kagad umaksyon. Pero as said, Your Honor, we have to go through the customs authorities. So, yung suggestion mo, Your Honor, is being considered seriously by PDEA.
Thank you. Last naman talaga, sponsor. 41.3% of first-time drug users were between ages 15 and 19. 1 in 3 students in the 12th grade experienced using marijuana. Alam mo ba ito ng PDEA? At kung alam ng PDEA ito, ano pong ginagawa ng PDEA at meron ba kayong mga programa para ma-address ito? Thank you.
Your Honor, that data came from DDB, and the DDB is strengthening the preventive education, advocacy, civic awareness by strengthening the drug education program in the schools. And the establishment of special drug education centers at the community level
Thank you, Mr.
for
President.
out-of-school youth.
Thank you, Mr. President. The good sponsor, thank you very much.
Thank you
Padilla.
very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: the Dangerous Drugs Board, the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is hereby approved.
Meaning suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Picture.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following state universities and colleges and the Commission on Higher Education, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Subcommittee D of the Committee on Finance, Senator Pia Cayetano, for her opening statement, and later to interpellate the Honorable Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I
Sir-
move that they be recognized.
Sir, objection, there being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am ready to sponsor the budget of the following: Commission on Higher Education with a total new appropriation of 60,247,899,000 pesos. The state universities and colleges with a total new appropriation of 117,989,930,000 pesos. And the University of the Philippines System with a total new appropriation of 24,262,233,000 pesos. Mr. President, I would just like to express to share a few observations on the higher education challenges. Survey shows that one of the primary reasons why students drop out of college is because of financial difficulties. Unfortunately, as it stands, it is going to be even more difficult for college students to graduate because under the tertiary education subsidy, we used to give 60,000 pesos per academic year for private higher education institution students and 40,000 for those enrolling in the public higher education system. But beginning academic year 2024 to 2025, the UNIFAS board has limited it to 20,000 pesos per year for both public and private higher education institutions. This is because of the number of applicants they have, and the idea is to spread it out. But, Mr. President, with the higher cost of living, our fear is that more of them will not be able to graduate. The next item I'd like to point out is the quality of education and job mismatch. 10 years ago, around 41% of college-age students were enrolled in higher education institutions. Now it is 47.49%, almost 50% of college-age students are enrolled in higher education. But the question we must ask ourselves, will this result in a well-educated, well-matched set of graduates? Based on news report, licensure exams for teachers, dentists, accountants, and more, even the bar exams actually continue to have low passing rates. Meanwhile, a study by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies conducted in 2022 showed that 40% of Filipinos are overqualified for their job. That said, our investment in higher education infrastructure, state-of-the-art facilities, cutting-edge technology, and ample resources create an environment that facilitates effective learning, teaching, and research. This also applies to our investments in our teachers, in our professors, for them to improve their own learnings and their teaching standards. On this note, we'd like to thank our chairperson, Senator Grace Poe, for accepting our amendments to fund futures thinking research programs of SUCs, increase capacity of medical SUCs, increase capacity of allied health and nursing programs of SUCs, dormitories, and upgrading and completion of facilities, learning spaces, and laboratories. This all represents our collective commitment to sustain and strengthen the accessibility, quality, and resilience of higher education across the nation. We remain focused on investing in projects and programs that ensure intergenerational equity while equipping our institutions to address future challenges. On that note, Mr. President, we are ready to accept questions from our colleagues. Thank you.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, good sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano. And my greetings to the Commissioner of CHED, headed by the Chairperson, Popoy De Vera, and the rest of the commissioners. Let me also greet the SUCs who are here with us, headed by the President of PASOK, Dr. Ronquillo. Good afternoon, sir. So I'll start off with questions in relation to the SUCs, Mr. President, and this was discussed during the hearing conducted by the good sponsor. And Section 4 of Republic Act number 10931, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, provides a clear method for computing the funding requirement of FHE. And let me read Section 4. Free higher education in SUC and LUC, provided finally that the amount required to implement the free tuition and other school fees in SUCs and LUCs shall be determined by the respective governing boards of SUCs and LUCs based on the projected number of enrollees for each academic year, which shall be the primary factor in computing the annual proposed budget of SUCs and, in the case of LUCs, the CHED for this purpose. This shall in turn serve as the baseline during the preparation of the annual expenditure program by the Department of Budget and Management. Then, in Section 4 clearly states that the primary factor in computing the funding requirement for FHE is the projection of the number of enrollees. However, the DBM uses actual FHE billing 2 years ago in determining the funding level for the succeeding year under the National Expenditure Program. So if the funding year is fiscal year 2025, which is next year, they use the actual billing for 2023, 2 years behind. This method employed by the DBM is contrary to Section 4 RA 10931. This practice resulted in actual deficiencies of about 3 billion pesos in 2022 and 6.4 billion pesos in 2023. It is expected to result in future deficiencies. The projected deficiency for this year is about 2.3 billion pesos and 3 billion next year. These deficiencies show that national government has not been paying the true cost of FHE. So, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, I would like to ask the good sponsor about her opinion on this divergence of interpretation between the DBM and also the free higher education law, because the free higher education law clearly states that what the DBM should use is the projection so that the budget will be accurate and use that projection as the baseline for budgeting, which is the NEP. However, the DBM created their own budgetary method, in which they use the actual enrollment 2 years behind. So obviously, it did not factor in projection. And that's where we are right now. And that's why we're experiencing this deficiency year in and year out, because what DBM is using are enrollment figures 2 years behind and not factoring the growth of the enrollment 2 years ahead. So I would like to ask the opinion of the good sponsor if this observation is indeed accurate, and is there a way to remedy the method of the DBM so that we will not incur deficiencies year in and year out?
Yes, Mr. President, the gentleman's observations are accurate. There is a big difference between what is provided by law and what is the current practice as determined by DBM. But moving forward, we are informed by the chairman of CHED that there is an ongoing TWG to address this. I would just like to add my own observations on the matter. Definitely, I share the observation made, and it is not consistent with the practice is not consistent with what is written in the law. But I do believe that that projection should also take into consideration the carrying capacity, because I think it is also our job, and when I say our, us policymakers and then those implementing the law, to ensure that the schools are in the best position to deliver quality education. Time and again in briefings, even briefings this committee has had, and then also discussions in EDCOM, our concern is the quality. And if we just look at the number of students who want to enroll, that's why I included it in my opening statement that we are now at 47% of the school of the higher education aged population. 47% of them are actually enrolling. Then we should really be increasing the funding for higher education. This includes facilities, this include the MOOE, including the investments in the teaching staff, including the non-teaching, because they're the ones who are keeping the environment, the entire environment proper, in the right, in up to standard, digital, moving up digitally. So there's a lot that has to happen if we want to be able to absorb this increasing number of students who want to enroll, but we also want to ensure quality. Off the record, I discussed with our colleagues my serious concern about the amount of subsidies we're able to provide. So I can delve in that later if His Honor or other colleagues are interested in that discussion. But I am very worried about the quality of education if we cannot provide the kind of support that will be needed by the SUCs to absorb the increasing number of students who want to go to college.
Thank you for the answers, good sponsor, and thank you for enlightening us that the departments, particularly CHED and DBM, shares the same interpretation that moving forward, the intention or what is stated in the law, which is to use the projection, will be used, and the acknowledgement there comes in the form of that TWG that will be formed. No? And I would like to ask the good sponsor, what is the timetable of that TWG, and is the intention of the TWG to really enforce the true intention of the law, which is to use the projected number of enrollees? And I'll go to the carrying capacity after that, Madam Sponsor.
They intend to finalize that by January.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. And we'll just await for updates from the CHED on that TWG. But it's a good step forward because I remember attending several budget hearings, several hearings that were conducted by the former chairperson of the Committee on Higher Education. It was chaired by our Senate President, Chis Escudero. I remember clearly that this deficiency would always come out. No? It will become, it's always a sticking point. And in fact, he offered himself to bridge between the DBM and the SUCs on how to find a solution moving forward. But I think personally, I think the TWG is a good step forward. And using the projected number, which is the realistic number to date and for next year, will be the proper formula. I'll go to the carrying capacity, and this has been discussed during the budget deliberations of the SUCs and CHED. And I mentioned during the budget hearing, the good thing is we have a lot of college-age students who are now interested going to school because of free higher education. And we also saw this very encouraging phenomenon in which the last decile, second to the last decile, and the third decile are growing, meaning the poorest of the poor are now the poorest of the poor are now enabled to go to college. They have the opportunity to get a college diploma, and that's a good phenomenon. On the downside is the carrying capacity, because a lot of students now are encouraged to go to school, to go to college. However, we all know that our SUCs are now facing severe deficiencies in terms of facilities, not only classrooms, but laboratories, even gymnasium, even access to teachers and professors. And that was also discussed during the budget hearing. May I ask the good sponsor, what are the SUCs doing in order to address the carrying capacity issue? Meron bang anong capital outlay sa SUCs today? Ang insertion ba natin is for these two? 2 and 3.
Most for next year lang. Ito lang, sir. Yung 3 billion.
Okay.
Sasagot. Mr. President, so the question is, how are the SUCs coping with this increased carrying capacity? So one of the main solution is conducting general classes online, which I hastily reminded the President that I am not a fan of. And I actually am going to make a statement and will also ask the President SUC President, to PASOK President to respond. When they are offering the courses online, is this made very clear to the parents that they are now receiving an education that is partly delivered online instead of face-to-face? Alam ba yan? Kasi Chairman Popo, you will recall a few years ago, this representation was very firm about, and the chair supported it, that there's nothing wrong with conducting classes online, but it must be made clear that this, if X amount of classes are conducted online, you have to make that statement very clear, because it is a great vehicle to obtaining a degree for those who cannot attend face-to-face. But if you can attend face-to-face, I feel it's a disservice to not be able to get that. So I just wanted to be clear if that is made very, if I want to be certain that that is clear to the parents and that they are following the guidelines of CHED on providing online. On that note, so you can give me a clear answer, because I don't want just a nod. I really want to hear, but what is the policy here? I want to share this information with our colleagues that for some, despite the demand, they did not increase their enrollment. So I actually have to say I'm proud of that, because we really need to be firm about maintaining the quality of education, the well-being also of the teachers, of the professors, na kayanan nilang turuan yung mga estudyante na. So I have here a list of the increase of enrollment per SUC. Some are as low as 1%, so negligible. Some are 3%, 12%, 7%, but there are some that are as high as, and I will ask them to answer us how they, because that is a question of His Honor, 52% increase in enrollment. And then meron din 44% increase. And the top notcher is, are you ready for this? 129% increase.
Wow.
So nagdoble. So,
Which
President
school
Chair,
is
so
that?
may
Which sponsor?
I would like to excuse President Tirso so he can consult with the three that I mentioned and ask how are they coping? Because I think we should know.
I think on the good side, Madam Sponsor, it's good because students are interested in studying. But I join the good sponsor in preserving and maintaining quality because we don't want just to promote diploma mills
Clean. Exactly.
in that regard, Mr. President. Well, Mr.
And just to add, CHED has a TWG also to study the carrying capacity. I'd also like to get more information that maybe we can just ask the chairman to submit to us. Because it'd be interesting to know, like, if you say, 10% increase is not a burden, then okay, then we can say that, okay, 10% increase is not. But 10% increase for the next 3 years straight is 30 plus percent. So, parang kailangan clear talaga yung standards natin for that. President Tirso, I'll wait for that answer. Serious ako dyan. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, system-wide, our average increase is about 8%, system-wide, but of course, it varies from location to location. But typically, I'm sure the good sponsor knows this and will agree.
Pero ang hirap naman kasi sabihin nun na may 1% tapos may 126%. Ang hirap naman i-average nun, di ba?
Yeah, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, going to the online, typically online, the way I understand it, you offer online to students who are currently employed or who cannot do full-time studies, Mr. President. It's a course designed for students who are working, Mr. President, but not the online should not be designed because we don't have classrooms, Mr. President. No? So it skews the objective, Mr. President.
And I hope all our SUCs are taking note of that, Chairman Popoy, na yun nga may purpose yun eh.
Yes,
Nagtatrabaho ka. I don't know if there's anything else. Or meron like I know there are incidents where a student is disabled, napakahirap naman mag full-time. Okay,
Correct, Mr.
maraming incidents na bagay naman yung online. Anyway, Chairman Popoy just gave me this, that CHED only allows 25% online per course per semester. So that means if you have 4 subjects. So my question is, and I'll just share it with the body, so isang tanong, isang sagot. Does that mean that one subject in a semester, if you have 4 subjects, one subject can be taught purely online, or does it mean per subject? Okay, per subject. So per subject, 25% can be online. In other words, if you had if it's a MWF class, like 3 units, so that's 12 sessions in a month, then 3 of those classes can be online. Personally, and I always have a disclaimer, I'm not the expert, but personally, as a previous student, as a mother of students, medyo okay naman sa akin yun. I think that's fair, no? Because then 75% of the class is with the face-to-face. Kasi during the pandemic, what bothered me was that there were some subjects, because of the teacher per se, totally online yung subject na yon. So sabi ko, ang hirap naman noon na, you get the face-to-face value for some, and then the others, 100 or 80% of that subject is online. So I'm glad that and we're strict about this. Okay.
Yeah. Mr. President, it's good that the Commission acknowledged the carrying capacity bottleneck that we are experiencing right now. And again, that's manifested through the TWG that they created. And we'll request from the Commission the results of that carrying capacity study. And moving forward, we saw in the budget that the Senate added 3 billion on top of the 9 billion capital outlay for the SUCs, Mr. President. And I thank the good sponsor for adding 3 billion. So what I'm driving at, Mr. President, is there is capital outlay of about 12 billion, but through that carrying capacity study, we might rationalize the capital outlay to areas or to SUCs that really need it the most. For example, if you are growing at 129%, obviously, you need more school buildings, you need more gyms, you need more laboratories, as opposed to areas where it only has 1% growth. So that carrying capacity study is very important to rationalize also how we distribute capital outlay in order to address carrying capacity. And on top of that, Madam Sponsor, at the proper time, we will also submit our amendment to include in the budgets of the different SUCs in total about 3 billion pesos to address the deficiency, Mr. President. So we will recommend to the committee. We have a list of SUCs who are in need of additional income so they can accommodate the students going into their universities. And we'll submit to the committee that breakdown, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll go to another topic, and this was also raised during the committee hearings, and I thank the good sponsor for, this is just to flag the committee, the good sponsor not to include the special provisions on SUC infrastructure project, Mr. President. In the 2024 GAA, there's a special provision there, and I'll read it. SUC infrastructure projects, the Department of Public Works and Highways shall implement the infrastructure projects of SUCs exceeding 5 million pesos, Mr. President. And I thank the good sponsor for not including that. But looking at history in 2024, in fact, the NEP did not contain that, the GAB did not contain that, the committee report did not contain that, but it magically appeared in the bicameral conference committee report, Mr. President. So I would like to just reiterate and flag the committee to, and all of us here in this hall to look out for that special provision because it created a lot of complications to the SUCs, Mr. President. Only 13 out of the 191 SUC infrastructure projects were subjected to this special provision, Mr. President. So in other words, a lot of delays were incurred in terms of building infrastructure projects at the SUC levels. And we're talking about carrying capacity, meaning we need to build in the SUCs. But with this special provision, we are actually slowing down or delaying the infrastructure buildup of SUCs, Mr. President. And of course, that will cause domino effect. For example, it affects the carrying capacity. It also affects spending and budget utilization, Mr. President. So just I'm just flagging the committee that this might reappear in the bicameral conference committee report, and we should all be alert regarding this special provision, Mr. President. So, Mr. President,
Before you move on to a topic, I'm just clarifying something. I'm in suspension, please.
Session is suspended.
We note the gentleman's observations, and we also had the same observations. Thank you.
thank
We
you.
also, we shared, I just wanted you to hear that we also shared the same observation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll jump to another topic, and this is in regards to the TES. During last year's budget deliberation, this representation highlighted the declining portion of tertiary education subsidy grantees coming from listahanan and four-piece households. In our discussion, the TES program, when the TES program was launched in 2018, 71% of its beneficiaries were from low-income households. By the end of 2022-2023, this distribution had shifted significantly, with 79% of grantees coming from places with no SUCs or LUCs, or PNSL for short, and only 21% from low-income household, Mr. President. So, to address this, we added a special provision, Mr. President, and this special provision, and do we have this on the slide? Ito ba? This is one. And I'll read the special provision that was inserted for the 2024 GAA. In the selection of new UACTE TES grantees, the UNIFAS shall, pursuant to Section 7 of RA 10931, prioritize students under Listahanan 3, including students from 4-piece households and other students from low-income households, but not part of Listahanan 3, provided that such students submit proof of income to the UNIFAS. And because of this special provision, Mr. President, I'll show a slide. There was a dramatic increase in the 4-piece the red bar. There was a dramatic increase in the share of 4-piece applying to TES, Mr. President. And I thank the good sponsor for accepting that amendment that we proposed. And we also talked about this during the budget deliberation, Mr. President. So in other words, Mr. President, the share of poor students accommodated by the TES
It rose from 23 to 35.
Yeah. It rose from 23% to 35% in academic year 2023-2024, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, we submitted this proposal to reinsert this in the 2025 budget. Unfortunately, Mr. President, this was not accommodated for 2025, Mr. President. So I would like to appeal to the good sponsor if we can reinsert this in the 2025 budget, because the effect to low-income household is obviously quite significant. And I think this is also a signaling that, again, we're staying true to the intention of the law to prioritize low-income household, particularly the 4-piece, Mr. President. So I would, at the proper time, we'll submit again some recommendations.
Actually, Mr. President, I have a short answer. We submitted that for inclusion in the 2025 Senate version committee report. Kaya lang tapos na kasi yung yung deliberations nila, but they assure us that it will be carried. So to be clear, we supported this provision. And then Chairman Popoy also reminded me, because I also have it here in my notes, that this policy is already part of UNIFAS. UNIFAS, no? Say UNIFAS. Yeah, it's already part. So doble-doble na yung protection natin na matutuloy natin yan.
Mr. President, if it's part of the UNIFAS, is there a need for this special provision?
Technically, no, because nandyan na, they're already doing it. But we already submitted it, so wag natin bawiin.
Okay, Mr. President. Mr. President, so double assurance, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, for that double assurance. President, thank you, Mr. President, for that double assurance. Mr. President, I'll jump to another topic, and this is on tulong-dulong, Mr. President. And we noticed, Mr. President, that the tulong-dulong program grew in the, well, let me backtrack, Mr. President. In the 2025 NEP, there was zero allocation to tulong-dulong program, Mr. President. And in 2024 in the 2025 GAB that was submitted to us, it grew to about 15 billion pesos, Mr. President. 2024.
Yes, 8.7.
Is
So
there a question?
looking at the
Observation?
malapit na,
Something
Mr.
you don't
President.
know?
Malapit na, Mr. President. Mr. President, in
Just a
2023,
clarification, what percentage is the increase? Again, for
well, in
From
2023
zero to
to 15 billion, Mr. President.
from
less.
3 billion to 15 billion.
Yes. But just to set the context, Mr. President, in 2023 GAA, tulong-dulong is about 1 billion pesos. In 2024, it's about 3.7 billion pesos, Mr. President. So the tulong-dulong program for this GAB, for this year's GAB, grew by about fivefold, Mr. President. So baka lahat ng estudyante ho sa buong Pilipinas maging scholar na natin, Mr. President, no, with that amount, Mr. President. Is there any particular reason, Mr. President, for the dramatic increase? This is on top of the tertiary education subsidy of 20 billion.
Does His Honor assume I know how the House thinks?
Well, Mr. President, just to put that on record, and I'll go to a
No, I think it's important that we put that on record, no?
Yeah.
His Honor pointed out that there was no amount for this item in the NEP, correct?
correct, Mr. President.
Because this is a congressional insertion.
Yes,
And it is a House insertion, to be clear.
correct.
The Senate did not have a counterpart, no? So
No.
this is a House, ano. And the objective here is to provide educational assistance to the constituents.
Yes.
I mean, we all believe in providing educational assistance. But His Honor has pointed out that it was in 2023, it was 1 billion, and then 2024, currently it's 3.7 billion, and now it's 15 billion pesos. What I, as chairperson, would like to point out is that if you look at the other subsidies that we have, there are criteria for the release of these fundings. So me, as a proponent of targeted funding, so His Honor is a proponent for targeted beneficiaries,
Yes.
no? Very particular yung nasa listahan, nangangailangan. Ako naman po, my view naman is in the interest of nation building, we should use our collective experience, and these are policymakers, industry. The term should be we should use these as determinants for what courses are in demand. So time and again, Senator Joel Villanueva and I, just because in particular we are very much aware of the shortages in the health field of various specialization. So that's why we have our Doktor para sa Bayan, and that's growing very steadily. But we also continue to have a big gap in the specializations of in areas of occupational therapy, speech therapists, as His Honor knows, guidance counselors, psychologists, radiotherapists, and so on and so forth. So these are gaps that affect the delivery of healthcare in this country. And I'm sure there are other gaps in other industries as well. So this representation is a proponent of targeted benefits, at least for a certain percent of the budget available.
Yeah.
So just to put that on record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure that the Tulong-Dulong program is well-intentioned in a sense that it also gives education subsidy
Of course.
to students who wants to go to school, Mr. President.
Yes.
Despite the almost fivefold increase, the intention of giving subsidies to college students is a noble intention, Mr. President. The complication there, Mr. President, is the special provision that comes with it. And let me just read the special provision.
Hanggang dito lang sa program.
In the selection of the new UACTE TES grantees, sorry. The implementation of UACTE TES shall likewise cover the existing grantees under the Tulong-Dulong program, subject to the prioritization as reiterated in the preceding. Kasama ba ito?
That's our preference.
Sorry. So period lang pala, Mr. President. Let me just repeat. The implementation of UACTE TES shall likewise cover the existing grantees under the Tulong-Dunong program, Mr. President. So in other words, for next year, no, that 15 billion will be absorbed by the TES. And the fear there, Mr. President, it will displace the prioritization identified for the TES grantees, Mr. President. Yung 1 billion, 3 billion, I think that's manageable because the test is quite big at about 20 billion. But if you are now going to absorb 15 billion out of the 20 billion TES, and then you are in effect displacing, Mr. President, the prioritization that we talked about under the TES program. So that's a complication that I see, Mr. President. I think the 3 billion manageable yan eh. But size almost 70% of the entire TES budget will create complications moving forward, Mr. President. So that's just to put that on record, and that's the analysis that we came out after looking all of this data, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I will join His Honor in his observation. Currently, what we do is whoever are the tulong-dunong beneficiaries, automatic yan, the next year they are absorbed sa TES. Okay. So sabi nga ng ating kasamahan, yung 1 billion worth of subsidy, so the next year kaya pa naman i-absorb. Yung 3 siguro kaya.
Kaya pa.
Pero yung 15 billion, kasi I want people to understand that kaya natin ina-absorb yun because gusto natin na beyond first year,
Correct, Mr. President.
tuloy sila sa second year, third year, fourth year. That's why we're now putting them in the system so that they will get their support, their financial support, the second year, the third year, and the fourth year. And normally in our process, if the DBM can absorb it well and good. Pero if not, kaya naman natin maghanap ng extra 1 billion. Pero yung 15 billion
Correct, Mr.
next
President.
year, hindi ko na alam kung saan natin kukunin yon. Hindi ko na talaga alam. So that's a problem that we
Yes, Mr. President.
are worried about. Yeah.
Correct.
And not to mention, I didn't have time to do the numbers, but I did put on record also that given the other funding, like the tests, I mentioned that in my opening statement that the amount of tests has already been reduced, no, from 60,000 a year for private school recipients, it's now 20, and for private school public school recipients, it was previously 40, it's also now 20. With the idea being mas dadami ang tatanggap. So, parami. And ang tanong is, ganun ba kababa yung presyo ng education? Makakatapos ba sila?
Yes, Mr. President.
Baka yung pamasahin nila dun sa 20,000 na yun hanggang half semester lang. Then the rest of the half semester, they're struggling. And this is also findings of EDCOM. Nakita ko kasi si Edie Mark, kaya naalala ko yun. Ang lakas makanad eh, kaya nakita ko agad. But no, that's their findings. And we need to make use of the information we have to come up with policies that work.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that. Another complication, Mr. President. The maximum income for TES is 100. This is family income. Is 166,000, Mr. President. The maximum income for tulong-dunong is 400,000 pesos. No? So it's more, in a sense, it's bigger, no? More liberal, Mr. President. But if you have a family of earning 200,000 pesos, you'll fall under tulong-dunong. Now, if you will be absorbed next year under TES, that family earning 200,000 will now be absorbed by the TES, displacing the 166,000 family earning that amount. Mr.
That is,
President. So that is the another complication in terms of displacement or disenfranchising those
the poorest of the poor.
poorest of the poor and those under the TES,
Yes.
Mr. President.
And again, bumaba na nga yung tinatanggap nila because of
Correct.
this new policy of Unifast, tapos mas marami pang ka-share. So I truly believe, Mr. President, that these are tough decisions that we have to make. Di naman natin minamaramot yung makakapag-aral, pero ang hirap i-justify na pinag-aral mo lahat ng substandard na education, and sadly, even worse, na hindi rin sila makakatapos, na wala man lang, like, what are they when they finish first year? Ano yun? Ano sasabihin mo doon?
Correct, Mr. President.
Ano ba yung
Tama.
sinusulat sila dyan undergrad, 1 year, ganon. Ganon ang sinusulat nila.
So, Mr. President, those are the, just to put that on record, and at the proper time, we'll also suggest some ways forward. And I thank the good sponsor for acknowledging that these are tough decisions that we need to make here in the Senate and also in policy making, Mr. President. So we'll have some formulas in mind and we'll submit to the committee for her consideration, Mr. President. And Mr. President, this is another question, but I've discussed this with Chair Popoy earlier. He was gracious enough to come to the office and suggest some ways forward. I'll just put this into the record, Mr. President. The budget of the Teacher Education Council has been appropriated already by the good sponsor who also chairs the DepEd Budget Committee, Mr. President. And with that operationalization of the Teacher Education Council, part of the responsibility is to give out scholarships to the best of the best future teachers, Mr. President. So they're targeting 1,800, the best of the best incoming teachers, and the amount that they need to give out scholarships to those potential teachers, about 202 million pesos, Mr. President. Initially, we wanted to carve it out from the TES budget, but the chairman of the Commission on Higher Education, Chair Popoy, suggested that the two programs are not the same in terms of objective. The TES is geared towards the poorest students. The Teacher Education Scholarship Program is for the best of the best incoming teachers. So we would suggest to the committee, we would again propose to the committee to create a separate line item for the Teacher Education Scholarship Program to a tune of 202 million pesos. And we'll just submit to the committee a source for that. Maybe a source, Mr. President, we're thinking is baka kukurot lang ho tayo dun sa tulong-dunong program, Mr. President, of 15 billion so that we will have the best and the brightest teachers coming into the public school system, Mr. President.
Noted, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And lastly, Mr. President, the good sponsor raised this earlier, and I am also quite interested to learn what is the reason. I heard in her opening speech, Mr. President, that the amounts for the TES were reduced from 60,000 for private schools to 20,000 to and then from 40,000 to public schools to 20,000, Mr. President. And Mr. President, 20,000 per school year is only 2,000 pesos per month, Mr. President. So I think that will be very difficult for a student going into private schools, Mr. President. And if you break down
Yeah, yan yung magiging, yan lang kaya nilang i-afford kung gamit nila yung 10,000 for tuition.
Just on the, looking at the different programs right now, Mr. President, for example, in elementary education, it's 9,000 pesos already. For criminology, it's 8,000 pesos already. For tech voc teacher education, 6,000 pesos already. So reducing the amount to 20,000 will just cover the tuition fee. At least half of that will cover the tuition fee. Paano pa yung pang-project, yung pang extra expenses? And I know Her Honor is very passionate about dormitories, which is a very practical approach to students living in far-flung areas. Paying for 10,000 pesos for dormitory will not be enough, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I would like to get the reason why the commission reduced the amount of TES subsidy, and what is their logic and what is their computation in reducing the amounts for this subsidy, Mr. President?
So, di ba may 14 billion na increase? Will it cover any of these?
Actually, Mr. President, the slots that they have every year is 200,000. The applicants they've had in 2021 and 2023 is at 1.6 million. So that is why the board decided to slash the amount to accommodate more. And so how many do you accommodate now? So as it is, at the reduced amount, they're only able to accommodate 250,000, nothing close
To
to
the
this
1.6.
applicants. But a further update is, Mr. President, in their latest board meeting, they increased the tests for the private schools to 27,000. So as I said, it was at 20, it's now at 27, but previously, in fact, this year, for 2024, it is still at 60,000. So it is still reduced to, it's still less than half the amount. It's 27,000 compared to 60,000.
Yes. Well, Mr. President, let's do a test case on the private schools. What is the breakdown for that 60,000? I am sure they studied this and felt that the 60,000 might be more than enough, Mr. President. So what is the logic in reducing it to 27,000?
Needs.
Kaya sa public, 40,000. Kasi di ba
Okay. Okay. When you say educational needs, that's everything from transport, food, books, and equipment. Okay. Okay.
So, di ba may 14 billion sa government?
So, the original computation for the use of the 60,000 was as follows. 20,000 would be for tuition, and then the remaining 40,000 would be for all the educational needs from transportation, food, lodging, equipment in school, and so on and so forth. So that's 60,000. And that's why for the public school, it's 40,000 because the 20,000 is already covered. So now, with only little over 20, then you assume that all of this transportation, food, books, other materials for projects, and if maybe the first year they buy a laptop, that's now 7,000 only.
That's correct, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I share the sentiment of a good sponsor. I know that she's very passionate in making sure that the students finish from day one all the way to the fourth year, Mr. President. And we don't want a scenario wherein we give the subsidy, but they will not finish. No, it's either they will drop out in the middle of the academic year, or they will not pursue studying anymore, Mr. President, because as you go to the higher levels, it becomes very costly, Mr. President. So my sentiment towards that, Mr. President, is the amounts should be enough in order for the students to graduate up to fourth year, up to the end of the course, Mr. President. I feel that the 60,000 and 40,000 are the amounts that will incentivize and as well as cover the expenses for the student in order for his or her to finish the school year, Mr. President. So my take on that is the amounts are designed, the original amounts are designed for the students not to drop out and finish and graduate, because that's what we want, Mr. President, for them to graduate rather than giving them subsidies and halfway they will just drop out, Mr. President. So I will just request from the Commission, Mr. President, a study on the amounts that the reduced amounts, Mr. President. What is the science and also the rationale on reducing those amounts? And I'll just request the Commission for that study, Mr. President, because marami nga tayong napapag-aral, di naman nila natatapos, Mr. President. As opposed to konti lang, pero tapos naman lahat, Mr. President. So that is the logic that I'm thinking, Mr. President.
What I'd like to share to His Honor's observations and statements is that with that that now no longer in effect rates, the 60 and the 40,000, the completion rate is 79.2, so almost 80%. So not too bad. And now that you reduced it, bababa ito. So I guess
There's a threat that it will go down, Mr. President.
I honestly feel it's a huge threat because, like I said, the findings of EDCOM is that financial
Yes, Mr.
challenges are the biggest deterrent to finishing. So is that a policy that you can still review? Because when you accept this additional 50,000 students, next year, we will now have to subsidize 100,000 kasi 50 plus another 50 sophomores na sila. The following year, it's going to be 150 and it's going to be 200. So when you look at me like that, it's going to produce that money.
Well, Mr. President, I'd like to urge the Commission to restudy the amounts.
Yeah.
And also to rethink the amounts. And the threat there is bababa yung ating graduation rates.
Yun na nga eh. And I wish, and this is another lengthy discussion ongoing, is that do we even have, in other countries or even in the Philippines before, you have an associate degree, di ba? Maraming ganon. So you can actually you can opt out after the second year work and go back. There's also the ladderized education law that I sponsored. Pero it's not even available. It's not widely available in many souks. So paano? Ano yung opt-out nila? I think you should only, this is my humble opinion, you should only change that number if you have a opt-out associate's degree or something for 2 years. Because I don't want this 79.2% to go down lower. And it's already at 79. And wala pa dito yung inflationary cost.
Correct, Mr. President.
Technically, baka every 3 to 5 years, nag-i-increase din yan. So, so that's really a problem we have.
But Mr. President, the reduction might be well-meaning, meaning they want to increase more grantees, but it might create unintended consequences in terms of reduction in graduation rates, Mr. President. So I'd like to urge the Commission to rethink and reevaluate that policy because instead of having more graduates, we might have lesser graduates, but we're giving subsidies from day one. So matatapon lang yung subsidies na because on day one we give it to them, but they will not finish the course. So as opposed to giving it on day one and finishing the course, Mr. President. So I would like to, again, restate my sentiment that the Commission should rethink this policy and just submit to the committee the study on how they came up with the 27,000, Mr. President.
May sagot na sila dun eh. It's by the sheer, they just adjusted it, di ba? That's what you said. They just adjusted it because of the sheer number of...
Yes, Mr. President.
So that's a problem because there are consequences that you did not factor in.
Yeah.
And they are nodding yes.
But Mr. President, sana naman mayroong deeper analysis on correlating it to dropout rates, correlating it to graduation rates, because we saw that in the TESDA budget, Mr. President, that when we're giving a lot of scholarship for short-term courses, but we also see a lot of dropouts, high attrition rates, Mr. President. So that might become the phenomenon with this lower down subsidy rates, Mr. President. So may unintended
And I'll add to
consequence
that,
talaga.
Mr. President, PIDS already said that 40% of our graduates are overqualified. So actually, I'm posting this question to the own agencies that I'm defending. What was the logic? Overqualified na nga ang 40%, dadagdagan pa natin. Ba't hindi lang tayo mag-improve with 10 billion pesos, 20 billion, mag-improve na lang tayo ng quality of education? Or market a few shorter courses that are really in need and high-paying. Marami
Correct,
naman.
Mr. President.
Oh, pwede ba natin baguhin yan in time for the final committee, the final report? Seriously, we're creating a new problem. Please, thank you.
I think this should be a
They'll do
deeper
the math
study,
now.
Mr. President. Not only the math, but also the effect. We might not, I can see unintended consequences here, Mr. President. So we should study this very carefully, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, that's it for this representation. I've already exhausted all of my questions, and I thank the good sponsor for graciously clarifying and answering this representation's questions. Maraming salamat po. Again, greetings to the Commission and also to the members of the SUCs who are here with us. Gandang hapon po. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Likewise, the Commission and likewise the SUC family are in good hands. We have so many advocates here, like Senator Gatchalian, the sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano. Even the minority leader, the deputy minority leader are very supportive of the state universities and college. Even this representation, I remember, before I recognize Senator Ontiveros for interpellation, that in my one and only term in the House of Representatives, that I spearheaded the increase in the budget of the SUCs at that time, because of the influx, especially of the students right now, because the free tertiary education, they would really need that support to accommodate everyone. Likewise, the minority leader, ito his intervention, Senator Gok Mintel, yun po sa PUP, which is very deserving as well. To his intervention, meron tayong building to address the overpopulation. Kaya lang, first phase pa lang. So I will also make the proper amendment so that it can be completed. Sabi nga ba, just like all the other state universities and colleges, UP, PUP, ito yung mga eskola ng bayan, poor but deserving students, they really deserve to be supported. So with that, I will make the proper amendment to complete what the minority leader has started in PUP. So the chair would like to recognize as the deputy minority leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, for interpellation.
Salamat, Mr. President, at magandang hapon po, magandang gabi na pala, good sponsor. At sa Commissioner ng CHED at lahat po ng mga opisyal ng ating mga state colleges and universities. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, una po tungkol sa safe spaces. As a principal author of the Safe Spaces Act, I'd like to get updates from the Commission on Higher Education about its compliance with the obligations stipulated in the law. Pwede po bang i-inform ng good sponsor itong representasyon sa bilang ng mga higher education institutions na in-inspect ng Commission? Ano po yung percentage ng mga institusyong ito na nag-comply sa kanilang mga obligasyon sa ilalim ng Safe Spaces Act, good sponsor?
Would Her Honor prefer that I suspend for a minute, or would she like to ask a question while they are putting together their response?
Sure, I can go on to my second question, good sponsor. Salamat. So, my next question, couple of questions, is on CHED's regulatory power vis-a-vis tuition fee increases. Pursuant to RA 6278, 70% of the tuition fee increases is supposed to go towards increases in salaries, wages, allowances, and other benefits for teaching and non-teaching personnel. I understand that Commission has issued 2 memoranda orders on this, specifically CMO number 3 and number 8, series of 2012. In effect pa po ba ang mga CMOs na ito, good sponsor?
Yes, Mr. President.
Alright, salamat, good sponsor. Kung ganon, based on CMO number 3, CHED regional offices have the responsibility to monitor the implementation of the allocation of incremental proceeds. We have received complaints from the Council of Teachers and Staff of colleges and universities that their members have not been receiving the 70% share of tuition fee increases in their universities. Pwede po bang linawin ng good sponsor bakit hindi nakayanan ng CHED enforce ang CMO nila? At pwede po bang magbigay ang good sponsor ng mga datos sa ilang mga universidad ang na-monitor at nag-comply sa CMO, good sponsor?
Yeah. So, Mr. President, Chairman De Vera says that they act immediately on the complaints that they receive. If Her Honor would like to forward those complaints, they will immediately act on it because at this very moment, he's not aware that there have been any that have been brought to their attention.
All right, salamat. We'll do good sponsor.
And the
at,
SOP,
salamat
by the
sa
way, also
chair.
is that when they receive a request for a increase, they also need to hear from the association or union of and also both the employees to find out if they are compliant with this requirement that Her Honor mentioned.
Salamat, good sponsor. That's good to hear. And I actually have a question a little later, kaugnay din po dyan sa request for increases. Pero so, and I will furnish the chair and the commission the details about these particular complaints through the good sponsor. Sa kabila nun, can the good sponsor provide data on how many universities have been monitored and have complied with this CMO, good sponsor?
We will submit, Mr. President, no, because like I said, at the moment, the chairman is not aware that there's any complaints, or if there's no complaints, and the assumption they're compliant. But because it's the regional offices that handle it, so it is possible na meron, pero what he's saying to me is that they will have to go back to the regional offices and check with each one who has to find out if they have received any complaints and to find out who is compliant.
Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. So, na-anticipate nyo yung follow-up question ko na, in fact, this second question about this topic was not anymore about those who have not complied, pero kung ilan ang nagko-comply, na-monitor at na-monitor na nagko-comply. So, kahit yung datang iyon, wala po ang commission sa ngayon? Ipadadala pa?
Wala po. They will have to get it from the regional offices.
From the regional offices. All right. Salamat, good sponsor. I would have wished dala na po nila sa ngayon, but then if they don't have it right now, iintayin ko na lamang po. But further to the complaints that we have received at ifo-forward ko po sa commission sa pamamagitan ng good sponsor, the complainants highlighted their great difficulties in accessing the latest audited financial statements of their respective HEIs. They claim that the reporting requirements, such as the Certificate of Intended Compliance and Certificate of Compliance required by CMO number 3, are insufficient to verify that proceeds are allocated to personnel salaries. Nakikiisa ba yung commission sa paniniwala na ang mga reforma sa RA 6278 o kahit sa mga existing memoranda orders ay kailangan para siguruhin yung compliance ng mga universidad, good sponsor?
So, Mr. President, what they have are the prerequisites for the application. They do not have the post financial statements after. So, but I've already asked them. I think it should be included so that they can automatically see the compliance with the regulations. And they said they will do that, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor, pati sa pakikiisa ng good sponsor dun sa concern ng representasyong ito. And does the Commission also share the belief that the good sponsor shares? At will this possibly lead to reforms to the law itself and also reforms to existing memoranda orders, good sponsor?
Yes, but basically that's what they already confirmed with me when I explained it to Her Honor a minute ago. So we have their assurance.
All right, salamat, good sponsor. So ngayon, tanong dun sa isang napag-usapan natin ng good sponsor just a few minutes ago tungkol sa requests for tuition fee increases. Part of the Commission's UACTE budget is to cover free higher education for local universities and colleges. Obligado po ba yung Commission na pondohan yung full costs ng free higher education for LUCs? At kung ang isang LUC tataas yung tuition fees nila, kailangan ba ng approval ng CHED o obligado ba ang CHED na bayaran yung tuition fee increase, good sponsor?
So, CHED does give, CHED ba or Unifast? Unifast does give the full tuition for the looks, but by law, they cannot increase for 5 years. So wala namang idadagdag kasi they are prohibited from increasing.
Okay. Pero kung yung isang LUC na participant na sa Unifast, sinusuportahan na ng Unifast, kung lumipas ng 5 taon, magtataas sila ng tuition fee, kailangan ba aprubahan muna ng CHED or ng Unifast for that matter? At obligado ba siya bayaran yung tuition fee increase, good sponsor?
Yes, they have to get the, they have to submit and they have to submit their request also, Mr. President, similar to what the SUCs do.
Okay. So they have to submit. Ibig sabihin, kailangan aprubahan muna ng Unifast. At pagkatapos nun,
Yes.
saka obligado ang pagbayad sa increase. All right. Salamat, good sponsor. Dako naman po ako, Mr. President, sa task force report. My office, in collaboration with others, worked with the Commission on Higher Education on the task force report to address issues related to higher education subsidies. The recommendations were designed to tackle challenges the Commission faces to ensure eligible students receive their complete grants in a timely manner. Despite my numerous requests for updates from the Commission about the task force report, my office received the updates from the Commission only last night. Nevertheless, I am pleased that the Commission has agreed to implement most of the task force recommendations. Aling pong mga rekomendasyon ay nasa proseso pa na i-fully implement ng Commission, good sponsor? At ano yung kanilang expected timeline?
So, like the automatic fund release mechanism and policy implementation by Unifast, the Unifast is in the process of finalizing a new MOA with the Land Bank of the Philippines so that Land Bank Visa debit cards may be used in disbursing funds directly to the students. And then on the enhanced automation of the Unifast system, The UNIFAS Secretariat has developed a system to enhance the process in FHE billing. The system automates the computation of fees based on the certified TOSF from the HEIs. This will ensure the accuracy and timeliness of the submission of billing documents. The system underwent alpha and beta testing in 2023 and is now being used for the school year, academic year 2024 and 2025, billing by 5 selected LUCs with a uniform TOSF structure. There's a report on all this. It's quite lengthy, so we can just furnish Her Honor with a copy.
Thank you so much, good sponsor. And so these are at least 2 of the recommendations that are in the process of being fully implemented. For these 2, or on average for all the recommendations na nasa proseso ngang ito, ano yung expected timeline ng Commission for full implementation? Like, kailan po ma-finalize yung MOA at magsisimula na po yung automatic fund release sa tulong ng Land Bank? Kailan po fully implemented yung enhanced automation? Or fully implemented na po ba yun?
For full automation, that will take about 1 year, Mr. President.
Alright. And yung automatic fund release, 1 year din po ba, good sponsor?
That one is just 6 months.
6 months. So is it possible, good sponsor, na lahat ng mga rekomendasyon na are in the process of being fully implemented, ang timeline para doon ay from 6 months to 1 year on average? Or meron po bang ilan na tatagal pa ng kaunti?
No, it won't go beyond 1 year, Mr. President.
Salamat. That's good to know po. So more or less 1 school year din para sa mga estudyante. Salamat, good sponsor. Now, over the years, hundreds of students have reached out to my office expressing their uncertainties about when their much-needed scholarship funds would arrive. Students who want to voice their grievances are held back by fear of suffering repercussions, to which the UNIFAS Secretariat mentioned that they have grievance mechanisms in place. Pwede po bang magbigay linaw ang good sponsor sa ano ang mga grievance mechanisms in place para sa estudyante? Paano sinisiguro ng komisyon na mga estudyante ay mabibigyan ng isang safe environment para isaboses yung mga concerns nila nang walang takot ng repercussion mula man sa respective CHEDRO nila o higher education institution, good sponsor?
So, Mr. President, as soon as they receive a complaint, they will send a show cause order. I was just shown a copy of a complaint that came from Her Honor's office, and they issued a show cause order. But I also asked that specifically if it's just a student without the need of a senator to endorse the complaint, ganun din ba? And we are assured that the process is the same.
I see. So makatanggap lang ang commission ng reklamo diretso mula sa estudyante, padadala nila ng show cause order, either yung CHEDRO or yung HEI concerned. Are there any other ways in which the commission ensures a safe environment
ng
for
school
this?
na to.
Ano po yun, good sponsor?
Ang sama ng English nung sagot ng school. Ano ba to? He was having a misleading information.
At least wala pang estudyanteng nagreklamo ng ganon sa opisina ko, good sponsor.
Ongoing yung kanyang... Ano yun? Ano ba yun?
Mas grabe yung mga reklamo nila.
Grabe yung reklamo ko dun sa English nila.
Opo, good sponsor. Are there any other ways in English or whatever other language that the Commission provides a safe environment for students to bring their concerns or complaints forward?
May hotline din sila, but I will ask a follow-up question for Her Honor's better for Her Honor and my better understanding. Katulad niyan, yung sulat na pinakita niyo sa akin, may name ng student. Pag nagsabi yung student na itago yung pangalan niya, kung hindi naman specific, tinatago niyo naman. O, yun naman, tinatago naman nila yung
Parang
pangalan.
tayo dito sa Senado, good sponsor, nire-redact. Opo. So, any other ways that a safe environment is generated for the student without fear of repercussions? Good sponsor.
They also called the president of the SUC directly. Having a misleading...
Salamat, good sponsor. I hope these and any other ways ay nako-communicate po sa mga estudyante just to empower them to take proactive action and within the system provided by CHED and the Unifast Secretariat to get resolution to these situations. So dako naman po ako sa additional 30.1 billion pesos, good sponsor, na tinalakay din ni Senator Sherwin kanina. I too have no doubt that the education sector and our young people need this funding support. But I am worried that CHED's track record and low absorptive capacity could result in a wastage of these important funds. The House added an additional 30.1 billion pesos to CHED's new general appropriations, allocating 14.8 billion pesos to the UACTES Tertiary Education Subsidy Fund and 15.3 billion pesos to the Tulong Dunong Program. Pwede po bang mag-provide ang good sponsor ng datos o kahit projections para suportahan yung additional na 30.1 billion pesos? Ilang mga benepisyaryo, pareho sa current at saka sa new grantees, ang magbebenepisyo dito, good sponsor?
Your Honor, this representation has no way of giving Her Honor information on how the tulong dunong of 15 billion will be implemented. None. So, as I've said in the earlier, it's a...
I shouldn't expect you to be a mind reader, good sponsor.
Yes.
Okay po.
I can try. I have an imaginative mind. But no, we do not know. Now, as for, but I just want to point out that there is a 14.7, so almost 15 billion budget for tests.
Yes.
And if I just use Her Honor's question, if I connect this to the discussion we had with the chairman of the Committee on Education, Senator Gatchalian, currently the subsidy given to private school students is 60,000. It was reduced to 20,000 for 2025, but very recently the board said 27,000. So that's still less than half of the 60,000 they have been receiving the past few years. So definitely an increase in tests will help, because the 27,000 can be augmented to at least bring it back to 60,000. I don't know how many, kasi yung 15 billion, 14.78 billion, at 20,000 per beneficiary, that is 750,000 beneficiaries, 750,000. Currently, the test beneficiaries are roughly 500, 400 plus, 600 na. So, itong 600 will now be
25%
receiving
more.
a reduced amount of 27, as I mentioned, right? So, if this additional 14B would be given to 750,000 beneficiaries, so the first 600 can get that 20 and will almost be brought back to the 60,000 that they're receiving. So for me, okay yon, yung sa test. Yung sa tulong dunong, ano ba to? We assume or it is a number, 7,500. Okay. So sa tulong dunong, the grant is 7,500 per SEM or 15,000 a year. And that is 1 million beneficiaries. The problem is, as I mentioned earlier, the following year, they have to be absorbed by tests. And we are only at 600. How would we absorb 1 million? How? So next year, I was asking them, where will we find the funding for that? And currently, the completion rate for the beneficiaries is close to 80%. With the amount that we have been giving them, which is 60,000 for private schools and 40,000 for public. If UNIFAS will continue with their plan of reducing this, then as we had discussed with Senator Gatchalian, most likely there will be consequences, possibly less will be able to finish, because it would appear now that if you look at 27 and the computation before when they set it at 60, 20,000 was for tuition and the 40 was for all the other needs to go to school. 7,000 na lang yon.
That's right.
Na pagkasyahin lahat-lahat ng pangangailangan from food to transportation to school materials,
Uniforms.
projects, so on and so forth for the year. So that's gonna be tough, Mr. President.
Well, salamat good sponsor na kahit hindi mind reader ang good sponsor, at least nakapaggawa nga ng ilang projections.
Scenarios.
Yes, or scenarios given the requirements to the students at yung changing amounts na iga-grant and yung mandates nung original programs. So dito po pareho sa TES at saka sa tulong-dunong, predetermined po ba yung beneficiaries? And paano iso-sustain sila yung funding sa mga items na ito mula sa CHED? So, simpleng tatanggapin ba ng CHED yung pondong ito, yung dagdag na pondong ito, good sponsor?
To a large extent, the test beneficiaries are predetermined because they will continue giving the same beneficiary for the freshman year all the way till the senior year.
Yes.
As I mentioned, doon naman sa tulong-dunong, yung beneficiaries niyan must then be absorbed by tests. So in that sense, predetermined. But ang tulong-dunong kasi can be availed of, I think there's not really any specific standard. The income lang of 400,000. So for so long as the beneficiary would fit that bracket, then anyone, any student can apply for that.
All right.
Mr. President.
So, yung tanong na how to sustain, kailangan may capacity yung isang programa by sophomore year of the students originally supported by the first program ay masalo sila. So, will CHED simply accept the fund as they are appropriated right now?
Well, assuming that after the BICAM, this is still
Yes.
there, I guess wala naman silang choice na hindi accept yung fund. Yes, they will accept it, Mr. President. You know, I'm guessing, I don't know if it's Her Honor, if it's part of her follow-up questions or the presiding officer now. Remember the number that CHED gave us earlier was 1.6 million applicants. So based on my discussion now with Her Honor, where I said that sa test, lalabas siya ng 750,000 beneficiaries at 20,000 per person. But it's actually now 27, so mababawasan ng konti yung 750. Baka naman yun yung formula ng House. Kasi nga 1.6 eh. So they have now 1M. But again, I'm just guessing.
Yes, the good sponsor is maybe a little more successfully mind reading. Opo. And pwede po bang magkaroon ng idea, good sponsor, paano yung subsidies, parehong yung TES at saka yung tulong-dunong ay ni-utilize by the receiving HEIs para i-improve yung pinag-uusapan din ng good sponsor at ni Senator Sherwin kanina, para i-improve yung kanilang carrying capacity o service capacity. Halimbawa, may income-derived ba yung mga HEIs, good sponsor?
Yun lang po sa part ng TES, 20,000 for 20,000 goes to the schools, goes to the SUCs. So they will then use that. For private schools only, no? Because yung sa public schools, wala na silang idadagdag dahil covered na yun dun sa higher education fund. So for the private schools, they will get the 20,000.
And hopefully yun yung paraan na once yung mga tulong-dunong freshmen lilipat sa test bilang sophomores, na improve yung carrying o service capacity ng HEIs sa pamamagitan din ng test. Is that how it could work, good sponsor?
Sorry, I
It's
missed
all right,
that
good
last
sponsor.
statement. It's just
Opo,
a,
so continuing to think aloud with a good sponsor, so ito ba isang paraan, whether by design or by the way the programs operate, evolve, and interact with each other, na by the time yung mga tulong-dunong freshmen maging sophomores at lilipat sa test sa susunod na school year, nakapag-improve ng service or carrying capacity yung HEIs na nag-i-implement ng test para masalo itong mga original tulong-dunong students, good sponsor.
Sa public school, wala hong papasok na funding sa SUCs kasi nga that amount will just go to the student for their own needs.
Right.
So, hindi nakakatulong sa carrying
Sa public
capacity.
schools. Okay.
Sa private, ano ba yun? Ba't kunyari bigyan mo 7.5? Anong part doon ang ibibigay nila? Or buo yun? Kailangan bigyan? Bahala na siya. So kung kulang siya ng 2. Okay. So sa private school, the way it works, that 7,500 per sem that is received, they can choose to augment the tuition fee that's due, or if the tuition fee is within the 7,500, they can use that entire amount. So yun nakakatulong sa private, pero sa public wala.
Wala. Okay. So yung private lang ang pwedeng in a way, counterpart dun sa subsidies mula sa CHED. Salamat. And no other income as such na de-derive ang HEIs, good sponsor?
None.
Alright. Salamat, good sponsor. So, dako po ako sa absorptive capacity at saka deficiencies. So, while these scholarship programs hold immense potential, it's essential to ensure that the CHED has the capacity to implement them, along with its other programs, implement them effectively, and utilize the allocated funds efficiently. To this end, I'd like to draw attention to some concerning data on CHED's fund utilization rate. During the Senate Committee budget hearing, CHED reported low obligation and disbursement rates for fiscal year 2024, with only 27% of the funds obligated and 22% disbursed. Chair De Vera noted that the Commission is struggling to obligate and disburse funds due to the 6 billion peso augmentation allocated for this year. I firmly believe in the importance of making education more accessible through scholarships. However, paano po pinaplano ng CHED i-manage ang dagdag na 30.1 billion pesos sa pondo habang ngayon pa lang humaharap na siya sa hamon sa kasalukuyang 6 billion peso na augmentation? We don't want a situation in which students have to wait years to receive their scholarships again, good sponsor.
Oh, actually, Mr. President, the chairman did say that the 6 billion, the 6 billion of tulong-dulong funds was difficult, no, to disburse. It was difficult because it is a big change. It's a big amount. That's why we always go back to, in as much as all of us here would like to support education or any other important programs, we also look at the the absorptive capacity
Yes.
of the agency. But I can't resist to go back to, kasi what they received was additional tests and additional tulong-dunong. Yung sa test kasi talaga ay standby, dapat inaugment nyo na lang yung existing para nga, kesa sa binabaan nyo, tapos dinagdagan nyo, tapos nahihirapan din kayo mag-implement. Di dapat, anyway, that's my position.
So, difficult nga daw yung paggastos ng 6 billion pesos. Ngayon, nakaharap sa dagdag na 5 times that amount. So, may plano ba ang CHED paano i-manage yung 5 times ng halagang sinabi nila nahihirapan silang i-manage, good sponsor.
So, Mr. President, as I've already mentioned, this representation is supportive of returning to the previous amount, the test subsidy of 60,000 and 40,000.
Yes.
So I was just asking CHED and UNIFA's executive director, since they were nodding their head vigorously when Her Honor asked a question, kung kaya ba well, nodding their head to my question, kung mahihirapan sila to disburse, and definitely yes, mahihirapan. So sabi ko, if you just use that amount to go back to not even increase, just to go back to the former amount being given to the test beneficiaries, then again they're nodding their head vigorously that yes, that would be much easier to implement. So that's one option, but again, this was a insertion of the House, so I don't know if we can touch that.
Oo nga pala,
We
good
can try,
sponsor.
we can
Good,
discuss with them.
Right, which is what the BICAM is for. So, but good point, good sponsor. Salamat sa paalalang iyon. But in any case, nanggaling man sa House, as the good sponsor indirectly said, pagdating sa BICAM, pwedeng maging subject ng parehong houses at parehong panels. So, oo nga, kung bumalik tayo sa 60,000 per student, at tama po ba, good sponsor, 750,000 beneficiaries? Tama po ba yung nakuha kong...
Yeah, so basically, I just made a rough computation that at
Yes.
14.7, which is roughly 15B, at 20,000 per beneficiaries, that would roughly cover around 750,000 beneficiaries. But I said it's less because
Okay.
I only learned today that the UNIFAS board brought up again the subsidy to private school students to 27.
Yes.
So mag-iiba yung numbers na ng konti.
Okay po. But at least, salamat, good sponsor, na opening up that conversation about paano mas optimally magagamit ng CHED yung halagang ito to achieve their mandates. Yun yung magiging huling paksa ko after I finish with this topic. So, additionally, for fiscal year 2023, approximately 18.3 billion pesos worth of higher education subsidies were found to have deficiencies, as highlighted in the 2023 COA report. The same issues persist, including delays in the release of tertiary education subsidies to students, overpayments and duplicate payments, unliquidated fund transfers, and insufficient documentation to support disbursements. Ano pong institutional reforms ang ini-implement ng CHED, good sponsor? Meron po bang mga plano para i-streamline yung processes, palakasin yung monitoring mechanisms, at i-enhance yung overall capacity ng ahensya, i-manage yung mga programang ito ng mabisa, good sponsor?
So actually, Mr. President, those observations of COA were, the CHED replied to them, and after that, they already were given an unqualified opinion. So basically, they have responded satisfactory to those concerns.
And anong mga reforms ang in-implement nila or are implementing to have received that unqualified opinion? And any plans to sustain receiving unqualified opinions?
Okay. Okay. Things like the automation of the free higher ed, and then the land bank card disbursement, those kind of interventions or changes.
So yung mga recommendations po ng task force report nag-align sa reforms na ini-implement nila, good sponsor?
That is correct, Mr. President.
Salamat. So, huli sa paksang ito, pwede bang mag-request sa Commission na magsumite ng comprehensive plan na dedetalye kung paano nila ini-intend na efficiently i-obligate at i-disburse yung kanilang pondo para siguruhin na yung mga scholars matatanggap yung subsidies nila sa tamang panahon. Good sponsor.
That is all in the core response, so we'll give Her Honor a copy of that core response.
Thank you, good sponsor. Alright, sa huling paksa ko na lang po, good sponsor, sa interpellation na to, tungkol sa free higher education and SUC's deficits. So continuing in that line of thinking, opened up with the good sponsor a few minutes ago. I ask these questions because I also want to make sense with as little mind reading as possible. I want to make sense also of the House's decision to propose such a substantial increase, 30 billion pesos, effectively doubling the NEP proposed budget. That increase for scholarships, while other critical needs in higher education remain unmet. It's no secret that our state universities and colleges, as key implementers of the UACTE Act, are riddled with challenges, particularly budget deficiencies. These deficiencies have accumulated over the past years, impacting their ability to provide quality education and support services to students. Adding to this concern, I understand that a portion of the budget for UACTE, free higher education, specifically 7.06 billion pesos under purpose number 10, was transferred to unprogrammed appropriations. Eto na naman po tayo, good sponsor. This amount, as I understand it, was intended to pay the arrears for free higher education in SUCs under the UACTE, accumulated in 2022 and 2023. This transfer to unprogrammed appropriations effectively deprioritizes this crucial budget line item, which should be dedicated to reimbursing SUCs and covering their deficiencies. It raises concerns about government's commitment to fully funding the UACTE Act and ensuring the financial stability of our SUCs. Pwede po bang i-confirm ng good sponsor itong transfer at magbigay linaw sa current status ng mga arrears na ito? Ganong kalaki o ganong karami sa 7.06 billion pesos ang na-release at naibayad sa SUC's good sponsor?
Sorry, was Her Honor's last question how much of the 6.7 was released?
Yes, and paid to the SUCs.
Okay, in any,
It's okay.
okay. So, this representation shares the observation and the concern of Her Honor. She is correct that 6.7 billion was placed under unprogrammed appropriation.
6.7 billion good sponsor or 7.06 billion?
Ang nasa akin is 6.7.
6.7
Let me
lamang.
check.
Okay po.
Anyway, let me confirm that amount. But so as I was saying that so there's this amount which we're still questioning if it's 6.7 or 7 was 7 point, is it 7.6?
7.06.
7.06. Okay, let's check what that amount is.
Okay.
It's under unprogrammed appropriations. As of now, none of it has been released, but this same amount already appears in the GAA for 2025. I do just have 20.
No, why is this 2023? It's already in the unprogrammed appropriations for this year, 2025.
Yeah, I know, but you said it's in the 2025. It's in the GAA.
It's in the budget
Of 2025.
2024 this year.
So this was 2023?
These are the actuals for 2022 and 2023. This is unprogrammed appropriations for 2023.
1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
So first of all, Mr. President, we confirm that the amount in the GA is 7.06 billion.
And it's in the unprogrammed appropriations, good sponsor?
Yes, it is in the unprogram. However, very recently, DBM has informed the SUCs that they can prepare the billings for this. As to whether they will actually be able to fund it, this representation wouldn't know. But that's a good sign that they've been asked to prepare their billing.
For the full sum
Yes.
across SUCs of 7.06 billion pesos?
Well, they've been asked to prepare
Thank
their
you.
billing for that.
Thank you, good sponsor. Okay. And the current status of these arrears, they're still at that sum of 7.06 billion pesos?
Yes, because there hasn't been any initial payments made. But what I just wanted to add to the discussion, consistent with the discussion with Senator Gatchalian, is that, again, the amount, part of the reason why there's this difference in amount is because of the DBM manner of computation, which is based on the enrollment 2 years before, and what is provided by law, which is the projection of the SUC. And what I added into the discussion is that that projection should also be based on carrying capacity, because, you know, an SUC may want to accommodate all the young people of college age, but have no carrying capacity for that. And I think that should be a very important part of the discussion and the computation, Mr. President.
Before we leave, my last question, good sponsor, about these arrears no, ng mga SUCs. Pwede po bang makahingi ng input through the good sponsor mula sa PASUK? Maaari bang malaman mula sa PASUK kung may collectibles or receivables pa sila? At kung mayroon, magkano in particular mula sa UACTE, good sponsor?
Anyway, Mr. President, na-minus na yan. Na-minus na yan, okay. When? So actually, Mr. President, for 2022 and 2023, the total amount due is 6.7 billion. That is why my amount was 6.7 billion.
Yes,
I still do not
understand.
understand why there's a difference between the 6.7 and the 7.06.
Right.
But at least I know now where the 6.7 came from. That is the amount from PASOK on the amount due them. And this already includes almost 1 billion paid by CHED to reduce that amount, which was 1 billion pesos more. Okay? So 6.7 yung due until 2023. For 2024, the record of PASOK based on the estimate, more or less, coming from the different SUKs, is an additional 2.3 billion.
Okay.
There. So there.
Maraming salamat para doon, good sponsor. I was hoping that the amount for 2024 added to the amounts for 2022 and 23 would total the 7.06, but it even goes beyond to 8
Yeah.
billion plus. So
It does.
a bit of a mystery nga po where the 7.06 has come from. And bukod po or dagdag dito sa arrears, pwede po bang i-inform tayo ng good sponsor sa current total amount of budget deficits kaugnay ng free higher education for SUKs mula fiscal years 2022 to 2025, so projected until next year, good sponsor?
for 2025, they project that 3.69, so 3.7 billion in addition. So
In addition to the amounts we were talking about earlier, good sponsor. So sorry, where is that? From 2022 to 2023, 6.7 billion. And then for 2024, 2.3 billion.
Yes.
So 9 billion running total.
Yes.
Plus projected 3.7 billion next year, 12.7 billion
That
total.
is correct, yes.
12.7. So really quite a significant amount, good sponsor. So to my last question, so there is a deficit of 12.7 billion in the budget for free higher education for SUCs. Meanwhile, an additional 30.1 billion, or almost 3 times as much, was added to the CHED budget, even as SUCs experience these budget deficits to provide free higher education to their students. Given the recurring issues that the CHED encounters, my concern is that the CHED will be unable to disburse these funds while we neglect the fundamental needs of our SUCs and the full implementation of free higher education. Hindi kaya, good sponsor, na mas prudent approach ay unang magtaya na fully i-fund yung free higher education budgets ng SUCs, lalo na habang naghihirap ang komisyon na i-obligate at i-disburse yung kanilang fiscal year 2024 funds, good sponsor.
This representation agrees with Her Honor's observations on the clear gap, no, in the funding requirements. But on the other hand, just want to reiterate that merely funding free higher education without comprehensively analyzing what is the absorptive capacity of every SUC and ensuring the delivery of quality education will not solve the problem, because simply accepting more students based on projected desires of people to enroll does not automatically translate to quality education. And as we have said, there is already a finding from PIDS that 40% of our graduates are overqualified. Does that mean that they are not intelligent or not well educated? I don't think so. It may mean that they're job mismatch, which is why we passed a law on that. It may also mean that, well, I think that's the biggest takeaway, that the courses that they finish are not aligned with the job opportunities available. So I think this discussion cannot be simplified by simply saying that just put more funding in free higher education. It really must be a comprehensive analysis of what is the absorptive capacity of every SUC and how we can strengthen the delivery of education per SUC.
Salamat, good sponsor. At talagang kailangan niyang comprehensive analysis, because indeed, it's not a simple situation. Maraming moving parts, factors or variables, at talagang dapat umiwas tayo sa mga simplistic lang na mga akala natin solusyon, which may create even more problems. And I appreciate na binigyang diin ng good sponsor, even throughout the whole interpellation, at kahit sa huling tanong na to, yung mga variables about the absorptive capacity of each SUC. Kanina, in fairness, pinag-usapan din natin yung absorptive capacity ng CHED mismo, and then also for the SUCs, yung delivering quality education. It makes me think na baka maging mabunga pag-aralan kung paano babanggain itong mga variables na ito, among others, no, yung arrears at saka budget deficits ng mga SUCs, yung absorptive capacity ng mga SUCs at ng CHED sa ngayon, and yung delivery of quality education. Salamat din po dun sa finding ng PIDS. In fact, yung isang observation dito on the side, so 40% of our graduates are overqualified, and sabi nga ng good sponsor, probably the biggest or one of the biggest takeaways is jobs mismatch. So I would think it's not a matter of definitely not a matter of reducing the quality of our graduates, but improving the quality of the jobs in our economy. So outside the education system per se, pero in the economy, generating more decent jobs para mag-match dun sa mga graduates natin. And so I also, well, salamat sa agreement ng good sponsor sa observation ng representasyong ito. And I would also continue along her line of thinking to say na sana mapag-aralan nga, makapaggawa ng isang comprehensive analysis paano pagbabanggain o pagsasama-samahin yung mga variables na ito. So in the same spirit na pinag-isipan kanina ng good sponsor, ano kaya't mailaan ng CHED yung dagdag na 30.1 billion pesos ngayon para itaas yung value ng subsidy, lalong-lalo na sa mga test students. I think it's still worth exploring at least for a while, no, or hanggang sa BICAM, yung paano pwedeng mag-complement yung optimal use ng CHED sa dagdag na pondo niya at yung mas pagsalo dun sa budget deficits ng mga SUCs as they project it also until next year. Dahil it's a little over 1/3 lamang naman nung dagdag na pondo para sa CHED. So, but I'll leave it at that for now, good sponsor. Huling follow-up na lang dun sa kung may sagot na po ang commission tungkol sa unang tanong.
Meron na
itong
po.
Representasyon. All right, salamat, good sponsor.
So Her Honor asked about the implementation of the Safe Spaces Law. I am told that all SUCs now have a committee on decorum and investigation that handles cases covered by the Safe Spaces Law. All SUCs have orientation programs for faculty, students, and staff on the law, and that the board of the SUCs handle cases on safe spaces violation and have actually suspended and dismissed faculty and employees. The data on cases and penalties may be submitted if Her Honor would like to see it,
Yes,
which
please,
I'm
good
sure she
sponsor.
would. So
Opo, you are
submit
right, good
din.
sponsor.
And then with respect to HEIs which have conducted conducted orientation, the initial data shows that 694 of them, 694 have conducted the orientation.
Salamat, good sponsor. So, 100% ang nagko-comply nitong mga various obligations under the Safe Spaces Act. And the 100% is accounted for by 694, tama, HEIs inspected by the CHED.
All, so yes.
Or 600 SUCs. Salamat, good sponsor. How about private HEIs po? Or lahat-lahat po ba yon?
There's only 100 plus SUCs. So
SUCs.
that's public and private. So, sorry, to be
Alright.
clear, all SUCs
Yes.
have complied. But the 600 orientation covers also the private schools.
Around 594, given the sum.
It's 694 din.
694.
Kasi minus 100, ilan na tayo? Ilan na tayong SUC?
690.
581.
581. Okay, and then, so a little more than 100 SUCs.
Yes, Mr. President.
All right. So, abangan ko na lang po, good sponsor, yung mga hininging mga dokumento at saka datos, and we'll continue engaging in these issues with the help of the good sponsor. Maraming salamat po. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, to our Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
1 minute suspension.
President, next to interpolate is none other than the Honorable Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize the gentleman from Taguig City, Senator Alan Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Majority Leader. Will the good sponsor yield to a couple of questions?
Of course, Mr. President.
I always have to get her permission.
Hindi na umulit yung questions nung mga nandito kanina. But it's okay.
Except for one topic, Madam Chair, on the scholarship, but not exactly the same question as Senator Risa, but the same concern. Wag daw kasi umulit questions ko. So sabi ko, hindi
I
exactly.
only say that to him for the record. Yung iba pinapayagan ko umulit.
May I start with UP, and please be patient with some of my... good evening, Mr. CHED Chairperson, and to the CHED family commissioners. No? A little bit of patience, basic facts about UP. I'll make my point kasi regarding UP PGH. So, Madam Chair, as a former member of the Board of Regents and also as former chairman of the Committee on Higher Education and a graduate of UP Diliman, in fact, the last UP volleyball member of the last UP volleyball team to be the UAAP champion, how many campuses does the university now have? I mean, most of us here know the answer, but
To the
just to refresh our
current
memory.
regent of UP, you may like to answer your own question.
I'd rather President Gigil, because I just want to make my point regarding PGH. So now we have
Open. Okay. 9 campuses, including the Open University, counting the Open University.
And so when UP was first established, we only had one campus, right? Yeah. And at that time, did we already call it the UP system or just UP lang, no?
No.
Yeah. So it became a system when we had different campuses. I actually went to UPLB first with Senator Miggs, former Senate President, before going to UP Diliman. And is it correct that one reason you want to have a system is you want to have the same standards for all campuses? Because if it's not a system, baka yung quality mo in one campus won't be the same quality. I mean, it's the same as McDonald's or Jollibee or hotels, di ba? Universities. You want to make sure that the quality of education, the brand that you're selling, not only to the students but to the employers are the same. Is that correct?
Basically, yes.
Okay. So that goes to my main question, which is, how many PGH hospitals do we now have?
1. PGH Hospital? 1 plus...
2 plus
Ano yung 2, Clark? Or...
Clark is a polyclinic.
Okay.
The other one is currently we have, no? But ayan.
Okay. Okay.
Diliman, tapos na architecture, is PPP rollout ready. Ang Diliman.
Okay.
Feasibility study is done. But the Carmona is mag-open na yan. Baka mag-break ground ng construction by
Okay.
January.
And then ano tong daba? Ano to?
Wala pa siya.
Okay.
But it's already, the plans are already there as well.
Okay, okay. So currently, Mr. President, there are 2, PGH Manila and PGH New Clark City, which provides ambulatory care, and it will be a 200-bed hospital, which is for construction. And the focus will be sports and wellness, Mr. President. Would His Honor like me to read the future plans?
And this is also just on that answer. And the one in Clark is also going to be a teaching hospital, correct?
Yes, all
Yes.
PGH.
Okay.
All our academic health units.
No need for the exact plans. As you said, I do sit on the board at present, but more of there are plans for more
Yes.
PGH teaching hospitals.
But it's nice to put it on
Yes,
record
yes,
so that
please.
others can hear. And our minority floor leader is also a UP graduate, is intently listening. So PGH Diliman is going to be a 300-bed project with 12 advanced specialty centers, 12 advanced specialty centers. And then this will actually complement the specialty hospitals of DOH in the Quezon City area. And then there is PGH Carmona, which is a private and a partnership, private and government facility funding, which will be, what is that, occupational?
Occupational and Industrial Health Hospital.
Okay, so it is an occupational and industrial health hospital, and this is 300 beds. And then there is PGH Mindanao, that is still a secret, which I just divulged.
No, the reason I asked that, Madam Chair, is many of us here had the privilege to have the heartache, the tears, also the effort, the crying in this hall, and for better facilities for PGH, di ba? The days where everyone wanted to study there because sa ibang school, 1 student, 6, 8 sila per cadaver, pero sa UP, 1:1. Pero pag nag-aaral ka sa UP or nagre-residency ka, kung may allowance ka man konti, nauubos mo rin ang pambili lang ng...
Sorry, I need to interrupt. Lumang-luma na yung example mo, Mr. President.
That's my point.
Yung cadaver, kasi ngayon, meron na tayong simulation. What do you call it? SimLab.
Yes,
SimLab.
but that's my point, is to give a flashback of what it was before. So my point is, the way we see PGH now, we want to make sure that every branch of PGH that we do have will not start out the way it was before. Diba? So meaning, if President Gigil now was president of Wendy's or of Jollibee, he wants to make sure that every single branch is as good as the other. Diba? Hindi yung meron kang super magandang EV ngayon na Jeep, and then meron kang pinakamaluma na diesel na Jeep. So that goes to my question. Right now, UP has chancellors in each campus, and then has the board of directors and a UP president. How is, let's say, how do we envision the administration or the system of PGH? So we do have a, Dr. Gap is here, no? So he's the, what's the official position in UP Manila and PGH? PGH director. Oh. So is he the PGH director of both UP Manila and also of Clark? Yeah.
That is correct.
So once we have more, 2, and especially with the new highway to Clark, which is 2 hours away siguro, 2 to 4 hours, depende sa traffic from PGH, Manila, parang kaya pa, di ba? But are we envisioning that dadating din yung time na parang meron kang katumbas na chancellor sa bawat PGH, tapos may director ka or may president ka for all PGH?
So this will now be like a systems-led head, and this would be the vice president for hospital administration.
Yes,
Yeah.
or health.
So
Or health.
there's a couple of reasons why I mentioned that, but can I share just one reason? There was a foreigner in our old church ate sa BF Parañaque. His job was to sell to sell schools abroad and offer scholarships and try to bridge Filipinos getting scholarships abroad. This was in the 80s and 90s, no? Yes, so you remember his name and ano. And one thing he taught me once I entered government is, in the Philippines daw, when you build, let's say, a DepEd school, you finish the school, then you hire the principal. Sabi niya, it's the most basic mistake that husbands do, which is they build their wife's kitchen. Diba? You don't build your wife's kitchen if she wants a kitchen. You ask her what she wants and you allow her to build it kasi siya naman ang gagamit noon. Diba? It's like asking naman your wife to build you your man cave. You might be happy but you might not. No? So the point is, he was saying, wala pa yung school, i-hire mo na yung principal, i-appoint mo na doon para habang binibuild. So in one sense, I was tempted to say, kailan natin lalagyan ng pondo, kailan natin gagawin, and I don't really know which part of that is for the board and which part is for legislation, but I do know that legislation yung budget. So I would suggest lang, if at the appropriate time, the chairperson of the Committee on Finance, Senator Grace po, and the senior vice chairperson, Senator Pia, would consider putting some money na there. Because for me, the sooner you appoint a head of the whole system, he or she will already be part of, I know Dr. Gap is now part of planning everything, but at what point will it be too tedious for him to be managing more than 2 hospitals and then planning the rest of the system, no? So I just want to leave that there as a suggestion and, just draw from the wisdom of the UP system as a whole, no?
So basically, every hospital would have a director, and then overseeing all of them is the UP system vice president. Systems level na.
Yes, but are we also going to go the way of the campuses that you'll have a hospital director? So like di ba, parang hindi natuloy yung St. Luke's Davao, di ba? Pero meron kang medical director ng St. Luke's BGC, meron kang St. Luke's QC, pero may presidente ka ng korporasyon to make sure that all the services of St. Luke's are the same, no?
So they are in the planning stage right now. Offhand, the responses that this representation gave is the initial discussions they have, because that's how they want to operate it from the systems level. But yeah, all of these have to be built, and it would be great to have a master
My
plan.
recommendation lang is that if they need a little bit of money and a push or a special provision, because it takes DBM at least 3 to 6 months to, di ba, assuming everything's in order to put the position. I would assume that that would also be an elective position by the Board of Regents. So, I mean, there's so much to do that even if you wanted it next month or 6 months from now, probably it will take 6 months to a year to put that all together. So whatever we can do in next year's budget, whether in terms of finances or special provisions, I think we should do. Because it's just too risky, no, not to plan the whole system. Remember, here in the Senate, we're supposed to be more, how do I call it, less parochial. But as former speaker, I don't see anything about being parochial. So in the same manner, if there's anything about our hometown of Taguig, Pateros, Muntinlupa, Bulacan, I will mention it. But remember, anytime you have something of excellence, there is pressure from a popular mayor, governor, congressman to put up a branch there. So the sooner you have a head, a strict head, the right standards, the more sure we are that the lobbying will be, how do I put it, restrained. And Senator Pia is not a stranger to that. I mean, when she handled both education and a couple other committees, she made sure that hindi pwedeng pumasa dito yan pagka wala yung basic requirements. But even those requirements were internal lang sa Senate. No? Does PGH also does research? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that is
So,
their strength, actually.
I'd just like to make a suggestion and wonder how much it would cost if the BOR and if PGH agrees to do the research. I had the privilege of, and many I think here, of having check-up in Singapore. And from simple paperwork, they can have bureaucracy, they can be bureaucratic without red tape. So I remember when I had to have a procedure, kapal nung papers, sabi na, do you have to have my name and signature and all of that? Yes. Here, is this your name and your passport? I forgot my passport. It was 5 a.m. Do you have a picture of it? Showed my picture. Send it to me. So she printed out my name, signed one, then printed out my name with the signature for all 15 or 10 or 8 forms. So in one sense, you need a signature in all forms, but in another sense, sila na nag-print out, no? And yung kukuha ng stats mo, yung kukuha ng passport, etc., yung magbubuk, magdadala, isang tao lang. No, it wasn't a whole production number. So, I mean, we've gone so far, no? But one thing I noticed is that halos lahat ng doktor doon, meron silang sign. Pag consultation, ito yung amount. And I asked them, why do you have that amount? He said, so that whatever room you get, you know this is what you're gonna pay. So I said, so hindi katulad sa Philippines, kasi karamihan naman ng nurse doon, Pilipina. So, Pilipino talaga kausap ko, no? Hindi English. So sabi ko, so dito ba, halimbawa, I get the best room. Sir, kung 200 yung consultation kay doc, you get the best room, 200. Hindi ganun sa Pilipinas, di ba? Sa Pilipinas, if you get a better room, the doctor's fees, everything is up. And ang claim ng hospitals is to subsidize, di ba? Para daw yung mga mas mahirap. And not to criticize, I know it's hard to run a hospital. I know in the past, until now, di ba, pag hindi nakapagbayad, and then we're having all sorts of problems with PhilHealth. This is my main point. I think the hospital owners will definitely be biased if they do the study of comparing our health system with other health systems that works. And I think the DOH would probably also have its own bias. They might not be completely biased, but they will be biased. But I think PGH they're running a hospital, so they know how to run a hospital. They're researchers, so they do know how to have scientific studies. So I would like, before I retire as a senator or as a legislator, to really just have a scientific study of whether or not our present system is the best for the Filipino patient and would sustain talaga building of hospitals, or if we just inherited this in the 60s, 70s and just decided that it's good and continued to do it. No? I know there are a couple other studies that different groups are studying, no? But any one of us who goes to a campaign would know that people complain about, even sa AIC, sa PhilHealth, di ba? Sasabihin nila, you can only give kung ward ka. Di ba? Tapos, pero kung may kaya ka ng konti, of course, you'd like a private room kasi may sakit ka na, di ba? May ano pa. So, you have all of this unintended consequence of our present system of having by the way, it's not unique to us. If the chairperson remembers, every time dad is hospitalized in the US, he has no choice but to have his blood test in the hospital. And since he did not have insurance, it was anywhere between $1,000 to $2,000. But every time he was an outpatient, the Filipino nurse will whisper to him, sir, go across the street. It's about $200-300. So each health system has their own problems. May butas naman talaga. Wala namang perfect na system. No? What I'm saying lang is that since namulat ako sa politika as a councilor in Taguig in 1992, I have not seen any change. I've seen hospitals getting, doctors getting better, our laws getting better, PhilHealth getting better. A lot of things have gotten better, but I haven't seen a shift or a game changer in the way we look at our health system, di ba? But if PGH was the only hospital in the country, I've seen PGH become a game changer. I mean, for that matter, siguro also Vicente Soto, kasi naabot ko rin nung talagang desperate yung mga doctors at nagpapatakbo ng Vicente Soto. No? So, I don't need a concrete answer, but if they're interested, I'd really like to push for that, and of course, we'd like to know how much, di ba?
They already said yes, so just give us you can give it to me at the end of the day, to a comprehensive research, no, on what our current system is, how we can improve it, if there are other models that are better.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just let us know by the end of the day or tomorrow, so we can include it in the committee report.
The last point on UP, walang duda yung pride, walang duda yung believe sa taga-UP, sa UP, sa ating professors, etc. But this is just a challenge for us all na taga-UP na nandito, and siyempre nagpapatakbo ng UP. President Gigil is not a stranger for that kasi sa student council, he has been pushing for that, do better. Ano ang total enrollment, more or less, ballpark, ng lahat ng UP students ngayon? 66,000. Okay.
66,000.
Ano ang total budget ng UP? 24 billion. Anong total students ng PUP?
PUP? 18?
80,000, tama ba?
83,000.
83,000. Anong total budget ng PUP?
3.4 billion.
3.4 building. So ang lamang nyo lang PUP yung letter P lang. No? Lamang kayo sa estudyante, lamang kayo sa letter P. You're consistently voted as top 3 or I think sa Pilipinas top 1 na gusto ng mga employers. But you're getting almost 12% lang, tama ba? 24 and 3 billion. So 12, 13 billion. I'm sure there are a lot of explanations and kahit ano sabihin mo, premier university natin ng UP, but I really wonder if for let's say for 10 years, balik ta rin natin. Let's give UP 3 billion and let's give PUP 24 billion. I wonder if this hall will be filled with PUP students and UST students, graduates, because nakatitig sa akin si... No, but I mean...
Mr. President, I'm duty bound to share this information, no? So dun sa UP budget, 1/3 of that is PGH budget. And then there are
So let's do that one by one. So take out 8 billion. So 16 billion
Yeah.
pa rin compared sa 3 billion.
Yes. And then, Mr. President, there are 30 national research institutes,
Including the Philippine Genome Center.
including the Philippine Genome Center, that are funded, that are part of this, the
Okay.
remaining 16
So
billion.
how much do you remove from the 16 billion if you take out those?
I don't have that at the moment, but we can find it.
Yeah. No, so I don't mean to
And
spark...
then wait, I still have a third point. And then the UP president was looking at the PUP president and sabi niya, mas mataas ang sweldo nyo ha, mas mataas ang sweldo nyo.
Yeah, but I mean, it might not be apples to apples, di ba? But it might be Chinese apples to American apples. So it's not totally exactly the same, di ba? Tesla, BYD, but you know, Polytechnic is in between a college degree and a TESDA. And I have my own qualms about TESDA because I thought precisely kaya tayo nag-K-12 para hindi mo na kailangan mag-technical education kasi ipapasok na nila sa curriculum. Then kung gusto mo mag-college, college ka. Or kung may additional kang year, TESDA man, sir, di ba parang 1 year. But TESDA now has 3-year courses. So parang, ba't natin ginawang K-12 tapos TESDA? Pero if you look at the middle ground, PUP is there. So I mean, it's not a debate, but it's just a challenge to us that as we say that many of our leaders sa Supreme Court, sa Congress here are from UP, di ba? I really wonder if we give PUP let's say, another billion or 2 billion. And this goes for other universities, ha? I mean, the chairman has been there for some time, so he's seen the development. So I have 2 quick questions for Ched. No? As you said, Madam Chair, don't repeat. So I was just wondering, has there been a study na about UniFast, about the present scholarship? Is it the best model for the country vis-a-vis students, universities, etc.? Let me give, while you're thinking about that, Chairman, and both Chairperson and Chairman, let me give you my view of history. Ha? Kasi di ba, we've always been trying to squeeze more funds for education and scholarship, and from being number 2 to just Japan in the 70s, suddenly nagiging kulela tayo. And there was a time during Marcos Sr. that almost 30% of our national budget was on education. And President Cory's time, naging free high school, pero maraming na umulit kasi nga, first year high school na, hindi pa marunong bumasa. Finally, panahon ni President Pinoy, nakahabol na tayo pero K-12, pero we didn't have enough classrooms naman for kindergarten. So ngayon, K-12 tayo, pero ano nangyari? Half day naman lahat. So kahit ang dami, half day tayo. So when President Duterte, I cannot go into his mind, but he did not follow his economic team in vetoing the scholarship bill. But as a compromise, ang ginawa ng implementation ng cabinet ng Duterte, which I was part of, is ilibre mo na lang lahat ng nasa state U. Di ba? So it was like a compromise at that time, and of course, no one thought na magkaka-pandemic. Kasi pre-pandemic, napakaganda ng angat natin sa ekonomiya, so everyone thought na, sige, pagbigyan mo na para everyone, di ba, kasi kailangan naman talaga natin, and then we'll sort out the finances. But nung nangyari pandemic, maraming umalis sa private school, lumipat sa state U. Tapos yung mga state U, may pressure lahat na magtanggap. Nung nawala yung pandemic, hindi naman kasya lahat ng classroom. So, I really wonder whether our state U's are operating on a, not to use on a market, is it, I was reading about how Singapore was not purely capitalist, but they tried that their interventions will never really defeat or interfere too much with market forces. Because if you do, it won't be sustainable. No? So, if anyone here has a great idea of what the best system is, I'm all ears, we're all ears. But I think CHED should have money and should do a study to propose to both the President and to Congress, ano ma ang pinakamaganda? So let me give you lang Taguig experience. Instead of paying the universities, we allot 10 to 50,000 per student. Tapos bahala ka na kung saan ka mag-aral. So we have about 40, 50,000 scholars a year, and choice talaga nila eh. Meron talagang pumasa sa UP, then we're willing to give them 50,000, pero gusto nung parents nila malapit lang sa TCU. Meron gusto malapit lang pero private. Meron naman talaga na hindi pa rin kasya yung 30,000, pero gusto maglasal Ateneo. So iba talaga eh. But what we saw is that if you force that university to accept everyone, and then cap kung magkano yung tuition, nagkakagulo-gulo talaga yung actual cost nila eh. Diba? So I know it's different for everyone, for PMA, for PNPA, for PMMA, for TUP, PUP, UP. But I was just wondering na, so after, when did we pass by Unifast? Was it 2017, 2018? 17, no? So 7 years na. If we have the study this year, baka before the 10th year, we can make the recommendations kung anong, during your term din, Chairman, kasi nagsimula din yan during your term. But, you know, I'm not criticizing per se. It's better to have that system na napakaraming scholar. But I'm just saying, baka there's a better system pa that would allow our state youth to compete with the private sector, and then also allow them to be more entrepreneurial. To make my point, no, going back to PUP, magkano cost per unit nyo? 12 pesos. Magkano cost per unit sa UP? 1.5. See, ang layo eh. Diba? No, I'm not, it's not only your budget. I think it's also market forces eh. Diba? 12 pesos.
12 pesos
And then
versus 1,500.
Ang layo. So it was like that. To be fair, before Unifast, medyo ganun na.
No, it was because I was chair of the committee from 2013 to 2016, and that discrepancy across all over SUCs already existed.
Yes, but at that point na nagka-Unifast, napeg na yung sa PUP, and for them to increase, you have to get CHED approval, right? And for CHED to give you a big approval, you have to balance the budget of Unifast. Diba? So it's not the actual cost eh. It's a cost in accordance with your making do with the present system and the present money. But in a better world, where we give the money to the student, not to the university, we will have the actual cost, and that cost might be impeding PUP from having better courses and better facilities and better graduates, etc. So again, no, lahat naman tayo dito agree sa problema. Hindi ko sinasabing tayo may solusyon, sila wala. I'm just saying, academe na rin naman ang best sa research. Baka that could be a good research prop. By the way, EDCOM is doing some work on that.
I know.
Diba? Pero for me kasi, and I'd like to give the credit, of course, to Senator Win, to Senator Joel, Senator Angara, of course, to officially to Attorney Erap and to Carol, no. You've been incredible, no. But I still feel na the SUCs are in a genre by itself, diba? So vis-a-vis the state use, vis-a-vis TESDA and everything. And I think the next 3 years could really be, we could put a game changer kind of law if everyone comes together and agree. To just shock you, no? So nasya-shock na tayo sa 12 pesos at 1.5. Okay. What's the total budget of the LGU, of all SUCs? More or less, ballpark.
117.9 billion.
Okay,
No?
117 billion. That's only 10% of the DPWH budget.
Sorry, to be clear, that's the Senate version proposal for 2025.
Yes. So, for the last 2 years, more or less, 1 trillion yung DPWH, 350 billion doon, anti-flood, ganun pa rin ang flood natin. So can you imagine if we remove 100 billion from DPWH, double the budget of SUCs, baka ma-flood tayo ng research at estudyante rather than bahang-baha. To be fair to DPWH, hindi lahat yun kasalanan nila, climate change is part of it. But, for example, Project NOAA, which knows kung saan area ang dapat ingatan, hindi naman pala kinoconsult ng DPWH sa kanilang flood control. Ang point ko, nung araw kasi, moot and academic or, nagkwekwentuhan lang tayo in saying dagdagan ng pondo ng state use kasi wala kang pagkukunan. But with a 6 trillion peso budget and 1 trillion goes to DPWH and people are doubting that the 300 billion are actually giving you the results for anti-flooding, I think anyone would say that education is a better investment or is at least as good investment as infrastructure. And the best proof there is Singapore. Singapore has no natural resources. At that time, they did not have ports, they did not have IT, finance, etc. So they decided that they will focus on their people, diba? On educating their people. Yun yung natural resource. So I'm hoping that a study, kasi ngayon it's a debate eh. If I tell you bawasan ng 50 billion ang DPWH ilagay sa CHED o UNIFAS, debate eh. But if CHED comes out with a study regarding the best scholarship program and regarding how good an investment it is to get people to go to the best state universities, I think no one can debate with that, and hopefully we'll come up with a better law and system.
Well, just a very quick response to that lengthy and exhaustive observation. We don't need research to tell us that the budget for the tertiary education subsidy, otherwise known as TES, was reduced drastically per student. Now, we had this lengthy discussion with our colleagues before His Honor took the podium, and basically what was previously until 2024 budgeted for private education students of 60,000 has now been reduced to 27,000, and what was previously budgeted for public school students at 40,000 is now only at 20,000. If we can even, so the point I'm making, which I know is also the concern of our colleague, my brother, now for 2025, the same set of students will have to make do with a smaller amount to finish college. And the reason that the UNIFAS made that decision is they have so many applicants. But now we will have more applicants with less funding. And that amount is actually 15 billion. And then there is another 15 billion in tulong dunong. So we don't need research to tell us where we can also
Well,
work
first,
with some
I'm sorry if
funding.
it's lengthy, but you only listen to me lengthily when we're in session.
No, I'm not complaining.
Yes. She's
I'm
not
basically
denying.
just saying
Okay.
my response will be very short to all the observations that His Honor made.
Okay. Biro lang naman, but
Yeah, I'm
secondly,
not denying.
yeah. I do agree with you that, on that point, but what I'm saying is that how much of that point, which research will tell us, is because of the present system. Just to quickly jump, and hindi ko to pakahabaan, di ba? Sa economic team, I asked them, di ba, magkano yung ayuda for 2025? It's 600 billion. 600 billion. So doon nagtatanong na pwede bang magbigay ng 10,000 per family? Pwede nga 20,000 sa poor families because 600 billion yung ayuda. So the question I asked them is, at what point will we stop or will we temper ayuda and start giving money for small businesses? So the same thing, no? If I ask Chairman now, I'm sure he'll give me a brilliant answer. If I ask you, Chairman, both the chairperson and the chairman of CHED, how much dapat ang student aid? How much dapat ang student loan? How much dapat ang LGUs, how much dapat ang scholarships, etc. But without a study that will tell us also the economic forces, because I wonder, for example, if we compare how Ateneo, LaSalle, UST, di ba, price their per unit compared to UP. I don't know. President Gigil might. But I'm sure LaSalle, Ateneo, UST, all those brothers, Saints Co sisters, Assumption sisters, hihimatayin if I compare them to PUP and ask them na mag 12 pesos lang kayo per student. Diba? So maybe there is something in PUP na pwede nating gayahin. How are they able to do that and win awards at 12 pesos? And I hope if we give them 20, 30, 40, they won't get lazy and they will even have better rewards. But the study is not really on whether we should spend more on education, but really what is the right mix of student loans, student aid, scholarships, and what is the role of the SUCs versus the private. I'll give you a last example now. Many LGUs are suffering because during the pandemic, nag-close down yung private elementary at high school. Taguig is privileged to have some money. So ang ginawa ng Taguig, inap nila yung, I think 15,000 or 20,000, 15,000, 10,000 to the private school, 5,000 sa estudyante for uniform, para hindi magsara yung private school. And people were thinking it's to help the private school. It actually helped the public school. Because kung nagsara lahat ng private school na yon, wala silang tatakbuhan kung hindi sa and we're even assuming na halos pareho yung quality ng private school at public school sa elementary at high school. Sa college, it's really different kasi it really depends on yung focus at specialty ninyo. No? But anyway, I took too much of your time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. But I'd really like, I don't know kung may funds na unshed or dapat natin lagyan, but I think they're the best one to propose, a system of how a Filipino born with nothing but wants to go to college can finish college. Of course, if they want to go to a polytechnic or they want to go to TESDA, that's just as good. But ang point ko is, if they want to go to college, how do we have the system? If PhilHealth can do their no balance billing, then it solves half of the problem. So ganun din. Paano tayo magkakaroon ng no balance billing sa college education pero hindi maapektuhan yung market forces or yung the economics of running a university? Thank you,
So,
Madam Chair.
last response. CHED has data that shows that with the current financial support that we are giving to the students of the 60,000 and the 40,000 I mentioned, depending if they're going to private or public school, 79% are able to complete their university education. That's why this representation's concern is that now that it's going to be lower for 2025 based on a UniFast board decision, that will surely go down. And that's why my challenge to them is they might want to reconsider that, and if they need help from this body to return, to move some funding to ensure that we can at least keep the same amounts, then that is what we will wait from them, because I really think this is a disaster.
I
that we're
totally
going
agree,
to
and I think
reduce that price. And Senator Joel Villanueva is making a face, so I
No,
assume he
I think,
agrees
Madam
with me.
Chair, I think we all agree with that. And I think for 2025, kailangan talaga natin i-bridge at itaas. I'm saying beyond that, so let's say, if you're an engineering student and wala ka talagang pera, so let's say PUP has one of the best engineering, so you go to PUP. But what if you wanted to go to LaSalle or Mapua? Since we hardly have any student loans, and since the scholarships now are easily state U or I wonder how many na parents pinipilit ka na mag-state U instead na mag-private because nga sa state U libre. So that's what I meant, that's one aspect of it that gets distortion is the right word, di ba? Nagkakaroon ng market distortion because nga libre dito eh. Di ba? Oo.
No one here in my immediate vicinity knows the tuition of Mapua. Maybe somebody can Google. But basically, the until 2024, the subsidy given is 60,000. So if you assume that other than the LaSalle's, maybe His
sorry.
Honor knows UST, but 60,000, maybe with a little bit more, makapasok pa sila sa private.
No, but Madam Chair, first of all, studies show that tuition is only 30%. 70% is yung dorm, etc. Okay. Secondly, isa state U, automatic lahat sila eh. Sa Mapua, hindi lahat ng mahirap automatic makakakuha ng 60,000. So that's what I meant na nadi-distort yung market forces. No? In a perfect world, again, I'm not saying this is the perfect system, but in a perfect world, basta't mag-aaral ka at kaya and the government is willing to pay, di ba? Then the student will choose where you want to go. Eto grades mo, you get 200,000. Eto grades mo, you get 50,000. Eto grades mo, pero galing ka ganito probinsya na hindi mo kasalanan, na less, eto yung ganon, then they can go where they want to go. But now, at least in my personal consultations with people, if you're from Palawan, your parents will say, go to the two state universities of Palawan. If you're from Taguig, about 1/3 pa rin of our parents, even if we will pay for their students to go out, they'll say, 3-4 naman university natin, dito ka na lang. Just because it's cheaper. No, so what I'm saying lang is, I don't think that's the best, it's not even scholarship eh. Finish college, no one left behind program that we can have. No? But of course, it's much better than 5 years ago and it's much better than 10 years ago. Walang duda doon. But sumasabog ang population eh. So sustainability, which is your thing, Madam Chair, comes into play na talaga. Eh, no? So anyway, I'll stop there and thank you for your time and your answers and for the CHED's hard work on all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
We recognize our Minority Floor Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I intended to really scrutinize the budget of the CHED and each of the 100 plus SUCs. But given the lengthy interpellations already plus the manifestations, siguro I'll just urge the CHED as well as each and every SUC to work closely with the EDCOM 2 and take advantage of the fact na may EDCOM 2 at saka ang lifetime ata ng EDCOM 2, just how many more years?
Next year.
1 more year. Oh, 1 more year. So please work closely with EDCOM 2 kasi we can talk about the problems plaguing our education system from basic to tertiary here, but if we do this collaboration not in a formal setting but in a workshop setting, baka mas marami pa tayong ma-achieve po doon. And even your budgeting process will, believe me, will improve. If you collaborate and work closely with EDCOM too.
Yeah.
So just an appeal na lang
So-
siguro because marami na rin naman tayong na-discuss na bagay. Opo.
For the information of the Minority Floor Leader, per CHED Chairman, Unifast now is always part of their TWGs. So I just reminded the Chairman that His Honor is also recommending that the SUCs themselves directly consult with the EDCOM and take advantage of
Take
all the
advantage of
reports and
EDCOM
the
too.
resources.
Take
Mga
advantage
SUC
po.
presidents, take note.
Kasi we need to rationalize this, yung tertiary education subsidy. Is it a subsidy or do you want it to be a scholarship? I mean, iba yun in my opinion. Correct me if I am wrong. Iba si subsidy sa scholarship siguro. Yeah.
It's a subsidy.
Correct, yes. But, doon na natin ayusin yan sa EDCOM too because we have to siguro fix the concepts and then decide what we want and then dapat may political will tayo to pattern everything to achieve what we really want to achieve. Kailangan may political will, hindi pwedeng if you accommodate everybody, lahat ng ideas, mangyari. So that's the purpose of EDCOM too. So take advantage na lang po sa lahat. That's my appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Executive Director of EDCOM 2, E.D. Carol Lee, is present here with us on the sidelines, and I'm sure he's taking notes, and he'll be liaising and collaborating with the SUCs and CHED regarding the work of EDCOM 2. Majority Leader, Senator Joan Villanueva.
Yes, Mr. President, I wasn't supposed to ask questions, Mr. President, but maybe just a quick few questions if my dear colleague, our sponsor, would yield to some questions, Mr. President.
Of course, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I will no longer join the party when Senator Alan Cayetano made that statement of comparing UP's budget to PUP, and I'm not even going to ask further if the budget of UP Sports Development versus PUP Sports Development. And I will no longer ask that question because in the next few weeks, we will be facing each other in the UAAP Final Four. So,
But I need to answer that question because
But if
there
you
is
wanted
a
to answer-
UP varsity senator who funds the UP Sports Development Project.
Is that
Other
the-
than the nowhere to go but up na puro basketball. Yun lang naman ang reason doon, simple
that's
lang.
your reason. My
Yes.
reason is I want if you answer that question, I might be tempted to scrutinize and ask every single cent, especially the funding for basketball, Mr. President.
Hindi ho ako nagbibigay sa basketball, all
Okay.
the others but basketball
Thank you.
because they have their own private donors.
Thank you, Mr. President, and may the
And alam kong hindi ka magpapatalo kasi
and
sa
may
basketball.
the best team win. And dito na si Sen Nancy, dumadami na ang mga Maroons. Mr. President, I'd like to ask just a few questions. In recent years, Mr. President, the seed fund for the development of medical schools in SUCs has received additional funding. This fund aims to assist our SUCs offering medical degree programs to develop po yung institutional materials, pag-upgrade po ng mga facilities natin, laboratories, capacity building activities. May we know the rationale for the 45.45% decrease in the seed fund for medical schools in 2025, Madam Chair? Mr. Chairman. Tagal gumawa nito.
So, Mr. President, as His Honor will recall, the funding needed in many cases for this implementation of the Doktor para sa Bayan, which includes seed funds, additional capital outlay, MOE, is always a Senate initiative.
Yes.
So even though after how many years, DBM already started funding, since last year, DBM started funding both capital outlay and MOE for the initial batch of medical schools because, and this is the little brag, we are so successful, His Honor, this representation, CHED, in really pushing for the implementation of Doktor para sa Bayan, hindi sumasabay. So the next year, it's always us, the Senate, that is funding these unfunded needs for the completion of this medical school program. So this particular year, Mr. President, the need is now, for 2025 NEP, it was 150 million.
Okay.
But the need is actually 275. The additional...
Which was the 2024 budget, Mr. President, this year's budget.
Yes.
And that's why, Mr. President, that's another thing that I'd like to raise.
So, but wait, I'm not yet done,
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry.
President. So sadly, the committee under this representation recommended the funding, but we understand the limited fiscal space, so it was not included. So this representation absorbed it in my own individual amendments, which His Honor can very well share with me.
Mr. President, we laud the efforts of our distinguished colleague. I just wanted to put on record how appreciative we are in her, how do you describe it, the sponsors walking the extra mile to really achieve our goal and our dream of putting up, establishing schools of medicine, not just producing doctors, but schools of medicine. Mr. President, I just wanted to point out that I think we are in our last year by next year, which was part of the law, wherein we were supposed to put every single, school of medicine in every single region. So are we on time, Mr. President? Will we be able to achieve this part of the law that we passed here in the Senate, which the sponsor and I, together with our colleagues here, worked very, very hard, Mr. President?
So, Mr. President, unfortunately, there are still 2 regions that do not have a med school. But the reason is because one of the prerequisites for putting up a medical school is a hospital where these future doctors can train. And there is no, ano level yung hospital?
It has to be level 3, if
We
I'm
need
not
a level
mistaken.
3 hospital, and there are no level 3 hospitals in the Cordilleras and Caraga, Mr. President. So we have to go back to DOH, who will be here, and perhaps His Honor would like to pose that question, or I will ask the question later on with DOH.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I wanted to raise this afternoon, this evening. I will no longer ask some of the questions that I have here. I wanted to inform the body that our region in Central Luzon, particularly our beloved province in Bulacan, received the help, the needed help from this institution. And I have been informed, Mr. President, that there are 48 students now in Bulacan who are eligible for the medical scholarship and the return service program. I hope, Mr. President, that CHED will expedite the approval of their scholarships as well, as these students have already paid their tuition this semester out of pocket, Mr. President. I think that's all I wanted to raise. Some of these questions I can just talk to our sponsor, Mr. President. And again, I thank the chairperson, the one in charge in defending the budget of CHED and SUCs. We thank our friends from CHED and SUCs. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat, dear colleague.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellations, I move that the budgets of the state universities and colleges and the Commission on Higher Education be deemed submitted for the Senate's consideration and approval. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the budgets of the aforementioned departments
Before-
and agencies
Sorry.
are deemed submitted.
Sorry, and before we are suspended, I have complete transparency. This representation funds UP basketball women's. I think His Honor can take that.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Okay. May I
President, may we ask the Cooperative Development Authority personnel to settle down?
May we request the members of the CDA to already take their respective seats? and prepare for the deliberation. We recognize Senator Amy Marcos for her opening statement.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr.
President.
Speaker. And today I sponsor the budget for 2025 of the Cooperative Development Authority, the CDA, with the explanation that under the 2025 NEP, CDA's proposed budget of 889,424 million is in fact much lower than the agency's previous 2024 budget at 1.335 billion. The House of Representatives in the General Appropriations Bill proposed no changes in the CDA's budget. On the other hand, given the food and agricultural crisis today, as well as our issues with the PUV modernization, it is our proposal that the Senate partially restore last year's budget by 300 million at least, resulting in a proposed budget of 1.189 billion. The additional 300 million will provide financial assistance to agricultural and food co-ops, particularly in the micro sector, as well as provide priorities to the transport co-ops now being organized for the PUV and other modernization. And with that, I'd like to propose, therefore, an increase in the NEP as well as in the GAB. Thank you.
Majority Leader will be the first to
1 minute
interpolate.
suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader, while we're waiting for the Minority Leader to come back and field questions, may I have a few questions to the CDA.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this just came about literally a few weeks ago. Some of the cooperatives in Valenzuela approached me, and their certificate of tax exemption or certificate for tax exemption is under threat to be revoked because the BIR is requesting them to get the TIN numbers of all their members. And as we all know, cooperatives are designed to empower our poor constituents, especially the informal sector. So this created a lot of confusion and, of course, discouragement in our city Valenzuela, because the co-ops are also entitled to tax incentives, Mr. President. So if the BIR will revoke their tax incentives, that will be eventually passed on to their members. So and if you have members who are fish vendors, who are market vendors, you cannot force them to get their TIN numbers because that's the nature of their work, the informal sector. You have mga nagtitinda ng fishball. Alangan papapuntahin pa natin sila sa BIR to get their TIN. That's why they're called the informal sector. So may I ask the good sponsor, may I ask the authority through the good sponsor, what is their position in this matter? And
Yes.
indeed, what is the remedy for our co-ops, not only in Valenzuela, but nationwide? No? Because it's becoming bureaucratic for the co-ops themselves, and it's counterintuitive in terms of helping our informal sector be part of the cooperative sector.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian. We're in full agreement with you. that the BIR requirement for a TIN number from every member of a co-op before they're able to renew their tax exemption and other regulatories is unfair and truly counter to all the cooperativism principles. It's only located in a BIR IRR. As I understand it, there is no law that mandates it. And as a matter of fact, we are in the process, following the President's SONA, of amending or attempting to suggest amendments to the Cooperative Code. And that is one of the prohibitions I would like to introduce, because it's simply impossible in the hinterland, in the islands, in the far-flung, remote, and hard-to-reach areas to demand from fisher folk and marginal farmers TIN numbers. They are not covered by those TIN numbers, and they're not about to apply for them. So demanding that they have TIN numbers in order to avail of a tax exemption that's rightfully theirs is not fair. So we're in agreement with you, and I'm counting on your support for the amendments to the Co-op Code to prohibit such a requirement.
Thank you to the good sponsor, and thank you for expressing her support and her agreement to this issue. And also, I can see the authority nodding their heads, the leaders of the authority. May I ask the good sponsor, what is the authority doing in order to at least temporarily, in the absence of that law, temporarily address this issue? Because there are now a lot of co-ops under threat that their certificate of tax exemption will be revoked. And if that happens, they will be charging VAT to their members, they'll be paying income taxes, they'll be withholding taxes. What is the commission, or what is the authority doing in the meantime that the law is not there in order to settle this issue?
Yes, this has been a dispute that's been rankling between the BIR and the CDA for many years now. There have been repeated efforts to urge BIR to suspend this requirement, given that, as I said earlier, it's merely in an IRR and is not required by law. And in fact, acts as an obstacle to the exercise of a legal right, which is the tax exemption. But BIR has again and again refused, saying that it will be in violation of their IRR. Perhaps it's really time that we amend the Co-op Code and at the same time speak to the BIR and make certain that this this requirement, which is tantamount to a violation of the Co-op Code, be halted.
I agree with the good sponsor that you have co-ops whose members are farmers, fisher folks, in the case of Valenzuela, fish wall vendors, barbecue vendors, and we're trying to lure them to be part of the cooperative system, so that they will be empowered, they will be trained to save, they'll be trained to go to the cooperatives and borrow instead of going to the 5-6 offerers. But in doing so, we are now requiring them to go to the BIR to get their TIN numbers, which is not in their horizon, because they're part of the informal sector. Kaya nga ho sila tinawag informal sector. So with that, Madam Sponsor, I'm joining you in your direction of amending the cooperative code, making it explicit that members, especially in the informal sector, should not be forced to get their TIN numbers. And co-op should continue to enjoy their incentives and their exemptions as designed, because they are part of our anti-poor or our empowering vehicle, so that our constituents will be trained to save and trained to be part of the cooperative system. And in the meantime, we'll bring this up to the Senate, and allow me to suggest to the authority to submit to us their position papers, data, and everything, so that we can use those documents in our hearings, especially in conducting oversight hearings over this issue. So let me just request from the authority to submit to us the documents.
Yes, thank you very much. And Senator Gatchalian, on my part as chair of your committee on cooperatives, I will definitely send a letter attaching the transcript of this exchange to the BIR immediately after this plenary debate to make certain that they are aware of our objection to this undue burden they're imposing on potential cooperative members. Thank you.
May I ask how many cooperatives are now in this quandary, in this type of situation? Do we have that number? Aside from Valenzuela, I know we have a few there, no? But do we have that number from the authority? Just a ballpark figure if they have.
It would have to be said that most of the micro and small cooperatives would be in the same situation as the transport and street vendor co-ops of Valenzuela. I believe that 65% of our co-ops are micro co-ops. So that means that 65% of all 20,000 co-ops are in this bind. Small co-ops constitute 18% of the 20,000+. So we are really talking about 83% of all co-ops are in exactly the same position as your constituents in Valenzuela po.
Wow, that's a lot. So if we're talking about a universe of 20,000, we're talking about 80%. So we're talking about about 16, 17,000. Potentially, some of them are complaining to their representatives like me, but some of them choose to just probably deal with the BIR directly. So I thank the good sponsor and also being the chairperson of the Cooperatives Committee for agreeing with this representation that co-op should not be, the members of the co-op should not be forced to get TIN numbers, especially if they are part of the informal sector. This is a way of discouraging. No, parang dinidiscourage natin informal sector to be part of the cooperative system. So we'll await for that oversight hearing to be conducted by the Cooperatives Committee of the Senate. And again, I thank the good sponsor for her response, and I thank the authority also for taking the cudgels of the cooperatives. Maraming salamat. Senator Risa is recognized for her interpellation. Wala na. Okay.
Salamat, Mr. President, at magandang gabi, good sponsor at authority. Bago po yung mga tanong ko, Mr. President, just a brief manifestation that I join Senator Gatchalian in his manifestation, as this issue has long been a problem. Amid the BIR and the CDA not being able to come to an agreement to resolve this concern on the certificate of tax exemption requirement. So for the record, Mr. President. So Mr. President, Madam Chair, for more than 100 years, cooperatives in the Philippines have proven to be a vital instrument for social change and one of the contributors to our national development. Our cooperative sector, according to BRMO, sa kabuuan, ay mayroong lampas kalahating trilyong pisong ari-arian, 719 billion pesos to be exact, at may 12.4 milyong kamay-ari, na kabilang sa, sinabi na nga po, lampas 20,000 na kooperatiba sa bansa. Hindi aabot sa ganitong katayuan o status ang ating kooperatiba kung hindi isinasabuhay ang mga prinsipyo ng kooperatibismo, kusang loob at bukas na pagsapi, demokratikong pangkasapiang pamamahala, pangkabuhayang partisipasyon ng mga kasapi, patuloy na edukasyon, pagsasanay at impormasyon, otonomiya at kasarinlan, pagtutulungan ng mga kooperatiba at pagpapahalaga sa pamayanan, na dapat ay patuloy nating gabay sa pagtataguyod ng interes at kagalingan ng kooperatiba sa bansa. As former Vice Chair of the Senate Committee on Cooperatives, I recall when the CDA Charter was passed into law 5 years ago. Our then committee chair, Senator Mig Zubiri, expressed that the intent of Republic Act 11364 was to strengthen CDA to be more responsive to the needs of the sector, further promote cooperativism, open the lines of communications with the sector, and address issues and challenges that stunt the development and progress of cooperatives in the country. That is why, Mr. President, Madam Chair, it is alarming, disheartening, and disappointing to hear allegations that the incumbent officials of the Cooperative Development Authority are overreaching their mandates and exercising undue influence and interference that causes distrust and division among cooperatives. One of the allegations that reached my office is the case of the Philippine Chamber of Cooperatives, or Co-op Chamber, a registered non-stock non-profit organization incorporated and registered in the Securities and Exchange Commission. The Co-op Chamber, as far as I know, is composed of leaders and members of long-standing cooperatives in the country that bond together to organize themselves to aid in the development of the cooperative enterprise, advocate for co-op-friendly policies, and provide services to its partners. I'm aware that the good sponsor and the Senate Committee on Cooperatives are aware of the existence of said group as they actively engage in the committee's work on the amendments to the Philippine Cooperative Code and other legislative agenda. Pwede po bang magtanong, Mr. President, Madam Chair, kung bakit yung administrador ng CDA ay nagbanta na maghain ng criminal case laban sa said chamber? Bakit nag-issue ang CDA ng advisory laban sa chamber? Ano ang mga grounds at ano ang due diligence na ginawa ng CDA para i-establish ang di umanong criminal liabilities ng Co-op Chamber, good sponsor?
Yes. According to the CDA, what occurred was that the Philippine Chamber of Cooperatives registered at the SEC, but never did they register at the CDA. As a result, the CDA, determining that they were not acting as a co-op, but rather as a corporation, advised the SEC of the situation and told them no longer to allow this corporation to use the word co-op in their name. So that is where it stands at the moment. I believe there are no further lawsuits or actions since that advisory. But in the meantime, it is your committee's position as the chair of the Committee on Co-ops that perhaps we should reconsider this position and allow farmers associations, cooperatives, and other agrupations to borrow the term co-op more liberally, provided they are in fact upholding the principles of cooperativism.
Maraming salamat para dyan, good sponsor. Pati dun sa sinabi ng good sponsor na i-reconsider natin yung ganitong posisyon para nga payagan na mahiram, maggamit ng ganitong mga aggregation, ganitong chamber, ganitong organisasyon ng mga kooperatiba na gamitin, hiramin yung salitang co-op. Actually, good sponsor, may tanong ako kasunod. Ang kasunod na tanong ko po ay partikular dun sa sinabi ng good sponsor. Kung ano sana ang pwede nating i-reconsider na ugali at pag-uugali tungkol dun sa paggamit ng salitang kooperatiba. I'm relieved to hear, good sponsor, na sa pagkaalam ng good sponsor, wala namang lawsuit bagamat ibinanta ito, ay mukhang walang nakaambang lawsuit at walang inihain at hari nawa walang ihahain. Dahil ako rin po on its face parang ang hirap makita na kung ano yung sinasabing criminal liabilities ng co-op chamber. At additionally, i-google lang kung sino yung co-op chamber at sino ang mga nasa likod nito, ang dali pong i-establish ang credibility ng nasabing organisasyon. And rest assured, good sponsor, that this representation will closely monitor the hoped-for resolution of this situation and also ask the authority to provide this representation with updates on this matter. Pangalawa po, good sponsor.
Tama
Yes,
po,
Mr.
dahil
President.
ito ay korporasyon na ang may-ari ay mga co-op. Kaya kung tutuusin at tutugisin ang tinatawag na identity niya bilang korporasyon, co-op rin pala ang babagsakan. Ngunit nga lang, ayaw nila mag-register sa CDA. Kaya ang pakiwari ng CDA, ayaw naman nila maging co-op. Bakit hindi sila mag-register bilang tertiary? Kumbaga, kung may primary co-op, yung federasyon o yung union, secondary co-op, kung sila co-op na rin, di pwede silang maging first tertiary or isa pang umbrella organization. Bakit hindi sila mag-register? Kasi ang nangyari din sa mga nakalipas na panahon, ginagamit ang tax exemption na hinahandog sa mga kooperatiba, itong 10 million tax exempt, Kaya't sinasamantala rin ito ng ibang mga korporasyon na maliwanag naman hindi kooperatiba at hindi pag-aari ng miyembro, kaya't nag-iingat rin ang CDA at kinukumbida silang lahat na sana magrehistro na sa CDA na matapos na ang usapin.
Maraming salamat para doon, good sponsor. Dahil tinutuloy po ng good sponsor, yung in the spirit of yung sinabi nila kaninang reconsideration, ano yung mga punto o paksa o kaisipan na pwedeng isama sa reconsideration na iyan. Siguro, kung magsisimula o magpapatuloy yung ganyang proseso, pwedeng i-unpack yung iba't ibang factors na nire-raise din ng good sponsor kasama nitong representasyon. Halimbawa, yung di umanong alok ng CDA na bakit hindi mag-register kahit bilang tertiary cooperative. Pwede sigurong itanong sa proseso yung iyon, ang Philippine Chamber of Cooperatives ba o yung co-op chamber ay tinuturing ang sarili nila bilang isang kooperatiba o chamber ng mga kooperatiba? And therefore, tama po bang anyayahan silang mag-register bilang tertiary co-op sa halip na sila ay at nakarehistro na sa SEC, chamber ng mga kooperatiba? Yung issue din po, maigi po at nagsaanib po yung naunang issue na ni-raise ng ating presiding officer na aking sinuportahan ang kanilang posisyon dyan. Kaugnay din itong tanong ko tungkol sa bakit nga ba tila tinugis ang co-op chamber dito sa usapin ng tax exemption. At pwede sigurong alamin dun sa reconsideration process, bakit po ba ang co-op chamber ba ay gustong pakinabangan yung tax exemption ng mga kooperatiba? So kapag dumaan po dyan sa ganyang process ng reconsideration, to borrow the term of the good sponsor, pwede po nating i-surface ano ba talaga ang facts tungkol sa bawat issue ito mula sa pananaw ng chamber, mula sa pananaw din ng CDA at sino pang ibang stakeholders. Good sponsor, I would understand and respect the authorities of the CDA when it comes to cooperatives development and its power to launch, indeed, a motu proprio investigation, but to assail the juridical personality of an organization under a different regulatory agency is another matter. CDA invoked Article 140 of RA 9520, which prohibits the use of the words cooperative, co-op, co-op na may hyphen, or co-op na nagsisimula sa letrang K in their business names unless they are duly registered as a cooperative. So, in the spirit of yung pinagpasalamat kong sinabi ng good sponsor kanina na i-reconsider yung hindi pagpayag na gamitin ng korporasyon yung salitang co-op sa pangalan nila, Bakit po kaya, good sponsor? Ilang entities ba ang gumagamit ng mga salitang ito? Cooperative, co-op na may hyphen o co-op na letrang K sa mga pangalan nilang rehistrado sa SEC o sa DTI o kahit sa COMELEC, kahit pa sa National Electrification Administration sa kaso ng mga electric co-ops at sa kahit ano pang ibang ahensya. May listahan ba ang CDA o nag-random sampling ng masasampulan ng bantang kaso o investigasyon? Sa bilang na ito, ilang motu proprio investigation ang kinondukta ng CDA para mag-establish ng paglabag sa Article 140. May established at harmonized policy ba na pinagbabawal ang ibang regulatory agencies na mag-aproba ng entities na dala yung mga salitang cooperative, co-op, co-op na may hyphen o co-op na letrang K, at hanggang sa anong extent ang CDA may eksklusibong jurisdiction sa usaping ito, good sponsor?
Ang batas ay maliwanag at sinusundan lang nila yung batas. Kaya yun nga, ang sinasabi natin, sana maamyandahan dahil nga nakikita natin nagkakaproblema. Doon sa ating batas, talagang pinagbabawal yung paggamit ng mga pangalan na ito na patungkol sa pagiging kooperatiba, samantalang korporasyon, partnership, o di kaya kinukubli lamang ang identidad ng mga sosyo. Samantalang ang nais pala, gamitin yung tax exemption o linlangin yung mga miyembro at ang publiko. Ang batas ay maliwanag, iisa lang ang exempted. Ito yung electric co-ops na pwedeng gamitin yung cooperative mismo at yung cooperative na pangalan kahit hindi sila tumatalima eksakto doon sa pagiging kooperatiba. At yun nga, yung membership, pati yung kanilang pagmi-meeting 2 beses ang taon, iba kasi yung sa electric co-ops. At isa pang rinerekomenda ko sana sa pag-amyenda, itong transport co-ops, kasi naiba sila doon sa pangkaraniwang co-op dahil ngayon talagang binubuo natin ang iba't ibang transport co-op, may higit 1,000 na, and sila ang magiging daan para sa PUV modernization. Pero sumasailalim sila sa OTC or Office of Transport Co-op sa ilalim ng DOTR. So ayan na naman yung katanungan, ang CDA ang magre-rehistro pero ang magmo-monitor at magre-regulate yung DOTR OTC naman. Kaya ito yung mga lumalabas ng mga iba't ibang problema at detalye na kailangan talagang pag-aralan natin maigi kung ano ba talaga ang dapat nating gawin. Para sa akin, yung transport co-op, naiiba din Kaya dapat isama rin sa electric co-ops at ma-exempt ng tuluyan.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Mukhang mahihinog nga yung reconsideration process as such dun nga sa posibleng pag-amyenda ng batas. Pero ngayon pa lang, dahil nagkaroon nga ng ganitong tensionado o conflictual na situation, siguro mabunga rin establish yung facts talaga dun sa mga facts na ine-enumerate ng CDA. At let's turn the table din, good sponsor. What if the CDA, in the course of its action, causes grave, irreparable damage or injury or reputational loss to the entity it has accused? What will be the remedy available to the chamber, good sponsor?
Well, ang alam ko, may penalties kapag ginamit yung pangalan o yung iba't ibang permutation itong salitang co-op. So, talagang may penalty yan at nafa-fine sila. Pero yung causing damage, siguro aabutin na ng kaso yan. Although may quasi-judicial din ng CDA, pwede ring pag-usapan yan at ipasok sa mga kaso na pwedeng hatulan.
Salamat, good sponsor. Bagamat ang itinanong ko ay kung ang CDA ay dahil sa mga pagkilos niya ay siya ang makapag-cause ng damage o injury or reputational loss kung ano yung remedy available dun sa co-op chamber of a good sponsor.
Sa palagay ko, wala pa naman naghahabla o nagsasalita ng ganon, so wala pa namang pangyayaring ganon.
Okay. At hari nawa, ma-preempt dun sa reconsideration process sa pagitan ng dalawang panig. And just for the record, good sponsor, simple search sa SEC, daan-daan ang gumagamit ng cooperatives and its derivatives. Good
Perhaps
sponsor.
the clarification can also be made that there are co-ops no longer in good standing that are listed in the website of the CDA. To the extent that that causes damage to reputation and moral damage, perhaps that could be said. But given that the regulatory agency for cooperatives is CDA, it's within their mandate. Ang problema, itong chamber na hindi naman nagrehistro bilang co-op, talagang hindi sumasa ilalim sa CDA.
Salamat, good sponsor. And, I lost my train of thought. Tungkol sa, may importanteng sinabi yung good sponsor ngayon lang na meron akong naisip pero nalimutan po. Sana maalala ko mamaya bago matapos yung aking interpelasyon ngayong gabi. Gusto ko lang ulitin na in very good standing ang kredibilidad nitong chamber at pati yung mga miyembrong kooperatiba nila. And Mr. President, Madam Chair, dahil mukhang generic na ang salitang cooperative o co-op sa mga entities, it would be an exercise in futility to waste CDA resources running after each one of them. Kaya nga sa panukalang pagbabago sa Philippine Cooperative Code, the proposal is very clear. Quote, organizations registered with other government agencies are allowed to retain the word cooperative in their registered name, provided. So kahit sa intention, good sponsor, nandito na ito, provided that these organizations shall not be entitled to the benefits and privileges under the code. So kumbaga, may intention na to act in good faith. For the record, Madam Chair, Mr. President. Bago po ako dumako sa ibang
Kami ang
paksa,
sang-ayon
Mr.
sa
President.
pagluluwag ng iba't ibang mga regulasyon, pero hindi natin pwedeng talikuran ang utos ng ating batas na ang CDA ang siyang mangangasiwa ng iba't ibang mga kooperatiba. Dahil alam naman natin, marami rin nagsasamantala ng kooperatiba, ginagamit yung mga sosyo. Ilang beses na nangyari yan, pinapapirma yung mga sosyo na walang kamuang-muang. Sa amin, halimbawa, ilang beses na at naimbestiga ng Senado, sa sibuyas hanggang sa bawang, ginamit yung mga sosyo pumirma. At wala naman silang kamalay-malay, pero ginamit yung pangalan na kooperatiba. Kaya ako, kabado rin ako, masyadong buksan at kinakailangan magkaroon rin tayo ng batas na talagang sinasaayos ang pagtatakbo ng mga iba't ibang co-op. Kilala ko rin yung chamber.
Opo,
Namit
good
ko na
sponsor.
marami sa kanila, taga Cagayan de Oro, yung Climbs at yung iba't iba pang grupo. Kilala rin natin sila at hindi natin alam at siguro kailangan na makipagpulong para matuklasan kung ano nga yung dahilan ng alitan nila sa CDA.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor, para din dun sa pagsuporta sa ganyang klaseng proseso. Reconsider at saka yung magpulong. At dahil, yes? Actually nga po, salamat para doon, Mr. President, at sa good minority leader. Actually, pag tiningnan po natin, may mga grupo sa loob ng co-op chamber na predate or antedate the existence of the CDA. Kaya well and long established yung kredibilidad nila na tumatalima sa batas, hindi mapagsamantala, kundi tumutupad sa kalikasan ng kooperatiba. At siguradong kapag nagkaroon ng ganyang proseso ng pulong o reconsideration, sila ay aktibong lalahok. Yes, Mr. President, I think the good minority leader would like to interject.
Mr. President, just an interjection kasi may pagkausaping legal, di ba? May pagkausaping legal. Siguro tama yung instruction ng batas, bawal gamitin ng co-op. Siguro pero tignan din natin yung paggamit ng salitang cooperative. If you're clearly a chamber of cooperatives. So I don't think that should be a violation of the law unless you tell us, are they trying to avail of the benefits of a cooperative?
No, what the CDA is simply saying, Minority Leader, is that they never registered under the CDA and
Correct.
hence cannot be considered a cooperative
Correct,
under the
yes.
CDA rules.
Right. Tama. And then, do they want to be treated like a cooperative by availing of incentives of a cooperative?
Wala naman po.
So if
Kaya
not,
nga,
there is,
nag-apply sila sa SEC eh. Kaya ang pagkaintindi ng lahat, korporasyon sila, hindi co-op.
Kaya nga, yung gamit kasi ng word na cooperative sa pangalan nila is a chamber, their chamber of of cooperative. So, they're not really... So
The argument can be made that chambers are in fact non-profit corporations
Correct.
and not co-ops at all.
So what is the issue? Is the issue because there's the use of the word co-op in a name of a juridical entity and they are not registering with CDA? Is that the issue?
That appears to be the issue, yes po.
CDA, let's use common sense. Come on. Let us use common sense. Siguro we will force a juridical entity to register with us if it is acting like a co-op, availing of incentives of a co-op, or quacking like a co-op. That would be all, Mr. President.
Which
Salamat,
is why,
Mr. President, for
kaya
that
sinasabi
humorous
ko,
and very illuminating interjection.
Pero
Good sponsor.
yun ang dahilan din kung bakit sinasabi ko kailangan amyendahan nga. Kasi yung pagkasulat ng ating batas, ang liwaliwanag na bawal. Eh dapat siguro hindi ganun ka-stricto o kaliwanag. Kasi nga, kung hindi naman sinasamantala yung pribilehyo, bakit naman paparusahan?
Kaya Mr. President, that's why I'm making this interjection kasi may usaping legal. Sometimes, pwede ka mag-violate sa letter of the law. Kasi pagbasa ninyo, bawal gamitin cooperative. But look at the spirit.
The spirit,
Bakit?
of course.
You know the spirit. Alam naman ninyo yan.
Salamat muli, Mr. President, at maraming salamat muli, good minority leader. In fact, the operative word in the name Chamber of Cooperatives is not cooperatives, it's chamber. Opo, so common sense talaga po and good faith. Bago ko iwan itong tanong na ito, good sponsor, follow-up question lamang. Ang CDA officials po ba aware sa identity ng mga tao sa likod ng co-op chamber? Aware po ba sila na yung ilang opisyal ng CDA may mga personal disagreement sa ilang pinuno ng chamber? At ang mga tao ba sa likod ng chamber, hindi ba sila persons in good standing, good sponsor?
Palibhasa hindi sila sumailalim sa CDA, hindi kilala ng CDA ayon sa kanila.
Salamat, good sponsor. But I would have hoped for a little more candor mula po sa CDA officials dahil paano namang hindi nila kilala dahil lamang hindi sumailalim, parang napaka-formalistic naman po nung kanilang pagsagot. Paano hindi nila kilala yung identity ng mga tao sa likod ng co-op chamber? Sa pagkaalam ko po, personal knowledge din po ng representasyong ito, meron na nga pong personal disagreements sa pagitan ng ilang pinuno ng chamber at ilang opisyal ng CDA. So, sige, aminin man nila o hindi na magkakakilala yung ilan sa kanila, Hindi ba persons in good standing yung mga tao sa likod ng chamber, good sponsor?
Ang sabi nila, palibhasa hindi naman nagpakita sa CDA, hindi naman nagpakilala sa anumang opisina o kanino mang opisyal, talagang hindi daw nila kilala.
Sige
At
po,
hindi
good
nila
sponsor.
pilit na inaalam kasi hindi naman pumunta o lumapit na magpatulong.
Sige, good sponsor. Dadako na ako sa ibang paksa. I just regret na hanggang sa katapusan ng tanong na ito, wala pong pinapakitang candor or a little more honesty po. Dahil nga, gaya ng pinag-usapan natin kasama ng minority leader kanina, yung ibang miyembro po ng Chamber of Co-ops ay napakatagal na po sa kilusan ng kooperativismo at nadatnan pa nila yung pagpapanganak natin sa CDA. So talagang hirap akong maniwala hindi sila magkakilala. In any case, dako na ako sa ibang paksa ko, good sponsor. Under RA 11535, all provincial, city, and municipal governments are directed to have a cooperative development officer. Pwede po bang humingi ng update sa CDA sa status ng implementasyon nitong batas? Nagpo-progreso po ba tayo? At anong mga inisyatiba ang isinasagawa ng CDA para siguruhin yung pagtupad sa mandatong ito? May programa at pondo ba ang CDA para sa mga local co-op development officer? May partnership agreement ba sa pagitan ng CDA at DILG sa usaping ito? At for the record, baka naman pati ang liga ng mga cooperative development officers na matagal na nating nakakatrabaho dito sa Senado ay pagbabantaan pa ng CDA na motu proprio investigation at criminal case dahil lang may cooperative sa pangalan nila, good sponsor.
Yes, tama. Mataas naman ang compliance sa awa ng Diyos kasi maganda naman yung pagkasulat natin, kung maalala ninyo, sinabi natin kasi umaangal nun yung mga LGU na wala na daw silang pamplantilya. So ginawa natin kahit ex officio lang, kinakailangan mag-assign ng talagang co-op development officer. Kung kaya't nasa 83% ang compliance sa probinsya, sa highly urbanized nasa 88%, tapos yung individual cities and municipalities, yun ang medyo mababa pero tinutulak pa rin sa 67%. So maganda naman ang pagsusunod at pag-implementa ng batas.
Salamat, good sponsor. At may pondo po ba ang CDA para sa pagpapatuloy ng programang ito? At may partnership ba sila sa DILG sa usaping ito? O partnership agreement pala, good sponsor?
Yes, walang hiwalay na pondo o line item ang CDA, subalit kapag pupunta sa isang lugar at tatawag ng capability building, workshop, training, o kaya may pulong-pulong pagkonsulta sa iba't ibang bagay, talagang tinatawagan nila pati yung mga municipal and other officers na talagang nakatutok sa kooperatibang lokal.
Salamat po, good sponsor. At follow-up lang, may paglabag ba sa batas? Nakikita ang CDA doon sa may liga ng mga cooperative development officers dahil lang ginagamit ang salitang cooperative?
Yes, I think it's more or less in their understanding a liga, which is informal, and there doesn't seem to be any violation in as much as they aren't registered at all.
Okay, good sponsor. Buti na lang, hindi sila registered. Naligtas ang CDA sa tanong ko, good sponsor. Pero I think yung parehong liberality nila sa hindi pagpuna o presume ng bad faith sa isang organisasyon na gumagamit ng salitang cooperative sa pangalan nila pero ang operative term sa pangalan ay liga, sayang at hindi nila naisip sa simula ibigay ito sa isang grupo na nagngangalang chamber, good sponsor. So kung I would just like to request a full listing of established LCDOs by LGU, modalities for the creation of the LCDOs, and the
Anong
directory.
ibig sabihin po ng modalities? Hindi nila masyadong naintindihan. Ibibigay lang namin yung LGU sa kayong tao. Yung pangalan. Yun lang, di ba? Kasi ganun lang naman eh.
Yes, good sponsor. And additionally, kung ang LCDOs ay yung officers lang mismo or nag-merge ba across LGUs?
Among officers po.
Okay. Kung nag-merge yung mga local co-op development officers among offices, so kumbaga anong form
Ang ibig mo
ang
sabihin,
LCDOs?
ang ibig ba niyo sabihin kung full-time siya na co-op officer o ex-officio lang at may iba pang item? Yun
Ganun
ba
po,
yun?
good sponsor.
Kasi hindi ko masyadong naintindihan.
Yes, ganun po,
Oo,
good
kasi
sponsor.
sa maraming munisipyo, lalo na yung maliliit, yung 4 to 6 class, talagang walang hiwalay na co-op officer. Meron siyang ibang trabaho, kung MPDO siya, limbawa, pwede rin siya co-op officer. O kung peso siya, dagdag trabaho lang to.
Opo. So kung pati po yun, yun na nga po, yung modalities of compliance dun sa batas na magkaroon ng LCDO, whether yun po yung solong mandato niya or multitasking siya para sa LGU, pati po action plans ng CDA para sa pagpapalakas ng mga LCDO natin. Good sponsor, kung maaring humingi ng ganong listahan.
Yes, they will comply.
Salamat, good sponsor.
Tuloy-tuloy naman ang pagte-training at saka yung pag-iikot. Tumaas nga yung kanilang transportation bill para sa 2025 para puspusang ikutin yung mga co-op natin at yung mga co-op officer.
Salamat po. May pondo naman para dun sa transportation.
Talagang naglagay sila ng mas malaki para sa transport, para nga ikot at mag-comply sa kinakailangan, pati na rin yung specialization. Kasi merong mandato ngayon na kinakailangan magkaroon ng specialists. So, kinakailangan kumuha ng mga consultant, tapos yung iba't ibang competencies, for example, yung quasi-judicial and regulatory functions, yung inspection functions, and all these other requirements that will have training components.
Salamat, good sponsor. Sa susunod ko pong tanong, the CDA is entrusted with overseeing the formation of a national alliance of cooperatives, sectoral apex organizations, and regional clustered organizations. Pwede po bang makahingi ng update sa status ng said formations, good sponsor?
Yes, 3 years ago, a national alliance of co-ops was formed.
Okay, salamat, good sponsor.
At ang pagkaalam ko, napaka-active nila kasi buong buwan ng Oktubre, busy-busy po ako kaka-attend ng kanilang iba't ibang pagtitipuan sa buong bansa. Masaya sila at masigla at laging nagkakaisa.
Hari nawa, mas magkatotoo po yun, pati sa iba't ibang forma ng mga organisasyon na nagsusulong ng kooperativismo. And as far as this representation is concerned, the idea of RCOs, SAOs, and the NAC is to be consultative mechanisms for and among the cooperatives.
Parati
good sponsor.
silang nasa Senate. At nakikilahok sa lahat ng hearing. At marami silang opinion. Talagang buong sigla sila pumupunta rito sa Senado sa ating mga iba't ibang hearing. Masaya nga eh.
Naalala ko po yun at nasasaksihan hanggang ngayon, good sponsor. At yun na nga po, when I was Vice Chair of the Senate Committee on Cooperatives, one of the discussion points was that these formations, mula sa RCOs hanggang NACs, ay dapat at marapat na self-organized by the cooperatives themselves in line with the principles of autonomy and independence of cooperatives. Mari po bang malaman yung extent ng participation, so pakikilahok at papel ng CDA sa paglikha nitong formation? Ano yung magiging policy thrust at direksyon sa pagmentena nitong mga organisasyong ito sa susunod na taon at mga taong darating? Kasama ba dyan sa policy thrust at direksyon na iyan ng NAC, SAO at RCOs ang pagsuporta sa pag-oorganisa at pagpapalakas ng mga party list groups para sa kooperatiba? What's the policy of CDA for its officers and management when it comes to engaging with party list groups and formations? Good
Teka,
sponsor.
doon muna tayo sa unang sinasabi ninyo,
Apo.
yung National Alliance, ang papel ng CDA ay simpleng-simple lang at tumaliman sa batas na nagsasaad na kailangan mabuo yung regional clusters. So nung nabuo na yung regional cluster organizations, binitawan na nila kasi sila-sila na ang naghalal ng kanilang mga opisyal, sila na rin ang nagtatag ng kanilang National Alliance. Yun. Pero yung sa party lista, wala pa kami doon. Ano na nga ba yung tanong?
Ang tanong po ay, ano ba ang polisiya ng CDA para sa mga opisyal at management nila pagdating sa pag-engage sa party list groups and formations? At kung kasama ba sa policy thrusts at direksyon kaugnay ng NAC, SAO at RCOs ang pagsuporta sa pag-oorganisa at pagpapalakas ng mga party list groups para sa kooperatiba?
Ang CDA kailanman hindi nakikialam sa politika at yung mga party list na tumatayong kinatawan ng kooperatiba ay walang kinalaman sa pagtatakbo ng CDA.
Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. And I really hope that the board, administrators, and management of the CDA will be mindful when it comes to their partisan politics and engagement so as not to be negatively perceived to be divisive and biased to any particular group. I would also...
Ang nakikita
good
ko po, ay
sponsor.
sorry.
Oh, yes,
Ang
Mr.
nakikita
President.
ko po talagang nagbabasagan na nga ng ulo yung dalawa ko minsan
Yung alin
Baliktad
po?
ang nangyayari
Nagbabasagan ng ulo ang alin po, good sponsor?
Yung ibang kinatawan at yung ibang kinatawan ng party list, hindi sang-ayon sa sinasabi ng CDA at yung CDA naman hindi rin sumusunod sa sinasabi ng ibang party list. Marites na po yun, pero talagang totoo yun.
Salamat, good sponsor. I would also like to request the submission of documents pertaining to policy guidelines in the conduct of NAC, SAO, and RCOs. Documentation of proceedings, directory of attendees, and plans of action of the CDA for the maintenance of these formations and the funding required for the maintenance and operations of these formations, good sponsor.
Yes, certainly. To the best of our ability, although tulad ng sinabi kanina, wala namang hiwalay na line item at wala namang binibiyak na mga activity na isa-isa. Pero sigurado ako na meron naman silang mga plano tungkol dyan.
Salamat, good sponsor.
Pero hindi mo na kasi kailangan itulak yung mga kooperatiba. Sila mismo ay talagang maliksi at maligayang nagtitipon at nagpupulong-pulong, nagkakaisa at pinag-uusapan. Halimbawa, itong issue nga ng pag-aamyenda, nako talaga maingay sila dyan at iba-iba yung opinion, hindi nagkakaisa. At matutuwa ka, buhay na buhay yung debate.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Huling tanong ko para sa gabing ito, I'm aware that Section 20 of RA 11364 or the CDA Charter mandates the promotion and development of agri-agra and aqua cooperatives as a priority program to ensure food security and reduce rural poverty. For this year, 2024, an amount of 204 million pesos is allocated to the acquisition and distribution of a combined 2-in-1 rice and corn mill for 170 cooperatives, amounting to 1.2 million pesos each. And an amount of 128 million pesos is allocated for startup livelihood capital assistance to 256 consumer, marketing, producers, and logistics CMPL cooperatives with a grant of 500,000 pesos each. Mari po bang malaman ang status ng implementasyon nitong proyekto? Briefly, pwede po bang makakuha ng tugon kung paano pinili ang mga benepisyaryo at ano ang aktual na presyo o cost ng 2-in-1 rice and corn mill pagkatapos ng bidding process? O may bidding process ba to begin with bago acquisition and distribution? Sino ang supplier ng nasabing machinery o equipment? At maaari po bang malaman yung dahilan bakit ang CDA ay directly engaged sa proyekto samantalang tedious task ito ng ibang mga qualified agencies ay pwedeng mag-perform tulad halimbawa ng DA, good sponsor?
Yes, Yes, natutuwa naman ako ibahagi at ipamalita na dalawa ang ginagawa ng ating CDA hinggil sa mga locally funded agri-agra projects. At isa, yung capability enhancement. Ito na yung mga workshop, training, iba't ibang educational effort. At nasa 82.7% na ang kanilang obligated amount. Ang mas mabagal, yung tinatawag na startup capital. Kasi eto naman, nagtatapos pa lamang yung mga workshop, tsaka lang ibibigay, kaya't nasa 38% pa lamang. So eto yung ating sitwasyon. At ang pinagbasehan ay yung mismong co-op code kung saan pwede talaga magbigay ng financial assistance. Ang issue tungkol sa financial assistance na pinagbabawal ay lumabas dito sa problema ng coconut fund. Yung coconut fund na trust fund, na yung DOJ naglabas ng opinion na hindi sila pwedeng tumulong sa financial assistance sa kapital, kundi ang kaya lang nilang gawin mag-capability building. Kaya lang, maraming abogado na nagsasaad na hindi tama po yun dahil ang liwaliwanag naman na sa Section 4, yung paggamit ng pondo pwede basta sumusunod sa development plan. Doon naman sa development plan, maliwanag rin naman doon sa Chapter 6.2 na yung CDA can provide financial assistance for startup business and livelihood and seed capital. Pero ito yung problema nila at ito ay patungkol sa COCO Levy Fund.
Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. Paano po pinili yung mga benepisyaryo nung hindi masyado dun sa workshop training pero dun sa startup capital na may, tama po ba, 38% ng accomplishment? Good sponsor.
Yes, etong startup capital, group consultation yan at ang namumuno niyan yung regional cluster organizations na pinag-usapan natin kanina hinggil sa National Alliance ng Co-op. Sila na rin ang pumipili ng mauunang bibigyan ng kapital.
At ano po ang actual cost ng 2-in-1 rice and corn meal? Pagkatapos ng bidding process ba or diretsong acquisition and distribution?
Yes, it's about 1 million, 1.2.
1.2 million. Bidded po ba ito o may ibang proseso para ma-acquire at distribute ang mga ito?
Public bidding po.
Public bidding. Salamat po. Sino pong naging supplier nung nasabing machinery? Sorry? Oo.
Sa central office daw, nagpabid sila at kung tama ang pagkaalala nila, Great Agriculture or something like that ang pangalan.
Great Agriculture. At huli po, bagamat may mga pagpapayag sa cooperative code kaugnay ng financial assistance, bukod nga dun sa Coconut Levy Fund, dahil tedious din yung ganitong task, bakit hindi na lang pinagawa in partnership sa DA? Bakit CDA ang nag-directly engage sa proyektong ito, good sponsor?
Kasi yan ang isinaad sa batas na talagang ang PCA ang magbibigay ng listahan ng mga coconut farmers. Pagkatapos, ibubuo bilang co-op ng CDA. Parang tandem sila dyan eh. at saka yung CDA na ang magte-turn over ulit at sasabihin kung sino ang nagnanais or nangangailangan ng kapital.
Bagamat good sponsor, sabi na nga natin kanina, hindi pwedeng isama at hindi nga isinama yung mga maliliit na magnyunyog dito sa Startup Capital program. So, para dun sa mga pwedeng magkaroon ng Startup Capital program ang CDA sa mga co-op members, bakit hindi na lang pinagawa sa DA? Bakit directly nag-engage ang CDA sa proyektong ito? Good sponsor.
Ang mandate kasi ng CDA ay tulungan yung co-op at micro and small ang talagang tinututok nila. Wala naman sa listahan ng budget ng DA ang tulong at suporta sa co-op. Yung para sa co-op, linalagay talaga ng DBM mismo sa CDA budget.
Well,
Kaya meron silang mga locally funded na iba't ibang mga modality din.
I understand, good sponsor. At wala man, i-double check ko na lang, pero wala man sa DA yung diretsong pagtulong sa kooperatiba. Pero pag ang CDA tumatayo para sa mga kooperatiba, lalo na nasa agri-aqua at saka agri-agra rather, ay kapag ang ipoprocure, ay ipamimigay bilang pang-start-up ng mga negosyo ay mga agricultural machinery. Kaya ako naisip na hindi kaya't mas naging madali sana na kasama na lang ng DA. In any case, good sponsor, maybe...
Palagay ko,
Yes, Mr.
makikita
President.
natin, may mga banggit, may iba't ibang banggit ng agrikultura sa iba't ibang department. Kung tutuusin, hindi lang naman ang CDA ang may pondo para sa magsasaka sa kooperatiba, kundi pati na rin ang DAR, andyan din pati yung DSWD. Talagang bibigay pa sila ng cash for work sa mga imbakan ng tubig at may project lawa sila. Talagang kinikilala natin na napakaraming magsasaka at mangingisda na nangangailangan ng tulong ng pamahalaan.
Salamat, good sponsor. May we request, Mr. President, Madam Chair, to submit all the supporting documents about this project, from bidding documents, list of beneficiaries, audit report, and performance monitoring of the assistance given, for us to evaluate whether or not these projects are aligned with the mandate of the CDA and if these contribute to the objectives specified under Section 20 of RA 11364. Kung maari po, good sponsor.
Yes, certainly.
Maraming salamat po. So huli na lang po, kaugnay pa rin nung aming maritesan kanina ng good sponsor at nitong representasyon. Well, allegedly, one of the board members...
Always.
Ano po yung... Sorry, Mr. President?
Hindi, sinasagot ko lang yung makukulit kong staff. Inaantok na yata.
Medyo lumalalim na rin po ang gabi, good sponsor. Pero maritesan, allegedly, one of the board members is touted to be an aspiring nominee of a co-op party list, or was touted to be. But unfortunately, not registered or did not register sa COMELEC. Totoo po ba ito, good sponsor?
Wala akong alam dyan.
Yung CDA po, may alam po sila?
Wala rin daw.
Wala rin daw. Okay po. So, maraming salamat, Mr. President, at maraming salamat, good sponsor, for responding to my queries. Umaasa ako na patuloy na igagalang at itataguyod ng CDA at ng mga opisyal nito ang karapatan at kagalingan ng mga kooperatiba. At gaya ng madalas nating paalala, sa kahit anong regulatory agencies, lalo sa mga agencies na may development functions, kayo po ang pinagkakatiwalaan ng mandato at responsibilidad bilang katuwang sa pagpapaunlad ng mga sektor na inyong pinaglilingkuran at inaasahan na lagit-lagi kayo ay magiging patas at makatarungan. Maraming salamat muli. Kaisa po ako ninyo na patuloy nating isusulong at palalakasin ang kooperatibismo sa bansa. Salamat, salamat po.
Yes, maraming salamat. At sa kabila ng masasamang balita, gusto ko lang ibida na may labis sa 100, 108 na ang ating mga co-op na bilyonaryo co-op. So, eto nga, at hinihikayat natin ang ating bilyonaryo co-ops na ampunin yung mga micro and small co-ops na siyang nagbubungkal ng lupa at nagbebenta ng pagkain. Sana sila ang tumulong kasi marami silang pera pang investment. Sana mag-invest din sila ng kapraso para sa maliliit. Ikalawa, yung magandang balita ko, nakita ko lang si Senator Coco, ang ating minority leader. Nais ko rin na ipagmalaki na nasa 60% na yung CDA tower building. So, mukhang hindi na kita pinasasalita.
Binasa na naman yung, she read my mind again, Mr. President.
I'm not allowing you to talk anymore, minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to our sponsor for having answered the question I was only thinking about, Mr. President. Yeah. So 60% na pala yung ano natin, yung building po na pinapagawa ninyo. Anyway, at any rate, we will make this quick, Mr. President, about the budget lang. Is it correct that our committee report increases the budget of the CDA by 300 million?
Yes, that is correct.
Saan po, ano po ang ating dinagdagan or mayroon ba tayong dinagdag na proyekto or programa?
Yes, as mentioned during the sponsorship, it is an increase of 300 million for financial assistance to be provided the food and agriculture co-ops, particularly those that are micro and small. And secondly, the brand new transport co-ops that have been registered with both the CDA and the DOTR-OTC.
So the 300 million will be in the nature of financial assistance.
That's correct. We hope that this will be more developmental in as much as we do not want the CDA to be confined to education and workshops and training.
Yung in the earlier interpellation of Senator Risa Ontiveros, she mentioned 2 locally funded projects. Yung isa doon is capital assistance. This is not, yung financial assistance is not in the same nature as that capital assistance. Yung CPML, Cooperative Startup Capital Assistance, that's not in the same nature. Iba, it's not, okay.
Yes, both are in fact the provision of capital, but the micro and small cooperatives livelihood startup is pegged at 250,000 to 400,000. Whereas in the case of the transport co-ops and the agricultural co-ops, the amounts can vary. They can be as small as 50 to 100,000. They can be much larger as the need arises.
So financial assistance in the form of a grant from the CDA.
Yes, that's correct.
So,
right now, it's perceived to be a grant.
Yeah, it's a
Although
grant.
the
Okay.
IRR and the modes have not yet been established.
For 2024 GAA, there is no such item in your budget. The giving of financial assistance or grants, do you have? Yes, ito na nga yun. Sinasabi ko nga, ito yung...
Yes, that
ito ba
was-
yung dalawa, yung capability enhancement of micro agricultural cooperatives through cooperative development project?
Yes.
Is that a financial assistance
Yes,
program, project?
that is
Yes.
financial
Yung
assistance.
isa, yung micro and small consumers, marketing producers, and logistics cooperative startup capital assistance.
Startup capital
Is
also.
that also financial assistance?
That is financial assistance. So perhaps to tidy up the budget, the 300 million can also fall under the same locally funded.
But what will be the entry now? Kasi sa NEP, ito lang kasi ma'am, talagang nakita ko rin naman ito, sa NEP, discontinued yung dalawa eh. Sa NEP, right? Discontinued yung dalawa.
Yes.
Yes, in the
I
NEP
see.
2025.
In
It's
the NEP
the two-
2025, there's
Right.
no locally funded,
Yes.
no capital startup,
Yes.
no provision of any financial assistance. So the fear is that those who have been trained and organized as co-ops will have no capital to start with, and this is the reason why we are inputting the amount of 300 million to allow them to
Yes,
start.
yes, 300 million nga, but will it now fall under which of the two? Or we are coming up with a new project, an entirely new project?
I believe that this will probably be a brand-new project,
Sige.
given the very clear-cut priorities of the administration for food and transport.
Yes, o nga. Basta, ang kailangan natin tandaan doon is the nature of financial assistance, and then the recipients would be food, agri, transport co-ops.
That's correct.
Yun ang kailangan natin
That's the
tandaan.
perception.
Okay, so I wanted just to clarify that. Pero siguro, I just got bothered with the points earlier raised, no, na sana hindi kayo mapasukan ng politika. Okay, kasi pag pumasok ang politika sa co-op, hindi kayo co-op, the co-op will disintegrate actually because of politics. So the leader or the regulatory, the model for co-ops, which is the CDA, huwag din kayong pasukan ng politika. Kaya yung mga allegations na gano'n, nakakalungkot at sana nga hindi totoo na you are regulating, you are calling the attention of a certain entity because meron kayong personal grudge or whatever personal issues. Dapat kaya ninyong hiwalayin sa sarili ninyo yon. Unless you did not come from the co-op movement. Did all of you come from the co-op movement? All the leadership of the CDA, yan ang importante because iba po ang karakteristik ng cooperator. Opo. Iba po ang karakteristik po nila. So just
Ang sabi po nila, takot na takot sila sa party list.
Sige, ganun lang po. Just a reminder sana, pero medyo, the mere fact na narration, ibig sabihin nun na yung noise umabot na to the level na it's becoming credible or believable. So, by your actions, pakita ninyo na hindi totoo yung mga istorya na yon, yung mga kwento na yon. Okay? So, tinitingnan ko naman kayo. I looked at the names of the leadership. Wala namang diyang outright na politiko. Okay? Okay? Unless si Penny, nakilala ko yung nag-ambisyon. No? Hindi na. Matagal na po si Penny, nagpaiwan na sa cooperative movement. So,
Wala na, tumanda na po
yes,
sa...
tumanda na.
Nakalbo na rin.
Sasabihin ko sana yun, in his younger years, kung may ambisyon man siya noon, ngayon definitely wala na. So keep it that way, no? Para yung CDA talaga would be a developmental body as well as a regulatory body. But pagdating sa regulatory, kasi may adjudicatory din kayo, you really like court with the integrity of a court. Okay, so maraming salamat po and we wish you all the best. So thank you to our chairwoman. Thank you.
One minute suspension.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, very hard to multitask as a presiding officer and a majority leader as well.
Should I leave the post, Your Honor?
I might as well be the committee chairperson to preside. There being no
ask
other
questions too.
interpellator, I move that the budget of the Cooperative Development Authority be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is hereby carried. Congratulations to us.
Minute suspension.
Session suspended for a minute.
Majority Leader.
President, I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of Social Welfare and Development, Office of the Secretary, the Council for the Welfare of Children, the National Authority for Child Care, the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council, the National Anti-Poverty Commission, the National Council on Disability Affairs, the Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor, the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples, and recognize the sponsor and chairperson of the Subcommittee I, of the Committee on Finance, Senator Amy R. Marcos, for her opening statement, and later to interpolate Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. I move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
Before I act on your motion, are the heads of the agencies, attached agencies present here tonight?
Yes, Mr. President.
All of them?
Yes.
The Council for Welfare of Children, National Authority for Child Care, Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council, National Anti-Poverty Commission, National Council on Disability Affairs, Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor, and National Commission on Indigenous Peoples. Are they all present?
Yes, they are.
You may now proceed, Senator Marcos.
Thank you very much. And tonight I sponsor the proposed 2025 budget of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, the DSWD, including its attached and supervised agencies. Under the 2025 NEP, the proposed budget stands at 229.787 billion and is, in fact, 18 billion lower than the agency's budget last year. The House of Representatives, in the General Appropriations Bill, or the GAB, increased the budget to 313.263 billion, or an addition of 83.477 billion over the executive's proposal in the NEP. On the other hand, your committee in the Senate has proposed an increase of the NEP of 3.9 billion, at the same time a decrease of the House budget by 79.404 billion from the GAB. The 3.9 billion increase from the NEP is composed of the congressional amendment for 3.4 billion in sustainable livelihood and the Senate increase of 500 million for the Quick Response Fund. Those are the salient points in the committee's report.
Thank you, Senator Marcos. The first to interpolate is Senator, where is he? Alan Peter Cayetano. Please proceed.
Good evening, Mr. President, Mr. Minority Leader, Majority Leader. To our lovely and brilliant sponsor, may I ask a few questions?
Certainly. Certainly. Senator Cayetano, please.
Unang-una, welcome sa atin DSWD and the attached agencies family here today. I acknowledge naman your hard work and especially with the natural calamities, parang almost impossible to really be able to solve much of our challenges and problems, but we're all trying our best. I'll shortcut because marami pong nakapila. I had the privilege of listening to the Singaporean president when he was here, and may nasabi siya na talagang tumagos sa puso ko. No? Sabi niya, he's an economist, he's a finance person, he spent a lifetime in Singapore government looking at numbers, investments, finance. At sabi niya, for him, let me paraphrase, no, the biggest return on investment is on maternal health and the first few years nung bata. Then, simple lang yung explanation niya, na kung stunted yung bata, you can have all the scholarships you want, you can have all the interventions for welfare, for jobs, pero stunted na eh. So, apektado na yung, he or she will be more susceptible to chronic diseases brought by malnutrition and everything. So, I was just going through the data, and I realized that 1 out of 3 na Filipinos are in danger of stunting, And it seems that despite lumalaki ang budget, hindi gumagalaw. No? So I will actually focus my questions sa DOH. But since DSWD is also involved here, can you put up the slide? I just want to show one slide na I saw regarding the feeding program. And to, how do I put, what's the right word, Madam Chair or Mr. Secretary, is to challenge the creativity ng leadership ng DSWD. No, so on this slide kasi makikita natin na ang pera lang ng DOH is 977 million for the first 1,000 days. I'm going to ask that and challenge that kasi napakaliit niyan. That's almost nothing. Malaki yung sa feeding, 5.2 billion, pero may finding ang PIDS that hindi significant yung impact dahil it's only 145 meal for no less than 120 days a year. And then, mababa din yung cost, no, 15 pesos. So, in no way am I telling the Secretary that I have the solution or you don't. Meaning, I do know na if you make it 3 meals, mas konti yung masaserve. Diba? If you make it more than 120 days, mas konti din yung masaserve. But I think we will all agree that with a 6 trillion peso budget, we should make a dent. Diba? So kung 1 out of 3, what's our target for 2025? And again, this is for all of us, not only DSWD, no? But at least sa part ng DSWD, can I identify 3 areas, no? The feeding, then isamay ko na, Madam Chair, para hindi na ako maraming tanong. So sa feeding, yung second, dun ba sa 4Ps, is there a way that you're monitoring if meron in danger, malnourished or in danger of stunting? No, meaning, ginagamit ba nung magulang talaga ng pambili ng nutritious? I mean, hindi ko nilalahat or meron bang iba na hindi nila ginagamit? And my third question is that, is there any other program na which is there but just underfunded that the DSWD can focus on or can launch to prevent the stunting? No? So again, Madam Chair, I'd just like to clarify, this is a discussion with the whole of government. DSWD plays a significant role, but not the major part. But I'd like to ask if we can try something in 2025 to really lower the numbers. No?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Cayetano. And in fact, it's a matter of grave concern that 10% of our population is vulnerable to stunting. And we are now comparable to the African continent and not to the Asian continent at all, which is long past that. Firstly, we have the inclusion in the 4Ps of a new program, itong tinatawag First 1,000 Days. At ang target po nito is 600,000 children between the ages of 0 to 2 years old, including the pregnant and lactating mothers. Mabibigyan sila ng 3 taon ng 350 pesos na cash grant buwan-buwan. Ikalawa, meron rin tayong yung matagal nating programa na inutang pa natin to ang pagkaalam ko, ito yung ADB, ito yung ADB, AFD at saka OPEC. Ito naman, supplemental feeding, ito yung 4 million mahigit ang target. Tapos, meron rin tayong walang gutom. Yun naman, yung panibagong food stamp program na pinalalawak natin ngayon, and hopefully this year makaabot na ng 300,000 beneficiaries. Pero tama po kayo, sa hinabahaba ng panahon, talagang tumataas pa yung malnutrition. Kaya't kinakailangan tutukan natin. Maganda naman ngayon, meron pang ika-4 na programa. Ito naman yung Bangsamoro Umpungan sa Nutrisyon, Bang-Un. Provision of halal for 180 days. So 4 na ngayon. Padami ng padami, sana sa dinami-dami nito, talagang masugpo na yung malnutrition.
Yeah. Just to follow up, Madam Chair, no? And to emphasize why it's so important, although I think wala naman disagreement, di ba? So in the past few weeks, we've looked at all departments. Of course, at CHED, we just finished paano mas mapabuti yung scholarship nila. We talked to DepEd, paano less ang dropout, more quality education. We talked to DOLE, paano pagandahin NDTI na mas maganda trabaho dito. But actually, sa lahat ng usapan na yan, you're basically talking about 2/3 of our future population. Because kung stunted yung 1/3, hindi rin nila mapakinabangan yon because nga stunted na yung kanilang growth, no? And that's emotional, mental, and of course yung sickness, no? So I don't doubt that this government and previous governments have been doing something about it. It's just that parang walang effect di ba? Parang kumbaga sa TB, it's the resistant type of TB na kahit grabe na yung antibiotics mo, hindi gumagaling. So, personally, I'm not against pilot projects. I mean, of course, where there are 300 members of the House, there's 23 senators at present, we can disagree or agree. But ang point ko lang naman, finding the solution. Because if across the country, 33% lahat, but if you look, there are areas na 15% lang yung stunting So I wonder what they're doing there compared sa ibang area. Secondly, I wonder if I look at, magkano ma'am yung AIX this year?
Yes.
How much is the AIX for this year, ma'am, if I may ask?
Wait. Teka, nasa malnutrition pa tayo.
More or less lang, I'll link it lang to that. More or less.
Sa AIX? Yung AIX naman?
Yeah.
Iba naman yon, yung 34 billion.
Yung 34 billion. So, no, this is an example, no? And again, this might be partially fair question, it might be partially unfair question, but I wonder if we do a statistics of the AIX for the last, even during Duterte time hanggang ngayon, no? The last, let's say, 5 years, I wonder kung mas maraming AIX dun sa lugar na mas maraming stunted.
Wala
Diba?
po yatang kinalaman. I don't think there's
No,
any
well,
correlation between the two kasi yung stunted, hindi naman tina-target dun sa AIX.
Yes, but diba yung AIX is for people who are in crisis and indigents.
Yes po.
And I assume wala naman masyadong stunted sa mga upper middle at mayaman. And then AIX ginagamit natin usually dun sa...
Karamihan ng AIX kasi napupunta sa burial assistance, medical assistance,
Yeah, but I would
may
assume,
educational.
ma'am, also on flooding, on baha. And pag may flooding, may baha, may sunog, ang mayaman nakaka-recover kasi may pera sa bangko, may negosyo. Pero ang mahirap, usually they have everything in their house. So that's why I said it's partially an unfair question. Diba? But I'm just saying is that if you have a province na 33% yung stunting and then another province na 15%,
dapat mas malaki
parang
ibigay.
obvious na yung dun na may stunting, they need more help. So again, I'm not saying I have the solution and you don't. I'm just trying to diba, to brainstorm with you na where are the adjustments we can make. And if you cannot make it everywhere,
Ang klarong nakatutok sa stunting yung 4 na programang nabanggit.
Yes. So
Pero
anyway,
yung AIX, labo-labo po yun
yes. No, I'll stop there kasi this is more questions for...
may mga PWD, may
Yes.
mga solo parents, may
Agree.
mga hard-hit sectors, iba-iba po
Yes.
yun.
So I agree, I'll stop there except for these 3 statements. One, we all agree that prevention is better than the cure, di ba? So marami sa stunted, sila din ang future PWD. Diba? So the more that we take care of the stunting now, the less we have to spend for interventions later on. Secondly, the more malnourished now, sila yung mas may sakit in the future. So sila ang may kailangan ng MAIP, AIX, PhilHealth, etc. Diba? Yeah. Tapos number 3, the low-paying jobs, ikaw ang aasa ka sa gobyerno, pero pag high-paying, you don't usually go to health center. So sa akin lang is, again, na challenge all of us, kahit kami sa Congress to come up with better laws or policies on fighting stunting. But you know, if the good secretary can pick one area in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao and check, di ba, the statistics in the last 5 years, then do a 12 or 24 month just to check. Kasi ngayon, di ba, it'll be a debate If I say na gawin yung 2 meals rather than 1 meal, I'm sure may reason kung bakit 1 meal If I say 40 pesos instead, well, may But if there are certain areas that you can, have a dry run or a pilot testing and then it works, then none of us can debate with it, di ba?
Predictably, yung poorest areas,
Yes,
as you
yeah.
said, have the highest levels of stunting, and necessarily it's the Bangsamoro
Yes.
area dahil may specific project sila yung Bangun. Tapos, yung list syempre ng poorest provinces, yun rin ang talagang dapat tutukan. Meron rin tayong tinatawag na Philippine Multi-Sectoral Nutrition Project. Kasi tulad nga nung sinabi ninyo, andyan yung DSWD, pero yung DOH nagbibigay
Yes.
rin ng mga micro-supplements and vitamins, samantalang yung DepEd nagpapakain rin ng Nutriban sa mga school children.
Well, personally, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, I think it's really tatlong main agencies, di ba? Yung LGU, kasi sila talaga yung nasa baba. So, LGU, DILG. That's why I wanted to ask the DILG, baka sa confirmation na lang ni Secretary. Ba't nila hindi isama yun sa...
Kasama sila
yung
sa Philippine Multi...
No, I mean, ba't nila hindi isama dun sa... Di ba meron silang assessment ng LGU at hindi ka papasa ng Seal of
Sa
Good
Seal of Good
Governance if you don't do
dapat
certain
kasama
things.
yun. Tama.
I think dapat isama na pag hindi gumalaw yung sa stunting,
may
we're not
problema.
expecting them to go from 33% to 0, di ba?
At saka iilan lang yung empleyado ng DSWD.
Yes.
So kadalasan yung mga daycare at saka yung BHW ang nagtitimbang ng
That's right.
bata after 120, 180 days.
And most BHWs...
talagang LGU din.
And most BHWs and barangay nutrition scholars are volunteers, di ba? So they don't even get paid. Very few LGUs actually have
Tama.
money to pay. So LGU, DILG, DSWD, and DOH. But ang point ko lang, di ba, tayo who had the privilege to see the different secretaries the last 20 years, katulad ni Flavier, di ba, from the bakuna to the Yossi Kadiri, iba kasi yung may campaign ka talaga on that specific, no? So, of course, there are 23 of us here. Maybe each of us have 5 advocacies. So, we cannot ask the Secretary man, Secretary, 100 programs, ano nyo naman, I'm talking about the DOH. But siguro hindi namang, wala naman magdi-disagree sa anti-stunting because nga 1 out of 3, no? So, last 2 questions on, so, long time ago, nung wala pang pera ang DSWD, wala pang AIX, ang concentration ng DSWD was on the pinaka-vulnerable, di ba? Yung mga home for the aged, mga abandoned orphans, di ba? Orphanages, no? Ngayon, malaki na yung pondo. So again, I just like to, how do I put it? Revisit so for example, for orphans, no? So you have 100 billions for 4-piece. Basically, you're giving, magkano na binibigay natin monthly sa 4-piece?
Ang average natin sa Pantawid is 1,650 a month.
Average.
Sorry, that's the minimum amount. So
Okay.
it's from 1,600 to 3,450.
3,000. And usually
Depende sa bilang ng anak.
Yeah, so usually 1/6 pag isang anak. But I wonder, are we giving 1/6 sa any private or public institution per month per child na abandoned or ano?
Yes, yung AX binibigay sa care facilities at saka meron tayong programa sa pang-abot, yung ating mga street children. Kasi ito na yung mga abandoned children. Yung 4-piece kasi nakatutok talaga sa pamilya.
What my point is, ma'am, is that if you're giving the same amount, they're good. If you're not giving the same amount, blessed pa nga yung anak ng mahirap dahil may magulang sila eh. Etong mga orphans, walang magulang. So, if you give the same amount to the institutions who are taking care of them, but with the same conditions, that kailangan pag-aralin sila, kailangan dalhin sila sa health center. May I ask,
Yes,
anong
yung-
estimate natin ng dami ng orphans sa bansa natin?
Yung
More or less?
AX kasi, nasa 3,000 per head binibigay sa care
But
facility.
not per month.
No, it's a one-shot deal.
Yes, so if you follow the 3,000 one shot, so divided by 12, so that's less than 300 a month. Samantalang yung may parents, binibigyan natin ng 1/6. So I'll be shameless in lobbying for those who don't have parents.
Tama
Diba?
po.
So you can submit later on, may I ask Secretary kung ilan yung orphans 'Di ba? Ang point ko lang, Mr. Secretary,
Sa totoo lang wala talagang numero,
Yes.
walang census, walang
Oo.
statistika.
Well, you had better grades than I sa law school. So am I saying it correctly? 'Di ba yung yung state acting as your parents patriae, 'di ba? So at certain when there's danger to a child, sometimes the state steps in. So the state can take care of the orphans either through private orphanages or homes or through public, 'di ba? But except for the very few na mostly religious na may pera, most of them talagang umaasa lang sa donation. And dati walang problema, pera ang gobyerno. But if we're allotting 100 billion for 4Ps, why can't we allot X number for the orphans, 'di ba?
Yes, we've tried to include that in the AIX program. Pero yun nga, hindi siya regular.
Yes.
Na inaalaw naman kahit sa private care facilities na bibigyan ng AIX yung
Yes.
batang
So,
abandon.
just to link everything, Mr. Secretary, may I request you just pick randomly a couple of orphanages. And I acknowledge the work you've been doing for homes and for those who are neglected. We've talked a couple of times and sa news binabantayan ko, and you really care for, I mean, hindi to bola, hindi dahil kaharap. I've seen that you do care for this sector of marginalized, yung future talaga mga bata, no? But if you can pick a couple and check, ilan sa kanila malnourished talaga at ilan stunted, just to link the two, di ba? And then if you have an agreement with the people running it, no? Or we'll give you X amount, X per kid, but every month we'll check, eto ang ating ano. So it's like a 4-piece then, but instead of dealing with individual parents or a solo parent or a father and mother, you're dealing with those running the institution, di ba? Can I jump naman to, do we still have yung mga home for the aged, or it's mostly private?
Tayong mga tinatawag na senior center, yun nga lang, hindi naman napakarami. 87 senior center, 74 of which are private, 4 lang ang DSWD at 9 LGU ang nagpapatakbo.
And I would assume the pinakamalaking gastos dyan is medical. Tama ba? Yeah. So, again, I'll bring it up sa PhilHealth hopefully later. I hope PhilHealth can give this group tunay na no billing. Kasi kung tunay na no billing, meaning kung ma-hospital sila at 80,000 talaga babayaran. Kasi kung no billing sila na totoo, DSWD can use their money for better food and better accommodations, di ba? But if DSWD always has to take care of all of the above, di ba, yung amenities nila everyday, sabon, kumot, and then they have to take care of the gamot and everything, it increases, di ba?
Yung sa public care facilities ng senior citizen, sa ating DSWD na 4 lang, tapos yung sa LGU, covered sila ng PhilHealth. Kaya okay na yon. Ang problema, yung private, hindi
Yes.
tayo sigurado kung covered o hindi.
But ma'am, yung covered ng PhilHealth, hindi tunay na no...
Totoo naman yun, kasi kulang lagi.
Yes, so the last time that PhilHealth did a survey of prices is 2013-2014. Nung nagkaskandalo lang dun sa binalik na pera na bilyones, this year, they issued a resolution increasing all of the prices of their case by 30%. So meaning kung halimbawa ang bypass in 2013, if it was 200,000, ang rate ng PhilHealth, let's say, was 60,000. Ngayon, 550 na yung PhilHealth, yung bypass sa heart center without complication, 60,000 pa rin. So natural, ang DSWD maghanap ng pera kasi hindi nila papabayaan. So I'll take it up with DOH, but I'm just saying that for me, if mas konti, 4, mas maganda nga eh. Kasi you can really focus at kaya nating gawing ideal. Let me just say this statement. Since my mother's American, and I have taken a few trips, especially when I was Secretary of Foreign Affairs to the U.S., we are so blessed that ang ating values pagdating sa family is Asian. Kasi hindi natin nilalagay sa homes yung mga parents. So most of those na nasa DSWD or private institution, yung talagang wala ng kamag-anak or for one reason na abandon. But most, 9 out of 10 or almost all Filipinos, kahit anong mangyari, aalagaan yung kanilang parents. And that's such a blessing, di ba? But those na talagang wala na talaga, ibig sabihin talagang wala nang mag-aalaga and they're abandoned, I think yung, how do I put it? Yung dignity, di ba? Yung getting the best care for them. And I think talaga if PhilHealth takes care of their medicines, their check-up and everything, DSWD will have enough for the facilities, for the gamit, etc. I may be wrong. Feel free to correct me, Secretary, now or in the future. But yun lang po. Yun lang tatlo, yung stunting, yung aged, and then I know naman malapit sa puso ng ating Secretary yung abandoned, yung mga orphans. So the last thing lang I want to say about the orphans, can you also study, I've had a bill for the last 10 years na kung yung orphan ay nasa facility, nasa orphanage, especially kung public, baka we can deposit an amount in a trust fund, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 pesos, para pag dating nila ng 18 or 21, pag college na sila, may konti silang naipon. Di ba? Kasi nga, this might not have been a good idea for some 10 years ago, but if we have, ang sabi ng economic team, 600 billion na yung ayuda. So I don't know the number of orphans. I agree with the sponsor naman. Let's get the numbers first before we decide on a program. But I'm just saying, they're so disadvantaged that whatever we can do to be their second parents, we should actually do. Mr. President, Madam Chair, thank you for this opportunity. Mr. Secretary, thank you po.
Thank you very much also to Senator Cayetano for mentioning the notion of social return on investment. It is a methodology that I've been expounding and proposing to all those who measure simply economic development. Kasi nakikita naman natin, there are values that are not measured by the traditional economic or financial measurements. And these are the social values, the economic values also, and weight to the family, as well as the environmental burdens. So it's a method that has now become quantified and utilized in many, many areas, not only in Singapore, in Sweden, and proposed by the United Nations. Sana gawin rin natin sa Pilipinas kasi hindi naman pera lahat.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
next to interpolate our sponsor is Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Legarda is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here to first to support the budget of the DSWD and to just ask some clarificatory questions, knowing that there are many challenges in its implementation. We know that from the past years, the allocation for the assistance to individuals in crisis situation, or AICS, has increased incredibly. But those implementing it on the ground have not increased. I am aware that there are limited number of special disbursing officers. I'd like to be enlightened on these number. An option suggested by the DSWD is to request the DBM, and they have already, to act favorably on the request for the creation of additional permanent positions, totaling to more than 6,000 permanent positions. We know that the funds are allocated annually. We know that there's a need because of more than 20 typhoons a year, and even if there are typhoons, earthquakes, and all the problems, but the reason given to us when we try to follow up, because LGUs also follow up with us, is the credit limit of the special disbursing officer has been met, or there is a limit to the number of special disbursing officers who are in plantilla position. So my question is the increase in the plantilla positions of those implementing the AIX aligned with the increase of the pie in our allocation for AIX in the past several years, if not decades? Because I've been here since 98. At that time, there was no AIX. Even 2004, even 2010. But we lawmakers keep on increasing, just like Dole Tupad and the DSWD AIX, because it's really helpful. And at least in the implementation I see, and I want to commend the DSWD, the people are really hardworking. There is zero corruption for as long as I know for those where I attend, and I can see there are payout masters. But the problem really is, and I've called the secretary about this, and I'm not blaming any DSWD, it may be deemed slow, maybe it may be called inefficient only because of the credit limit of special disbursing officers. So, my question is, what do we do while the DBM has not accepted or acted on the more than 6,000 additional plantilla positions that are needed to be able to implement just this one program of government? Thank you.
In truth, the requests have been ignored by DBM. Ever since 2022, the permanent positions in DSWD have remained stagnant until today at about 3,300, 3,400 permanent positions. Sa social worker pa lamang, maraming nakatenga na 6,000 halos. Social worker na yan, hindi pa rin permanente. Ang ating DSWD, siguro isa sa pinakamataas na naglalabag sa endo, nasa 44%, 18,205 today are contractual, 71 are casual, 18,412 are job order lang. At sila ang disbursing officer, hawak-hawak ang cash at hindi mabigyan ng mas mataas na credit limit. Kaya ito talaga ang malaking problema. Ang dami-dami natin tinatambak na trabaho pero hindi naman natin binibigyan ng sapat na kontrata, wala namang sweldo na maaasahan at wala man lang kasunduan sa DSWD.
Yes. May I know what is the credit limit of one special disbursing officer?
Depende
What is
kasi.
The maximum credit limit?
100 million para sa pinakamataas na salary grade, USEC ba yan?
That's very high. That's very big.
Yes, that's correct. SG 30, that's USEC level, and that's 100 million.
But we know the USECs do not do the payouts and they don't act as disbursing officers. So my question is, perhaps just so that we know, how many disbursing officers are there in one region, and what is the salary grade of these disbursing officers, and how do we increase them? I know that there is a 6,300 request for DBM. I know that DBM will not be able to fund the plantilla positions of the 600.
Iba-iba kasi yung disbursing officers sa iba't ibang region, iba-iba yung numero, depende sa laki. At alam natin kapag Metro Manila o Region 4A, talagang napakalaki. Ganon din yung Region 7, pagkalaki-laki. So iba-iba rin ang number of employees, iba-iba rin yung kanilang disbursement allowance, depende sa kanilang salary grade. Sabi nga, yung USEC nasa SG 30, pagkatapos yung RD nasa SG 28. So iba-iba rin.
Realizing that DBM will not be able to give the more than 6,000 plantilla positions, how will we be able to effectively and efficiently implement the big AIX pie that the Senate, Congress is giving the DSWD, given the same problem that exists now, that there's a credit limit for the limited number of personnel?
Yes, the effort really is, right now, kung maaari, ang ginagawa nila, may cash sharing sila na fina-farm out na sa land bank. At nagumpisa na ito sa Region 4A at saka sa Region 3 kasi hindi na nga kinakaya ng taga-DSWD dahil labis-labis na nga ang laki ng pondo at napakaraming beneficiary.
I believe this is a similar problem with Tupad as well, where there's also a limitation
Pero
on
ang
the number
tupad
of
ang
personnel.
liit-liit lang kung ihahambing
Compared
sa
to the AIX.
linalabas nila kasi meron silang QRF sa disaster, madalian pa yun. May AIX, may AKAP, may sangkatutak na programa sa DSWD.
AKAP is a new program, yes.
Yung SOCPEN, napakalaki nun, yung social pension sa ating mga senior citizen
I'll get to that. I'm glad
Ang
that's
laki-laki na talaga ng
Yes.
programa ng DSWD, pero halos nakapako ang empleyado na permanente sa bilang ng 3,400.
Okay.
With the permission of the good Senator Legarda, just one question. May I know who distributes the AKAP?
Ang DSWD ang siyang nagdi-distribute ng AKAP.
Personally?
Hindi na, nabasa ko na.
Pareho rin lang ng iba't ibang programa kapag may listahan, susundan nila katulad ng SLP, ng AIX at iba't iba pa.
Who goes to the venue? Because no senators go to the venue.
Ang atin mga social worker at yung mga empleyado ng DSWD na mga paymaster.
Who else?
Maraming sumasama na politiko, nakikita naman po natin.
Okay. Thank you for your answer, Senator Marcos.
Would you like a more specific answer to that? Yeah. Okay.
If you may. If you wish to do so.
AKAP is a new initiative, yes. You mentioned about what are the programs, just so that it's on the record, what are the programs of the DSWD? I am familiar with the AIX, which has AIX for scholarships, for burial assistance, for livelihood assistance, financial assistance during disasters. And we have the Sustainable Livelihood Program. May I clarify, can the AIX be used for partially damaged and totally damaged homes? Because I tried to look at the programs of the DSWD,
Yes,
or even
certainly.
the should.
The AIX can be utilized for disasters. So victims of disasters can also access AIX and use it for food, for medicine, for educational assistance, and also for houses. Although the previous program for partially and totally damaged houses is now under NHA.
I know that even referring to victims of Typhoon Christine, there's really difficulty. Hirap na hirap ang mga nasalanta na walang yero, walang bubong.
Cash assistance ang binibigay.
Oo, hindi nila
Pero
alam saan lalapit.
ang tagal-tagal. Ang
Okay,
tagal-tagal
sinabi na
talaga.
nyo, sinagot na nyo yung tanong ko, ano pong ahensya ng gobyerno ang pinaka-mabilis na lapitan sa mga nasalanta na walang bubong, nabutas ang bubong, o nawala ng bahay? Sa akin po tinatanong kung NHA ba, Shelter Assistance and should, pero hindi rin, LGSF ba, pero mabagal rin yon, o DSWD. San ho sila
Palagay ko,
hihingi ng pangbili ng yero?
Sa hunot dulo, DSWD pa rin ang pinakamabilis. Sa bagal natin, mas mabilis pa rin. Kasi kung mag-iintay ka dyan sa NHA, hahanapin pa nila ng pera. Pagkatapos kung yung NDRRMC, nagbibiroan kami, tapos na yung emergency, nag-aaral pa lang sila. So, sasagutin ko, DSWD pa rin eh.
Okay. From the time that when Christine happened 2 weeks ago, up to now, to 2 weeks, ganong kabilis po kung ang mga barangay ay nagbigay na po ng listahan ng nasalanta, partially damaged and damaged, what's the fastest time that we are able to provide housing assistance? And what is the maximum amount?
Well, kapag kumpleto at buo yung listahan ng mga opisyal at na-verify ng mga lokal na mga social welfare, sa loob ng 1 linggo na bayaran sa Bicol yung mga nasalanta ng Typhoon Christine at nabigyan ng 10,000 kada isa.
Sana ganun. Alam natin, at least in Region 4A
At least sa
and 6.
Kamsur yun.
Okay.
Nagawa kagad.
So, ang 1 linggo ay dapat batayan natin sa ating mga regional offices at provincial offices sa panahon na nabigyan na ng kompletong listahan. So, I'm putting it on record, it should be 7 days. From the time that the complete lists are given if the funds are available, because we have allocated it through amendments in an increased budget, and as long as the information is accurate and complete. So 7 days. Because in my experience, perhaps 1 month, 2 months, and when I call SecRex, he's been very helpful. I know that the reason would be there's a lack of plantilla positions for the credit limit of the SDOs. So, right? So that it goes
Tama
back
po.
to the
Talagang
lack,
kinakapos ng tauhan.
kinakapos ng tauhan. Which brings me to the same question of my first question na, paano natin gagawin? Amend tayo ng amend na lumalaki ang budget, pero yung tauhan na mag-i-implement. So, does this lead to an unobligated...
Dahil nga sa kawalan ng sagot mula sa DBM tungkol sa karagdagang mga regular items, napilitan na nga yung DSWD na mag-farm out nitong cashiering. Para yung cashiering sa land bank na lamang. Para sang-ayon na yung land bank, meron na silang MOA.
Yes.
At sana mapabilis at yung mga tauhan ng DSWD, hindi naman mapinsala sa daan o mahirapan o matagalan sa pagbabayad.
So, I think that's a good idea to have a MOA with land bank. And so...
Nag-umpisa na sa 4A and Region 3.
I'm sorry?
Nag-umpisa na sa 4A and
so
Region 3.
ang land bank ay
sila na yung
kasama
payout.
Sila ang mag-payout.
Oo.
The land bank payout masters will go to the barangays and the LGUs. Hindi po pupunta ang mga benepisyaryo ng AIC sa mga land bank branches. Right? Sila ang pupunta.
Oo, lalabas sila sa bangko.
Yes.
At sila na mismo ang cashiering.
Okay.
Pagkat nga napaka-konti ng tao ng DSWD.
Okay. I think that's a good innovation of the good secretary, and I hope we see that this will happen in the next few months. We can see that on the next few weeks, lalo magpapasko, na marami yan nangangailangan na naman at saka ang daming bagyo pasunod-sunod. Alam natin din,
meron rin tayong USSC na Western Union, ang partner na land bank, na sana sa kinabukasan, sa mga susunod na buwan, kung maaari yung digital payments. Pero ang problema lagi dyan, yung payment portal, naniningil. Nagbabawas ng 50 pesos o 30 pesos, talagang ayaw na may awas. Ayaw na ng mga beneficiary. So dapat, sinabi ko nga sa DSWD, yung digital payout, mangyayari lang yan kung tayo, ang pamahalaan, ang magbabayad sa ating mga payment
pwede yan
portal.
kung dagdagan natin ang pondo para tayo, pamahalaan, ang magbabayad doon. And if it will make it more efficient, I would support that amendment to the budget or a special provision that a special portal could be used. So, the innovation of MOA with land bank, that's good. The special portal, yes, and I would be amenable even if there's a bit of a charge. Of course, any service has a charge as long as it would not come from the AIX. What is the deadline, if any, of AIX? Because in past years, I would hear that there are deadlines because the liquidation, COA, etc., but we know that the needs of the people are even greater during the end of the year and beginning of the year.
Ang laging sinasabi ng lahat ahensya naman yata, katulad ng DSWD, November 30 ang binibigay na date para makapagsara sila ng libro at mahabol yung December 31. Sa
So ibig
liquidation
sabihin po,
ng department.
Ang ibig sabihin po, November 30, wala nang payout ng AIX. Paano na yung mga nag-submit nung na Christine o itong na Pepito? Tapos, hindi na abutan ng November 30 deadline, mag-aantay po sila hanggang sa bagong taon. Pagkatapos po ng bagong taon.
Miski sa probinsya. Ang maaring mangyari, pagkatapos ng November 30, pupunta na yung mga beneficiary, hinahakot na lamang ng DSWD at dinadala sa mga opisina. Doon sila pwedeng bayaran on-site. On DSWD site. Pero hindi lalabas yung DSWD kasi sabi nila, talagang mahihirapan sila mag-liquidate ng kanilang mga payout at hindi mahahabol ang deadline sa katapusan.
Naiintindihan natin ang tungkulin ng DSWD na mag-comply sa government rules and regulations. Naintindihan natin sa nakaraang taon ay palaging may deadline na November 30, kaya I wanted to put in record because LGUs don't know this. people in need in the barangays don't know this. And we know that there will be more intense typhoons in the coming weeks. And then we look at the SWD and we cannot pay AIX. It's hard to explain to a person or families in need, sorry po, nagli-liquidate ngayon sa opisina. Mahirap pong tanggapin yan, lalong magpapasko. So, it would be a good suggestion to include maybe on the social media pages of DSWD, where are the DSWD offices, where those who have completed the requirements for submissions of names of beneficiaries nationwide. In short, the cash is available. It's just the process of government. And they can do the payouts in the various DSWD office in the following addresses, right? That would be very helpful if that is how I understand it to be. Hindi po nauubos ang pera, may proseso, iba lang ang lokasyon, hindi na po sa LGU. Tama ba po?
Oo, yun po ang nangyari kasi tulad nga ng sinasabi po ninyo, talagang halimbawa, yung bagyong Odette, December 22, magpapasko na. Alam nga naman sabihin natin, serado na ang takilya, hindi na pwede magbayad, wala na kaming kahadayero dito.
Odette.
Yung Odette, di ba, bago magpasko, talagang tumama ng matindi sa Southern Leyte,
Yes.
sa Biliran. At alam ko na yung DSWD napunta pa rin, pero dun nga sa opisina kapag cash. Pero yung tulong, tumutulong pa rin sila sa mga prepositioned food at iba't iba pang gamit.
yes.
Yung hygiene kits at iba't iba
Ang
pa.
prepositioned food items, including hygiene kits, ay nandyan po.
Kasi
Hindi po
naka-preposition
titigil
na
yan.
siya.
Oo, kasi na-purchase na yan, kasama na yan sa liquidation, naka-preposition, maski Desyembre. Pero yung pag-payout po ng mga financial assistance ay magpapatuloy basta sa lokasyon ng opisina ng DSWD. At sila naman po ay situated sa lahat ng probinsya, lahat ng syudad. Ito po, meron pong mga SWAD, Social Welfare Officers, sa kada LGU. Hindi po yan DSWD staff. So,
Mga LGU staff
it will be
yan.
LGU. So we're referring, kasi baka ma-confuse lang tao, so I have to put it on record, hindi po ito sa mga SWAD. Ito po sa DSWD Regional, Provincial, District Offices. Right? Dadagsa naman po.
Just to clarify, yung SWAD, DSWD. Yung munisipyo, LSWDO.
Okay.
Municipal Social Welfare.
Very,
Oo,
thank you
local
for
yun.
that.
So, dalawa yun.
Yung SWAD is DSWD. Okay. So when you say that they may go to the office of the DSWD, does that mean that every LGU, ang SWAD po, ay maaring mag-pay out after November 30? Or are you only referring to regional and provincial offices of DSWD? Para po maliwanag.
Oo, yung SWAD nagpe-pay out sa iba't ibang opisina ng syudad, ng munisipyo, ng
Yes.
probinsya.
Yes.
Yun ang DSWD office. Pero yung sa munisipyo, yung MWSS at saka yung iba pang mga
They're
empleyado
LGU
ng LGU,
employees.
hindi kakayanin mag-pay out. Kung ano lang naka-preposition na pagkain at saka pinaghanda ng mga hygiene kit, yun lang ang hawak ng LGU, yun lang ang mabibigay.
And so, it's just important that the public knows where to go. The LGU social welfare officers are not authorized because they're not the SWD, but the SWAD offices maybe not. So probably you're referring to the regional and provincial DSWD offices who can directly administer the payouts for those who did not receive until November 30. Is that
Tama.
correct?
Tama.
Okay, clear.
Tama po. Kaya magandang i-publicize nila ng todo,
Yung
maliban pa
locations.
sa website at saka ma-inform yung tao. Kasi kung minsan nga pinapagalitan yung mga lokal, wala namang hawak yung lokal ng mga AIC sa tulong.
So, importanteng nalalaman natin yung diferensya, yung mga lokal na social worker at saka yung SWAD at saka anong office ng DSWD ang otorisado na mag-payout. Kasi nakikita natin, kaya nga na nangyari, sabi nyo sa Odette, hindi pwedeng, sarado ang DSWD kasi nag-liquidate kami. Hindi natin pwede sabihin yan sa mga biktima ng disaster. Ngayon, sa pagpirma ng budget ng Desyembre, alam natin wala pang pondo ang gobyerno dahil ang tax filing at paying season ay Abril. Tayo ba'y makakaasa na may pondo po ang DSWD? Of course, number one, yung galing po sa previous year. may carry over yan. Maliban dyan, saan po kukuha sa napakaraming pangangailangan sa Enero, Pebrero, Marso?
Ang problema, talagang fully disbursed na. Ang QRF, DRRP, ang AIX, all out na yata ang DSWD sa dinami-dami ng ating bagyo. Namumroblema nga tayo kasi parati taon-taon ang binibigay lang natin sa QRF nasa 1.250. Dinadagdagan pa nga ng Senado ng additional 500 million. Pero umaabot na sa taong ito pa lamang, umabot na ng 9.625 billion. And 93.51% disbursed na. Kaya
wala nang carry over po sa Enero.
wala na po i-carry over,
Paano po
baka hindi
natin?
pa abutin ng katapusan.
Paano po natin bibigyan ng pansin at tulong ang mga nangangailangan simula ng Enero kung kakapirma lang po ng budget?
Narinig ko naman si Secretary Amina nung nagre-report kay Presidente na may pera pa yung calamity o contingency fund at andyan siyempre ang PAGCOR at PCSO. Pero kung sa DSWD po, talagang sagad to the bone na
So,
sila.
may we know when will DSWD be able to implement the national budget of GAA 2025 considering that January, as you said, wala pa yung pondo, kailan mapupuno yung pondo ayon sa ating pinapangako sa mga tao na bilyon-bilyon piso?
Yes, as a general rule, it's signed in January. As soon as the President signs the GAA for 2025, alam naman natin na automatic na yung release hanggat may pera kahit bahagya pa lamang, kahit first tranche pa lamang o mobilization
So
pa
we're
lamang.
assuring the Filipino people that even if there could be no carryover of the funds of 2024, that because we have allocated it in the law, which is a GAA 2025, once it's signed, the BBM, the DSWD assures us that there would be provisions for payouts for any form of assistance. Is that
Sabay
correct?
dasal po. Naka-siyam na replenishment na sa taon na ito pa lamang.
Okay, binanggit po nyo na maaring walang pondo sa DSWD, may PAGCOR PSO. Wag po natin asahan yung
May
PSO
binanggit
PAGCOR.
yung ating budget secretary, yung contingency fund pa ng presidente, calamity fund, alam naman natin
Okay,
meron pa
para
dyan.
po sa kaalaman po ng lahat, I just want to put it on record, pati po yung NDREAM fund has been depleted. Ayon po sa OCD, Yusek Ariel Nepomuceno, would you believe, 168 million na lang ang natitira sa NDREAM fund. I'm not referring to the QRF. This is the NDREAM fund. And he told me, wala na talaga. So it's only middle of November, God forbid anything, something that Karina, Christine happens in the next few weeks. Even the NDREAM fund is only 168 million remaining. And he said, if you put together all the requests of LGUs based on Christine alone and the past typhoons, it's already 24 billion. So the
Yes.
remaining 168 million and the requests in OP, which have been consolidated based on the PDNA, the Post-Disaster Needs Assessment, is already 24 billion. That is insofar as the NDREAM. So,
Tama
sinasabi ko
po. Kaya nung nakita ko sa television lang naman, narinig ko naman na parang may kumpiyansa naman si Secretary Amina at ang sabi niya, meron pang contingency fund ang ating Pangulo, halos hindi pa raw nagagalaw at nabanggit din niya yung PCSO at PAGCOR. Parang wala naman siyang kaba na kukulangin.
Okay. So, we will leave it at that. Isa po sa napakandang programa dahil tayo po ay nag-uusap tungkol sa programa, AIX ay isa lamang. Yung SLP, maganda po yan na programa. That's a program. It's not yet a law. Would the good secretary, through the sponsor, may I ask, wish that this be institutionalized? Because we know that the Sustainable Livelihood Program aims to enhance the socio-economic conditions of vulnerable households by providing access to livelihood opportunities and resources. We also see that from the GAB to the Senate, am I correct in what I'm reading that this has been increased, Madam Chair, Mr. President?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, may I know the reason for the increase of the Sustainable Livelihood Program? Who are the targeted communities? Only 4P families, or even outside of 4Ps are they allowed? And how will the Senate version, assuming it's retained in the final GAA, help the marginalized and vulnerable households, Madam Chair?
Alam niyo, dinagdagan po natin ang SLP kasi parating sinasabi na yung 4Ps walang katapusan. Eh ngayon, talaga ini-implementa na yung batas na hanggang 7 taon lamang ang 4Ps. Pagkatapos nun, mahirap pa yung mga pamilya na binigyan ng 4Ps. So kinakailangan may iba't ibang exit strategy. Isang exit strategy na nakikita natin na talagang mabisa at mabilis itong SLP. Dahil ang SLP ay nagbibigay ng kabuhayan, nagbibigay ng trabaho. So sa dalawang bahaging yan, sinasagot niya yung pagkukulang ng 4Ps. So yun ang nais natin gawin, na dapat may katapusan yung pantawid pamilya. Hindi naman po pwede na lagi na lang nariyan, ayaw naman natin ng ganon, at maganda naman na magkaroon ng self-employment o di kaya trabaho na. Yun na yung SLP.
Ako talaga ay sang-ayon dyan dahil ako'y naniniwala na kailangan hindi lang puro dole out, ay bigyan po natin ng puhunan para magkaroon ng pinagkakakitaan, MSME, micro-enterprises. Kaya lang, ako po'y nagtataka, hindi lang sa administrasyong ito, kundi sa mga nakaraan, dahil muntik na po ako naging DSWD nung nakaraang administrasyon, so sinuri ko po ito. Bakit pong napakababa ng obligation? Well, my figures are just July 31 this year, no? Baka bumilis na ngayon. Ang SLP po ay only 8.7%, tama ba yun? Ang poor household na na-assist, ang target ay 305,393. Ito ba ay dahil masama ang performance, kulang ang pondo, or kasi 8.7% lang ng mga poor households sa universe na kailangan tulungan ang natutulungan? Kulang baho ng pondo kaya nyo inakyat ang pondo at dinamihan? It says here.
Sa awa ng Diyos, napabilis na yung disbursement. Nasa 67.88% na sila ngayon dahil ang ginagawa sa SLP, yung training at capacity building ang inuuna. Kaya yung gastos ay nahuhuli. Pero nag-improve na, pero aaminin natin na talagang napakababa ng utilization rate dati. Kasi natatagalan sa list of target areas, number of beneficiaries, pagkatapos napakatagal nun ng pagbubukas ng mga bank account ng mga beneficiaries. Kasi
Ayun,
mga
ang
poorest of the poor yan, wala silang documentation at ayaw kilalanin ng land bank sa mga kasulok-sulukang probinsya yung MOA sa DSWD. Pero nagagawa na ng paraan at mukhang napapabilis na ang performance natin. At hindi lang 4Ps ang binibigyan, tulad ng nabanggit po ninyo, yung low-income earners, marginalized, vulnerable, disadvantaged, PWD, etc., nabibigyan at may bagong MOA nga na agaran sila bibigyan ng bank account.
Ano po ang mababang amount ng SLP at anong klaseng microenterprise ang pinaka-paborito o matagumpay ng ating mga households na mahihirap? Bigasan, sari-sari store, mini grocery, pananahi.
Okay, ang pinakamababa nasa 15,000. 15,000 ang pinakamaliit. Ang pinaka-successful, hindi yung pangkaraniwan na tindera, sari-sari. Ang pinaka-matagumpay talaga, yung skills-based. Kung magtitipon-tipon isang tropa ng karpentero, isang tropa ng welder, ayun, matagumpay yun, kikita yun. Pero kinakailangan nila may skills. Kung pangkaraniwan lang ng buy and sell, mukhang hindi pumapatok ng gusto.
So, ang SLP ay hindi lang pang isang tao. Itong pang isang association. Kailangan sila nagbuklod-buklod na mga sa isang komunidad.
Iba-ibang modality yung SLP eh.
Yes.
Kung minsan individual, pero kadalasan maraming mga membro. Tapos yung isang mekanismo, yung paghahanap ng trabaho. Hindi lang yung magtatatag ng kabuhayan. Pero pwede rin pangkabuhayan na sariling self-employed.
Okay. Actually, marami pa akong tanong pero ayoko nang pahabain ang ating kwento. Huli na lang po, dahil marami po mga senior citizens na mahihirap na lumalapit sa akin at meron pong mga LGU na hindi po updated ang pagbayad po ng social pension ng ating senior citizens ayon na rin sa ating mga batas. So, palagi po tayo nagmamalaki, batas po natin yan, co-author ako niyan, sponsor ako niyan. Pero tatanong mo sa seniors, ay matagal na po, 6 na buwan, wala pa. Paano ba ho ang proseso ng pagbayad ng social pension? Ito ba ay dina-download sa LGU or DSWD rin ang nagabayad sa mga regional provincial offices? At ano po yung backlog ng pagbayad ng social pension? Ilang porsyento po ang hindi nakakatanggap at anong kadahilanan po?
Yes, totoo po yan. At aminin natin, malaki utang natin sa ating mga ang ating mga senyoritos at senyoritas. In 2023, 490,000 ang waitlisted seniors. Hindi sila nabayaran pagkat kinulang ng pera. Pinagpilitan natin noong 2024. Pero lumobo pa rin yung seniors. Kaya't eto nga, 622, baka umabot pa ng 800,000 ang waitlisted seniors. Ang problema natin, nung last year, yung kabuuhan na kinailangan nasa 5-6 billion, nailagay sa unprogrammed. Alam naman natin yung unprogrammed, magic na po yun. Kung meron tayong savings, okay. Kung wala, tiis. Kaya dahil dito, dahil sa kakulangan ng budget, nabigyan natin yung malaking bahagi ng ating senior citizens, pero madami pa talaga sa kanila ay ang hindi nakakatanggap.
Sa budget for GAA 2025, ito ba hong 600,000 na senior citizen social pension ay mababayaran?
Wala pa, kukulangin pa rin.
Ilan po sa 600,000 ang nakalaan ng pondo for 2025? Hi, dear.
Yes, wala pa rin pondo dun sa waitlisted, ha? Etong 49.8 na nasa NEP, na dinagdagan natin ng konti, 49.8, 1 billion, parang tawaran talaga sa bilasang isda, kukulangin pa rin sa totoo lang.
So, out of the 600,000, ilan po mababawas na mga senior citizens at paano nyo pipiliin?
Parang wala pa rin. Wala pa rin na mabibigyan dun sa 600,000 kasi ito pa rin yung carry over from 2023.
Ilang buwan po?
2024.
Ilang buwan ang kakulangan sa pagbayad ng social pension? Usually, nakakausap ko 6 months eh.
Wala talaga sila sa listahan at all. Never sila nabayaran. Ni kailan. Ni minsan. Ni anumang buwan.
Mga bagong senior citizens na wala sa listahan. Pero may mga nakakausap po ako na dating tumatanggap tapos huminto po at may mga backlog sa pagbayad.
Wala po sige.
Tama na. I know.
Sa palagay ko, hindi dapat mangyayari yun. Yung mga bagong seniors, doon talaga wala tayong pambayad. Pero kung dati nang nasa listahan, baka nadidelay lang or nagkakatagalan lang.
Okay.
Pero dapat mabayaran sila.
Thank you for that assurance. So, yung mga bago pong senior citizens lamang ang hindi nababayaran, pero yung mga dating nang nasa listahan ay backlog, may pera pong nakalaan na dapat mabayaran silang updated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Tuloy-tuloy ang bayad kung nasa listahan ka na. Ang problema, lumulobo nga yung numero at hindi kinakaya ng ating budget.
Where are the funds? In LGUs remitted by DSWD or in central, in the region?
Yes, the funds are transferred direct to the LGUs.
Okay, so it's the LGU's responsibility to update the payment of social pension for as long as they've received it before. Is
Yan
that
na nga ang
accurate to
problema,
say?
masipag sila mag-update, wala naman tayong pambayad.
No, but you said that as long as they've received before, there are funds
Yes, they
transmitted.
should be paying, pero yung sinasabing update, updated sa payment, pero hindi updated sa listahan kasi nadadagdagan nga eh.
Okay. So, wag ko na rin po dagdagang aking tanong kasi lalo po akong nalulungkot sa kakulangan ng ating pagbibigay ng serbisyo publiko. Not to blame the DSWD because they're really very, very hard-working workhorses. I see them every week. Thank you for the service of our payout masters, of those who are only job orders, for those we call even midnight, and those we kinukulit namin kasi tayo rin kinukulit ng mga tao, di ba, na nangangailangan. So thank you to the hardworking women and men of the DSWD led by the very hardworking secretary. So I will no longer ask my long questions because I fully support your budget and I wish I could help you increase if there's some pie we could slice to put it in the DSWD. So, yung tanong ni Senate President, Presiding Officer Pro Tempore na AKAP, ibig sabihin po niyan, ang mga senators pwede rin pumunta po sa mga AKAP, ganun ba ho yun? Gusto ko lang malaman yun. I think yun ang gustong malaman nung Senate President Pro Tempore na hindi niya kinumpleto ang tanong niya.
Precisely.
Pwede siguro. Lahat tayo gate crusher po.
Bakit naman po gate crusher? Kung AX po yan, or AKAP, or SLP, yan po ay puhunan ng gobyerno.
Yeah, that's the funds of the government, so we can...
Yes.
Can we facilitate the
It's
release?
on record. For the first time, naririnig ko, pwede raw po pumunta kahit hindi kumbidado.
Ay, hindi. So, ibig sabihin po, ang AKAP ay parang AX, parang SLP, ay maaring puntahan. Anong kaibahan naman po ng AKAP sa AX? O pareho lang po?
Alam niyo, nakakatuwa yung AKAP dahil biglang sumulpot yan, wala naman sa NEP, wala naman sa DSWD budget, wala man lang sa wishlist nila, biglang sumulpot nung nakaraang taon at matapos yun, tinatanong ng lahat, ano ba talaga yung programang yan? Biglang Pebrero, katapusan ng Marso, tsaka lang lumabas yung mga guidelines. Kaya ang sabi nila, minimum wage earners and low-income earners. Ang tanong ko, pareho ba yan ng AX? Hindi daw, kasi ito daw minimum wage. At sabi ko, may minimum wage rin na namatayan na tumatanggap ng AX. Hindi ba pareho yan? Kaya't nakakalito po. At sa totoo lang, ang version ng Senado, tinanggal ko na po yan. Dahil ang pakiwari ko, walang programa ang pamahalaan na pag-aari ng sino man. Kinakailangan, lahat sumasapi dyan, at dahil dito, kinakailangan na pag-isahin na, isaayos na natin ang mga guidelines.
Are you saying there's no AKAP in the Senate version?
Yes, I deleted it entirely.
How much did you delete, Mr. President, Madam Chair?
Yes, 39 billion, which was added in the House version, and 41 billion added for AX.
And we're saying that the 39 billion in the Senate version was reduced. And where did you put the 39 billion AKAP? Back to
I
AX?
leave it to the wisdom of the leadership, and I hope that during the BICAM this can be discussed. My recommendation is, while we recognize the necessity of immediate relief by direct financial assistance, it's imperative that we focus also on social protection initiatives such as those mentioned by yourself, the SLP, Kalahi Seeds, which foster long-term development and self-reliance rather than creating a new ayuda nation. Ayaw natin nun, ano? Kaya eto nga, pinopropose ko na sana dagdagan yung iba na developmental at sa kabila nun, ipagkaisa na ang AX at AKAP para hindi na nagkakaroon ng selusan, ng turuan, ng kalabuan.
Okay. I will stop at that. But to be fair, my brother's a congressman, and I've heard that he helps or joins in AKAP, and the needs of our constituents, our Kasimanwas, are also served. So thank you to the SWD.
Yes,
I am not familiar with AKAP. I know AX, but whatever name of the program is, malaking tulong po tuwing meron pong darating dyan na DSWD AX at Paymaster, nakangiti po ang mga nahihirapan na ating mga kababayan. So, I
Tama
will
po
leave it
yun.
at that.
Kaya
It's not
sang-ayon
for
po
me.
ako
Yeah.
na sana pag isahin na yung pondo para malaking malaki, lahat ng hihingi, mabigyan ka agad, wag na natin paghiwalayin, wala nang turuan, wala nang sisihan, wala nang akuhan na amin lang to, wala nang ganun. Basta may pondo dyan, handa para sa nangangailangan. Ganun lang kasimple. Isahin na natin, at sana madali na natin kunin para sa lahat ng target beneficiaries, all persons subsisting below the poverty line, unemployed, formally employed, self-employed, seasonally, periodically employed, those in crisis or emergency situations such as severe, extended illness, disability, death in the family, working in economically hard-hit sectors, victims of natural man-made disaster, calamity, pandemics, war, or other violence. And it shall be used for food, nutritional, medical, funeral services, educational, livelihood, and other financial assistance.
Thank you very much to the Chair for your very comprehensive answer to my question on the programs of DSWD, and I will probably initiate piece of legislation to institutionalize at least one program, the SLP, assuming that no one has filed that yet. But thank you so much, Madam Chair, for all the information that you've given. And
At sana sumportahan rin ninyo itong kung ano man yung pangalan niya, kung AX o AKAP o ano man pangalan na bago mahanap natin, sana suportahan rin ninyo ang pagkakaisa nitong pondo at institutionalize na dahil malaking tulong sa ating mga kababayan.
I will leave it to the better judgment of the Chair and the leadership, and I would like to thank Secretary Rex Gatchalian, who is just always half a call away. He answers the calls right away, and if he misses it, he's on a flight, he will text and call you back. That's the epitome of a public servant. So thank you also to all in the SWD, especially the 4A and the 6 and everybody in the regions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ligardo. Before I recognize the majority leader, only one question, Senator Marcos. What is the difference between AKAP and TUPAD? Because you were saying a while ago, minimum wage.
AKAP po and TUPAD?
Yes.
Ang TUPAD nasa DOLE.
Yes, I know.
Hindi siya sakop ng DSWD.
Ang binibigay niyo ba sa AKAP, minimum wage din? Kasi sa TUPAD, under DOLE, ang binibigay minimum wage. Kung saan ka, kunwari sa Metro Manila, 700 plus, yun din binibigay per day, pero magtatrabaho kayo. What is the difference between AKAP and TUPAD?
Ang TUPAD maliwanag na cash for work. May trabaho. Yung AKAP, binibigay lang.
Magkano po binibigay?
Based sa menu ng pangangailangan. Yung iba't iba, yung burial assistance, medical, hospital, kung ano-ano.
What is the maximum amount that you can give an individual?
Ang maximum 10,000. At sinasabi natin na kinakailangan malimitahan sa 6 na buwan. Minsanan lang ang bigay.
One time, big time.
Pero maximum nga 10,000 pesos.
What is the minimum that you can give from the funds of AKAP?
Ang minimum, pangkaraniwan, 2,000, 2,000. Pangkaraniwan, 3,000.
Alright. Pero hindi mo kailangang pagtrabahuan yan, no? Katulad sa...
Ay,
sa
walang
TUPAD.
trabaho
Walang
dyan.
trabaho.
Ang sinasabi, sa nangangailangan.
Alright. Thank you very much for enlightening this representation. Majority Leader?
Yes, Mr. President. Next to interpolate is Senator Bongo. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Bongo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, and to the DSWD led by Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Mr. President, sa dalawang budget hearings po ng DSWD, nanawagan po tayo na huwag po pahirapan ng mga mahirap at bilisan po ang paghahatid ng serbisyo sa nangangailangan, especially po itong AIX, no? Assistance in Crisis Situation sa mga nangangailangan talaga. Ang tunay na pagmamalasakit, walang pinipili, walang pinapaboran, at walang halong politika. Do not be selective. At sabi ko nga sa inyo, bawat buhay, kayo na nagsabi, sabi nyo nga, bawat buhay, mahalaga po sa DSWD. At ako naman po ay full support parati sa ating DSWD for the past 8 years, no? At ako po'y patuloy na sumusuporta naman po sa inyong departamento. Basta tulungan nyo lang po yung mga mahihirap nating kababayan. Yan lang po ang pakiusap ko. Madam Sponsor, meron na po akong konting question lang about the JAW. Ito po yung JAW ng Malasakit Centers. Meron na pong joint administrative order at napirmahan po ito ng DSWD. Maalala ko last year during budget hearing, nag-follow up na po ako nito. And umabot na po ng 14 months ay hindi pa po na-implement po ito. Ganito po ang sitwasyon. Pumirma na po ang DOH, pumirma po ang PhilHealth, pumirma po ang DSWD. Ang isang opisina, ahensya, ang PCSO, ang hindi pa po pumipirma. Siguro marahil meron talagang ahensya na ayaw tumulong sa mga kababayan nating mahihirap. Ang current JAW po, DSWD is limited to financial assistance, transportation, burial, food. Nung ni-revise po yung JAW, aside from financial assistance, DSWD will be able to provide medical assistance inside Malasakit Centers through guarantee letters. Kaya nga po itong Malasakit Center, it's a one-stop shop naman po siya. Nasa batas po yan na mas makakatulong po sa ating mga kababayan na hindi na sila kailangan pang pumunta ng regional offices, hindi na sila kailangan pumunta ng provincial offices ng DSWD para humingi ng tulong. Malaking ginhawa po ito sa mga kababayan natin na nangangailangan po ng tulong na huwag na natin silang pahirapan pa. Ang hirap pong magkasakit, wala silang trabaho, wala silang malapitan, andyan na yung center, one-stop shop. May pondo naman po kayo sa AIX. Di ba ang pondo nyo sa AIX, magkano po yun for 2024?
34B.
Tumataginting na 34 billion ang AIX, no? Magkano na hong nagamit nyo rito?
Ang alam ko, naubos na nga yun, nagpadagdag na sa QRF at kung saan-saan pa dahil sa dami ng kalamidad.
Di ba yung AIX na avail naman po ng mga biktima ng kalamidad o yung mga binibigyan po ng ayuda sa kahit saan, sa buong parte ng Pilipinas, including sa mga malls, no? Ang pakiusap ko lang sana sa DSWD, kung pwede nyo naman pong gamitin ito for medical assistance. Malaking tulong po ito. Halimbawa, magbibigay lang po ako ng example, Sec Rex. May billing po ang isang pasyente, 87,000. Alam naman natin ang PhilHealth, ang case rate nila. Minsan, ang binabawas, ayun, merong isang provincial health officer ng Camarines Norte, 4 million yung kanyang billing, ang binawas ng PhilHealth, 27,000. Kaya nakakainis nga itong PhilHealth na habang naghihingalo yung mga pasyente, sila naman sobra-sobra yung reserve fund, 500 billion. Kaya hindi natin ito tinitigilan. O balikan ko po yung halimbawa natin, 87,000 ang hospital billing. Binawasan po ng PhilHealth ng 5,000. Meron pa siyang 82,000. Binawasan ng kung walang PCSO doon sa Malasakit Center, so hindi makakatulong yung PCSO kasi kulang yung personnel nila. Binawasan ng DOH ng MAIFIP, 20,000. So meron pa siyang 62,000. Mangungutang pa ito. Isasangla yung karabaw, ibibenta yung refrigerator para makalabas po sa ospital. Kung makakatulong naman po ang DSWD through medical assistance ng AIX, malaking ginhawa po yung 62,000. Halimbawa, nagbigay kayo ng 20,000, 42,000 na lang po yung babayaran niya. O kung sinagot nyo, lang problema, bawal sa ngayon, no? Bawal.
Ginagawa na nila, sa abot nilang nakakaya, ginagamit na nila yung AIX sa pagtulong.
Medical assistance.
Maski sa medical,
hindi na
kasi pag binigay yung 3,000,
pwede na doon sa Malasakit Center.
pwede naman gamitin. Gagawin na pag nag-umpisa itong JAW. Sa kasamaang palad,
Ayun.
inaamin at walang magawa, ang tatlong grupo, itong DOH, ang DSWD, pati ang PhilHealth, pirmado na sila. Ang problema, yung PCSO,
Baka
hindi
naman
pa rin
pwede
pumipirma.
baka Secretary Rex, pwede nyo pakiusapan. Kasamahan nyo naman yan sa Executive Department na bilisan. Sinabi na nga ng ating sponsor na kasamaang palad. Paano na yung mga pasyente? Antayin na natin, ilan na naman ang mamatay, hindi makalabas ng ospital. 14 months na po itong JAW. Hindi pa po lumalabas. Ilang
Tama
pasyente
po
na
si
po ang
Senator
mamamatay
Go.
nito.
Oo, tama si Senator Go dahil sa ilalim ng ating batas ng malasakit, yung 4 na ahensya ay obligado na pumirma at mag-report pa nga sa atin at sa opisina ng Pangulo.
So while may ahensya tayong ayaw tumulong, halimbawa ng PCSO, ayaw nilang tumulong, ayaw nilang pirmahan yung JAW kasi ayaw nilang tumulong. May magagawa ba ang DSWD sa ngayon sa tumulong kayo through your AIX sa medical assistance?
Alagay ko, wala naman silang kapangyarihan pilitin ng PCSO.
Sa pagkaalam ko, nagbibigay kayo ng tulong
Pero
medical
ang ginagawa na lang nila
So
sa
pupunta sila sa offices ninyo.
Sa opisina
So
na-
mamamasahin na naman sila.
Tama.
Gastos na naman.
Papapuntahin sa DSWD office,
Ako,
hindi
pag malayo-
sa malasakit.
Kapag malayo yung ospital sa opisina ninyo, panibagong gastos, dagdag na naman. Imbis na natulungan sila, ubos na yung panahon, ubos pa yung pamasahe.
Tama po yun. Natsuchubibo na naman yung mga pasyente. Yung iniiwasan ng batas
Bakit naman
na
po
sana
ganun
sa,
na
ilang,
meron
sa
pa-
iisang lugar ay hindi natutupad.
Meron pang ahensyang ayaw tumulong. Mandato po natin na nasa gobyerno na tumulong sa mga mahirap. Sayang naman po ang inyong AIX na makakatulong sa medical assistance kung hindi po ito may papatupad. Ano po yung panibagong option if ever wala pa yung JAW na napirmahan? Pwede nyo bang through department order na makatulong kayo?
Oo, ang nangyayari ngayon, sa Region 3, may pilot project sila, inuumpisahan, na ini-email ng social worker sa DSWD at kung na-kumpirma ang nakasulat doon, pinapadalhan na ng guarantee letter.
Kasi ilang araw ang papatak na naman yung babayaran niya sa kwarto kung hindi siya makakalabas sa ospital.
Pero
Kaya
yung pilot na yon sa ngayon, same day at wala nang mamamasahe.
Pero kailangan pa nilang pumunta sa offices ninyo.
Hindi na, kasi ini-email lang ng social welfare.
Through from Malasakit Center. So pwede na po.
Ini-email na lamang sa DSWD, nag-pilot sa Pampanga, mukha naman matagumpay at mabilis, same day daw.
Saan po sa Pampanga, Mr. President?
Yes, ito yung pilot project ni Vice Gov, Nanay Pineda, at lahat ng district hospitals ay covered nitong pilot project.
Hindi, ang pinag-usapan po natin dito, nasa batas naman po na mandato ng 4 na ahensya ng gobyerno, no? PCSO, PhilHealth, DOH at DSWD, kasama po kayo dyan. Even without a JAW, can DSWD just revise the AX guidelines so they can provide medical aid in Malasakit centers through department order? Sa ngayon, for the meantime, while waiting for the approval.
Kaya
of the-
nga nag-pilot kasi sinusubukan nila kung maaari naman mag-email yung social welfare officer mula sa Malasakit Center, wala nang pupunta sa kung saan-saan pa, hindi na chinuchubibo yung pasyente na pupunta pa kung saan-saang opisina. Eto nga, pilot, kung tuloy-tuloy na maganda ang takbo, ito na ang alternatibo dun sa JAW na hindi mabuo.
Kasi sa ngayon, Mr. President, ang tulong mula sa AIX is through transportation. Am I correct? No? Financial assistance. Alam mo, kayo po ba'y naniniwala na malaking kaginhawaan po ito sa kanila na pumunta na lang po sila doon sa one-stop shop para humingi po ng tulong, no?
Oo naman, kaya tayong lahat pumirma doon sa batas na
Salamat
yan.
po, including our good sponsor. Yun lang po ang pakiusap ko, Mr. President, to Secretary, I'm addressing it to Secretary Gatchalian. Baka pwede nyo munang, while waiting po, no? While waiting, nag-antay tayo ng 14 months. Malaking kawalan po yun sa mga mahirap nating pasyente na hindi nila ma-avail ang medical assistance ng AIX ng DSWD dahil hindi po mapirma-pirmahan pa yung JAW. Yun lang po ang pakiusap ko, Secretary Rex, baka pwede niyong matulungan, ma-expedite. Alam ko naman na gusto mo rin po tulungan yung mga kababayan nating mahirap. Dahil ito nga yung AIX, Assistance in Crisis Situation. Malaking tulong to. Ginawa ko ng example kanina, 87,000, bawas ng PhilHealth, bawas ng DOH, at bawas po mula sa AIX. Malaking kaginhawaan po yun na makalabas po yung pasyente na hindi na nila kailangan magmakaawa pa. Dahil pera naman po ng Pilipino yan. Ibalik po natin sa kanila sa mabilis na serbisyo. Kaya nga po tayo may mga malasakit centers, one-stop shop, para meron silang matakbuhan na hindi na nila kailangan bumiyahe pa ng mga regional offices at ng mga provincial offices para humingi ng tulong sa mga ahensya. Tulungan na lang po natin sila. Yun naman po ang aking pakiusap sa inyo, Secretary Rex. Full support naman po tayo sa inyong budget, basta ibalik po ang pera ng mga kababayan natin sa mga mahirap. Yun lang po hiningi kong assurance, baka pwede po mapabilis.
Oo, yan ang minimithi nating lahat. Salamat po.
Are you done?
Yung, dali lang po, Mr. President. Yung AIX guidelines na lang, baka pwede ma-revise nyo lang po. Pag-aralan nyo ma-revise. Can DSWD do that?
O kaya naman tignan kasi pwede naman i-embed yung JAW sa guidelines.
While waiting for the approval of the
That's
JAW.
right. The JAW, which has not been signed, the provisions can be embedded already in a set of
Pwede
revised
nyo na
guidelines for the
ma-implement yan
AIX.
through the department order.
Oh, within the department lang naman eh.
Dali lang naman siguro yun. Kaya nyo namang i-revise yun. Can we get that assurance, Mr. President?
That already, they already have a pilot project. Eh.
Salamat, Madam Sponsor.
Thank
Yun
you.
lang po, just want to reiterate my full support again to the budget of DSWD. For the last 8 years, naging supportive naman tayo sa inyong budget. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Senator Bongo, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, next to ask one question is Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Ito po, gusto ko lang pong linawin kasi marami pong nagtatanong sa akin bilang ako po ang chairman ng komite ng cultural minorities. Nasa likod po ng ating sponsor ang representative ng NCIP. Marami pong mga katutubo ang naguguluhan kasi meron pong nilabas ang EO, ang Malacanang, na sinasabi po na ang NCIP ay nasa ilalim na ng Office of the President. Gusto ko lamang pong tanungin, kayo po ay nandito dahil sa budget lamang po ano? Hindi naman po dahil kayo po ay naandyan pa rin sa DSWD.
Tama po. At sa susunod na hearing, wala na yung NCIP sa DSWD kundi nasa Office of the President. Pero ngayon, palibasa kinapos ng panahon, narito para sa atin at bahagi pa sila ng budget ng DSWD.
Opo, yun lang po. Gusto lang po nating linawin sa mga kababayan natin, mga katutubo, dahil medyo naguluhan po sila kasi nasa likod niyo po sila. Kaya po, yun lang po, nilinaw lang po natin. So next year, na kayo po ay nasa likod na ng Office of the President. Okay, so maraming salamat po. Yun lamang
Tama.
po.
Thank you, Senator
Tama
Padilla.
po yun at huling panahon na, huling pagkakataon na sila ay kasama ng DSWD sa pagkaintindi ko.
Thank you, Senator Padilla. Senator Marcos, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, the last to interpolate our sponsor is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, at magandang gabi po muli, good sponsor. At syempre, kay Secretary Gatchalian at yung buong DSWD family. So, una, good sponsor, tungkol sa government procurement ng agri-fishery products. Mr. President, Madam Chair, the DSWD has been identified and mandated under the Sagip-Saka law to directly purchase available agricultural and fisheries products from local farmers, fisherfolk, or their associations or cooperatives for their respective programs, in particular for the supplementary feeding and disaster response and rehabilitation programs. Since 2021, the said mandate has been reiterated in the General Appropriations Act. Pwede po bang makahingi sa DSWD ng updates sa implementasyon nitong Section 24 ng GAA 2024? May bottlenecks po ba sa implementasyon nitong probisyon? Ano-ano ang mga ito at pwede po bang malaman paano ito tinugunan ng DSWD? Good sponsor.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a matter of grave concern to all of us, and certainly this would be a great boon to our farming communities. Dati-rati medyo nahihirapan sila sa ganitong ngunit maliwanag na nung nakaraang taon pa na maari ng mag-negotiated procurement, community participation in procuring for DSWD feeding. Kaya 415 million worth of contracts was awarded to community-based organizations. So ang ginagamit dito, yung Sagip-Saka na alam natin, at mismo yung GPPB ay merong negotiated procurement, meron pa silang guidelines sa community participation in procurement, kaya hindi natin masasabi na hindi po pwedeng direktang bumili sa ating mga magsasaka at sa kooperatiba.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Wala naman pong bottleneck sa implementasyon nito.
Well, so far, parang natutuwa pa nga lahat ng regional office dahil napapadali. At eto nga, marami ng kontrata na 415 million. At lalong napapadali kung under 5 million ang kada kontrato, mabilis.
Alright. Nakakatuwa namang malaman iyan, good sponsor. At siguro parang isang tip din both sa mga regional offices natin at yung mga rural producers, lalo na mga magsasaka, mangingisda, mga katutubong Filipino at mga kababaihang nayon, itong in a way threshold kung saan sa ilalim nun ay mas madali pong ma-facilitate yung pag-comply sa batas na ito. Related to my first question, good sponsor, for fiscal year 2024, magkano po yung pondong allotted sa mga DSWD programs na nangangailangan ng procurement ng produce tulad ng bigas, gulay at saka gatas? At sa said budget allocations, magkano po yung ni-utilize sa direct purchase sa magsasaka at mangingisda? Ito na po ba yung 450 million pesos? At sa mga traders naman, magkano naman po, good sponsor?
Yes, the entire supplemental feeding program can really be procured through community, through Sagip-Saka, through negotiated and public bidding. Malaking budget po to. It's 4 billion mahigit noong 2024 at sa ating panukala is susunod na taon nasa 5 billion 182 million mahigit. So nag-increase pa to sa GAA.
O nga po, good sponsor. Nakakagulat yung halagang 4 billion plus, pero so far 450 million worth lamang ang na-procure, mga 10%. Sayang naman. Anong plano at dinagdagan pa nga at ginawang 5.182 billion sa susunod na taon,
Yes,
good sponsor?
yung memo na effect last year, so talagang nagsumigasig yung ating mga regional offices ng DSWD mula nung nakaraang taon at may output naman at least mahigit 10% ay nabibili na sa pamamagitan ng direct buying sa ating mga magsasaka. Kaumpisa pa lang, tinutulak talaga sila at pinapaalam sa lahat na napakadali ng gawin. As a matter of fact, yung sa GPPB ng DBM, magpapakita ka lang na rice farmer ka at may RSBA ID ka. Yung mga fisher folk, ganun din. Basta meron kang ipapakitang ID ng fisher, alam na nila, nakasama ka at pwede kang magbenta.
Sana po ay mapascale up talaga ito ng DSWD sa susunod na taon, maitabi kung nagkakaroon ba ng bottlenecks. Kasi sumasang-ayon talaga ako sa inyo, good sponsor. Ang laking bagay po nito, bukod sa ating mga regional offices mismo dun sa rural direct producers. Yung traders po, hindi naman po sila nagkakaroon ng share sa paggastos ng budget na ito, good sponsor. Traders po ba, may share po ba sa pinagkagastosan ng department sa implementasyon nitong batas?
Walang data ngayon kung sino, pero merong bagong EPAP, ano ba ito? Partner agencies. Ito naman, ina-encourage rin ang mga community-based organization. Kaya talagang tinutulak ng DSWT dahil nakakamura sila at napapakinabangan ang tinatawag nating mga farming communities. So yun nga, nagiging virtuous cycle yung dating vicious cycle.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. I am raising this question since we keep receiving reports that national government agencies with relevant programs do not purchase agri-fishery products from local farmers and fisherfolks. Kaya sana mas marami sa mga NGAs na ito ay sumunod sa halimbawa ng DSWD. And halimbawa na lang, ang report sa amin ng nagkakaisang magsasaka ng Isabela Agriculture Cooperatives, di umano, kaya lang parehong department to, ang sabi, di umano sa kanila ng DSWD, the department is constrained by law to buy rice only from NFA para sa kanilang supplementary feeding program. Pwede po bang humingi ng paglilinaw sa DSWD kung totoong official policy pronouncement ito ng ahensya kaugnay ng bagay na ito?
Sa regular
Kasi,
procurement,
yes,
wala
Mr.
pong
President.
problema. Baka yung tinutukoy sa Isabela, sa iba pang lugar, yung pagbabawal na nakasaad sa executive order na talagang pinagbabawal bumili maski sa kanino, kundi kinakailangan i-procure lamang sa NFA. Pag emergency procurement tuwing disaster. Yun ang limitasyon.
Well, kung ganun ang sitwasyon, good sponsor, dahil hindi pa napag-aralang mas mabuti ng representasyong ito, itong usapin, baka pwede na lang i-explore ng department, makipag-ugnayan sa OP kung paano mas pwedeng i-harmonize at hindi mag-cancel out itong batas at yung EO kahit sa mga emergency procurement. Iwan ko na muna doon
Tama po
itong
yun.
punto
Dahil
nito, good sponsor.
sa aking karanasan, kinakapos nga yung NFA madalas. Kapag disaster, wala nga silang ibebenta
Yun
kahit
nga
gusto mong bumili.
Sa bagay.
Nagkakaproblema nga kami dyan eh.
Okay po, good sponsor. Sa bagay po. Well, just for the record, kasi kung sa kabila ng legal basis na mayroon tayo, yet ang interpretation ng isang regional office ay iba. So, ang magiging tanong ko kung ganun paano sinisigurado ng central office na yung regional, field at provincial offices, pati attached agencies, ay magko-comply both sa sagip-saka at sa kasagaa provisions. So, in this situation pala, may isa pang stakeholder doon, yung OP, kung saan siguro pwedeng mas magkaroon ng paglilinaw at harmonization, good sponsor.
Tama po yun. Dati kasi, takot na takot ang mga regional offices bumili sa community-based organizations. Pagkat ang akala nila, makukowa sila, tapos meron pang mga papeles din yung DBM. Pero ngayon, nagkaliwanagan na at pinakilala na ng DSWD yung iba't ibang dokumento, yung mga memo nila, at yung GPPB, pinaliwanag na rin yung mechanics ng sagip-saka. Kaya unti-unti, nasasanay na rin. Yun nga lang, tuwing may disaster, may kalamidad, bawal talaga ayon sa EO bumili sa iba pang supplier kundi ang NFA lamang.
Malinaw po, good sponsor. At sana nga po magkaroon ng dagdag linaw in relation dun sa implementasyon ng batas. So for fiscal year 2025, nasabi na ng good sponsor, 5.182B ng budget ay ina-allot ng department para sa mga programang nag-require ng direct purchase sa mga lokal na mangingisda at magsasaka. Sa kabila nung a little over 10% lamang so far ang nagagastos sa item na to ngayong taon, pero lalaki hanggang sa higit 5 bilyon sa susunod na taon. Paano ini-intend ng DSWD i-improve yung compliance niya sa sagip-saka law? Bottlenecks o potentials considered, good sponsor?
Kung bibilangin natin, kasi meron pa silang mga partners na mga government agencies na namimili rin sa komunidad. Kung ipagkaisa natin yung 500 million doon at saka yung 500 million na direct buying mula sa ating mga magsasaka, halos 1 billion na mahigit ang binibili ng derecho, imbes na dumadaan pa sa traders, sa cartel o korporasyon.
Opo, good sponsor. Pero syempre, kahit yung 1B ay magiging less than 20% ng 5.182B sa susunod na taon. So sana makahanap pa ng dagdag na paraan ang department magamit optimally ang
totoo,
halagang iyon.
isang taon pa lang naman
Yes.
na talaga napapaliwanag sa iba't ibang mga miyembro ng DSWD na wag silang matakot sa COA, wag silang matakot sa DBM, pwedeng gawin at ayon sa batas.
Po. Lastly, on this point, good sponsor, pwede po bang humingi sa DSWD magsumite ng ulat sila in writing sa implementasyon nitong probisyon? Kasama na po yung listahan ng mga magsasaka at mangingisdang benepisyaryo, yung mga agri-fishery products na pinrocure, specific programs sa ilalim nung kung saan yung procurement ay inimplementa, feeding programs ba, relief operations ba, pati corresponding amounts ng direct purchase.
Maibibigay
Good
ng
sponsor.
DSWD yung listahan na yan.
Salamat po. Dako naman po ako, Mr. President, sa victim survivors ng human trafficking. Iyong mga susunod kong tanong, dalawa po, ay may kinalaman sa ating kinukonduktang hearing sa Committee on Women. The DSWD has the mandate to provide reintegration and post-rescue services to victim survivors of human trafficking. The President has ordered the closure of POGOs effective the end of 2024. The closure of multiple POGOs all over the country will leave us with thousands of trafficked individuals, both foreign nationals and Filipinos. Ano po ang plan of action ng gobyerno para sa kanila, good sponsor?
Okay. Merong existing program for trafficked persons ang DSWD, talagang reintegration and recovery ang tawag, RRPTP, para bigyan ng recovery and reintegration services at psychosocial, social, and economic needs. At ito ay tumutulong hindi lamang sa individual na kliyente, kundi sa pamilya at komunidad. At ang DSWD, ang lead, at co-chair sila ng interagency sa trafficking. So lead rin sila sa iba't ibang international organizations para makipag-ugnayan sa ibang bansa.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Oo nga po yung pakikipag-ugnayan din sa ibang bansa para po sa mga foreign national victim survivors ng trafficking. So sana po ma-maximize ng DSWD itong existing program, particular o i-tailor fit sa mga victim survivors na human trafficking victim survivors ng POGOs, kasama na po yung just transition para makapaghanap sila ng alternatibong trabaho o hanap buhay, yung mga Pilipino dito po sa ating bansa.
Oo, talagang bahagi ang livelihood, skills at capacity building ng mga trafficked persons at nakita rin natin yung problema ng mga nanay at yung kanilang mga babies.
Yes.
Kasi kung minsan kinakailangan ng prenatal check-up, tapos nagiging malabo pa kung ano yung anong bayan, anong citizenship nung bata.
Opo.
Kaya medyo masalimuot yung usapin, maraming dapat gawin.
Totoo, good sponsor. Bukod sa citizenship ng mga bata, naalala ko may isa akong nabasang balita tungkol sa 200 yung naalala kong bilang ng mga anak daw ng mga Pilipinang nanay at mga dayuhang dating POGO workers na iwanan na lang sa mga nanay nung umuwi or pinauwi yung mga tatay. And at that time, ang particular na problemang nabasa ko doon ay yung kakulangan sa breast milk para sa mga babies. At mamaya po ng konti, good sponsor. O ito
Kaya
ngayon,
ko po
itatanong-
nabanggit kasi
Yes,
sakop
good
yan ng
sponsor.
programa ng DSWD sa
Yes.
recovery at reintegration ng
Opo.
traffic persons. Hindi naman na iniiba ng batas yung dayuhan at Pilipino.
Opo.
Basta traffic persons lang ang binabanggit.
Nga po, good sponsor. And in fact, yung susunod kong tanong ay tungkol din sa mga nanay at baby. Pero bago po doon, may anticipated number po ba ang DSWD sa mga POGO victim survivors, lalo na po yung mga foreign nationals?
Hanggang ngayon, hula-hula pa lang eh. Mga guesstimate pa lamang ang binibigay pero wala talaga na maayos na istatistika.
Sana po dahil habang palapit yung deadline na ipinato ng Presidente nung SONA December 31 ay matukoy na po ng DSWD, mapag-alaman po at least nating lahat na nasa gobyerno para mapagtulungan saluhin sila sa tulong syempre ng kanilang mga embahada dito at syempre yung mga
Binibigay yung
gobyerno
numero
nila.
at listahan ng pangalan ng iyakat ng paisa-isa. Hindi naman isang bulto kaya hindi masabi kung ilan talaga.
Okay po, good sponsor. Baka may paraan na ipaabot din natin itong napag-aalaman natin sa interpellation ito pati sa iyakat. Although ang DSWD mismo sabi nga nila ay miyembro din. Co-chair pa nga sa iyakat.
Ang masaklap kasi padagdag ng padagdag eh. Padami ng padami yung natutuklasan.
Totoo po. Okay. And then huli sa paksang ito, good sponsor, tulad ng nasimula nating pag-usapan kani-kanina lang, nabalitaan din natin itong kaso ng commercial surrogacy, which came to our attention after the repatriation of Filipino women who had been sent to Cambodia to act as surrogate mothers in an illegal commercial surrogacy market. We do not have laws yet on commercial surrogacy, but I would like to know, ang mga rescued women po ba ay ituturing na trafficking victims? Paano naman po yung mga baby nila? At may plan of action po ba para sa kanila, good sponsor?
Sa ngayon, of the rescued victims, ang DFA ang siyang lead agency dito negotiating with the remaining 13 victims still in Cambodia. Pero yung mga dumating na rito, talagang sasailalim sa DSWD Recovery and Reintegration Program na nabanggit kanina at nasimulan na ng DSWD yung psychosocial intervention upon arrival at saka yung temporary shelter na binibigay, pati na rin yung financial assistance at transport assistance para sa kanila.
Salamat po para doon, good sponsor, dahil sa sagot din ninyo andun yung sagot na ituturing yung ating mga kabarong ni rescue bilang trafficking victims dahil nagsimula na nilang mapakinabangan yung reintegration and recovery program ng DSWD. And I presume kasama po yung mga babies nila, good sponsor.
Yes, kasama yung mga babies kasi yun talaga ang subject of the crime.
Opo, salamat, good sponsor. Dako naman ako sa DSWD interventions sa Socorro Bayanihan Services. Dalawang tanong din po. After the Senate hearings investigating cases of child marriage and sexual abuse within the Socorro Bayanihan Services Inc. o SBSI, then headed by Senyor Aguila, several government agencies vowed to restore governance in Sitio Capihan, Surigao del Norte. Along with the DepEd and DOH, the DSWD committed to assisting in the reintegration of the residents into the larger community. Now that the DENR has officially canceled the Protected Area Community-Based Resource Management Agreement or PACBARMA permit of SBSI, pwede po bang malaman anong mga hakbang ang nagawa na at ano ang key developments sa effort ng department para tumulong sa transition na ito, good sponsor?
So, ang totoo, natulungan ang halos 7,000 na kliyente ng DSWD sa Socorro with fund utilization of upwards of 25 million. Ito ay pinaghati-hati sa cash for work na binigyan naman sila ng livelihood assistance. Ikalawa, ang DSWD ay nangonsulta pa at kinuha isang forensic psychologist, Dr. Nori Balderrama, ang kaisa-isa na forensic psychologist sa ating bansa para kausapin at tulungan sila. At may AX din sila at nagtrabaho rin sila nagsimula rin sila magtrabaho sa ating mga LGUs para may long-term integration sa iba't ibang komunidad.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. At kaugnay at huling tanong sa paksang ito, ang DSWD po ba nag-develop ng mga specific programs para sa mga miyembro ng SBSI, partikular para sa welfare ng mga bata at iba pang vulnerable individuals? At magkano ang DSWD budget sa 2025 na earmark sa mga programang iyon? Huli, ano po yung mga sistema in place para i-monitor yung welfare ng SBSI members pagkatapos nitong relocation at reintegration? Good sponsor.
Yes, kahit walang naka-earmark at sakop ito ng 34 billion ng AIX, yung psychosocial interventions talagang pinaplano na at pinoprograma ni Dr. Balderrama para magkaroon ng forma at magkaroon ng sistema kasi hindi naman minsan lamang mangyayari ito at aminin natin na baka may matuklasan pang ibang mga biktimang katulad nila.
Totoo, good sponsor. So, wala mang earmark pero pasok dun sa regular psychosocial interventions program ng DSWD na regularly funded naman po ng GAA. And yun na din po yung system in place. Pero yung monitoring, kasama na po ba yun sa interventions sa pamumuno ni Dr. Balderrama, good sponsor?
Yes, bahagi yan. At nagte-training siya ng mga taga-DSWD, ng mga taga-LGU para alam nila sa umpisa kung paano tratuhin ang mga biktima hanggang lumakas sila ng kaunti, matuto sila ng hanap buhay. At sa bandang huli, talagang minomonitor sila kasi yun ang buong sakop ng kanyang panibagong sistema.
At maigi po, good sponsor, nagte-training pa pala si Doktor sa DSWD mismo, pati sa LGU para at least ma-institutionalize yung capacity at maging sustainable po yung ganong interventions. Tungkol naman po sa JMC1 noong 2023, Programs and Projects Related to Senior Citizens and Persons with Disabilities. Isang tanong dito, good sponsor. Pursuant to the joint memorandum circular between and among DBM, DSWD, NCSC, and NCDA, requiring national government agencies to integrate programs and projects for persons with disabilities and senior citizens, DSWD is tasked to receive or develop an agency plan of action for 2024 and an implementation report for 2023 and the years thereafter. My understanding is that there is a technical working group composed of DSWD, NCSC, and NCDA to come up with a consolidated annual evaluation and year-end assessment report. Pwede po bang makakuha ng update sa DSWD kung nag-comply na ang mga ahensya? May consolidated implementation report po ba para sa fiscal year 2023? At kung mayroon na, ano po yung key findings upon assessment at evaluation ng reports? To what extent mga findings ay kinonsidera sa budgeting ng national government agencies? Meron na rin bang consolidated report of action plans for fiscal year 2025? At ano yung highlights? At base sa assessment ng TWG, sapat po ba nating pinopondohan yung mga programa at proyekto ng senior citizens at persons with disabilities? At huli, ano yung policy direction ng DSWD kaugnay nito, good sponsor?
Nagkaroon na ng TWG at 3 beses nang nagtipon-tipon. Meron na rin consolidated report na naglalaman ng inventaryo ng iba't ibang pangangailangan. At ito ay nasumite noong nakaraang taon. Ang problema, hindi lahat ng mga ahensya nakikilahok ng puspusan. Kaya kinakailangan siguro pilitin sila at gawing institutionalized at marahil kinakailangan idagdag din yung DILG at COA para na-audit kung pinagagastusan nila dahil hindi nga nagagastusan. Ang totoo, sa senior citizens, ginagawa ng paraan ng Senado, yung PWD, makikita natin na kulang ang pagsasagot natin sa kanilang pangangailangan, yung accessibility issues, yung PWD opportunities for employment, at saka yung tulong sa mga severely challenged PWDs. Para sa akin, sa kabuuan ng DSWD, ang tulong natin sa PWD at sa kanilang mga pamilya ay talagang kulang na kulang.
At sang-ayon po ako sa inyo doon, good sponsor. Sana nga po yung mga natukoy na ng DSWD na mga gaps sa implementation, bukod sa mapuno ng pagsumite ng lahat ng mga ahensya na dapat, yun na nga, sa pagsanib pa ng DILG at COA, tama po ba yung narinig ko, ay sana ma-design na ng solusyon at mapatupad ang mga ito, lalong-lalo na para sa persons with disabilities bukod sa senior citizens. Kung pwedeng makahiling na lang, good sponsor, sa DSWD, magsumite ng mga kopya ng plano at implementation report alinsunod sa joint memorandum circular na ito, good sponsor.
Susunod ng DSWD at bibigyan tayo ng kopya po.
Salamat po, good sponsor. Tungkol naman po sa EO51, yung Diversity and Inclusion Program, isang tanong din lamang po sa paksang ito. Under Executive Order 51, Series of 2023, the DSWD has been designated as Chair and Secretariat of the Interagency Committee on Diversity and Inclusion to ensure mechanisms to ensure our continuous compliance with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, as well as the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Pwede po bang makahingi ng update sa DSWD sa status at progress ng implementasyon ng EO51? At kung hindi, na-establish na ang Office of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee Secretariat at kung anong accomplishments nito. Huli, ano na ang plano ng DSWD bilang chair nitong body o nitong programa moving forward para makamit ang mga layunin ng EO? At ano ang implikasyon nito sa proposed fiscal year 2025 budget, good sponsor?
Ang DSWD ay nagsumite na sa Malacanang ng diversity inclusion guidelines at may draft policy framework na rin matapos ang ilang pagtitipon ng iba't ibang NGA at civil society and NGOs. Matapos itong meeting na to, tinakda na magkakaroon ng executive committee meeting sa December 11. So nag-iintay pa lang ang DSWD kung ano yung mga steps forward kasi hindi pa naman napipirmahan.
Salamat, good sponsor. Yung Office of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee Secretariat, hindi pa po nabubuo. Bubuuin pa lamang po.
Ibubuo pa lamang following the guidelines already provided by DSWD and the agreements to be made on December 11 at the meeting.
Okay po. At kahit inaabangan pa natin yung pulong na yon sa December 11, reflected na po ba sa fiscal year 2025 budget yung...
Wala pa.
Wala pa naman. Okay po, good sponsor. So, Mr. President, good sponsor, huling paksa ko na lamang sa gabing ito on the Magna Carta of the Poor and support to NAPSI basic sectors. In 2019, we lauded the passage of RA 11291, or the Magna Carta of the Poor. One of the outcomes of the said law is the formulation of a national poverty reduction plan with consideration of the development plans of provinces, cities, and municipalities. Pwede po bang humingi ng update? Nasa na ba tayo sa pag-comply sa provision ito ng Magna Carta of the Poor? May nabuo na po bang National Poverty Reduction Plan at na-cost na po ba ito accordingly? Nagawa na ba ng NAPSI ang kanyang mandate para ipunin at i-harmonize yung National Local Poverty Plans? Batay sa National Poverty Reduction Plan, kung nabuo na ito, magkano ito magkano ang magiging cost nito sa national government para tugunan yung kahirapan at makamit yung kanyang target poverty rate? Good sponsor.
Yes, sa ngayon, may National Poverty Reduction Plan na, nabuo ito nung nakaraang taon at kompleto na rin yung iba't ibang orientation seminar sa napakaraming LGU para maihanda yung lokal na action plan naman. Nag-capacity building na rin sa iba't ibang sektor at yung coordination sa PSA, NEDA, DSWD at iba pang ahensya ay nabuo sa isang joint memo circular noong nakaraang taon at pati yung DILG dinagdag na rin para isaayos yung national at ma-integrate yung local na poverty reduction plan. Pero hinggil sa budget, wala pa yatang na ibibigay. Yung budget, wala naman pong hiwalay na budget, kundi kukunin na lamang sa NAPSI, kukunin lang sa kanya sa iba't ibang budget ng iba't ibang kasaping mga ahensya.
Salamat, good sponsor. Napapansin ko po dahil patapos na yung interpellation ko, huling paksa na lang to napaka-komprehensibo po ng naisasagot ng department at ng sponsor. Baka ma-spoil po kami tayo pala sa mga susunod na taon. But I appreciate it. This representation appreciates it very much, good sponsor, sa pamamagitan ninyo mula sa department. Pakisubmit na lang po ng department yung kanilang ulat in writing, pati please yung kopya ng mga plano.
Tama. Asa 359 million ang sinasabing ibibigay ng budget ng NAPSI at doon itutumbok sa national and local poverty reduction planning and execution.
Salamat po, good sponsor. So yun, speaking of NAPSI pa rin, one of the mandates of the National Anti-Poverty Commission is to ensure meaningful representation and active participation of the basic sectors in social reforms and poverty alleviation programs. Essential to this mandate is the representation and participation of the basic sectors in relevant government sectoral bodies. Pwede po bang matanong sa good sponsor kung na-facilitate na ng NAPSI ang reorganization ng NAPSI Basic Sectoral Councils? Kailan po huling nagkaroon ng National Sectoral Assemblies? May mga bagong sectoral representatives at council na bang naitalaga at nabigyan ng fresh mandates? At kung hindi man, ano ang mga plano ng NAPSI papunta sa ganitong direksyon, good sponsor?
Sa awa ng Diyos, sa wakas, matapos ang 5 taon na halos walang nangyayari, natupad na yung mga pagmi-meeting ng sectoral council, yung capacity building, yung representation sa basic sectors, yung iba't ibang dialogue, at pati yung National Sectoral Assembly na isagawa noong nakaraang taon, at maipagmamalaki ko ang kababata ko, ang siyang pinuno ng NAPSI ngayon, si Lopez Santos. Kasamahan ko po sa dating SK, Kabataang Barangay po siya.
Lopez Santos. Kapangalan ni Lope Ka Santos.
Andito na, sa tabi ko na pala si Lope.
Okay po. Okay. And kaugnay nung magagandang developments na iyon, magpapakonfirm lang po ako sa inyo, good sponsor, na tenga di umano sa DSWD ang final vetting ng mga sectoral representative nominees for appointment. May timeline po ba na ma-finalize, ma-vet na po ito, ma-unlock sa pagkatenga at ma-nominate na or ma-appoint na po, good sponsor?
Inaantay na lang at yung mga pangalan na 14 na appointees, inaabangan na lang yung appointment papers. Pero hindi na natenga, wala nang alitan, wala nang gulo.
So bandang kailan nakikita ng DSWD?
Nag-iintay lang po sila kay ES Bersamin.
Okay. So any day now, pwede po ba nating sabihin?
Well, panay ang follow-up, pero samtambak daw ang papeles na naroon. Kaya inaantay na lang.
At sana po hindi na madagdagan ng 1 pang taon, yung 5 taon.
Iba naman kasi yung problema noon, mukhang may alitan sa mga miyembro. Palagay ko, na-settle na po.
Salamat, good sponsor. Related to this concern, for far too long, one of the complaints we've been hearing is the absence of NAPSI unbank meetings as an opportunity to discuss with the President basic sector concerns and agenda. May unbank pa ba, good sponsor?
Oo
Pwede
naman,
po bang,
dalawang
yes.
beses na.
Okay.
Minsan, nung nakaraang taon, tapos nung Hulyo, itong taon, nagtipon-tipon sila ng basic sectoral, government sector, lahat sila nag-meeting kasama ng ating Pangulo. At ang discussion, yun nga, yung sinabi po ninyo, yung National Anti-Poverty Action Agenda, tapos yung People's Development Trust Fund, yung representation sa mga RDC natin, kasi hanggang ngayon kulang pa rin, at iba't iba pa.
Okay, maigi po, good sponsor. Na-anticipate nyo na yung ibang follow-up questions ko tungkol dito. Isa na lamang, paano po ini-intend ng NAPSI i-regularize yung kanyang unbank? Good sponsor.
Sila ay nag-i-schedule ng quarterly meetings na unbank. Sila-sila lang. Ang problema kung minsan, lalo ngayon, halimbawa, busy ang Pangulo dahil sa dami ng bagyo, doon lang sila umaasa pag nalibre ang Pangulo. Pero sila, tuloy-tuloy ang unbank quarterly meetings.
Okay, mabuti naman po, good sponsor. Pwede na lang pong mag-request sa NAPSI Secretariat, magsumite din in writing ng ulat tungkol sa National Sectoral Assemblies, directory ng mga sectoral representatives o nominees at miyembro ng mga sectoral councils, pati yung unbank at sectoral council agreed upon sectoral agenda sa representasyong ito, good sponsor.
Opo, ibibigay ni Lope yung kaagad-agad dyan.
Salamat po. Second to the last question ko na lamang po sa gabing ito, bago maging umaga, good sponsor. Another mandate by NAPSI is to advocate for the mobilization of funds by national government agencies to support advocacy and capacity building activities of sectoral councils and their organizations. Pwede po bang malaman for the record magkanong pondo ang inallocate ng NAPSI sa mga PAPs na ito na esensyal sa pagpapaganda ng basic sector participation sa social reform at poverty alleviation programs? Pwede po bang malaman, yun po bang lahat ng government agencies na miyembro ng NAPSI nag-allocate po ba ng pondo bilang institutional support sa sectoral councils? At paano din ini-intend ng NAPSI na siguruhin yung pagtataya mula sa mga NGAs na mag-provide ng ganitong institutional support, good sponsor?
Halos yung buong budget ng NAPSI, ayon kay Secretary Lope, ay napupunta sa basic sector coordination. Ito yung 211 million na napunta sa NAPSI. Halos lahat yan, dyan na ibibigay.
Alright, salamat, good sponsor. At lahat po ng government agencies, bukod pa po sa na miyembro ng NAPSI, ay nag-allocate din ng suporta sa sectoral councils?
Yes, yun ang nabanggit kanina, yung halaga ng 359 million na binubukod ng bawat ahensya sa kanilang budget para sa anti-poverty programs.
Opo, naalala ko na ngayon tungkol doon, good sponsor. And paano ini-intend ng NAPSI na siguruhin na isusustain ng mga NGAs yung commitment nila sa ganyang institutional support?
Nagkasundo na lahat ng basic sectors at pati yung mga LGUs, pati yung ating NGAs at iba't iba pang grupo ng basic sectors sa poverty reduction programs, food, work, education, housing, health, at social protection. Bale, 6 yan, tapos nakatakda rito yung mga halaga kung magkano ang ibubukod para sa mga action plan na to. So nagkasundo na sila dyan.
Maganda po, good sponsor. So pagkakasundo sa mga programa at sa mga halagang taya nila para mapatupad talaga yung programa. Yun na pala yung huling tanong ko, good sponsor. Huling hiling na lang na sa NAPSI Secretariat makapagsumite sa atin in writing Kung aling NGAs ang nagpo-provide ng institutional support sa aling sektor at mga programa at magkanong pondo ang pinoprovide or ipoprovide nila, good sponsor. Yun lamang po, good sponsor. Yung huling yung request, mapagbibigyan na rin po ng
ibibigay naman ni Secretary
NAPSO
Lopez Santos kaagad-agad.
Okay, maraming salamat.
Dadalian daw niya.
Maraming salamat
Sinasagot ko
po, good sponsor. At magandang gabi pa rin. Hindi ko kailangan magsabi ng magandang umaga. Salamat
Thank
po,
you.
Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Majority Leader,
Yes, Mr. President,
we recognize
last
our last but not the
interpolator,
least.
our
Thank
minority
you.
leader.
Our
Last na talaga.
Minority Leader, Senator Coco
Thank
Pimentel is
you.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the
Our
permission of
hardworking minority
permission
leader.
of our sponsor, and we welcome the DSWD family. Ako po ang gagalang, ang babati sa inyo ng isang magandang umaga. Mamaya. Ako yun. Sige. Bilisan lang po natin ito. Kanina po, Secretary, tinanong ni Senator Legarda yung kung nasiraan ng yung bahay, nawalan ng bubong, saang ahensya ng gobyerno tatakbo. Ang sagot kanina, DSWD. Okay naman yun, tama yun. Mabuti alam ng taong bayan yun. Ang tanong ko, hindi ako dun sa nasiraan ng bahay, yung mga street children, mga street families dyan, sino ba talaga ang dapat mag-aruga, mag-asikaso, mag-alaga sa kanila? Kasi pinag-usapan namin ito ng MMDA budget, if you still, if my colleagues still recall.
Tama po ang Minority Leader, yung pag-abot program ang inilunsad ng DSWD para lamang tugunan ang problema ng street children at street families. Kasi mga pamilya na ang nakatira sa kalsada na walang bahay. At hindi naman kaya ng iba't ibang LGU na sagutin ang kanilang pangangailangan at kanilang pabahay. Kaya nagkaroon ng pag-abot program at 807 million ang binubukod natin para rito. At may financial assistance, may transport.
Ito ba'y bago? Bago na programa? Pag-abot
Ang alam
program?
ko, nag-umpisa lang to noong 2023 Parang yun ang naaalala ko. Nung sumali si Secretary Gatchalian, tsaka lang nagkaroon ng programang ganyan kasi nakakalat nga yung mga street children at walang tumutulong. Yung mga LGU naman nahihirapan, kaya kusa na lang ginawa ni Secretary itong pag-abot. At tuloy-tuloy, noong 2024, 741 individuals, 1,308 families ang tinulungan. Meron ring transitory shelter assistance, may livelihood, employment, psychosocial. Kasi yung iba naman ayaw umuwi at kinakabahan o naabuso. Maraming kinakailangan gawin sa kanila yung capability building at community assistance.
Okay, ito nga, nabasa ko itong pag-abot program, 807 million pesos at we are being informed that this is the brainchild of our current or incumbent secretary of the DSWD. Imagine mo, 2023 lang naisip? Bakit?
Dati kasi, ang turuan dyan, yung
Precisely.
LGU.
Puro turuan, kaya nga.
Kaso hindi naman kaya na ng LGU, kesa magkalat pa rin sa daan, sinagot na lang ng DSWD.
Logic told me na itanong sa DSWD because I suspect it should be DSWD sa laki ng pera hawak nyo. Tama. So, ang sagot nga meron, but I hope it's really effective. And then the test of the program should be the fact that we will no longer see these street kids or street families at meron nang nag-aalaga sa kanila.
Mahigit 100 ang trabahador ng DSWD na walang ginawa kundi talagang ikutan ng ikutan yung mga lansangan.
Sige.
Kasi nandyan sila at kung minsan ang humahawak sa mga bata, alam naman natin mga sindikato na mismo yung mga magulang ay kasapi. Nakakahiyang sabihin, pero yun talaga nangyayari, kaya pabalik-balik. At yung DSWD, wala rin tigil pagmamonitor.
Kasi meron kasama sa programa natin, meron yata kayong supplementary feeding program sa mga bata.
Siya pa yun, opo.
Nakikita ko yung mga bata.
Yung supplementary
Yung
feed,
nasa mga street kids, yung ginagamit na prop sa panglimos, para na silang mga stuffed toys. Ang weight nila, ang itsura nila. This is too much.
as a matter of fact, ginawa ng transitory shelter para sa mga batang ginagamit, ine-exploit, nabibiktima.
So we have
Yung
this-
Pogo Hub dyan
We have
sa
this,
Pasay.
we are operating already. There's really a
operating.
physical place.
Yes, it was the former Pogo Hub in Pasay. It's been taken over by the DSWD and converted into
No,
a child shelter.
We wish the success of Pag-abot program kung yan po yung detalye ng programang ito. And it's 2 years running na, so dapat maramdaman na ito natin dahan-dahan ang epekto po nitong Pag-abot program. Ang isa pang innovation po ng ating secretary, na sa kanya ko rin naman ito narinig, is yung food stamp. Yun, no? Yun yung sa nutrition yan, right? Nabibigyan ng parang voucher or what ang family, and then they can only use it for items with
Nutritional value.
Nutritional value. Opo. So this is also 2 years running, this program.
Nag-pilot lang, katatapos lang ng pilot ng 50,000, pero tinatarget nila na dumami ang food stamp beneficiaries. Sa taong ito, inaasahan na umabot ng 300,000 na beneficiaries.
You're budgeting 1.8 billion.
Yes,
Tama. Okay, so we wish you the best here kasi when you launch
this is
this,
cash
magkano?
po, hindi na food to.
Hindi, wag cash.
Sorry,
kasi-
these are food credits.
Yes. Yan ang pag-alam ko. And then there are accredited stores or groceries, and they can only be used for those items na pasado sa listahan nila in consultation with our NNI yata.
FNRI. Oo, para walang junk
Meron pa sa
food
National
po.
Nutrition
At saka
Council.
kasapi pa niyan, kasama sa mga small grocery, sari-sari, meron rin mga co-op and farming co-ops
When you
na
launch
pwedeng
this,
bilhan.
magkano pong budget linagay natin? No, 1.89 is for 2025. But I think you piloted it. Very conservative nga yung nila. Alam ko, naalala ko to, na-announce ito.
Nung nag-umpisa, $3 million binigay ng ADB. Hindi sa budget natin ang galing.
So I'm very interested in on the results of the pilot test. If we can just be given a written report or an update.
Yes, sa pilot pa lamang,
Yes.
mukha
Maganda?
naman positive, pero syempre, lahat humihingi na kung maaari dagdagan yung 3,000 a month. Kasi nagmahal nga yung pagkain ng labis. Sabi nila, yung 3,000, hindi na mapagkasya sa isang pamilya. Humihingi talaga ng dagdag. Yun lang talaga ang negative.
Well, basta try your best. Dating walang assistance, ngayon mayroong assistance, dapat may effect kahit papano. Right. If the feedback
Mukha namang nag-i-improve yung unang grupo para naman nag-improve yung nutritional health nila, and at the same time, nagbago ang habits.
eating habits, yeah. Okay, sige. So thank you for that, Mr. President, kasi ito namang DSWD, alam namin na kung gaano sila kasipag, gaano ka trustworthy. Nakita ko si Secretary in action sa Marikina, nagkita po kami, at kahit yung mga kahit yung mga job orders ninyo, talagang may malasakit talaga kasi they're not from the areas where they report for work, and they spend the whole day there. They're handling hundreds of thousands of pesos per head, so malaking pressure po sa kanila yon, and I'm happy to report that yung programa ninyo, especially yung AIX, tinatangkilik po ng ating mga kababayan. When there's an AIX payout, punong-puno po. Ngayon, pinag-usapan natin kanina yung need ninyo sa personnel. Right? Ngayon, ito pong, ang social pension for indigent senior citizens ay nasa sa inyo pa. But is it correct that the long-term medium-term to long-term plan is to transfer this program to the National Commission for Senior Citizens.
Ayon sa ating batas, sa
Precisely.
2026, kailangan lipatin na sa National Commission for Senior
Okay.
Citizens.
Ngayon,
Pero
So-
kinakabahan na ang lahat sa susunod na taon.
nakikita na nga natin with the with pension is a form of ayuda in a sense. So, with the ayuda programs of the DSWD, problemado na sila sa manpower. Now, with that plan, we will create actually a parallel DSWD size agency, because kung sino binibigyan ng ayuda ng DSWD, kung paano pagkalat nila nationwide, ganun din ang presence or location ng ating mga senior citizens. Hindi po ba?
Tama
So,
po kayo. At
I
parang
think
kinakabahan din kami lahat na kahit paano mahihirapan talaga yung National Commission. Higit sa lahat, baka magdoble pa ng personnel. Dahil yung ginagawa ng DSWD, kailangan gampanan nila, kukunan nila ng tauhan, tuturuan pa nila. Parang apakahirap naman ang ganon. So sana, hindi na tuloy-tuloy na bawat programa, bagong konseho, bagong komisyon, bagong grupo. Sana isa-ilalim na lamang sa isang bubong sa DSWD.
Dapat may insight tayong nakuha sa exchange kanina na ito na nga programa ng DSWD. But should the amount remain with or stay with DSWD, there is no problem, no? With the DSWD implementing that social pension for indigent senior citizens. Hindi na natin ma-afford yun.
Right now, ang ginagawa ng DSWD, unti-unti tini-turn over yung mga senior citizen program sa National Commission. Nag-umpisa doon sa data management ng elderly. Tapos doon sa ATOP. Nandun na sa kanila. Sa susunod na taon, yung centenarians na enhanced. Tapos, ayon sa batas, talagang iti-turn over pati yung social pension. Yun ang mabigat.
Yun na nga, kaya nga, alam natin yun ang mandato ng batas, pero sa exchange nga ngayong gabi, I think we should revisit our plan. Because hindi naman pabigat sa DSWD yung programa, right? Sige, kayang-kaya. Sige.
Hiyang na po sila sa hirap.
Yes.
Nasanay na.
Sige, so I congratulate the DSWD, the department itself, the leadership, as well as the family. But since andyan na po si Ka Lopez Santos, as National Anti-Poverty Commission, my last point na lang. You've been given an increase of 302 million pesos in our Senate Committee report. Dahil ba sa kababata kayo ng aming chairwoman? But aside from that, anong other reason bakit natin sila binigyan po ng 302 million pesos increase?
Ang nangyari po last year, nabawasan sila dahil nga napakahina ng performance, na dismaya lahat. Ngayon, nabubuo naman at nagkakaisa naman yung ating Anti-Poverty Commission. Kaya binalik lang natin yung dati nilang budget.
Sige, sir. Napansin ko dito sa budget process na our government a lot of agencies operate on lists. Meron silang mga basic sector lists. So, is that part of the NAPC's mandate to ensure that there are lists of the various basic sectors, and then these are updated?
Ang nangyayari, yung basic sectors mismo, sila nag-a-accredit sa isa't isa at gumagawa ng listahan nila. Tapos binavalidate na lamang ng NAPSI. Pero yung basic sectors ang nagsusumite ng kanilang mga listahan.
Okay, pero may role si NAPSI. So pwede nyo rin, kunyari, ang reason is hindi daw handa yung mga basic sector list na gano'n. Is there a role for NAPSI to speed this up, to remind them, to...
Registered sila sa SEC.
Kasi ilang beses po natin na-encounter sa puro basic sector list, puro gano'n eh. So, walang role si NAPSI doon?
Ang binibilang ng NAPSI, yung mga miyembro ng accredited, registered, and recognized sector sa SEC, di kaya sa CDA, o yung mga tropa sa DOLE, yung iba't ibang grupo. At kapag registered, sa kanila iba-validate, ikukumpirma yung mga linistang mga miyembro.
Kasi kahit yung crop insurance, it's a basic sector list pa rin.
Listahan na naman po.
It's back to the
Tama.
basic sector list. So, kindly take a look at this, kung anong possible role ninyo dyan to make sure that there are really these lists needed by the government agencies and they're updated. Ngayon, I'm looking forward to go over the National Poverty Reduction Plan. I mean, it's a great title, and if the plan should work, that is it. So, and then 359 million pesos po ang contribution. So, it's money well spent if it will really solve poverty. Sir, Mr. Santos. So I'm looking forward to going over that plan. And then siguro last point na po, as I promised, kasi it's a brand new day already. Mr. Secretary, meron kayong protective...
12:05 na po.
Yes, ito yung
We're gonna turn into pumpkins.
Ito yung programs ninyo. Meron kayong Protective Social Welfare Program. 93 billion yon. May sub-program siya. Meron kang Protective Program for Individuals and Families in Especially Difficult Circumstances sub-program. Siguro yan yung AIX na malaki, no? The Protective Services for Individuals and Families in Difficult Circumstances. That should be AIX. Dito lang ako, ito yung aking papansinin. Assistance to Persons with Disability, 7.6 million pesos. Parang, what is this?
Napaka-konti
napakaliit
talaga.
naman ng amahalan.
Napakaliit talaga.
Tinabi ko siya sa 35 billion ni AIX. So can we...
Yun ang naka-earmark para sa PWD, pero ang katotohanan, palating naka-priority sa AIX ang ating mga PWD.
Pero meron ka kasing meron ka ng sub-program for them pero
may sub-program na pagkaliit-liit.
Yes.
So pinupuno na lamang.
Siguro kindly review kung pwedeng make it more
Gusto nga natin madagdagan
even on paper, makita natin na yung support sa kanila, yung concern para sa persons with disabilities.
Palibasa po yung committee ninyo sa Senate, nagbawas ng AKAP at ng AIX, baka naman yung iba doon, ibigay na natin sa PWD at last, lalo na yung mga severely challenged po. Talagang ang bigat sa pamilya.
And then siguro yung mayroon tayong agency rito on the persons with disabilities ba?
Isa pa pala, meron kaming rin-recommend doon nga sa mababawas o kaya ililipat yung cash for work sa PWDs.
Yes,
Dahil napakarami sa kanila gusto magtrabaho pero walang pagkakataon na magtrabaho. So we allotted also 250 million sana kung tatanggapin.
Yes, yes, I saw it. Tapos meron tayo rito, what's the attached agency on disability affairs? Meron, So, just na lang, I will not ask a question.
NCDA.
Yes,
NCDA ang pangalan.
ito yung complaint ng mga persons honoring the discount cards na medyo na-abuse. In writing na lang po, in writing if you have encountered such a feedback, and then what can we do to improve the situation?
Ang problema, as we all know, hinihingi lang yan sa LGU. May ibang LGU na konsentidor. At binibigay na lamang yung card. Kaya't ngayon, ang tinatrabaho natin sa DSWD, magkaroon ng Unified National PWD ID para hindi na masingitan ng kung ano-ano pa. Ang madali, kapag physical disability nakikita.
Correct, nakikita.
Ang non-apparent disability, yun ang problema kasi walang specialized doctors din ng LGU para alamin kung totoo o hindi.
But I'm sure that issue has reached the National Council on Disability Affairs. So if they could just write to this representation,
That's right po.
what is their take on the issue, how to improve the situation.
They will submit the action plan, being fully aware of the problem, and the immediate plan is to finally come up with a national PWD ID.
So with that, Mr. President,
Thank you.
I want to wish everybody a good morning, and I want to have that honor to greet you. Good morning, and so I would like to congratulate and wish it well, the one of the most relevant agencies in government today, the DSWD. So we wish you all the best and congratulations, and also thank you to our chairperson, and thank you for the adjustments that you made to the budget. They are well-intentioned and very much enlightened amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Distinguished sponsor, I know I promise I will no longer ask questions, but let me just put this into the records. I wanted to put into the records of this August chamber that I fully support the approval of the budget of the DSWD. And I just have one question, and it will not take a minute to answer it, because I remember looking at the pictures from different posts and social media about our initiative in giving that opportunity for DSWD to empower our employees. We were able to put in the funding for the 16 MOCOV. I remember in all the typhoon-stricken areas, I saw a lot of the trucks and the satellite offices. I'm just so happy to see them. And then also the 11 delivery trucks, etc. So my only question is that for this 2025 budget for DSWD, do we have a big amount? I hope we have a big amount to at least help the DSWD capacitate its human resources, Madam Sponsor, because I feel
Yes,
that every now and then we talk about the budget of DSWD. We all wanted to put more AIX, more etc., tulong, or for the PWDs, which I would support, Your Honor. But I think it's important that we capacitate and empower our employees in DSWD.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Villanueva. Unfortunately, in the 2025 budget, there is no such amount, but I leave it to the wisdom of the leadership and the bicameral to add, exactly as you said, the vehicles necessary so that we also have a capacitating and developmental aspect to the DSWD. Malaki naman ang rine-recommend natin na bawasan sa AIX at AKAP. Hindi ba pwedeng ilagay na sa iba't ibang uri ng tulong na maayos at nakita natin napapakinabangan ng lahat?
Thank you. If that's the case, distinguished sponsor, I'm more than willing to work with you, even if it means I have to sacrifice my own individual amendments for capacity building, whether it's buildings, equipment, etc. So thank you very much, and we wish the DSWD family, headed by our good friend, the very able secretary, one of my favorite secretaries of this administration, Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make a motion, just like to second what you said. I know that the DSWD family is in good hands under Secretary Rex Gatchalian. Probably the better Gatchalian. Secretary Gatchalian. No, just kidding. But you know, the
equally
Gatchalian brothers are really good, no? They never cease to amaze us in what they do.
I'm also a brother.
Anyway, with that, Mr. President, I move that since there are no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the following: Department of Social Welfare and Development, Office of the Secretary, Council for the Welfare of Children, National Authority for Child Care, Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council, National Anti-Poverty Commission, National Council on Disability Affairs, Presidential Commission for the Urban Poor, and the National Commission on Indigenous Peoples be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is hereby approved. Congratulations to the DSWD. Session is suspended for a minute. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, yes.
What is the pleasure of the gentleman from Bukidnon, Senator Subiri?
Yes, Senator Revilla is just asking where Senator Francis Tolentino is at. Our majority leader.
Is that...
He's just there. He's just around.
I'm sure he's around.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
you want a physical proof?
No, I miss him. Whenever he's not around, I miss him, Mr. President.
Okay.
Yun lang. But thank you for answering that, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader?
Ikaw, pwede naman.
I-request ko, tapos ikaw mag-mumuli.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of the budgets of Department of Health, Office of the Secretary, and the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation. And recognize the sponsor again, the chairperson of the Subcommittee D of the Committee on Finance, Senator Pia Cayetano, and to interpellate our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Cocominten.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the resumption of consideration of the aforementioned budgets for interpellation is now in order.
Yes.
We will recognize now the distinguished sponsor, Senator Pia Cayetano, and our minority leader to propound his questions.
No, I'm done actually, Mr. President, interpolating on the DOH budget. But when we finished the last time, somebody texted me, kasi siguro they were really monitoring our interpellation. Sabi po niya, Secretary, para sa inyo po to. Sir, lumapit ako sa Cancer Assistance Fund. Wala naman po silang ibinigay na tulong sa akin. So, this is the feedback we get from our constituents, and siguro narinig nila that the balance is still close to 500 million pesos. So, just an input to the Secretary for them to know. Thank you.
Siguro, Mr. President, if it's possible to get the details, kasi saan kaya sila lumapit? Because as we mentioned, there are access points. What do you call them? Access sites.
Yes.
And those are the areas that are equipped to handle the patient's needs, including the funding. So even this representation would like to know, no? Because
Yes,
syempre,
yes.
we want it to be delivered efficiently, yung 1 billion na fund natin.
So you make the access easier kung pwede, and then I'll get also the details from this person who texted me.
Yeah.
She works here with us,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, minority leader. Thank you, good sponsor. Majority leader?
Yes, Mr. President, next to interpellate is Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. I move that he be recognized.
The gentleman from the city of Taguig and Patero, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang gabi sa ating dear sponsor, sa DOH family, Mr. Secretary, PhilHealth. Mr. President, tatlong hopefully short topics. One is just on what I believe, but I'd like to know what the Secretary believes is maybe the or top 3 biggest threats to human development and in the area of health. I'll ask specific questions. Secondly, just a little bit of follow-up sa PhilHealth. And thirdly, just a little bit on some local issues. I asked the sponsor, she agreed that if the majority leader would move, that I may ask the questions directly to the Secretary. So may I request, if no one objects, that the majority leader would make the motion and allow me to ask the Secretary, just so that mapabilis din tayo.
Yes, the majority leader is recognized.
Yes, if there's no objection, the good Senator Alan Cayetano is requesting that the rules be suspended. If there's no objection.
Is there any objection to the request of the gentleman from Taguig that our rules be suspended for a particular topic? Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried. We will ask the gentleman from Taguig if he wishes to directly ask questions to the Secretary or to anyone from the DOH family.
Well, particularly the Secretary.
Okay.
Maybe later on, maybe there are 1 or 2 factual that he might need the assistance of any of his USEC and ASECs. But in general, it's more policy, so it's more to the Secretary Mr. President.
Okay, we recognize Secretary Herbosa, and you may proceed, Senator Cayetano.
Okay, you want to show this? Prepare mo na yung slide. Yeah. Again, good evening, Mr. Secretary. Good morning.
Good morning,
Mr. Secretary, you've been secretary for a little bit over a year.
Yes, a little bit over
Yes.
since June of 2023.
So what for you, sir, is the biggest or top three biggest threats to public health and to basic human development?
So for us in the Philippines, it's going to be the low rates of immunization, the stunting, the high rate of stunting in our children. About 3 out of 10 children have stunting. And also maternal mortality, which has gone up again.
Okay.
I would put that as the
So
top three.
this is a good start because I totally agree with you. I asked top three kasi baka hindi man tayo mag-agree sa first. But can we put the slides while I'm talking lang, no? You know, I always start the presentations with Jeremiah 29:11. He is a prophet that the Muslims, the Christians, and Jews all respect. Sabi niya, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." The reason I like mentioning this is because walang duda maganda ang plano ng Panginoon sa atin. But may plano din kasi ang demonyo sa atin eh. So it's also the choices that we make, the priorities that we choose, di ba? So for me, I attended a event. I had the privilege of listening to President Tharman of Singapore. And this is his quote: "The highest social return we get on any investment comes in maternal health and in the earliest stage of a child's life, with the first 2 years in particular being absolutely critical, the earliest stage of life, in fact, the prenatal period." No? And he was talking here about stunting. And he's a finance guy. So he was basically saying, he's an economist, a finance guy, so he's basically saying, kahit meron kang free college, kahit meron kang puhunan para sa mga gusto magnegosyo, kahit meron kang mga interventions, kung stunted na yung tao, affected na yung health niya, affected yung mental capability niya, wala nang intervention there, no? The problem is, in the Philippines, 1 out of 3 Filipinos is in danger of being of stunting, no? Can you go to the next slide? I'll just show you this para mapabilis, but just so that we're all in the same line, no? So eto po yung no, the one before that, please. Yan, so parang 0 to 5 years old, 26.7%, 0 to 5 months, 8.9, so on, no? Apparently, this statistics hasn't changed that much. Am I correct?
Correct, Mr. President.
Yeah. So, let me skip to Einstein. Einstein said stupidity is keep doing the same thing and expecting different results. So, I don't want to be accused of having a stupid Congress if we were going to just keep approving the same programs and expecting na biglang mawala na lang yung stunting sa ating bansa or bumaba, di ba? So what are the immediate things we do need from the DOH para bumaba yung percentage at eventually mawala yung stunting?
Mr. President, ang key dito is the focus on the first 1,000 days or the first 2 years of life, which starts with the intrapartum, sa buntis na nanay, to be fed correctly, to be given micronutrients, and then pag napaanak sila, to be given mandatory breastfeeding with proper nutrition for the mother, and of course, the vaccines for the young kid before the age of 2 makompleto, and then full nutrition for the kid.
I cannot disagree. You're the expert on that, and I will not debate on that, but I will go through that. So you mentioned nutrition. Pero yung budget nyo sa Nutrition Council, bumaba, hindi tumaas. Correct? Your finance guy is somewhere there. Tama ba? Yung budget nyo for next year for the Nutrition Council, bumaba, hindi tumaas. It's not even the same. It's lower.
So there's also another project, another attached agency, which is the National Nutrition Council,
Yes.
which is starting to do Hapagkainan, which is a program.
Yes, but the
And then,
budget for
so
the
may
Nutrition Council went down, right?
Ano ng MMC?
313 sa NEP, pero tinasan ko eh.
Yeah. Sa NEP, bumaba siya.
Yes, Mr. President.
Oh. So, was this the DBM or was this your Chair 1 and Chair 2?
This was I think, Chair 1, Chair 2.
No, so, which is it? Kasi pag Chair 1, hindi dapat binaba ng DBM yan. Pag Chair 2, kayo may kasalanan yan kasi nilagay nyo ng Chair 2. Did you submit it as Chair 1 or Chair 2? How much did you submit as Chair 1 for the Nutrition Council? So we can get back to that, but
Yes.
can you go to the next slide? Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. The one that shows yung NNC, DOH at DSWD. So you talked about the first 1,000 days. You have a program, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
And then Mr. President, the budget is 977 million.
Yes, Mr. President.
So the total budget of the DOH is
I think there's 300 in
300 something billion.
Something in NC and 900.
And MAIP alone is more than 50 billion, right?
That is correct, Mr. President.
So given that the biggest threat is malnutrition, is maternal issues with the mother, and also the first 1,000 days, does it make sense that you submit a budget for 1 billion for the first 1,000 days, then 50 billion for MAIP? Parang it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
I think maybe the explanation is that the feeding programs are with the Department of Social Welfare and Development. So that gets the higher budget. The food given to the indigent and the zero hunger I-8.
Yes, Mr. Secretary,
interagency.
that's the feeding. But
DOH,
the provisions for vitamin A,
Correct.
micronutrient, etc., is all with the DOH.
Correct. So that's what I'm trying to explain, Mr. President, that the DOH takes care of the micronutrient supplement, the advice for health promotion on what to eat, but the food itself for nutrition comes from the DSWD.
So my point is, Mr. Secretary, you have more than 300 billion, you have 50 billion for MAIP, you only have 1 billion for the first 1,000 days, and we're saying 1/3 are stunted. And we're saying hindi bumababa. So does it make sense for us to pass the budget that you're suggesting, given that 1/3 pa rin masastunted kung tayo masusunod? And MAIP will continue to go up, di ba? Because if you become permanently stunted after 2 years old, you will be more prone to chronic diseases from malnutrition. So that means yung gastos nyo ng PhilHealth will also go up in the future.
Mr. President, what's unique about the hunger budget or the nutrition budget? It is divided to several agencies, even DepEd. Well, hindi ho nakalagay dito. DepEd also
Yes, but
had
the
a
lead
school-
agency is DOH, Mr. Secretary.
Our role in the interagency is really for the Philippine Action Plan for Nutrition, which is the plan to really lower the maternal rate, which is done by the Nutrition Council. And in the Nutrition Council, ang nakaupo din po doon, these agencies I mentioned. So, kumbaga nagtutulungan po, Mr. President,
Mr.
yung mga
Secretary.
agencies.
The
to help
problem,
a
Mr. Secretary,
whole-of-government approach.
Yes, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Secretary, but the problem is, I was also once, albeit just for a short time, a cabinet member. There has to be someone to take the lead. And ang lead ng DSWD is yung mga sector na vulnerable. Ang lead ng DepEd is education. So yes, may role sila. In fact, I narrated kanina, dapat yan DOH, LGU, DILG, DSWD. Pero ang lead dyan ay DOH. Kayo na nagsabi yan yung top 3 eh. Pero yung budget nyo does not address this as a top 3. So, for example, no, kanya-kanya tayong idol. All of you sitting there, if you take out your present secretary and I ask you who is the best secretary of health, we'd probably give different answers. But for example, in terms of getting the public to know the issue, siguro 2 out of 3 of us will answer na Senator Flavier was really a cut above the rest. So when he wanted people to get vaccinated, gumawa siya ng commercial. He went out saying na dapat may turok. When he wanted to go anti-smoking, he didn't care about the tobacco lobby. He did the Yossi Kadiri. Kung hindi pa ako nag-attend ng isang, and I'm admitting my own failure. I've been in government in 1992. I should have known this issue. I should have done it earlier. But kung hindi dahil kay Professor Alvin Ang ng Ateneo School of Economics, when he presented this data in one of the conferences of Transform Nation, and if I didn't attend the speech of President Tarman, it wouldn't have hit directly in my heart, no? But my pain is simple. We're going to just repeat it next year, and 1/3 na naman is going to be endangered of stunting. Okay, let me relate this now to PhilHealth. Mr. Secretary, you are the chairperson of PhilHealth, correct? Of the board.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. When was the last time that PhilHealth did a survey of prices? Prices sa hospitals, sa diagnostic tests, sa treatments, etc.
They do prices. They do surveys of pricing all the time. Every time there is a benefit package
When's
review.
the last time that they did it?
It's done regularly for
No,
each benefit
that's not
package.
the answer. Apparently, you don't know. When's the last time they did it? No, you're the chairman of the board. So this isn't one, please don't answer sa PhilHealth and USEC. He's the chairman of the board. Malaki ang skandalo ngayon ng PhilHealth dahil nga pinababalik yung perang 80 billion, di ba? More or less.
89.9.
89 billion. So I will link this to the no balance billing. The reason I'm not asking the CEO is because I've asked him this twice already. One in my committee when I used to lead the GOCC committee, and once in the health committee. No? So we are in an understanding na. But you as chairperson and as Secretary of Health should know this issue. When was the last time na nagkaroon ng comprehensive na survey sa price ang PhilHealth para gamitin ito doon sa pricing nung ibabayad ng PhilHealth sa case?
If it's a case rate, it was in 2012, 2013.
Yeah,
I
so
was undersecretary then.
Okay,
and
it's
we knew we did that.
2013, 2014.
Correct.
Okay?
Correct, Mr. President.
So that means na pag-iwanan na tayo ng price, correct?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay. So nung nagka-problema 89 billion at the start of this year, instead of doing that comprehensive survey for the case rate, what PhilHealth did is just increase across the board 30%.
That's correct, Mr. President.
And 30% is not accurate.
30% is just the recovery of the unincreased for the past 10 years.
So how much was a bypass operation in the heart center in 2013?
I think about 500, 600,000.
I think much less. Kasi ang sa package nyo is 60,000, di ba? For how much is sa package nyo for the PhilHealth can answer this. Magkano yung package nyo for bypass? Before the 30% increase.
Package.
More or less. Pakitignan na, sir. Magkano yung babayad nyo ngayon and magkano ngayon, pag ngayon ka magpapabypass sa heart center, magkano na?
550, Mr. President.
550 ang covered niya.
Ang covered before.
Now.
Now.
Oh. How much is a bypass ngayon sa heart center?
About
1 million?
1 million, 750 to 1 million, depending on your category.
Yeah. So, malayo dun sa 30% nyo. This is my point. I used to call it zero billing, but the right term is no balance billing. Ang ibig sabihin ng no balance billing, kung ako pasyente at within the case rate, and the case rate should be the average, wala na akong babayaran. I can walk in and out of the hospital, or if they have to wheel me in, hopefully I can walk out, di ba? So if may appendicitis and ang covered is 80,000, and if the average is 80,000, then I can go in, just show my PhilHealth card, or they can access it, then I can go out na 80,000, di ba? Ngayon, kung ang hospital ay 120 ang singil niya, I have to pay 40. But the average should be 80. Pero dahil napag-iwanan kayo sa estimate nyo ng presyo, halos walang no balance billing tayo ngayon.
Mr. President, the no balance billing applies to indigent patients. So if they're assessed by the Medical Social Service as indigent, whatever PhilHealth pays is deficient, if it's kulang, it is covered by what we call quantified free service. That's the income of the hospital. So from whatever revenue the hospital earns from whatever, that's what's paid for the indigents.
Well,
so ang may out-of-pocket
let me ask you
po ay
this,
yung,
Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, ilan sa Pilipino ang indigent? Ilan percent?
17, 19% is considered below the poverty line.
Kasi tanungin mo sa kahit kaninong congressman, tanong mo sa kahit kaninong senador dito, lumalapit sa amin dahil kulang ang pambayad nila, pero indigent sila. Tapos, magkano po yung maip nyo? Mr. President, Mr. Secretary.
Last year,
This year.
50,
ang
this year was 58.
58, di ba?
billion.
So, napopoliticize tayo. Not politicized in terms of being partisan, but politicians would rather humingi ang pasyente, may mabibigay sila. Samantala, kung ang gagawin ng PhilHealth, aayusin yung presyo, tapos ayusin yung no balance billing, at ayusin nyo kung anong definition ng indigent, hindi na natin kailangan ng ganyang kalaking maip.
I agree, Mr. President.
So why are we submitting I think from the House, naging 70 billion ata yung maip And then when are we going to do the new survey sa case rate?
Actually, Mr. President, what we proposed was 26 billion MAIP, but it has been increased, I heard, to 70.
That's what I'm saying, Mr. Secretary. During the pandemic, we kept saying, let's listen to the doctors, let's listen to the scientists, not to the politicians. But your budget reflects the opinion of politicians who want to hand out, including me. No one's innocent here. Kasi kung ang pasyente kailangan ng pera, gusto natin tulungan, whether it's from our heart or whether it's partly politics. But the technocrats, the doctors, the people running PhilHealth shouldn't see it that way, di ba? You should fix it. And
Yes, Mr.
nakikita, I'm not excusing the CEO. He's had some run-ins with some congressmen and senators. But what I'm saying, you're the Secretary of Health and you're the chairman of the board. So if you moved to ask the board to do the new survey for the case rate, kung inayos nyo yon at inayos natin po at aayusin natin sa taon na to, sa dadating na taon, yung mga packages, yung binibigay natin sa MAIP, pwede natin either ibigay sa PhilHealth or baka hindi na kailangan, less hassle pa for everyone. If you saw the interpellation of Senator Bongo to Senator Aimee kanina, telling the DSWD, this patient has 85,000, nabigyan ng PCSO ng ganito, nabigyan ni ganito ng ganito, nabigyan ng MAIP ng 10. So they still have to pay 60,000. So sabi naman ng DSW, they can come to our office. So sabi nga ni Bongo, di pupunta pa sa opisina mo, di mag-a-absent pa ng half day or 1/3 day. Tapos pipila pa yan, tapos bagong papeles na naman, di ba? So, I envy 2013 and 2014, where the case rate was close to the real price and people actually started believing in the no balance billing. But now, it's a joke. Di ba, Mr. Secretary? So may I request, Mr. Secretary, that PhilHealth and yourself as the chairman of the board deeply look into this. And this may be, I hope this is the last year that we don't relate the MAIP sa stunting, sa nutrition, sa PhilHealth. Di ba?
I agree, Mr. President.
Well, thank you for that. So, just on my last topic, Mr. Secretary, nabanggit nyo rin, again, in relation to stunting, but to talk a little bit about the local issue, nagka-problema kayo sa pag-purchase ng vaccines? Nagka-problema ba ang DOH sa pag-purchase ng vaccines?
There are some delays in procurement, the usual, what do you call this, failed bidding, and then delay in delivery and all that stuff.
Wala dapat problema sa failed bidding kasi pag nag-fail yung bidding, then you can proceed another way, hindi po ba?
That's correct. That's correct.
Bakit po nagkaroon ng delay sa delivery? Wala na naman pandemic, wala naman supply chain problem anymore. So, we can discuss why later on, but has this been resolved or is it a continuing issue?
Yeah, yes, it's being resolved. Actually, I know for a fact that some of the vaccines that should have been
Yes.
delivered months ago
Sorry, Mr. Secretary.
have started to become
Have been
delivered.
resolved or is resolved?
Has been resolved.
So, hindi na mangyayari to. So, next year, hindi.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
hopefully.
So, I
Mr.
don't know
President.
if this was brought to your attention. I'll give you an example. No? Sa Taguig, need to treat 466 DSTB for 4 months. Total number of TB patients to be treated is 6,677. The Regimen 1 TB meds for drugs susceptible to tuberculosis, Regimen 1 comprises of maintenance phase and intensive phase. Maintenance phase, isoniazid plus rifampicillin stock out already. Intensive phase, isoniazid plus rifampicin plus pyrazinamide plus etampudol, good for 360 patients only. Is this only in Taguig or is this in the whole country?
It's in the whole country, Mr. President.
So, don't we see a big problem here? Kasi pinagtatawanan na tayo ng mga bansang na-eradicate nila yung TB. Sa atin, grabe pa. And ang chance natin is through, the very good program of DOH in dealing with this and giving free medicines. Pero pag delayed ito, di ba, ano epekto itong delay dun sa mga may TB ngayon?
Yes, Mr. President, the delay in delivery was that the winning bidder was unable to deliver and wrote the Department of Health that they cannot deliver. And it seems that
Have you sued them, Mr. Secretary?
No, we just canceled their contract. And then we asked for a rebid because when we searched what the problem was, it was a global shortage supply. It's not only the Philippines suffering a decrease from...
Well, Mr. Secretary, the carrot and the stick works. In all other agencies, pagka hindi makadeliver, may damages yon. Di ba? So, ang problema, kung panay cancel lang natin, it's not only to you. I told DPWH the same thing. No one will say na all of our contractors are saints. Pero the DPWH doesn't punish errant contractors. Kaya lumalaki ang ulo. So, if you don't sue them, so for example, may shortage sila. If US will sue them if they don't deliver. If Switzerland will sue them if they don't deliver. If Japan will sue them if they don't deliver. Tayo, we just cancel their contract. Who do you expect them to deliver to later on?
It wasn't just a contract, it was just an award. So there was still no contract. Before they refused to sign the contract because they couldn't deliver.
Well, anyway, Mr. Secretary, ang point ko lang po, vaccines ay masyadong maselan. Hindi po pwedeng ganito ang abutin natin. And it's not only for TB. So for example, target eligible population in Taguig for pentavalent vaccines, di ba? Tetanus, diphtheria, pertussis, hepatitis B, influenza. You delivered 6,775 doses by January 25, by March, ubus na. Ang target population is 28,000. Nag-deliver ulit ng PCV-10, 1,680 by May, consumed na. Diba? Kasi if you told the LGUs you can't deliver, many of them would have bought. Okay. Last point. When's the last time that we talked personally, whether on the phone or tayong dalawa, Mr. Secretary?
Last year, around September.
And what did you promise me, Mr. Secretary, during that time?
I promise you that I will assist the city of Taguig if in case the health personnel of Makati pulls out in the health centers of health centers and hospitals.
Correct
of
me if
the
I'm
city of
wrong.
Taguig.
I told you, follow the law. I'll help you get confirmed muna, but make sure that the people of Embo do not suffer. The next thing I heard, you were on radio kay Anthony Taberna saying wala kang magawa. Kaya ang gagawin mo na lang, you will give mobile clinic, you will give medicines, you will give people to help. Kasi yung isang nagko-commercial na better daw ang Makati, ang totoo bitter, hindi better. Kasi kinandado lahat ng health center. So may I ask, did you send one piece of medicine?
Yes, Mr. President.
No, you didn't, Secretary.
Actually,
You didn't.
I sent all that was supposed to be sent for Rembo used to be sent to Makati. Now, after the court ruling, we decided to compute all the vaccines, medicines per capita and send them to the City Health Office of Taguig.
I won't argue with you,
we
but
even
everything you said dun kay Anthony Taberna, you did not do. You did not send mobile clinics, you did not send personnel, and when Mayor Lani called you, instead of addressing her concerns, ang sagot mo, write you. Sabi mo, sulatan mo na lang ako. And then sinabi niya sa'yo na, Sir, please talk to your focal person because she is unbiased. She's a very good person and she knows what's happening to Taguig. What's happening in the Embo. Did you talk to the focal person, Mr. Secretary? Do you even know who your focal person for Taguig is?
Yes. At that time, we even
So who's your focal person for
even
Taguig?
added a new regional director for Metro Manila para more experience.
No, but who is your focal person for Taguig? Every city has a focal person, di ba?
Yeah, DOREP, the DOH representative.
Yeah, so who is your focal person for Taguig? You do
Talked to the
not
RD.
know.
I talked through the regional director.
So you did not talk to her directly?
I do, because we also have meetings about
Oh, what
Taguig
did she
and
tell
Makati.
you? What did she tell you?
For example,
Did she tell you nakakandado lahat ng health center?
yes, alam namin na kinandado. Because remember, the agreement was after September 1,
They would turn
will
over.
be turned over, and then they didn't.
And then
kept
they
their
didn't, then you
personnel
disappeared.
until
Then you
this-
went on radio saying wala kang magagawa. On the other hand, Secretary Benhar went to the City Hall of Makati and demanded that they open the fire station for public service. Did they
Magkasama po
report?
kami ni Secretary Benhor to
Well, yung
talk to the city mayor.
Apparently not, kasi yung nakakandadong fire station nakabukas na.
After
Yung
po kasi
nakakandadong
kinandado
health
yun.
center nakasarado pa rin.
Yung pong kandado ng was after December na. When
Mr.
they pulled out
Secretary,
their personnel.
kinandado yung sa inyo ng September, October. Kinandado yung fire station ng December 31, napabuksan namin ng January. So it's not true that you cannot do anything. Did the focal person talk to you about Hospital ng Makati?
Yes.
What's happening in Hospital ng Makati?
So,
Are patients from Embo being inaasikaso ba ngayon sa Hospital ng Makati?
opo, ang nawala po
Hindi,
yung...
sandali po sir. Sabi niyo opo.
Opo,
Hindi,
ina-
hinahanapan sila ng yellow card at dahil taga-Embo na daw sila, humanap na lang daw sila ng ibang lugar. And then, yung MAIP, what is the status of the MOA with MAIP in the Hospital ng Makati?
unsigned pa po, Mr. President.
For how long?
Matagal na, ilang buwan.
8 months. That's okay sa inyo?
Hindi po, hinihintay namin yun. Tina-follow up namin yung signing of the...
So ilan na po ang namatay between the time na hinihintay nyo hanggang ngayon? So ibig nyo sabihin, sino ba nagbibigay ng lisensya ng ospital?
Actually, nagbabayad po kami through our own MAIP for the patients of Taguig.
Yes, but
Go
they have to be shuttled to other places na malayo sa kanila.
Yung napunta sa ospital ng Makati,
Anyway,
sa
Mr.
MAIP
Secretary,
ng DOH po, ginasagot yun.
I want to be respectful, but I'll tell you what's in my heart. We thought you were a Solomon. Now, when two mayors with conflicting claims come to you, and they say, hatiin na lang yung bata, yung isa sabihin, wag hatiin, yung isa sabihin, sige hatiin, you be a Solomon at kampihan mo yung nagsabing, wag hatiin. Kasi yun ang tunay na nanay eh. So you have one mayor who says, hindi na kayo Makati, bawal na kayong pagamot dito, hindi namin babayaran, hindi namin tatanggapin MAIP. You have one mayor who says, ikandado na lahat. And what did you become? Not a Solomon. You became a Pontius Pilate. Naghugas kayo ng kamay. Hindi nyo pwedeng i-threaten yung Makati Hospital na hindi nyo bibigyan ng lisensya unless tanggapin nila yung MAIP. Sa nga nakakita, binibigyan ng MAIP, ayaw tanggapin. You're telling me that the DOH is helpless? Mahiya naman tayo. You have a 300 billion budget, kayo nagre-regulate ng hospitals all over the country. An ordinary hospital director can say you, wait hanggang mamatay kayong lahat. Anyway, Mr. President, I'll stop there and I just wanted to put on record that we're doing our best. Lahat ng hindi nyo gagawin namin, but we expected more from you. Maawa kayo sa mga taong nandun. 300,000 people. Nakakandado yung health center. So kung kayo naniniwala sa better, ako na nagsasabi sa inyo bitter, hindi better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we lift the suspension of our rules. So moved, President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that the budgets of the Department of Health, Office of the Secretary, and the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, may I ask for a minute suspension?
Session is suspended for a minute. Session is suspended for a minute.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
I move that we consider the budgets of the following: Department of Information and Communications Technology, Office of the Secretary, Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, National Privacy Commission, and the National Telecommunications Commission, and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, the chairperson of the Subcommittee E of the Committee on Finance, no other than Senator Win Gatchalian, for his opening statement. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Senator Gatchalian is recognized to deliver his opening remarks on the budget of the DICT as well as its attached agency. You may proceed, sir. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, it is my privilege to present to you the proposed new appropriations of the Department of Information and Communications Technology and its attached agencies for fiscal year 2025. The committee proposed a total of 8.9 billion in new appropriations allocated as follows: Office of the Secretary, 7.2 billion; Cybercrime Investigation and Coordination Center, 482 million; National Privacy Commission, 517 million; National Telecommunications Commission, 636 million. The Office of the Secretary, for the Office of the Secretary, we propose an increase of 200 million for the development, implementation, and integration of various e-gov platforms. We proposed an augmentation of 155 million for the National Privacy Commission's managed service for an advanced data management and process analytics digital platform project. And lastly, for the National Telecommunications Commission, we propose an additional allocation of 83 million for capital outlays to fund the various projects of the central office and its regional offices. To summarize, we propose to increase the DICT's total new appropriations reflected in the 2025 General Appropriations Bill of 8.4 billion by 438 million pesos. Furthermore, we also amend the special provision on the Free Public Internet Access Fund to increase the automatic appropriations intended for the implementation of the Free Public Internet Access Program sourced from the spectrum users' fees being collected by the NTC from 2.5 billion pesos to 7.5 billion pesos. Thank you, Mr. President, and we are now ready to answer questions from our esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, to interpolate the distinguished sponsor, may we recognize our distinguished Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized for her interjections on the proposed budget of the DICT and its attached agencies. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President, at magandang umaga po, good sponsor, at sa
Morning,
Secretary at sa buong DICT family. So, good sponsor, una tungkol sa fintech regulation. From November 8th to 9th, 2024, a number of GCash users reported what they described as unauthorized transactions or transfers with 1,000 or 2,000 pesos being deducted from their accounts while they were sleeping, often in quick succession, and transferred to accounts connected to unknown phone numbers. This followed similar incidents in 2023 when multiple GCash accounts were compromised using phishing attacks staged through various online gambling platforms. GXI, the company that operates GCash, denied that the incidents were caused by hackers or other malicious actors and attributed the unauthorized deductions to errors in its ongoing system reconciliation process. Last November 11th, it was reported that the DICT had started its investigation of the incident. Paano po mako-confirm ng DICT kung yung unauthorized deductions ay talagang sanhi ng reconciliation errors o gaya ng sinususpetsya ng ilang mga tao ng mga hackers o ibang malicious actors, good sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, the DICT investigated the matter in coordination with the BSP. Fintechs, including GCash, is regulated by the BSP. But in this particular case, the DICT coordinated with the BSP to investigate what really happened. And based on the briefing that I got regarding this matter, the incident with GCash is not caused by external actors, but it is caused by an internal glitch on the software, and that has been the result of the investigation. And so, from what I understand, GCash is already rectifying the issue, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. So tapos na po yung investigation ng DICT at final na yung kanilang findings at satisfied na po sila sa findings nila, good sponsor?
Mr. President, from the briefing that I got, it's the investigation is final unless the BSP decides to call on the DICT for additional technical investigation. But as far as the investigation goes, it's an internal glitch or internal error that created the issue with GCash. And the good thing here is DICT did not detect any external hacking that transpired. So, it's now incumbent upon GCash to rectify their system.
Salamat, good sponsor. Ano po yung methodology na ginamit para i-determine yung sanhi ng event? At ano yung nature ng glitch na na-discover, good sponsor?
Mr. President, Senator Risa, they used what they call the penetration test as part of their methodology. They also analyzed the logs in that particular system. They also analyzed or did a lot of analysis on the records submitted to the DICT. They also looked at particularly what they call the Ang Pao system. In fact, I read this.
Ang Pao system?
Ang Pao. I think this is from what I read over the internet. This is a system that gives out small gifts. I think when you use the GCash on a regular basis, you also get small gifts as a reward for using GCash.
So parang ampaw nga po, good sponsor, yung mga binibigay nating regalo sa mga inaanak. Tuwing Pasko, naka-red envelope.
During Chinese New Year, diba, nagbibigay tayo ng ganun.
Opo.
So the system is called the Ang Pao system as well. So they looked at this system particularly and they did not find any traces of external hacking, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. At the nature of the glitch was, good sponsor?
It's a software bug, Mr. President.
Software bug?
Bug, Mr. President. So it's an internal error that was that was due to a bug, and the software created all of these issues in regards to the subscription of the users.
Salamat, good sponsor. At huling tanong sa paksang ito, anong mga pondo ang inallocate ng department para siguruhin na yung GCash at iba pang fintech services, Maya at iba pa ay stable, transparent at trustworthy? Good sponsor.
I mean, the budget allocated
Apo,
to,
ng department.
in this case, there's no DICT did not spend for the investigation since BSP is the regulator of all fintech companies and fintech products. It was BSP who tapped into the technical knowledge of DICT to investigate this matter.
Sorry, good sponsor. I didn't express myself clearly. What funds in the fiscal year 2025, GAA, would the department be allocating for this?
It will fall under the cybersecurity funds of the DICT, Mr. President. How much is that?
All right, salamat, good sponsor. So,
It's,
yes, Mr.
The
President.
amounts, let me just get the exact amounts. It's under. How much is that? Yeah. It's under the ICT and Cybersecurity Policies Development and Management to a tune of 1 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Okay.
So this is the funds allocated to cybersecurity and to matters like this, Mr. President.
So hindi maliit na halaga. So that's good that there's something that could be meaningful in order to correct this current situation and make sure it doesn't recur. Dako naman po ako, Mr. President, sa China data rerouting. In 2018, according to a report published by the U.S. Naval War College, China Telecom reportedly, quote, misdirected big chunks of internet traffic through a roundabout path that threatened the security and integrity of data passing between various providers as backbones for 2.5 years, close quote, including data from Canada to Korean government sites by using points of presence, or POPs, which are data centers that mostly reroute data traffic, which China Telecom had quietly established in North America, and exploiting a distinct lack of security in the Internet's Border Gateway Protocol, or BGP. After being misrouted, this data can be analyzed or mined for various purposes, some malicious. Now, I don't need to remind the DICT that China Telecom has a massive point of presence in this country. May katulad ba na BGP hijacking attempts na nasubukan dito sa Pilipinas? At paano sinisiguro ng DICT na yung data traffic natin, lalo na yung sensitive data traffic na vital sa national security, ay hindi rin nire-reroute sa ganoong paraan, good sponsor?
Mr. President, I was informed by the DICT that there's no known record of BGP hacking in our country, Mr. President. And as a proactive measure, they're discussing with the local telcos to come up with a secure BGP, Mr. President. So, so that's the initiative that DICT is undertaking proactively in order to prevent hacking from happening.
Salamat, good sponsor. At satisfied naman po yung department na kapag nakabuo sila nitong BGP sa mga local telcos, ma-ensure na hindi ma-reroute yung data traffic natin, good sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President. They're very confident in that, Mr. President.
Alright, salamat, good sponsor. Tungkol naman po sa National Government Data Center. Recently, members of my staff visited the South Korean government's National Data Center. What can be described as a national cloud server. It was probably one of the most highly secured facilities in South Korea with very strict access protocols. I know we're pursuing a similar initiative here. Ano po yung relative merits at disadvantages ng pag-centralize ng ating data center requirements kumpara sa yung bawat individual agency, bawat LGU, magme-maintain ng sarili niyang facilities, good sponsor?
Mr. President, the question is what are the advantages and disadvantages of centralizing it or decentralizing it?
Yes.
I was informed that the DICT is employing a hybrid approach to the data center. So meaning they will also use commercial data centers, Mr. President, like for example, data centers of Amazon, Google, because these are well-established, commercially available data centers that are cost efficient, Mr. President. But at the same time, the government is also putting up its own data center to service various government agencies, Mr. President. The advantage of having one data center compared to a decentralized is, number one, is the technical knowledge, Mr. President. Management of data centers is quite complicated, and not every LGU or different government agencies can manage a technical entity. It's also very expensive to put up data centers. The Secretary told me that a good practice of data centers is to have a backup system. You know? So just imagine if you decentralize it, different agencies will have a data center and a backup system, Mr. President, as opposed to just one central database, data center and one backup system, Mr. President. So the cost advantage of having a centralized data center is, the advantages is, number one, it's cost effective. Number two, it's the technical expertise is there. And number three, Mr. President, economies of scale, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. It almost seems like a work in progress na dahil sa simula, nag-employ yung gobyerno ng hybrid approach. I guess the department especially will be testing this as we go along, harvesting lessons and then finalizing in a way the Philippine design for a national, for a government or government cum private data center. Eventually, posible po ba, good sponsor, maging parang PPP siya, although, of course, headed by government para ma-optimize itong tatlong advantages so far na natukoy na, good sponsor?
Mr. President, from what I observe with technology, technology moves very fast. In fact, the changes in technology comes in almost yearly, Mr. President. So for government to buy technology, manage it, seems like it's the most inefficient way of approaching or using technology. Another approach will be paid for service type of approach, Mr. President, in which you use their technology but you pay in the form of service, Mr. President. So when I was being briefed by the ICT in the past, they've used this paid for service type of approach in various
technologies that DICT is employing, one of which is data centers, Mr. President. But to preserve security and
Also confidence, the DICT is approaching the data center project on a hybrid basis, Mr. President, meaning the government owns part of the capacity, but at the same time it also pays other services or other entities for the use of their data centers, Mr. President. And it's not remote that one of these big companies will set up here in the Philippines their own data center, and and government can actually lease capacity from them.
And I guess, finally on this topic, good sponsor, iba rin siguro yung, well definitely, iba yung context sa South Korea, kaya ang nabuo po nila at ino-operate na modelo ay isang national government data center. And we, with our own national context, ganito po yung approach natin, at least sa ngayon. Tapos yung na-foresee nating possible scenarios that will materialize in the near future. Salamat, good sponsor. Tungkol naman po sa public broadband, in theory, internet access can drive economic development. Access to internet-based technologies can help workers be more productive. It may also enable access to markets and commercial information, increasing demand for goods and services. For example, research in the United States showed that subsidizing internet access improved outcomes among low-income families. However, it was recently reported that the DICT's budget for public Wi-Fi was good for only 5 months. Hindi po bang pwedeng i-project yung mga costs na ito, good sponsor, bilang bahagi ng budget process?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, the demand for free public Wi-Fi is definitely on the top of the list of many agencies, including the education sector, Mr. President. In fact, because of my engagement with the education sector, it's very difficult for the education sector to go into online learning or distance learning without access to the internet. So definitely the rollout, if we can roll out free public Wi-Fi and prioritize schools, that will be the best case, Mr. President. So seeing that need, we increase the budget allocation for free public Wi-Fi from 2.5 billion to 7.5 billion, Mr. President, for this coming 2025. And it will also prioritize the education sector, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Well, good to hear that for starters, tinitriple natin yung budget para sa line item na yan. And after all, di ba, inuutusan tayo ng Constitution bigyan ng highest budgetary priority ang edukasyon, and as the good sponsor has shown, ito pong pag-provide ng free public Wi-Fi ay masasabi nating bahagi ng pag-improve ng educational outcomes ng ating mga estudyante. The so-called digital divide affects human capital development, as it has been found that inadequate access to technology can, ito pa po, hinder students from learning the technological skills necessary to succeed in the current economy. Ano pong ginagawa natin para siguruhin na yung mga disadvantaged households natin ay merong at least kaunting access sa data at natutulay yung digital divide, good sponsor?
Mr. President, from the briefing I got from DICT, there are two major projects that DICT is embarking on. One is the fiber optic backbone that is being rolled out by DICT. And one of the objectives of this fiber optic backbone is to lower cost, Mr. President. Lower cost for our local government units, lower cost also for those what we call national agencies, and also for, in the future, they might offer this to ISPs, internet service providers, that connects to the last mile areas, Mr. President. So that's one of the projects that the ICT is embarking on, or currently doing. And the other one is the Free Public Internet Access Program, or free Wi-Fi for short, as I call it, Mr. President. And by increasing the budget from 2.5 billion to 7.5 billion, the aim there is to increase the access points and increase the locations to
areas where students and also communities don't have access to the internet, Mr. President. So those are the two major programs or two major projects that the DICT is currently doing to improve internet access of our constituents.
Salamat, good sponsor. At dun sa particular na attention din sa pag-connect sa mga last mile areas. Kung saan nga marami sa mga disadvantaged households natin ay nakalocate, kasama yung mga young members ng households na yon, yung mga estudyante. Second to the last question, good sponsor, following the welcome declaration of the President banning POGOs, our law enforcement officers have found an alarming trend that instead of using POGOs as regulatory cover, guerrilla scam operations are now emerging, perhaps even harder to detect. Ano pong magagawa ng Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center o CICC para i-address ito, good sponsor?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I'm happy to report that CICC has managed to apprehend 11 scam hubs, both illegal and both legal. And this is in cooperation with various law enforcement agencies such as PNP and NBI, Mr. President. And they have the technology to also detect scam hubs in the country, and they also have a hotline, Mr. President, that people can call and report this type of scamming operation, Mr. President. As to the methodology, Mr. President, the department is requesting for an executive session on what type of technology that they are using in particular, but they have that technology to detect, Mr. President.
Salamat ng marami, good sponsor, at sa department. Certainly, kung magtatawag ang good sponsor ng executive session, isa na po ako na dadalo with great interest. And it's good to know na meron na pong ganitong ongoing at mabubungang pagkilos ang CICC. Akala natin noon, PAOK lang. Meron din palang CICC. That's good to know, a good sponsor. At huling tanong ko na lang po sa umagang ito, the Cybercrime Prevention Act punishes computer-related forgery, fraud, and identity theft. Tinatag nito ang CICC nga para mamuno sa operasyon ng pamahalaan laban sa cybercrimes. Pero ngayon, naganap ang text scams ng mga nagpapanggap na bangko o e-wallet. Ang mahirap pa dito, talagang mapapaniwala ka dahil ang pinanggalingan ng text, pangalan mismo ng bangko o e-wallet. Paano po nila naaabuso sa ganitong paraan ang ating ICT systems? At ano po ang ginagawa ng CICC laban sa mga manlulokong ito, good sponsor?
Well, first, Mr. President, the NTC has issued directives to telcos to become very strict in terms of issuing SIM cards, Mr. President. So if you remember in one hearing here in the Senate, I think it was NBI who demonstrated yung mga unggoy pwedeng kumuha ng SIM cards, Mr. President. I don't know if you were there, but it was one of the hearings that they demonstrated because there is no the system that the telcos are using is very primitive, Mr. President. So NTC released several memos to the telecom companies to use the most latest technology to detect fraud and fake identities, Mr. President. So they have already issued that, and to date they have blocked almost 2 billion SMS, Mr. President. They activated 2.3 million SIM cards and blacklisted 10 million numbers, Mr. President. So the NTC is also doing its share to make sure that the
Type of text blast or spam, as we call it, will be reduced, Mr. President. But admittedly, there's much to be done. I noticed a recent trend. Before we would get a lot of anonymous texts offering jobs or loans, but now we get a lot of anonymous texts offering properties, Mr. President, for sale. So I think because of the shutdown of POGOs, all of these loans disappeared, but the selling of properties now replace all of those, Mr. President. So despite the strict directives of NTC, there's still a lot of things to be done, and NTC is here listening, Mr. President. So, and this is a suggestion to them to analyze what's happening currently, and if they should issue stricter guidelines to use other technologies, then they should do so, Mr. President. But the good thing is NTC has managed to block a lot of SIM cards, Mr. President, and prevents spamming and scamming from happening.
Salamat, good sponsor. I thought it was bad enough na kung bulag tayo, makakakuha tayo ng driver's license. So worse, ang unggoy pala, mai-issuehan ng SIM card.
Yes, Mr. President, because before you just, when you register a SIM card, you just put any picture, any name, and they will give you a SIM card, Mr. President. So if you put a picture of a gorilla, no, the system will accept it, Mr. President. Pag linagay niyo pangalan niyo doon, Juan de la Cruz or any name, tatanggapin ho yan ng system. So the NTC released many directives to the telecom companies to use modern technology. So because of that, they've managed to prevent the propagation of this type of illegal activities.
Siguro, dagdag sa modern technology, good sponsor, common sense. Although some of us might look like gorillas, pero medyo pag gorilla ang mag-apply sa'yo, ma-issuehan ng SIM card, medyo dapat kahit low-tech ka. Anyway, good sponsor.
Yeah, but some of the technologies, Mr. President, just to share with the Her Honor, selfie capture, facial liveliness check. I think kailangan mo na gumalaw ngayon, Mr. President, to demonstrate that you're a live person. Disabled stock upload photo, facial recognition and matching, OCR and data matching. Ito po, nasa screen, Mr. President. We flashed it on the screen. And other technologies that is now a mandate, or these technologies are mandated to the telcos to use, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. And speaking of technology, nakaka-import ba ng mga devices na nag-spoof sa cell sites? At kung nagagawa yun, may import controls ba tayo kaugnay nito, good sponsor?
Bawal yun, Mr. President. The DICT strictly prohibits importation of those type of devices, especially yung mga text blast or other form of telecommunication devices, Mr. President. So bawal yun, but admittedly, some people smuggle it to our country. In fact, during the height of Pogos, I remember the PNP or NBI apprehended an individual possessing really sophisticated texting equipment or even hacking equipment, Mr. President. And if you remember, Senator Risa, when we inspected one of the Pogo sites, we saw also a lot of text blasting machines,
Right.
a lot of machines with thousands of SIM cards plugged in it. So those are the machines that are being smuggled here in our country. But those are illegal. You cannot use that here in our country.
Salamat, good sponsor. Actually, na-anticipate nyo na po yung huling follow-up question ko na how are they able in this way to abuse our ICT system na nag-necessitate tuloy ng ganitong karaming at siguro madadagdagan pang mga gawain ng CICC laban sa ganitong panloloko. So aside from the use of these equipment and technologies, are there other ways that have been identified that these people, these entities have been able to abuse our ICT systems, good sponsor?
Well, Mr. President, I think we are all aware of the power of artificial intelligence. With that also comes with deep fakes, Mr. President, and we've seen that all over the internet lately. And that's also a cause of concern, especially with our elections coming up just around the corner, Mr. President. So the DICT is monitoring this very carefully, and they are also proactively coming up with some information campaign and also mechanisms to help detect this type of technology being abused.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. Naalala ko tuloy nung medyo bago pa ang usaping AI, at least dito sa bansa natin, we would hear news from AI practitioners and enthusiasts themselves in other countries na sila mismo nananawagan sa mga big industry players na na-excite sa prospects ng commercialization ng AI na mag-suspend muna ng mga big experiments nila until the safeguards and the protocols could be put in place. So I'm glad na these also seem to be at the back of the minds or top of mind of the ICT sa iba't ibang konteksto, yung national security nga natin, yung kagustuhan natin na i-bridge yung digital divide para din sa sustainable development. At yun, yung mga importanteng political processes that regularly come up and we engage in, kasama na yung mga eleksyon. So maraming salamat po, good sponsor, at sa department, sa secretary, sa DICT family. Salamat po, Mr. President. At wag na hindi magandang umaga muli. Para hindi na natin paabutin sa magandang tanghali.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Mr. President, next to interpret is our very, very hard-working Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome to the DICT family and thank you to our sponsor. Gusto ko rin, ako rin yung babati sa inyo ng magandang tanghali. Okay? Gusto ko ako yung gagawa nun.
Basta magpakain ka, Mr. President.
Of course, no problem.
Breakfast and lunch.
No problem, Mr. President. Pero actually, dahil ito yung ahensya na merong national master, medyo we will limit our, meron kayong national master sa chess, Secretary. Baka hindi mo alam yun na meron kayong magaling na player sa chess dyan. Kaya ililimit natin yung ating interpellation dahil napakahusay maglaro ng chess yan.
Chess na lang raw kayo, Mr. President.
Correct. Secretary, ganito. We are just worried that some of your flagship programs and projects might turn into money pits. Kasi some of them are confusing to this representation. It might be clear to you, but confusing to me. But siguro, maybe you can give us a short input this morning, and then ano na lang siguro more detailed inputs in writing So for example, meron kang sa DICT infrastructure flagship programs ninyo, meron kayong Philippine Digital Infrastructure Project na ang kanyang short objective is construction of the national broadband network. And it will cost us 16.1 billion pesos. But this is foreign assisted. And then you have a national broadband plan. Ang kanya namang objective is the construction of a nationwide broadband backbone, GAA funded, 35 billion pesos. Ano yun? I mean, hindi ba overlapping na po yun? I mean, can we be helped in understanding these two projects and then pag isuma total po na, kasi yung foreign assisted, utang din naman yan eh. Babayaran din naman natin yun eh. It's just a deferred GAA funded actually kung tutusin ha. Kung magtapatan tayo rito sa umaga, a foreign assisted project is just a deferred GAA funded project actually. So isuma total natin yan eh, 50 billion pesos. What would be the short or brief information coming from the department?
Well, Mr. President, I'll explain first the project, Mr. President. The vision here is to come up with a national fiber optic backbone, Mr. President. And this backbone will be available to local government units, to national government agencies. In fact, they already have a MOA with the province of Quirino to tap into this national fiber optic backbone, Mr. President. And the goal of this is to, number one, lower down cost because it will be built by government, to make it affordable to our constituents and to our local government units. And number two, to reach those areas that are deemed uneconomical or not commercially viable to private operators, Mr. President. So that's why the government embarked on building this national fiber optic backbone. Now, there are three phases, Mr. President. Phase 1, which is Northern Luzon, will be funded by government, the GAA. And Phase 2 and Phase 3, which is Southern Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, will be funded by loans, Mr. President. And the reason why the department took the loan route is because if they wait for the GAA allocation, it will take time to build the national fiber optic backbone. So the strategy that they employed is both the GAA and both the loan. So that once the project will be completed, it will meet together, Mr. President, the loan portion and also the GAA portion. So that's the strategy that they employed.
Sige po. And the budget, the 2025 budget already contains the GAA funded phase. And then the foreign assisted is found in the unprogrammed or in the program?
President, the GAA portion is found in our 2025 budget to a tune of 1.5 billion pesos. The loan part, Mr. President, is awaiting for the signature of the DOF so that it can be implemented, Mr. President.
So, what would be now the legal basis? Nasa unprogrammed siya?
Wala pa, Mr. President. Wala pa siyang wala pa siya sa unprogrammed, Mr. President, because it's waiting for the signature of the DOF. Mr. President, let me just be corrected. the House reduced the GIA allocation to 1 billion pesos for 2025, Mr. President.
Well, siguro we need a rethink of this plan kasi given your cost estimate and then the rate we are funding it, I mean, 20 years, 25 years.
Correct,
It's a
Mr. President.
25-year plan and then by that time, baka hindi na yung fiber optics, sasabihin nyo na, huwag na natin ituloy kasi obsolete technology na.
Correct, Mr. President. That's also the thoughts of the department. That's why
That's why. Kaya, so, I mean,
that's why they also embarked on the loan to borrow, Mr. President, so that they can borrow immediately and build the backbone, Mr. President. But so far,
it's impossible, sir, kasi the GAA funded for part 35 billion. At the rate we're funding it, 1 billion. So we have a 35